Hello everyone, welcome to What If DxD World became a gaming world with system movie. Before we start, please go support Phantom Eyes 90 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken character's gender, but of course Issei is a male. An unknown entity awakens from a slumber and, seeing that humanity and the supernatural had not been able to coexist, subjects them to tests in a competition of humanity against the supernatural to determine who should reign on Earth. Where they will enjoy video games, but no longer in the comfort of their own home, but rather they will experience them firsthand. Prologue. Which brought me to the present. Hyoudou City 12 o'clock hours. Narrated by Riaz. Hello, nice to meet you beloved readers, my name as you know, is Riaz Gremory soon Hyoudou. You may wonder what I'm doing. Well, right now I'm studying business administration at Kyoto University with my current boyfriend, Issei Hyoudou, and I'm currently the president of a gamer club, but you might ask, why a gamer club instead of an occult club? Why are you in Kyoto and not Kuoh? What happened to your life in the factions? Your longed for future as heiress of your clan and your dream of being the queen of the raiding games? Well, it's a bit long to explain, but here we go. It turns out I lost my future, my family, and my reputation for loving the true love of my life, Hyoudou Issei. The boy who not only stole my heart but also lit up my life like the sun at dawn. Well, what was wrong with loving him? Because he was considered a pervert. I admit that before establishing communication with him. He was someone I didn't want to have around him, but when I felt his sacred gear, I first treated him with a love-slave relationship. I admit that when he saw me naked in his bedroom, the next morning after the night he was killed by Rainer, he made a gesture that made me laugh and feel tenderness. Little by little Issei achieved merits that made me look at him differently, his dedication, his way of solving things, but above all his beautiful honesty, made me fall in love with him in an irrevocable way. But I also thought that the girls in my ex-entourage and some allies were interested in me, but you might wonder why they're my ex-entourage. And I also said, I thought. Something that was going to happen, but didn't happen. Simple. All because of Ddraig, that damn traitorous dragon without honor, made Issei fall into an emotional abyss, and not only him, Alba, the White Empress betrayed her carrier Valerie Lucifer. When Issei and Valerie were fighting against the Zalgo, in a critical moment where destruction and death reigned back then, both carriers of the celestial dragons managed to enclose the great beast of the apocalypse in the seal, but in return, their magic reserves were emptied, and their magic circuits were destroyed on the spot, ending up unconscious after such a feat. It was a moment of glory for the factions, but it was not like that. Since I saw how the sacred gears left the bodies of Issei and Valerie and I heard say about both dragons. Both spheres went up into the sky. I heard how those damn traitorous lizards turned their backs on the best carriers they could have, they mocked and denigrated them, despite the great feat they performed. I couldn't feel more furious with those despicable dragons. The next day. I decided to tell him about the celestial dragon's vile betrayal, but I feel that because of my impulses in demanding that Issei and Valerie be recognized as the true heroes of that conflict and not the traitorous dragons, I ended up causing the point of no return in Issei's life, in Valerie's life, but above all, in my life as a whole. It looked like he had laid out fresh bait for the vultures. Some important personalities of the factions began to plot versions of how they defeated the beast of the apocalypse, clearly leaving aside Issei and Valerie, but worst of all, those who were almost all my friends and allies, turned out to be wretches. One afternoon when they were gathered in the living room of the old Hyoudou mansion, when I was coming home from another day at the university, I heard almost all of the ex-girls who made up my Issei's harem say things that made my blood boil. So the pervert lost Ddraig, it was about time, said Akeno's voice obviously mocking Issei. In my and Fafnir's opinion, Ddraig-san should be with someone more competent than that pervert, Asia said, now sure of what she said. Issei-senpai Shinsu balance breaker s un inutile disha kaneko estoicamente. I don't know why the soul of someone so great was in that pervert, said Sona without measuring her words, even the most inept reincarnated person is more apt to have him by his side. At first I only looked for him because he was the Seekvaira. Now that he doesn't have Ddraig, I don't care if he dies or not, he's someone weak who doesn't deserve to be by our side, said Zenobia disgusted. The Lord was merciful to Ddraig-sama, said Irina, making a praying pose. And to think that my family was going to marry me off to a powerless scum, said Ravel with her air of a sickly noblewoman. We deserve someone powerful at our side, said Roswis, even though he was the Seekvaira, he didn't meet my expectations to be my partner. The girls in Citri's entourage nodded at what was said, but that was not all. I saw that Gaspar and Kiba supported the comments of those damn boors. I also saw and heard comments from Seekvaira Gers, Serafol Citri, Gabriel, Penemu, Almenhold Karlstein, Laisha Astareth, Iriuka Glaciolabol and Roygun Bulfelger, referring to Issei as someone who should not have been born. It is in pleasant terms because the words they used, I did not think they would use, the ladies of high society. I didn't tolerate any more mockery and confronted those damned boars. I didn't care if I got into trouble with the underworld and their war idols. I didn't care if I ended up without an arm, an eye, or a leg. They had to pay for what they said about my man. Due to the conflict, the increase in magic that I had due to the anger I felt was noticeable that the leaders of the faction saw how I had left the boars of my former entourage in a terrible state. Just to say that the ones I was most cruel to was Kuoh, with her poorly fed vulture wings. I disintegrated half of her, and counting that I broke her nose with a punch, I made Sona sweep the floor, and I had destroyed both her arms and leg. Asia's angelic face was now full of bruises and swollen, not to mention that I exterminated her irritating dragon race. I was arrested for hurting their heroines and was put on trial. Everyone wanted my head on a silver platter, especially the clans that asked for my death for harming their adorable daughters. But I never expected that my own family would abandon me to my fate, since according to them I had stained the clan because of my jealousy. I couldn't believe that my parents turned their backs on me, and the one I saw as my older sister, Grayfia Lucifer, preferred to favor some damned ingrates than her own daughter. But fortunately, I had people on my side: Ani-sama, Ajuka-sama, along with Azazel-sensei, Yusaka-sama, Ophis-chan, Great Red, and Michael, who all supported my course of action. They believed my words and my testimony, since the latter three knew whether I was lying or not the moment I opened my mouth. Even though they did their best to get me out of a heavy sentence. I was sentenced to exile from the underworld, Kuoh and the Alliance territories, along with Issei and Valerie, who had already planned to set them aside like trash. In the words of those unfortunates, of course, as part of my punishment for being exiled, I would not have the support of my family. I would not be the heir as a consequence, and I was also stripped of the right to have entourage pieces. But before they were removed from those cursed hyenas, I had a little fun activating the peace punishment in front of the noses of those idiots, and until that moment I still remember those murderous looks that my ex-pieces sent. It was quite fun. But my true martyrdom was when Issei woke up and I had to reveal the reason for my exile. My boyfriend began to cry, thanking that there was someone who still loved him and was by his side despite everything, but feeling the pain in his words made my heart ache a lot. Valerie, who was also very affected that her rival and love interest was in that state, but also knowing that her partner preferred to leave her aside, she truly wanted to know who the next Hakuryuko was and beat him up so that lizard would learn a lesson and deal a low blow to his stupid honor. We both didn't stop hugging our man that night. We let him cry as much as he wanted and let out his anger, since in the end, it would be a new beginning for the three of us. Despite my conviction, thanks to Yusaka-sama, who also loves Issei deeply and would not leave us helpless, she gave me a small piece of land near Kyoto, and there was a very traditional and uninhabited house made of Japanese oak, where I could remodel it to make it a habitable house, and I could settle down with my Issei and Valerie, and in time receive our in-laws who sooner or later would find out what was done to their son. After a month of living near Kyoto and with the financial support that came to me secretly from my brother, my grandmother, from Milikas who sent me drawings encouraging me as if encouraging her hero, such as Issei, my ancestor Runia's Gremory and the leaders already mentioned above, some girls who did not betray my cuteness arrived at my house, and like me, they fell madly in love with my cute pawn in a representative way, so as alpha of his harem, I allowed them to live with me. Such as Kuroka, Suzaku Himejima, Lavinia Rinai, Ingvold Leviathan, Valerie Teeps, Abe Kiyam and Lafay Pendragon. They gave me the new news of which they mentioned that my ex-friends managed to stain our reputation in that city, calling us the worst, and for that reason we left Kuoh. But the most important thing, they had gotten boyfriends, and obviously, they boasted that they are the best thing that has happened to them, that in Kuroka's words, since when that creepy cat Kaneko introduced her boyfriend to her, she didn't hesitate to slam the jerk's face into the concrete and of course, as a bonus, a strong slap towards the traitorous cat, where she mentioned that they stopped being sisters the moment she decided to abandon Issei. All this in full view of Kuoh Academy, causing Kuroka to leave Kaneko in total and public shame. But I told the girls that from the moment they exiled me, and as a mental cleansing, I told them that anything that came from those hyenas should no longer be of interest to me, and now we should focus on our future with our man. And just as I told you, they all began to have certain activities near Kyoto. In a certain way they supported Yusaka a lot in terms of her work, and in this way, our ally Kitsune would have time to play with Kunu and go out with Issei. Valerie for her part underwent an intensive training regime with a new purpose, and that was to massacre the next Koryuko that would appear. Issei and I managed to get into Kyoto University. He passed the exam while I transferred. We have a very healthy student and couple life, but it took an unexpected turn when Issei revived a hobby that had been dormant during the conflict with Klepfid. Video games, since Kyoto University had a gamer club. There we met the only two members that made up the club, a Shen Phantom, a second-year university student studying gastronomy expert in RPG, fighting and adventure games, and his girlfriend, a very attractive gal Rumiko Mangabe who specializes in racing games, also fighting and strategy games, but what he saw most in her were games on the mobile phone. Issei wanted to join that club and of course, as a good girlfriend, I had to support my boyfriend's fanaticism. At first I didn't understand much about video games, the little time I have lived in Japan, I was never interested in having and using a video game console, but little by little I started to like it until I became a little addicted to them. Little by little, my two new human friends became part of our social circle. My harem sisters like them and they lived together as if nothing had happened, even Kunu called them Ishen Naisama and Rumiko Onisama. Of course, I haven't told them anything about the supernatural, since that chapter of my life ended with my exile, and it wasn't necessary to reveal it to them. Chapter 1: A failed plan. The guardian entity of the earth awakens. Hyoudou University. It was another school day on that campus, at the great University of Hyoudou, where the academic level could compete with other top universities nationwide. Our protagonists Rias and Issei were just leaving their classes with a look of annoyance, since as good students who respect themselves, the last classes are always classified as the heaviest, whether due to hunger, heat or simply the fact of processing a lot of information, it could be very dizzying. Since they were looking forward to going to their club activities, but first they had to go to the university cafeteria to replenish some of the energy consumed in studying. Having already eaten, they proceed to sit at the same table. There's nothing better than eating a delicious meal after a hard day at the university, said Issei very excitedly and ate noodles and tom yum soup, slurping with energy the pasta made of wheat flour. Manners is, said Ria smiling while she ate sunamono, vinegared cucumber salad, although I agree there is nothing more comforting than enjoying a delicious meal, although I am surprised that these last few days you have been eating a lot and you have not gained weight at all. Yes, I guess it's because of my dragon body, Issei said with full cheeks. Since Great Red made me my dragon body, my hunger has been increasing, and even though I can no longer use any magic and the little energy that Ophis-chan has that resides in me, she can manage to stabilize my body in its entirety. I still remember that this morning, Yusaka-sama made you a heavy breakfast, and counting the bentos that Kuroka-chan and Suzaku-san devoured in less than 1 minute, your appetite level is equivalent to that of a platoon, said Rias drinking fresh water. I don't know whether to take it as a compliment or criticism, Rias Issei said nervously with a drop falling from his forehead. Indeed, the moment the brunette always said her name, always made her feel happy. She still remembered the first time the brunette mentioned her name, happiness and love mixed in her heart, and it was one of the most exciting moments for Rias. By the way, have you heard what Ishen senpai got for this afternoon? Issei said. He had mentioned to me before entering the first class that thanks to the funds that the university provides to the club, he managed to get a 4th Nintendo Switch Lite console and 4 Nintendo 3DS, said Rias, remembering what he had mentioned, although he mentioned that thanks to some of Rumiko-senpai's contacts in Akihabara, he was able to get them at a good price and in good condition, and thanks to that we have some games for our enjoyment. The great advantage is that his father works in those places and Ishen senpai knows how to manage the club well, said Issei proud of his senpais. They do everything possible to keep the club alive, even though most of the club graduated last year, said Rias, also proud of both. I would like to help them with something more, but unfortunately we are very short of cash. Yes, the house repairs made us lose 90% of our capital this month, said Issei depressed, not counting the new coffee maker we bought, since the old one broke when Kuroka was taking a bath and she decided to sing. She looked like a poor animal in agony, said Issei remembering that day. And as a consequence, some of Abe-san's magical beasts got upset and ended up destroying everything we repaired that day, Rias said, crying comically, and we couldn't repair it with magic because those vile demon remoras can locate us at the slightest increase in my energy. We had Yusaka-sama entrust us with food for almost a month. But the one who came out harmed is me, said Issei, while still remembering the great Magumbos of the Kitsune and the big butt that the blonde carried, because in form of payment, it was 48 consecutive hours of sink the Titanic or kill the bear with stabs to the leader of the Yakase, and the other 2 were of getting the poison out of the viper by Yusaka to Issei. Author's note. By this point all the girls in Issei's harem have already had their intimate moment with the brown-treated boy. After those 2 days, Rias and the other girls in her harem rescued a terminally ill Issei who had no choice but to have him with several intravenous serums. There Rias and Valerie Teeps, with great titanic effort not to suck the blood from the brown-haired boy, learned to puncture with catheters, Suzaku and Kuroka to do resuscitation maneuvers. Ingval to take vital signs and Abe to give sponge baths, while Lavinia made his food. Valerie, Lucifer and Ophis administered medicine and anti-inflammatories so that the poor devil would not leave. They all scolded Yusaka for having gone too far in their intimate moment. And how are things in terms of the factions? Issei said, taking on a serious and bitter expression, because it is something that should not interest them, but unfortunately they should be aware of it. And from what we heard from the last talk with Oni-sama, the underworld clans are still continuing with this stupid witch hunt, Ria said, while eating frozen yogurt. They still demand that I turn myself in. Even Seekvaira's boyfriend, who was reincarnated as her pawn, said that in order to ease the tense relations with the Gremory and Aigers. He demanded a night with the one who, according to him, to educate a succulent little dog, and the result was a severe blow from Oni-sama, and she couldn't close her jaw for 3 days. He got away with it, said Issei, knowing that my brother-in-law holds you in high esteem. He doesn't tolerate any lack of respect and wouldn't hesitate to use ruin and destruction against the audacious person who offends you. And considering that the boars of Penemu, Gabriel and Seraphil are demanding our location from Yasaka-sama, thank Satan that he has not given in, said Ria's, finishing her dessert. Although Ani-sama, Ajuka-sama, Michael-sama and Azazel-sama are constantly watching them, they will not hesitate to do something under the table. That's why the advice is that you don't use magic, Issei said, sighing. Your magic is easily recognizable, and from what Ajuka-sama has said, some important people in their work to locate the delinquent Ria's Gremory have launched special magic detectors in which they were protected in Azazel's laboratory, but Penemu was able to enter said warehouse, activating them to hunt you down, find her and make you pay the consequences for having hurt her. Ah, I don't care what that crow with slices that looks like a badly tied sausage, says Ria said, getting up from her seat in the cafeteria. Come on, our senpais are waiting for us. Iridid holds the brown-haired man's arm, wrapping it between her breasts, making the former Seekvaira blush, giving a view where the men envied the brown-haired man for having a beautiful girlfriend by his side. At 3 p.m., the Iridid and the brown-haired boy were heading to the gamer club, which was located in one of the campus buildings on the 5th floor. To be exact, on the top floor of said building and in the furthest room with an ebony plaque that read Classroom 5109. When they walked through the door, instead of a boring classroom, they found this. The classroom set up for an afternoon of video games with a floor made of granite and tile, comfortable sofas, and in front of these on a wooden piece of furniture, rested a 60-inch screen, and in front of this 4 video game consoles, to be exact 4 Nintendo Switch, were connected to the screen ready to be used, and on the lower shelves of the furniture rested some old consoles like the Nintendo 64 that was still in use. While others like Xbox, an Atari and a Sega Saturn remained on display in the sideboard that, despite not being working, the club members kept them clean so that they gave a good image to the classroom. "Excuse me," shouted Issei as they put the things next to his girlfriend's on one of the coat racks in the entrance. "I thought you weren't going to arrive," said a male voice which reflected a white-haired man wearing glasses as he came out of a small room while in his hands he had a bottle of mineral water. Well, he offered them a good drink, but immediately passed them some bottles of soda. Bear in mind that the session at the club is going to be a bit heavy. "Thanks, Ashen-senpai," said Riaz as she uncorked the soda bottle. "What game are we going to play?" Issei said, imitating his girlfriend's actions. "It's going to be the Ogre Hunter Challenge on the highest difficulty of Pokémon Scarlet and Violet," said a female voice which reveals the brunette with blonde hair, Rumiko Mangabe, who was carrying 2 bowls in her arms, one with nachos with cheese and jalapenos, and in the other some assorted sweets. "We must get the grand prize, which is that shiny Munchlax." Riaz and Issei nod, as it is a challenge that must be done as a team and with good coordination. The only 4 members of the gamer club sat down and took the 4 consoles, proceeding to begin the great challenge of the Pokémon Scarlet and Violet DLC. But without knowing that someone was spying on them. "It's her, the scum of the Gremory," said a silhouette dressed as a teacher, while holding a sign with Ria's face, offering a reward for her capture, with the signature of the patriarchs of Citri, Aigers, Astaroth, Phoenix, Glaciolabolas and Bulfelgar. "And this one with the Seekvaira," said another person looking at Issei, who was very focused on his game. "This will be easy," said the first person with an evil smile. "And what do we do with the other 2 people?" said the second person. "We killed them. Well, 2 human lives are worth nothing compared to us," said the first person. Both silhouettes leave from there to watch their prey who were still absorbed in the video games. Time skip. The afternoon went by quickly, and at 7 p.m., the 4 members of the club decided to leave the university together. The 4 walked along a dirt road while the rays of the sunset bathed the agricultural fields on the outskirts of Hyoudou. Curiously, Rumiko and Ashen also lived outside the city in a small nearby town that is on the way to Issei and Ria's house. "Ah, we were just a balloon away from getting that Munchlax," said Rumiko, stretching. "Those ingredients are quite slippery," Ria said as she took out an orange juice and took a sip. "But at least there was more coordination," Ashen said while yawning exhausted. "I still remember that we didn't get past level 4. "That means we're about to make it," said Issei. "Now we just have to do our university homework and try again tomorrow." The 4 of them continued walking, laughing and chatting happily when "Shoo 'em." The four friends saw that the orange sky of the sunset turned violet. That alarmed Riaz and Issei. What's happening? Rumiko said, scared. Senpais, behind me. Shouted Issei. Ashen and Rumiko obeyed by instinct. The brown-haired man looked everywhere fiercely but helplessly because he did not have his powers to protect them. Riaz kept her eyes closed as if trying to concentrate. Whoever is here, reveal yourself, renegade devil. Riaz shouted as she opened her eyes fiercely because she had felt the energies of that race that despised her. Ashen and Rumiko, seeing how Riaz was heading into the air, it seemed that she was out of her mind. They were going to ask Issei what was wrong with their cowhide, but seeing the fierce countenance of the brunette, it seemed that they were taking this seriously. Aha is always so shrewd, heiress of Gremory, said a voice which reflected a man dressed elegantly, but it would be normal if his eyes were shining reddish and 2 pairs of bat wings were sprouting from his back. But the term renegade, that would fall on you, shame on Gremory, said another voice that was behind Issei, to which the 2 humans saw a woman whose eyes also shone reddish, and unlike the man she only had 1 pair of wings. We are noble workers of the underworld clans who eagerly await your arrival to the underworld. Riaz remained silent at what the demon said, looking sideways, and immediately looked at the male demon in front of her. She sighed heavily and said. Ashen senpai, Rumiko senpai, what you are about to see is something I have been avoiding for a long time, but due to the circumstances and for your safety, I must reveal my nature. I hope this does not alter our friendship. What are you trying to do? Ashen said when he saw Riaz spread her demon wings ready to defend them. The demon said, Rumiko, scared. It's a long story, said Issei as he spread his dragon wings confronting the female demon. Riaz, wasting no time, decides to activate her power of destruction in the form of a threat against the demon when FUMMM. The pocket dimension begins to glow suspiciously, which produced a disgusting smile on the mercenaries. You have activated the magic alarm. My employers and the great ladies of hell will soon arrive, ahahahaha, said the demon when place. Half of her body was disintegrated by a ray of destruction from the reed that alarmed Mangabi, who saw how her beloved cowhide killed someone in cold blood. Damn wretch! Screamed the demon, launching herself at Riaz, but she only needed a small sphere of destruction and toss it at her to completely disintegrate the demon. Like sheep to the slaughter, Riaz said coldly. At that, she sees the corpse of the demon that destroyed her thorax and sees a symbol of a clan that she recognizes well. She disintegrates the corpse, and in that the special pocket dimension disappears. Then she went to where Issei and his senpais were. We must get out of here, those damn hyenas will not take long to come. I know you have many questions, but if you value your life, come with us right now, Issei said seriously. Ashen and Rumiko look at each other for a moment and nod in agreement. At that, Issei, carrying Ashen on his back and Riaz carrying Rumiko, proceed to fly off towards one of the mountains that surrounded the rice fields that bordered Hyoudou. And to what Riaz said, she was not wrong, because 5 minutes later several magic circles appeared which revealed 5 ex-girlfriends of Issei, along with their boyfriends and several soldiers escorting them, looking for clues. The alarm has been activated here, said Penemu, brandishing her corrupted light spear. I hope this unpleasant environment doesn't bother you, Sugu-san. Ugh, how disgusting, a rural territory, said Penemu's boyfriend, looking with disdain at that lonely road. Where is that damn thing? Sona said, very angry when she saw that. I told those mercenaries par excellence not to kill her. Calm down, dear, said Sona's boyfriend, Yukiteru Amano. I don't feel the energy of the mercenaries, Sona-sama, said Kaneko stoically. The Nekomata's boyfriend inflated his nostrils as a sign that he smelled something and then mentioned. They're not far from here, said the Nekomata's boyfriend. Sure, Naruto-kun, said Kaneko, seeing the blonde with a hint of hatred, knowing that her ex-mistress was still around those places. Author's note. I'm sorry for some readers, but in terms of fiction, personally, watching Naruto DxD, Goku DxD or Izuku DxD, I don't like it and I completely hate them, and here in some fics, I'll get even with those edgy and emo Narutos, Gokus and Isekai'ed, who try to be the same or worse than Sasuke. I smell as much like that red-eated boar as that disgusting lizard of your ex-boyfriend and 2 human presences, not to mention that a few kilometers away I detect several magical and known presences, but also your boar of a sister, said Naruto. Ex-sister, Kaneko said coldly. So that means Riaz Gremory is violating an order at the time of her exile, said Seraphol, smiling evilly. She is stepping on Alliance territories. Now that red-haired bitch and that filthy Asaka boar are in trouble for violating said order, Seekvaira said seriously, but inside she was jubilant because now she could get revenge for that time she hit her at the former Hyoudou residence. But what are we going to do now, dear? Said the boyfriend of the heiress of Agares. Isn't it obvious? Said Seekvaira, looking at her boyfriend. We must hunt them down, let her know her place as the vile bitch that she is, and let you have your new hex toy. Wow, C-chan, spoiling your boyfriend like that, huh? said Seraphil as she saw the boyfriend of the aforementioned woman who imagines he has the redeed in his power. I think I'll do the same, anyway I won't be able to satisfy my man's lust alone, said Seraphil as she gave the aforementioned woman a kiss. And what will we do with the former Seekvaira and the humans, said Sugu. It's just obvious, Penemu said with disgust as she remembered the person who once occupied her heart. We will erase the memory of those humans, but that pervert, let him die like the insect he is, so soldiers against him. Everyone present nodded at the cadre's order, and the soldiers took flight. Issei's ex-girlfriends and their boyfriends also spread their wings when. As if gravity had increased, the 5 girls and their partners fell. What's happening? Said Penemu trying to get up. I can't move, Kaneko said with difficulty. It's like yes, like. If gravity increased. Of course, a clear deduction, Nekomata said, a voice to which the 5 couples struggled and saw a green-haired man who was holding a strange cube in his right hand. Vilsama, said Seekvaira. I knew they were plotting something hidden, said Ajuka, passing by as if nothing had happened on the dirt road to carry out such vile acts in the style of the Cow's Brigade. Wow, Hyoudou, Issei's ex-wives don't hesitate to sink lower. Shut up. Seraphil shouted with difficulty. You know very well that we are fulfilling an order from the faction. And why doesn't this gravitational change affect you? Said Penemu. Don't talk to me so evenly, Penemu. You may be a cadre, but in power, I can easily screw you up as soon as I can, said Ajuka looking with annoyance at the aforementioned. And as for this, my gravitational cube is built in such a way that it doesn't affect me, he said, looking at his invention with disinterest, and it seems that I'm a little late in stopping the soldiers. This will be a tragedy. Maybe you already think that Gremory is dead, Naruto said, but. 5. Ajuka stomped on his head, silencing him and leaving him unconscious. Naruto-kun, Kaneko shouted worriedly. What a disgusting mouth your partner has, Nekomata said. Ajuka, at least Issei Hyoudou knew his place and had education in our society. The Nekomata just snorted in annoyance. And as for tragedy, I meant that those soldiers, they will know the wrath of my friend when they mess with the people he cares so much about, said Ajuka, so the 5 of them are in serious trouble. The girls gulped at what they said because the red-haired Mao was known for being very benevolent with his faction and his allies, but messing with the people he cared about so much by provoking Sirzechs like that was something similar to hitting a sleeping dragon in its cave. A few moments before, a few kilometers from there. On a mountain where bamboo forests reigned in those high lands, the 4 friends were sitting while Riaz and Issei revealed to them the supernatural world and the great problem they were involved in, or rather a brief explanation, since due to the circumstances in which they were involved, they could not give a complete explanation. So everything we heard as children is real, said Issei, impressed when he saw his Kuoh's wings. So Kuroka-chan, Yasaka-chan, Kunu-chan, Valerie-chan and Val-san are also involved in this, said Rumiko, somewhat scared because Riaz explained to her that Yasaka is the leader of the Yokai of Kyoto and she treated her as an equal. Oh no. I must apologize to her. Don't worry, Rumiko-senpai, said Riaz, a little uncomfortable. She doesn't mind if you treat her like usual. But to think that Yasaka-san, Kuroka-san and the other girls with the exception of Kunu-chan, who are living there with you, are your harem, Ashen said, a little out of sorts, especially that tomboy Valerie-san, whose eyes when she saw someone looked like 2 guns about to go off. I'm very resentful of the White Dragon's betrayal, Riaz said seriously. It's gotten to the point where she doesn't trust anyone in our circle of friends. I still remember one night I was going out with Issei and her to a grocery store when an alcoholic tried to touch me and hit Issei, but that provocation caused a couple of teeth to fall to the floor. But don't worry, Valerie won't attack you since she sees you as true friends and someone very close to us, said Issei. But I never thought you were a pervert, Issei-chan, said Rumiko, denying the previous attitude of her Kuoh, because in all they have known each other, she has never seen that side of him. It's something I've been working on after all the misfortune we suffered, said Issei, a little dejected. Sometimes I think that if I hadn't been a pervert, things would have been different. Ashen and Rumiko looked at Issei with pity because they had found out that many of the women who were with him were only there to have the title of Seekvaira and not for what it really is, and when Ddraig left him, they threw him away like trash. Issei said, hugging him, don't blame your misfortunes on a part that was important in your life. Riaz? Issei said, looking at the redeed who looked at him with love. The people who really care about you will be with you, no matter if you are a pervert or not, if you are the Seekvaira or not, as well as Ashen-senpai and Rumiko-senpai, said Riaz, pointing to the aforementioned, who nodded that they will be with him despite everything. The girls with whom we share the house, even Kunu-chan, who considers you the father that she was missing in her life, we love you with your virtues and defects. I love you despite everything we lived and suffered. I would not separate from my cute and perverted Issei. Riaz ended her dialogue with a kiss that Issei reciprocated, but suddenly Issei feels a beam of energy coming towards them. Careful. Issei shouted, throwing Riaz aside when. Slash. Something had pierced a brown-haired man's abdomen. Issei. Ashen and Rumiko shouted, freaking out when they saw that. Ugh. Issei complained a little as he began to withdraw a spear. Issei. Ria shouted when she saw that her boyfriend was the victim of an attack. I found them. Shouted a voice, to which the gamer club saw that they were being surrounded by the demonic soldiers and fallen angels, some by air and others on the ground in such a way that they had no escape. The four were aware of any action of the supernatural beings. Rumiko was hugged by Ashen while Issei was kneeling, since the pain did not let him get up, and the only one who could defend the three is Rias. Rias, by orders of the Great Alliance of Factions and for violating an order at the time of exiling her from the underworld, is committing contempt against her superiors and is now under arrest, said a fallen angel. He comes with us peacefully along with a disgusting powerless dragon that is there, said a demon. Or else mangy ticks from those unbearable bitches, Rias said without being afraid of them. We will use force, said the demon, and have more respect for the most powerful women of the underworld, pariah of Gremory. More powerful. Don't make me laugh, middle-class demon, Rias said, holding back her laughter. My ovaries weigh more than the supposed power they have. At this statement, the demons began to get angry because a renegade was insulting their superiors and they wouldn't tolerate that. What do we do with humans? Said a fallen angel. We usually erase their memories, but since they know too much I think it's best to silence them permanently, said another demon. Anyway, they're just two ordinary humans. But mentioning that, Rias increases her aura of anger. She was not going to allow that. They play my friends and I don't care about having the demonic faction and the fallen angels against me. Said the Redeed angrily while in her two hands, the energy of destruction looked like two furious flames. It seems that the Gremory outcast has an altered sense of reality, said the fallen angel, laughing, at which the squadron began to laugh. What makes you think you will win? Rias was going to answer when. Because I'll balance things out a bit, said a voice that Rias recognized, and immediately a reddish magic circle appeared, and from it appeared a man with reddish hair, and in his gaze, you could really see how upset he was. Ani-sama, Sirzechs-sama. Rias and Issei shouted upon seeing the bearer of the title of Lucifer confronting the attackers. Yes, Sirzechs-sama. The squadron shouted upon seeing the Mao Lucifer standing up for his prey. What were you trying to do to my sister? To my brother-in-law and two innocent people? Said Sirzechs, totally furious. The squadron couldn't say anything because the fear the Redeed caused had them petrified. And without saying a word, the Redeed grabbed a fallen angel by the neck and, lifting him up, said. If you value your life, tell me who sent you to capture my sister, and I will not be tempted to kill you, since Azazel will not protect you, said Sirzechs, while exerting more force. The Redeed, seeing that the fallen angel was not going to say anything. Crack. He broke his neck and threw the body of the fallen angel, his skull hitting a rock, cracking it on impact, and then a cave opened up. The Rumiko's horror at seeing two deaths, even though they knew they were protecting her, seeing something of that magnitude made the poor brunette hide her face in Ashen's chest. Sirzechs takes something out of his clothes and hands something to Rias, which turns out to be a phoenix tear. Rias tan, give it to Issei-kun, said Sirzechs, throwing said crystal container to the hands of the Redeed, to which she nods and gives it to the brown-haired girl. You too, said Ashen and Rumiko, we will have a talk later, but for now take refuge in that cave, he said, ignoring that he was the one who originated said stony passageway, to which the boys nodded and went to that cave. Sirzechs now saw the terrified soldiers. I was thinking of just giving them a severe punishment, but by hurting someone close to me, threatening my brother and threatening to kill two innocent people, I will not tolerate that, said Sirzechs, while creating spheres of destruction in his hand enough to kill the soldiers before me. There are no lion soldiers, there are cowardly renegades. Sirzechs throws the spheres as if they knew where their targets were, which were the soldiers who began to flee, but it was impossible against the wrath of the berserker of hell himself, who began to disintegrate before the furious gaze of the Redeed. The soldiers screamed in agony as they felt how their leader and ally killed them without a word. After exterminating the mercenaries, Sirzechs went to where his sister and brother-in-law were sitting, while the wound on his abdomen had already closed. How are you feeling, Issei-kun? Said the Redeed worriedly as he looked at Issei's garment with a blood stain. I've had worse days, Sirzechs and Issei said, smiling. Ani saw Maria said as she took out a sheet of paper where the emblem of the clan that sent to capture her was. This attack was planned by this clan. Some mercenaries surrounded us, and at the moment of defending Is and my friends, something alerted those cursed hyenas, she said, as she handed over the paper of said clan. Sirzechs' worried face changed again to one of anger, and because of that Ashen-senpai and Rumiko-senpai learned of the supernatural abruptly. That makes things a little easier with them, said Sirzechs. I must gather the leaders of the alliance, but above all, face that bastard, said Sirzechs, crumpling the paper with the order to capture Rias. But first we must go for our senpai, said Issei, pointing to the cave where the Redeed sent them to take refuge. But where are they? Rias said as she saw the cobbled and cavernous passage. This doesn't smell good, said Sirzechs, accompanying them. The three of them, going through the cave, saw that the wet stone walls were becoming a little narrow and more suffocating, but the three boys noticed something irregular. "Do you feel that?" Issei said. "It's magic, but I can't tell what kind of magic it is," said Riaz as she walked further along the narrow path. "Not if it's my idea, but I'm feeling a mixture of magic of all kinds, and even magic unknown to me," said Sirzechs. "The magical presence becomes stronger the deeper we go," said Issei. "I'm worried about my friends," said Riaz worriedly. "Ashen-senpai, Rumiko-senpai," shouted Riaz while the echo in the cavern was heard. There was silence until. "Here we are," shouted Rumiko. "Are you okay?" Issei said loudly. "If everything is fine, they should continue to be hospitalized. They should see something that will drive them out of their boxes," shouted Ashen. "At least they are not in danger," said Sirzechs calmly. "We must continue going deeper into this cave." But the deeper they went, the stronger the magical presence was. To a certain extent, the magical aura began to increase in such a way that they were reaching something or someone until. "Eyes!" Ashen shouted as he looked at his cowhace, but behind him was Sirzechs, apparently calm but alert to anything that might happen. "He must be Riazen's brother," he said, bowing. "A pleasure, Lucifer-sama," said Rumiko with a bow. "I am Rumiko Mangabe, and this is my boyfriend, Ashen Phantom. We both know everything, and we promise to keep it a secret." Come on guys, let's not exaggerate," said Sirzechs nervously, but happy that his sister and brother-in-law's friends are very polite. "I can see that you are willing to carry the secret of our race, so for my part I am calm." "Sirzechs-sama," said Issei, approaching a wall where there was a symbol, but curiously that symbol I found the source of that presence. Sirzechs, Ashen and Issei approached the symbol carefully. "It is the representation of the secrets of creation. This is a Meteoron cube," said Sirzechs. The three boys, attracted by the symbol, touch it with one hand at the same time. Phew. The symbol begins to shine as if a switch had been activated. The magical aura began to increase, a blinding brightness, and a blast of wind began to be expelled from where the symbol was. "Iwaiaya!" Riaz and Rumiko shouted. Sirzechs, Issei and Ashen were covered from said blast until the wall where the symbol was began to crumble, revealing a strong whitish light. "This power is," Issei said nervously. "Terrifying but gentle at the same time," said Riaz, sweating. "This feels something similar to the aura of Trihexa, Great Red and Ophis," said Sirzechs. "You compare my power with those snotty lizards. What a lack of respect," said a voice to what they saw the origin of that. In that whitish light where the wall was they began to hear some steps, and from which a silhouette made of the same light appeared, equaling the height of the Mao Lucifer, but both he and the brown-haired man and the Redeed were terrified to feel the imposing aura of that being. "May I know who you are?" said Sirzechs. The silhouette remains silent for a few moments and says. "I have had several names to what I have been existing before falling into that deep sleep," said the silhouette. "I can only say that I am the definitive guardian of this planet, and they have called me in many ways the truth, the omniscient, the primordial, but now that I woke up after a millennium, I will take a new identity." Those present were attentive to the being. "Call me from now on the host." Given the situation that was unleashed, a new being appeared before our friends, a being whose intentions are unknown and who has already left, revealing himself as the ancient guardian of the planet and everything related to it. What will happen to our heroes? Tap.2 Hard decisions. Uncertainty was what reigned at that moment in the heads of those present upon seeing the mysterious being that had appeared on that stone slab where Metatron's cube was engraved. On the part of Issei, Riaz and Sirzechs, uncertainty was accompanied by distrust because the fact that he appeared after having been released from that stone slab, it was imminent that there was a reason why he was sealed there, not to mention the terrible power that he emanated, despite knowing that they were containing him. Meanwhile, for Ashen and Rumiko, uncertainty was accompanied by fear. The being who called himself the host remained static until. "Wow, we have here two pure demons," he said with a calm voice, looking at Sirzechs and Riaz, "a dragon with a body made of two dragon gods, but without any magical reserve," he said, while his head went towards Issei, "and finally two humans," he said, now looking at Ashen and Rumiko. At that Sirzechs, with his nerves up to his throat since the host gave off an aura equivalent to that of a dragon god, took some courage, took a step. "Nice to meet you," said the Redeed respectfully. "I am Sirzechs." Gremory interrupted the host, current holder of the title of Lucifer, eldest son of the current marriage between Zeodicus Gremory and Venelana Bail de Gremory. "Your younger sister is Riaz Gremory, she is present here, husband of Grayfia Lucifuge, and you have a son named Milikas Gremory, one of the current sovereigns of the underworld and top 10 of the most powerful beings that can exist, of course, until I woke up." Everyone was surprised by a brief profile of the older Redeed. "How do you know that?" Sirzechs said, alarmed to learn very personal things about him. Simple, the moment you touch the inscription of creation, any memory that is in your brain or anything you have experienced, I quickly process it and have it recorded in my head, said the host. That way you will not be able to hide anything from me, I will know what kind of being you are and anything about you. So any attack you launch against me, I will know how to neutralize it without problems. Everyone was terrified by such skill of the host. And now you Hyoudou Issei, said the aforementioned, looking at the brown-haired man, previously a pervert, a naive, an imbecile pubescent, easy to influence and a hopeless addict to breasts. Every time he said the chestnut-haired man's previous qualities, a stone would fall on the former Seekvaira's head with the name of his former self's qualities, which tormented him, and every time the host continued, a bigger and heavier stone would continue to fall on his head. But despite your limitations, sacrificing your power to seal a threat that you had no chance of defeating, such as the beast of the apocalypse, the Trihiksa, for the good of the human world as a supernatural alongside one of your girlfriends, is something worthy of admiration, said the host. Despite the betrayal you suffered from some parts of the supernatural factions, especially that dishonorable lizard, you have known how to recover, and with the help of your allies, you managed to move forward. Issei felt overwhelmed by the flattery of the luminous being. He couldn't help but give a nervous smile upon being recognized for everything he did before his being, who would easily squash him like a fly. About you, human, said the host, looking at Issei, I can only say that you have lived a quiet life with a happy family, good friends and a faithful partner. It is what many wish for, said the host, looking at the human, to which Issei calmed down, looking, although you have a severe addiction to those things called video games that are obviously entertaining in my opinion. The question, host Sama, said Riaz with respect. What are you doing there locked in that stone slab? That is something I cannot reveal at the moment, said the host. I will only say that my creator, who was 100 times more powerful than me, had me in a lethargy in which I could only wake up when 3 races touched said tile. Are you saying that your awakening was planned? Rumiko said. That's right, said the host. My creator had the gift of clairvoyance and knew that 3 races would free me this day. The 5 heroes had in their minds what kind of being was the creator of the host. They all began to feel so tiny, knowing that there were quite powerful entities. And now the reason for my existence, I can only say that in 5 days you will know, said the host as it began to shine, blinding everyone's sight and expelled a gust of wind. Everyone instinctively covered themselves, since from the memories of you 3, I see that the objective of my creator is very far from being fulfilled, so I must put things in order. What's happening? Ria shouted while protecting herself. I will return them to the surface, said the voice of the host, representative of the demons. I suggest that in 5 days you gather the leaders of your alliance, but the important thing, keep in mind that from now on things will be different, and above all, it is time for you to know who will truly and unconditionally be on your side. The 5 protagonists were covered in the light that was already quite intense, but immediately they began to feel that the environment around them began to feel different, and then Issei opened his eyes to see where they were. We're in our house, Issei said as he saw that the 5 were at the doors of the new Hyoudou residence. Riaz, Issei and Rumiko were totally impressed to see and know that the host knew exactly where they lived. The 5 went to the Hyoudou residence and immediately went to the main hall, where Issei and Rumiko were sitting a little stunned by everything that happened, while Sirzechs helped Riaz and Issei a little in bringing snacks for their guests. Once the 5 were seated in the living room, the conversation began. I must conclude that the host read your memory and deduced where you reside, Rumiko said. At least he didn't show hostility towards us, said Issei. But the power he gave off was similar or greater than that of a dragon god, said Riaz, nervously enough to attract the attention of the other leaders. But none appeared, said Sirzechs thoughtfully. But despite everything we still don't know the true intentions of that being, said Sirzechs, equally nervous, but he hit it well. We just have to wait until within the next 5 days. What will you do now, Nai-sama? Riaz said seriously. I must report this to the alliance, said Sirzechs seriously as he walked before Issei and Rumiko. But the priority will also be to take care of your friends, said Sirzechs as he put a hand on their shoulders as a sign that they had an ally who would watch their back. But because of my carelessness and not watching my subordinates well, they almost ended up dying, and that is something I could not forgive myself for. Sirzechs and both humans said before the honesty of their friend's brother. Issei and Riaz smiled because not for nothing, he is a very respected leader thanks to his noble heart, his great responsibility and great sense of justice. So I want to make you an offer, Issei Phantom and Rumiko Mangabe, said Sirzechs, taking out 2 evil pawn pieces for a season, and to protect you from any scum attacking you. Would you like to be part of my entourage? The humans looked at each other, impressed to know that the bearer of the title of Lucifer was offering them to be part of his entourage, and what's more, having the security of being protected by the Crimson Satan himself. At that, Issei, taking a step forward, gives his answer. Sirzechs, Lucifer-sama, I accept to be part of your entourage, he said, bowing, only if you assure me that my family will be safe under your mantle. You have my word, said Sirzechs, and there's no need to be so formal, anyway you were friends with my sister and my brother-in-law, so you're my friend automatically. At that moment, a Shen came down, a magic circle appeared with the emblem of Lucifer, and immediately the Redeed shouted. I, Sirzechs Lucifer, order you, a Shen phantom, to reincarnate as my pawn and become part of my family. The pawn entered the white-haired man and immediately, a crimson light illuminated and 2 demon wings emerged from Shen's back. How do you feel? Said Sirzechs to his new pawn. Strange, Shen said, seeing his wings. My senses feel a little sharper. Issei said, smiling at his senpai. Well, that's something I also felt when I was reincarnated by Rias. Issei said nostalgically, while the Redeed just gave him a kiss on the cheek with a tender smile. It would be a good idea for Issei-kun to help you adapt to your new nature, Sirzechs said to his new pawn, but he looks at the blonde brunette Rumiko-san. Have you already decided on my offer? Sirzechs-sama. Said Rumiko seriously and strongly. If my Shen agreed, I will do it too, but also the only thing I want is for my father to be well. He is the only family I have left and I want him to be safe from any danger that lurks him. Okay, you have my word, said Sirzechs as a crimson light immediately appeared under the brunette with a Lucifer emblem and immediately said. I, Sirzechs Lucifer, order you, Rumiko Mangabe, to reincarnate as my pawn and become part of my family. Just like with the Redeed, the pawn piece fused with Rumiko, who immediately took out her demon wings as a sign that she is a reincarnated demon. Now, you will be part of my entourage for these 5 days, guys, Sirzechs said calmly. After these 5 days you will decide to continue being part of it or decide to return to being humans. Hi, both ex-humans said with gratitude. At that, the Crimson Satan begins to summon a transport circle. Now try not to use any of your powers, Rias Tant said Sirzechs as he begins to disappear. Now I must settle accounts with that damn son of a bitch, said Sirzechs furiously as he showed the sheet of paper that Rias had given him as he disappears. The 4 college kids were silent for a moment, only one thought in their minds was common. Whoever hired those mercenaries is a dead man, they said in their minds. Underworld. Hassle of killing Beelzebub. In the castle of the green-haired Mayu was the person in charge of the Underworld's technology department, the green-haired Mayu, who was still subdued by the 5 audacious ones along with their boyfriends, who cowardly tried to murder his best friend's sister, and also the death of the witnesses, regardless of the fact that they were innocent in the eyes of both leaders of the demonic clan, since in the eyes of both mass. The partners of his friends and brother-in-law's exes are worse than an insignificant worm. The traitors were totally nervous and terrified because if they dared to try to assassinate Rias secretly, they would have to face the Crimson Satan, and because of his reputation for being completely overprotective of her, he would be capable of annihilating a faction for her sake, including 2 of his own kind. Ajuka, please, let me go, Seraphil begged while still being subdued by the gravity cube. Ajuka-sama, have mercy. Begged Kaneko while Naruto was still unconscious at her side. Please friend, said Sugu, but… 5. The green-haired demon leader had stepped on him similar to the one he had given to the ungrateful white Nekomata's boyfriend. Don't talk to me so evenly. You damn disgusting pariah, said Ajuka. Sugu. Screamed Penemu, terrified to see how the Mayu pelivered. I leave him, knock, look Ajuka, or you free me or you. But the cadre didn't finish barking because the green-haired Mayu already had her by the neck and was beginning to exert a lot of force, so much so that the fallen angel was feeling that her vocal cords and trachea were being crushed little by little, along with the imminent lack of oxygen administration. I'd like to see what you would say to that, Sirzechs said Ajuka stoically while he saw how the cadre was having a gesture in which fury and fear combined. Sometimes I don't know what it was that Issei-kun saw in them. Anti-Vista are nothing more than some women who would give their buttocks in order to obtain a little easy power. Obviously the traitors were greatly offended by how the green-haired Mayu referred to them. Ajuka-sama, in your words, are you saying that your niece is a nobody? Sona said incredulously, knowing the true opinion of those who turned their backs on Issei, that includes her niece Laisha Astareth. Do I have to repeat it to you, Pitanko? Ajuka said without remorse, that includes her. I expected my friend to become my family, but I really thank my niece because Issei would have suffered a great martyrdom having him by her side, and to think that his current partner is going to surpass him. The FFF, it seems that you are content with a consolation prize when you had the grand prize in your hands and you preferred to take the easy way out by grabbing the first insignificant and aberrant men that you saw before your eyes. In short, your attributes only attract pigs. Ajuka-sama said Seekvaira angrily, I have nothing against you, but I am going to demand respect for the way you expressed yourself about me or else. He couldn't finish his speech because behind the green-haired man a reddish circle appeared and out of it came Sirzechs, who really had an indifferent face towards the 5 girls that Ajuka had subdued. So they were the ones who tried to kill my sister, said Sirzechs indifferently looking at the 5 girls and their partners who were starting to get nervous. The green-haired Mau felt heavy because he was already more than fed up with the fact that in one way or another, they wanted to attempt the lives of Riaz and Issei. The Redeed immediately seized Serafal, who was speechless with fear. "Anything you have to tell me?" Sirzechs said in a low voice while inside he felt like casting ruin and destruction on Serafal. "Friend, I," Serafal stammered. The red-haired Mau stared at Serafal for a few moments. He had already sworn that in those reddish eyes, it could be predicted that he was killing her in 1,000 ways. "You're lucky that I need you alive in 5 days," Sirzechs said, turning his back on her. "We must have a meeting with all the leaders of the alliance since while I saved the life of my sister, Issei-kun, and 2 humans, who were going to end up dead by those mercenaries that this family hired," Sirzechs said, passing her the sheet of paper that Riaz had provided him and was now in possession of Ajuka, who, upon seeing it, covered her face in shame. "I had an encounter with a being that will possibly change the destiny not only of the supernatural factions, but also of humanity and everything that lives on this planet in general, so both you Ajuka and that lazy knee-head and this damn traitor, I require you in my castle in 1 hour." The green-haired man nodded while Serafal gritted her teeth in indignation at the fame in which the Crimson Satan referred to her. "Hey Sirzechs, if you're going to settle scores, I'll just ask you to drop them off at a hospital and not an amphitheater, please," Ajuka said seriously. The Redeed just sighed heavily as he disappeared from the green-haired man's castle, hoping the latter wouldn't go too far. In another area of the underworld, a clan could be seen consuming their food in what was supposed to be a normal dinner for an upper-class family. "What do you think of dinner, dear?" said an elderly man who seemed to be the patriarch of that demonic clan. "Acceptable in my opinion," said the aforementioned, which corresponds to the matriarch of the clan, with a gesture worthy of someone from high society, as if she could smell the hell out of what was around her. "Hey Grandpa, did it take them long to send their report to those mercenaries you hired?" said a girl with blonde hair and blue streaks. "Father-in-law, with all due respect, but really, that's not low class anymore. Are you capable of completing this mission?" said a green-haired boy with an annoyed face. "It would have been better if I went instead of those low class." "Don't worry, they're professionals and they'll soon get their due." Leisha and Izuku-san. Izuku Midoriya, Leisha Astaroth's boyfriend and Queen Peace. "If you're friends, it was the Astaroth clan who sent those scavengers to capture and possibly kill Riaz. They wouldn't stand for the fact that an outcast, in their words, would get away with hurting the current heir of the clan." And about Izuku, you might wonder. Why is he with the Astaroth clan and even better as the fiancé of the heiress of said clan? Well, we can only say that this Izuku has an easy mind to manipulate, being corrupted by promises of power and riches from this clan, and especially from Leisha, who easily seduced him. And because of that he left the hero society adrift, especially the academy to which he once belonged. Throwing away all the time and the teachings that his teacher and the one who inherited his current power gave him when he had no hope of being a hero. For the Astaroth clan, it was easy to take away the heroes from the most promising and a diamond in the rough in being the new #1 hero of Japan to become a promising demon that would be a viable option to replace the former Red Emperor. But at what cost? Leaving behind important people like his teacher and former idol Toshinori Yagi, his mother Inko Midoriya in total misery and sadness since the day her son disappeared. She only left him a message full of hate where she clearly reflected how ungrateful the green-haired boy was for having been born without a quirk and all the bullying he suffered. He blamed her entirely. And not to mention the girlfriend prospects he had at the Hero Academy since the day he disappeared. He also left them a hate message where he reflected unpleasant things. The main candidate to be his girlfriend was none other than Ichako Uraraka, where the broccoli with legs sent her a message where he really wanted her to die. The other one, who is Momoyoi Rozu, threatened to take away all his wealth and kill his family if within a year he did not agree to her inhuman requests. Which devastated the brawl. And of course there was a professional heroine and a villain who were interested in the green-haired boy, who were the rabid heroine Mirko and the villain Toga Himiko, who were victims of a brutal beating by the green-haired boy the day he supposedly disappeared, since they tried to convince him that they did not abandon them. He did not have a heart and without caring that they were women went out to give them a beating that they would never forget for the rest of her life, and of course Leisha ended up kissing him in front of them both, leaving them devastated by such a misdeed from her former love interest. He had already grown accustomed to life in the underworld with his now new family that gave him riches, a status he didn't have in the human world, but above all power that longed for power that smiled disgustingly every day, and even more so when he knew that she was his current girlfriend. Before the promised lie of the former Red Dragon, his father-in-law was elevated, knowing that she chose him instead of someone who was supposedly powerful. Returning to the main dining room of Astaroth Castle. "Well, that red-haired brat never had to raise her hand to my granddaughter," said Lady Astaroth with a very arrogant tone. "Raising her hand to one of us only made him throw a scorpion on his back," said Lady Astaroth, "but..." An explosion had occurred in the castle and to be exact, the stone walls of the dining room were thrown out and with them the diners fell to the ground, the long wooden table was thrown out spilling the food it contained on it. The Patriarch of Astaroth entered the blast zone. "Who dares attack my great castle?" shouted the Patriarch. If it is a shouted the silence immediately, since an aura full of violence and fury began to be felt not only in the castle but also in the territory of the demonic clan. The demons were truly terrified until "I would have liked to knock on the door like a polite person, but in front of a nest of dishonorable insects," said the voice while the dust dissipated, revealing the red-haired Mayu who looked like a predator stalking its prey. "Lucifer saw Milady," Astaroth said nervously before her leader why she said, but immediately in the blink of an eye, the Mayu was in front of the Matriarch of Astaroth. She was like a coward, and out of fear she urinated in reaction to having one of the most powerful existences. Immediately. Bam. Sirzechs slapped the Matriarch hard, sending her flying into a bookshelf. "Brahma!" Laisha shouted. "Sirzechs Sama, what's wrong with you? What did you even think of?" said the Patriarch of Astaroth, but immediately now the Redeed was in front of him and suddenly. 5. Sirzechs connected a blow to the Patriarch's jaw, followed by a knee to the abdomen to end up lifting the Patriarch and finishing with something that horrified Laisha. A crunching of bones was heard as Sirzechs destroyed his back by slamming him against the floor, and if that were not enough, he fell on his back with a knee. "Ayaya!" A heart-rending scream from the Redeed got up, grabbing the Patriarch by the head, who was completely riddled by the attack of the Crimson Mayu. "You're lucky your son asked me to only leave you with broken bones, because if not, there would be one less clan," said Sirzechs, throwing him at Laisha's feet, who was scared. "Mayu Lucifer. What the hell is wrong with him?" Laisha screamed in terror. "You don't act like you don't understand, Laisha," Astaroth said Sirzechs as he threw the sheet where the great reward offered by the aforementioned clan for bringing Ria's Gremory alive was reflected, where the signatures of the clan patriarchs and the heiress herself were printed. "I know you're still full of resentment for the beating my sister gave you at the Hyoudou residence, and you well deserve it, you sly piece of shit." Laisha was nervous because if she didn't have a chance against her uncle Ajuka, against the berserker of hell, she would be like a fish trying to survive in the desert. Sirzechs was walking towards the heiress when "Betrayed, smash!" Izuku shouted, trying to hit Sirzechs. Laisha smiled evilly because the Redeed apparently didn't notice her presence. Clang. Izuku's punch collided with Sirzechs' aura, but without causing any damage. The green-haired man was stunned to see that his attack didn't work. "You dare to raise your fist in front of your leader, you shitty reincarnate," said Sirzechs, looking at the green-haired boy with disgust, "and that you call it a punch, you pissy-ass kid," said Sirzechs while preparing a normal punch. "Now you will see the big difference between a spoiled child and a demon who has more than 500 years of experience and has sheeted blood." Sirzechs threw his fist, the green-haired man covered himself, believing he would stop it easily. 5. Izuku felt like his forearms had broken like plaster, but the impact path managed to damage not only Izuku's arms, but also part of his chest and abdomen, feeling enormous pain in the impact areas, but Sirzechs' monster strength threw Izuku into the solid stone walls. Smack. The green-haired man hit the hard rock in a violent manner, falling unconscious to the ground. "Pathetic," said Sirzechs, ready to leave, but not before a scream was heard. "The Sirzechs' Gremory ally will find out about this," Laisha said furiously, pointing at the Redeed. "Everyone will realize the type of leader you are, your reputation will go to the ground, and what do you think, you will no longer have enough authority to protect your little sister." Sirzechs turns around and looks at Laisha, who suddenly silenced his words. "Reputation is of no interest to me as long as my conscience is clear, and I am convinced that I did the right thing," said Sirzechs, looking indifferently at the heiress of Astaroth. "And yes, defame me, make the entire demonic faction turn against me sooner or later, their actions will weigh in the future, and the truth will come out early." Sirzechs retreats in a transport circle, leaving Laisha pensive over the Redeed's words. As if it were an omen of bad luck, she shuddered, but now she had to heal her grandparents and her brother, who had succumbed to a minimal show of strength from the Redeed. Sirzechs demonstrating both sides of the coin, a benevolent being with the innocent and a great ally for justice, who is capable of sacrificing two of his evil pieces to protect and safeguard life, but also a being who commands respect and would not tolerate in the slightest a transgression of the laws, since if the audacious one discovers it, he would not come out well. But in his mind there was only one thing, or rather one being, that had him very thoughtful. The host. What will be announced in 5 days? The declaration of war. The imminent destruction of the planeter of races. Several questions and doubts were in his mind that he would soon know the answer to from the omniscient being at the next faction meeting. Chapter 3, The Great Revelation. The first challenge is given. After Sirzechs reincarnated Issei and Rumiko into temporary demons, things got a little uneasy. Issei's current harem learned of the attack that their friend and her boyfriend suffered at the hands of supposed renegades. The Redeed told everything about it, obviously provoking indignation against her former friends and allies, especially Leisha, since they never expected her to act in such a low way, and they even compared him to her uncle Diodora. The Issei girls, upon learning that their two ex-human friends had already entered the supernatural world in the worst possible way, decided to reveal themselves with their peculiar characteristics, such as in the case of Kuroka, Yasaka and Kunu, their yokai parts. In the case of Valerie Teeps, her usual bat-like ones reflecting her sharp fangs, the former Hakoryuko Valerie Lucifer, revealed her demon wings, and in the case of the sorceresses or bearers of some magic, they gave a small demonstration showing that they had no hostility towards them, as in the case of the Sabe, as a tamer of magical beasts, she summoned one of her less aggressive beasts. And in the span of 5 days, having Issei as a teacher and a little Kuroka, since they were reincarnated with demonic pieces, they had a slight orientation on how to control their new abilities since a few hours later, Ashen when leaving Ria's house, did not measure his strength and ended up breaking the door as if it were a weed being pulled out of the grass. And another unfortunate event, which could be said like that with Rumiko, was that on the way home a thug tried to touch her rear end. She realized it in time thanks to her enhanced demon senses. She slapped him, but it was so strong that she ended up planting the thug's face on a concrete wall. During those 5 days Usaka ordered some yokai to guard the perimeter of Kyoto University and the town where Issei and Rias are living, as well as Ashen's family, and also sent a couple of yokai to Akihabara to protect Rumiko's father. The blonde Kitsune knew that those demons and her former best friends and allies would hunt them down and search for them at any cost to get revenge by any means. They would even be capable of allying themselves with the enemy in order to satisfy their pride and inflated ego. In the human world, Rias, Issei, Ashen and Rumiko spent 5 quiet days watching each other's backs but enjoying their activities at the university. But the one who didn't have a good time these last 5 days was the leader of the demons, Sirzechs Gremory. After Sirzechs went to the Astaroth clan to make it clear that they were not going to mess with his sister, his actions had many repercussions in the demonic clans, especially in the upper class society, since thanks to Leisha and Izuku taking the role of misunderstood victims, they began to say things in order to affect the prestige of the red-haired Mao. Obviously since they are high class, the devils of similar class believed them and the false rumors of both devils spread like a plague through the high society circles of the underworld, that including the fallen angels. Also, lies spread among the people of the faction alliance, and there were many reactions. Some favored the Redeed's actions, such as the Yaokai faction, because the same leader and ally of this one had heard the version of the one who acts like this from this demon counterpart, since her harem sister was the target of a vile attack by that clan, and clearly, the Yaokai applauded the Redeed for protecting one of their heroines. But with the other factions they divided their opinions a lot, since some favored him and others widely repudiated him, favoring Leisha and Izuku. The only ones who didn't fall for the high-class demons in the fallacies told by Issei's ex-girlfriend and fiancé and the broccoli with legs were obviously Ajuka, who not content with having the beating that Izuku received at the hands of the Redeed, gave him another for being a manipulator without counting that he gave his niece a tremendous slap and in front of her own parents, since they favored the relationship that their daughter had with Issei. But since they discovered her true intentions and now she is with someone who is not worthy of her, they stopped talking to her and withdrew all support. Of course the cynical blonde had the sycophants of her grandparents, but right now they were resting in the hospital and they weren't going to get out of there for a long stay. Others who didn't believe in the fallacies of these two were Rias and Sirzechs' grandmother, the former matriarch of the Gremory clan. Chisis alongside her ancestor, the first devil of the clan, Runia's Gremory. They both have been truly proud of the red-haired devil, since he was demonstrating the principles they had established from the beginning in said clan. That family comes first. Sarah Ergand Razor also agreed with the actions taken by their cousin and leader respectively, thanks to the great influence that he has, along with Rias and Issei, with the support of Lady Phoenix who also supports Sirzechs. Rias and Issei began a campaign in support of the Redeed through the low and middle class devils, that the majority in its entirety throughout the biblical underworld, which both he and his entourages. Something that started to work since he mentioned that he saved 2 innocent people and sacrificed 2 of his valuable evil pieces for them, which was synonymous with the fact that he is capable of sacrificing anything material for the benefit of the unprotected. And that spoke very well of him. Milikas also agreed with his father's actions, since he did not like the way they treated his aunt, and if they lost her in a treacherous attack his poor and childish heart would not take it anymore, since he appreciates his aunt very much since his hero is her partner. But because of that, the red-haired leader had a strong and unpleasant argument with his entire family, obviously the eldest red-haired son, along with his grandmother and his ancestor defending him. Shouted and hit him. Why didn't they act against the Astaroth clan by attempting the life of his own daughter? But the greedy Gremory patriarch said that it was what he deserved for having stained the name of the clan by going with someone who was not worthy of his greatness, and they cynically mentioned in particular that for having hurt innocent members of his clan and other factions. But from whom a crude and empty response of support for the redeed was not expected was from his own wife Grayfia, because she had mentioned that his actions only stained the title of the great Lucifer, and now both she and her parents do not know with what face they are going to face before the great demonic society, and about Riaz, she only mentioned that she deserved to die and be the bitch of the demons for having dishonored her family. And if he wasn't going to support the clan's actions, he shouldn't even bother returning to the Gremory castle. She would finally chase him away using force, obviously mentioning that she would keep little Milikas since according to her she would educate him better, something that the little one didn't like the way his grandparents and his own mother acted, since he wanted to go with his father, he wanted to be free, no matter what. Sirzechs, seeing that his family and his own wife were against him out of pride, greed and prestige, decided to leave the castle along with his grandmother and his ancestor, but not before mentioning to Grayfia that soon he would have the divorce papers in his hand and he was going to fight for custody of Milikas. Despite the defamation, slander, insults and everything he received from the underworld society and some factions, now the redeed's mind was completely focused on the warning of the host, having the support of some leaders and some people close to him, unfortunately with some leaders who were slowly losing their sympathy but widely needed the support of all factions. They would have to take some measures for the meeting that was going to take place in that period of time that the host had said in which they would see each other again. Not knowing the true intentions of the host they should be cautious, since the redeed had mentioned that the aura emanating from the corporeal being was similar to that of a dragon god and assured that he was holding back a lot, since if he expelled all his aura, they would not know what would be unleashed because of that. Timeskip 5 days later. The day had arrived and there were 2 places where people were eagerly awaiting the host to make his appearance. On one side in the Yokai faction, to be exact in the Asaka Palace. And with the absence of the aforementioned since right now she was with us leaders of the alliance, were our 4 heroes, accompanied by Issei's harem and Princess Kuoh in the main hall. All waiting for the arrival of the host in one way or another. For example, Rumiko and Abe were playing with Kuoh, while Issei was having a game of shogi with Suzaku. Kuroka was dozing on some soft cushions and even had the nerve to scratch her belly like a real lazy girl. Ingvild and Valerie Teeps were preparing some snacks, and there is nothing better than for a hot day, some slices of watermelon and pineapple. While Riaz, Valerie Lucifer, Lavinia, Issei and Lefay were attentive to the meeting that was taking place in Sirzechs' castle. Since thanks to Ajuka and Azazel, they were given a device in which they could see what was happening live in said castle. There they could see that little by little the leaders of the faction alliance were arriving at the meeting point, accompanied either by their trusted people or by other gods. This is more serious than it seems, said Issei looking at one of the beings who did not support him, and that was Odin, who was accompanied by his sons Thor and Balder, and his wife Frigg. That green tail is usually carefree, but now he has a serious face. Don't think it's because of this meeting, said Valerie Lucifer, bringing the chopped fruit accompanied by the last descendant of Leviathan, since those lizards abandoned us and that old pervert decided to turn his back on us. Frigg Akasama stopped talking to him, and not only her, but I also found out that one of the sons of this pervert is also against him, and also the Valkyrie sisters declared themselves in rebellion against him for having consented to the actions of this Roswis. I found out Naya that sycophantic Valkyrie Roswis tried to convince her Valkyrie sisters to join them and even mentioned that her current boyfriend's friends would get them a partner for each Valkyrie sister to turn them into real women in one night, Naya Kuroka said as she went for a walk to get a piece of chopped fruit, and the result was that Gondal Naya herself massacred her own granddaughter, and not only that. Brother-san buried Roswis's boyfriend alive with a blow to the head. I'm not surprised that Thor's own daughter did that, since there's one thing she doesn't tolerate, and that's being seen as a piece of meat and not a woman, Ria said while eating watermelon. I thank Satan that they, along with Yasaka, our friendship is always more important than any self-interest. And speaking of our ally, said Lefay, pointing at the voluptuous blonde who was wearing her usual kimono, she saw a large circle appear, and from it, the traitors came out along with their partners. The blonde Yaokai could not help but show a true gesture of disgust when she saw the aforementioned people. For my mom for having to put up with certain undesirable people, said Kuoh, who arrived at the main hall with Rumiko and Abe to eat the prepared snacks. It's something you're going to have to deal with as the princess of the Kuoh-chan faction, said Suzaku accompanied by Issei. Well, they saw how the Hindu faction also arrived and also how the Mayu Phalbium Asmodeus shook hands with Irina Shidou's boyfriend. Suddenly they watched as Naruto, accompanied by his girlfriend, the white Nekomata who does not reach the A-cup, approached the blonde yokai in a flirtatious manner. He had clear intentions of making her his, and they watched as Kaneko spoke to him with a gesture that seemed to try to convince the leader of the Yakes to be Naruto's partner. That started to enrage Issei, and he went to the underworld but… Splash. They saw how Yusaka had thrown a glass of red wine in the face of the blonde idiot as a sign of disrespect, and they saw how he turned his back on him and walked away from there, making clear his loyalty to the brown-haired man. "That's my girl," Issei said proudly, while some of the brown-haired women burst out laughing like Kuroka, Valerie, Lucifer and Abe Kiyam, to the humiliated new green, to the egomaniac blonde and the white Nekomata, for not being able to avoid showing a gesture of fury and frustration towards the leader of the Yakes. Leaving our heroes for a moment in the most traditionalist city in Japan. Biblical underworld. Sirzechs, Lucifer's castle. Everyone was perplexed by the Yakai leader's actions in humiliating the boyfriend of one of the most important figures in the faction alliance. Obviously, like any pack of hungry and scavengers, they had to defend themselves, and one came out in revenge for the blonde kitsune. Isaka-sama, said the seraph Gabriel in an imperious voice before the actions of the blonde leader, with a little respect that I still have for you, I must reprimand you for your actions against Naruto-kun. What a mangy man, Kun, Yusaka said with a raised eyebrow and a mocking smile, should you wait for a woman to come and defend you? Some leaders and people in favor of Issei and Rias and obviously supporting the blonde kitsune stifled their laughter at the pathetic scene that the blonde and his girlfriend the white Nekomata were showing. He couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. And responding to your call for attention, Seraphin, Yusaka said with a disdainful tone at the end, which obviously offended Gabriel, I am simply showing respect because even if you don't believe it and don't want to believe it, I am the wife of a man, and that man is the one to whom we owe our life and existence. A few people in the meeting who supported Issei showed a smile of pride, but others only showed a grimace that reflected their annoyance and hatred. To mention someone who was undesirable for the majority of the meeting. Please, that pervert is nothing without the Red Emperor, said Asia Argento. Wow, says the ungrateful ex-nun, who bites the hand of the one who saved her from the clutches of death, Yusaka said, touching a memory in the blonde that was true. If it weren't for Hyoudou and Rias she would be in Tartarus right now. Her face is only turned to one side as a sign that she doesn't want to acknowledge the contributions of her ex-mistress and her ex-love, without even mentioning the others, or at least the majority, who if it weren't for my man, would still be having their existential crises, and most of them wouldn't be rejoicing like pigs at the achievements won by my great fiancé and enjoying luxuries they don't deserve. The traitors, offended by the reality check Yusaka had left them with, began to emanate their auras in a threatening manner. The kitsune remained calm despite the indignation of those who used to be her allies and former harem sisters. Isaka Dono Serafol shouted, I will give you an ultimatum, if you apologize on your knees, kiss our feet, abandon that useless dragon, and get engaged to someone we consider worthy of his greatness, we can consider the faction of the demons, not attack your faction. It also goes to the side of the fallen, said Penemu with an arrogant smile. The angels also have that request against the leader of the Yakai, said Gabriel with a smile that showed confidence and arrogance. The same goes for the Norse and the vampires, said Elmenhold as Roswis placed her hand on the vampire's shoulder in a sign of support. Everyone was waiting for the kitsune's response, but several people came to her defense. I think you're taking this too personally, Serafol Sirzechs said stoically. Penemu, you do not have the necessary authority to decide what to do with the fallen angel faction, said Azazel, looking at the cadre with severity. Isaka-sama, I apologize for my sister's immature and irresponsible behavior, Michael said calmly with a bow. I hope our diplomatic and friendly relations are not affected by such an offense. Don't worry, Isaka said calmly, leaving the seraph with a desire to humiliate her, who was incredulous that her older brother didn't support her. Hey, what's wrong with you three? Auden said irritably, the girls are looking out for the good of our ally, and there are much better and more powerful candidates than that pathetic powerless dragon. Old man, now the Hindu god of destruction, responded to Shiva, that pathetic dragon without powers was who I call the beast of the apocalypse, and you owe him your miserable existence, since according to your spear gunner, he could not completely destroy the Trihexa, and because of that, the former Sekiryuite and the former Hakoryuko sacrificed their powers to be able to seal it. It is something that you nor that failed Valkyrie could not do, since according to his perfect seal, it was destroyed quickly. But then why did Ddraig and Alba abandon them? Iryuka Glaciolabol is reproached if they were such good carriers, why did their dragons abandon them? It's obvious, dear, said her boyfriend, mocking the memory from what you said, the honorable red dragon and the great white dragon had abhorrent titles like Oppi dragon and the butt dragon. They deserve perfect bears. Perfection, I hate that ridiculous term to demonstrate a useless superiority complex, said the god Anubis now. And they say those underdeveloped lizards have honor. Amaterasu said now they demand it and are the first to lose it out of pride. I dare you to say it to the new Seikryuute and Hikoryuko's faces, Zu said defiantly. Once we find them, they will be our spearheads in this alliance, said the god Indra. Now with them on our side, no faction or mythology will be able to resist joining us. There were some people who agreed with the words of the Hindu god, but others only regretted such a display of selfishness and greed. But that was interrupted when X30. A slight aura of magic was felt in Sirzechs' castle when suddenly some kind of magic screens appeared and began to surround the meeting attendees. Everyone was alert, but the red-haired demon leader recognized that signature. "He's here," the host said Sirzechs. But they weren't just seeing those screens at that meeting, because in the city of Lilith those screens had also appeared, also in Gregory, in the Nordic faction, in the Hindu faction, the Egyptian and in other mythologies that were not allied to the alliance, those screens had also appeared, but above all, also on the televisions and flat screens of humans, those network interferences were beginning to be seen. Interrupting streaming signals and programs as if the internet and television signal was in error. And in the Kyoto Palace our heroes had a screen in front of them which showed the signal interference, but obviously Ria's Issei, Shen and Rumiko knew what it was about because they recognized the magic that the screens were sending. "He's here," Issei said seriously. The host Ria said nervously. Issei's harem and little Kunu were nervous because they felt the energy that was not working in that transmission, because it was something similar to a demon king. Everyone was excitedly watching what they were seeing on those screens that displayed the classic color bars. At the UN, the ambassadors had also seen a screen for each representative of the countries they represented, and also for the president of said organization. Everyone was confused by a supernatural phenomenon. Little by little the colored bars began to disappear, finally revealing who had summoned those screens, the corporeal and luminous being that our 5 heroes had seen in the attack, that Ria's was going to suffer at the hands of the Astaroth clan. The host was live. "Greetings inhabitants of the earth and all who relate to it," said the luminous being seriously. "My name for all of you will be the host." The general reaction was one of confusion for both humans and supernatural beings. "Host, what a stupidity," said Poseidon with his usual cold character and intolerant of bad jokes. "You may wonder what I am. As I said, I am the host and all of you are inhabiting a planet for which I was given the mission of ensuring the healthy and beautiful coexistence of all humans and supernatural beings, through which you obtain natural resources and exploit them for your benefit. At UN headquarters." "Supernatural being," said the Italian ambassador, "are you perhaps saying that there are beings such as angels, fallen angels and demons that only exist in the Holy Bible and in legends that have been told to us?" But what the person of Italian nationality did not expect is. "That's correct, Ambassador of Italy," said the host with a smile, leaving the ambassadors frozen and frightened. "As you know, I am omniscient, I am everywhere, and you wonder why. Because clearly I am connected to the planet Earth and everything that is connected to it, since I can hear everything you say to me. And of course this goes out to the Greek god of the sea, Poseidon. You will see that they consider it a warning." In the castle of the underworld. The Greek god of the sea, hearing what the host said, did not take well such a warning, but suddenly. The cataclysm was happening in the underworld, but not only there in the human world, they were also beginning to feel it was when the god of the sea received a message through a magic circle. Poseidon shouted the voice of a woman that the god of the sea clearly recognized. Amphitrite said calmly, "The god of the sea. Atlantis has been destroyed." Poseidon's wife screamed in despair. "Amphitrite, I'm not here for your joke," said Poseidon skeptically. "And I have that in mind, but this is serious, our home has been destroyed." And that the god of the sea, being surrounded by all the attendees of the faction meeting, recreates an image of where his headquarters was in the Atlantic Ocean, taking the worst of surprises when seeing Atlantis being devoured by a huge crater that had opened in the ground. The Atlanteans were also fleeing, but something was preventing the escape. Little by little the same crack that had opened was absorbing the people of Poseidon, who incredulously could only watch as his people and his nation were being devoured by the earth itself. But they also didn't expect that on those screens, frightened and impressed humanity would see a supposedly lost continent. Now it will disappear forever from the face of the earth, and all because it didn't know how to keep its mouth shut. But also suddenly. Another earthquake was shaking, but now only humanity. At UN headquarters. A red alarm was starting to sound, and that was something that didn't look good. "Mr. President, something is happening on the Korean peninsula," said a UN worker who suddenly showed a clear image of planet Earth on one of the screens where the host had not invaded, but it focused especially on said peninsula. What they saw left them terrified. "The 38th parallel, the border between North and South Korea, has disappeared," said the South Korean ambassador, upon seeing that the peninsula had separated from Russia and was now 2 islands floating in the sea. The host had caused a sinking in those areas and also caused the separation of North Korea from Russia. Everyone was excited to give him the host, having total control of the catastrophic phenomena that the earth can cause. Now that you have seen a small sample of my power, since I have the ability to erase from the face of the earth both countries and the territories of the supernatural factions, said the host smiling, and now so that we are on an equal footing, inhabitants of the earth will see for the first time the leaders of the supernatural factions. Everyone on earth was attentive to what the host was showing, while in Hyoudou, our protagonists were terrified of what the omnipotent being was doing. It can't be, said Lavinia Renai. It's the end of our anonymity, Ria said very nervously. In that, the host reflected before the humans the alliance of the leaders of the supernatural factions, thus revealing the hidden world that was operating in the shadows and in the ignorance of humanity. All the leaders were only resigned to rebelling against humans if they were already utterly horrified at seeing Poseidon's territory destroyed. Being revealed to humanity was already a fatal blow to their ego for some, although some leaders only viewed this with concern. Now that humanity and supernatural have come face to face after so long, it is time to reveal my master plan to know who will inhabit this land by right and merit. Will it be the humans or the supernatural factions who has that right? Everyone was terrified by what the host was saying, obviously supernatural fractions, the majority who were gathered in the Redeed's castle, thought that they were the most appropriate since they are superior beings, the traitors their partners, and some gods share that thought. Audio sounds. Or rather, who has the right to inhabit said planet, the greedy for power or those who truly follow a sense of justice and expect nothing in return, said the host, while on the screens, he began to transmit a scene that the factions recognized, especially Issei. These are my memories, said the brown-haired man, impressed. It's the battle we had against the beast of the apocalypse. The host was playing a confrontation card that the alliance of factions and some humans had against the Chaos Brigade and the beast of the apocalypse that had been released by the descendant of the original Lucifer. As Elvum live in Lucifer, humanity watched closely and with admiration the effort of those warriors to stop said beast, all in view of the pelican who was beginning to feel embarrassed since the same host was again recognizing his great work in stopping the beast of the apocalypse, ending everything when he and his fiancée, Valerie Lucifer, sealed the beast of the apocalypse, sacrificing all their magic reserves in that way, saving the supernatural factions as well as humanity itself. A thunderous applause almost all over the world in the face of such a feat. End of audio. And now it's time for justice or greed to compete to know who has the right to inhabit this planet, and for that I would usually say that each army of greedy and vigilantes make a massacre, but I'm tired of this, said the host, so I better thought of an unconventional way to solve this situation, so through some interesting devices called video games, this conflict will be resolved, but they will not be crushed playing with their controls. The representatives of the Army of Justice and Saturdays will experience video games firsthand, so I myself will choose the number one player of the vigilantes, and once said player is revealed, the supernatural beings that are now gathered will decide which side they will be, on the side of the player or the opposing side, and I myself will be in charge of transporting them to their new headquarters. There were many Sais at the UN headquarters, but they were waiting to see who was going to represent the side of justice when suddenly some letters began to appear on the UN screens, and at the moment that the name chosen by the host was shown, the Japanese ambassador shouted. "Locate the chosen citizen and bring him before the UN," shouted the ambassador, who with the approval of the President of the United Nations, UN soldiers obeyed the Japanese ambassador's order and went to the Intelligence and Reconnaissance Department. In Hyoudou they were still waiting to see who would be the chosen one when. "What the hell?" Issei shouted as he saw a device start to appear on the brown-haired boy's left arm until a kind of wristband with several green gems embedded appeared on the brown-haired boy, and from it only the sound of "Welcome player number 1, wait for further instructions from the host." Everyone was left expectant upon learning that the former Seekvaira, the true hero of the factions, had been chosen by the host as part of this game and as player 1 of the Army of Justice, as the omniscient being called them. In Sirzechs' castle. The same thing was happening as in the UN. Issei Hyoudou's name was revealed as the number 1 player in the vigilante army. Some of the leaders applauded at the fact that their hero had been chosen by the host, but with the others. "This has to be a damn joke," said Zeus with a slap on the table. "Why did they choose that useless guy and not one of us?" Akeno said, completely furious upon learning who the host had chosen. "That bastard, see what that bastard does." Seekvaira said angrily, "He's going to divide our beautiful alliance, and you who protected him too much, the only thing you should have done is make him die like the garbage he is." "Shut your damn and disgusting mouth, heir of Aegir," said the goddess Hestia. "At least I know that the host chose him for his noble heart and not for his obsession with power, as most of the people here transpired." "I agree with Hestia, Dono," said Shiva. "Well, I think it's time to decide who is with Issei." Barakiel said seriously, "I will only say that those who are in favor of that pariah of the dragons will be considered enemies of the alliance." But no matter what God's lightning words were, they didn't expect that some people started to shine first. Of the demons. The view I clearly expected at Sirzechs and Ajuka, said Serafo coldly, but with a disgusting smile of triumph, since now she will have the freedom to go after your heads. The Eraser, said Lord Phoenix, hurt. Mom, brother, why? Ravel said furiously and crying upon learning that her mother, her brother, and their entourage were now considered traitors to the alliance. I'll put up with your obsession for years with having a strong descendant, and what do you think I'm going to get it from my son and my daughter-in-law Ubaluna from you, Ravel? I can only pity your terrible decision, since it will be too late to regret it. Ravel fell to her knees, unable to digest that two very valuable members of her family betrayed her faction and the alliance. Sarah Erg and his entourage along with his mother Miss La Bale also disappeared from the Bale territory. The demons that were shining disappeared in several beams of light. Grayfia, who was looking forward to her husband's tradition, received news from a communication circle that devastated her. Grayfia. Milikas has disappeared. The silver-haired woman also falls to her knees upon learning that her own son had also declared himself a traitor to the alliance. Of the fallen angels it was only. Thank you, Azazel, said Penemu triumphantly, now I can take your place. Huh. Good luck with that, Azazel said mockingly as he also disappeared in a beam of light. From Los Angeles. Ani-sama father would be very disappointed in you, said Gabriel, very furious seeing that her older brother preferred to be on Issei's side than on his own faction, but it wasn't just him, Dulio Gesualdo and Vasco Strada accompanied him. Sooner or later your actions will cost you dearly, don't forget this when your beautiful wings change to a charred color, said Michael, disappearing with the aforementioned in beams of light. But the Greeks. This has to be a joke, said Zeus when he saw that Hera, Hestia, Demeter, Hades, Persephone and surprisingly Artemis were shining in said lights. We're fed up with your terrible decisions, Zeus said. Demeter. I told you that you were going to pay dearly for all your infidelities, Hera said. And you were willing to sell me to one of those disgusting louts, said Artemis, pointing to the boyfriends of the fallen, especially Penemu's boyfriend, who was the one who claimed her as a concubine. Author's note. Artemis is considered a misandrist in some legends, but here let's say she is only a hexwill and aromantic, here she will treat men and women equally, but the author's magic may possibly change her preference. Zeus saw with great hatred the now rebellious gods. But the Nordics. Elder, are you serious? Odin said with surprise and disbelief, but he also saw Frigg, Freya and the 12 Valkyries. They did not give a concrete answer to the father of all in Asgard, but with their silence, they only reflected the pure hatred that had him disappearing. Several personalities had disappeared from the meeting of factions. From the Egyptian faction they only left the god Seth, the god Sabak, and unfortunately the daughter of Ra, Bastard. From the Hindu faction they left Indra and the god Raju, while from the Shinto faction, everyone disappeared. Since the sides are completely defined, it is time to put the first test that will happen in 24 hours, where player 1 and a representative of the greedy will face each other, said the host, and here are the details of the next confrontation. Everyone was attentive in front of the host screens when suddenly the letters appeared. Challenge 1. Luger. Academia Kuoh. Aura, 2100 hours. Challenge game. When suddenly the screen changed to a cinematic revealing the video game that Ice will experience and whoever commands the denominator army of the greedy. Everyone was amazed to find out what video game player 1 was going to play. Super Mario Strikers Charged, said Issei. In 24 hours there will be a challenge between player 1 and the representative of the greedy army, said the host. The winner's rewards will be revealed when the challenge begins, so for now, have a wonderful day. Representatives of both armies, prepare yourselves, because the consequences for the loser will be catastrophic and irreversible. At that the screen stopped transmitting to the host. At the Osaka Palace everyone saw the brown-haired man who was the representative of the Army of Justice. They saw that now Issei once again had the responsibility of giving them, not only to his fiancés and his friends, but also to humanity, those beings who sought peace and happiness, a better world far from those former allies who sought in one way or another to take away his happiness and the peace he had earned. But now he will fight again, but this time not with fists, magic or weapons, it will be through the video games that he loves so much, and indirectly, he will be able to have a small revenge against those people who hurt him. And this time it will be quite pleasant for the brown-haired boy. Chapter 4. The first rival, the first challenge breaks out. Osaka Palace. 2200 hours. After the host created a huge scandal around the world by revealing the existence of the supernatural to humanity and revealing the first challenge in which Issei Hyoudou, the former pillar of the alliance that was now divided by personal interests. Our heroes began to slowly process what they last saw. So you'll play soccer, according to this, Ria said while watching some YouTube videos of the game. Hardly yes, Ria said Issei, but as you see, fair play does not exist on the court. Isn't it like the games that humans normally play in those stadiums? Said LaFay, since he understood that football was created in his homeland and they were fans of fair and honorable play. Does this answer your question, LaFay? Said Rumiko while handing her a mobile phone. The blonde witch saw how the Mario Strikers characters were hitting each other, with everything leaving her purple with fright. Football with the brutality of rugby and wrestling. The little blonde witch said fearfully as she saw elbows, tackles and even someone taking out a huge hammer to crush her opponents. Don't worry, LaFay Akasama, said Kuoh with stars in her eyes, while a proud smile appeared as she crossed her arms. Otu-san, he can handle this challenge. If he could handle the titanic blows of the Trihiksa, this will be a piece of cake for him. We had forgotten that, Naya, said Kuroka, hugging her man while burying her head between her breasts. Our man is capable of anything, Naya. Hey, Kuroka, Ria said, obviously jealous of the Black Nekomata's actions. Hey, don't stress, Issei-chan, said Lavinia Rinai, who also rubbed her breasts against the brown-haired boy, but what she gave him seemed like a blow. Ah, they've started again, said Abe Kiam and Valerie Lucifer with a resigned smile. Hey, they're suffocating him with that breast press. LaFay shouted. If you keep up like this, he won't make it alive to the host's challenge. Riaz, Kuroka and Lavinia saw that under his large attributes was a bluish Issei with spiral eyes. Otusama Kuoh screamed terrified, don't die please. But then, the wristband that was on her arm, the gems began to shine and a voice said. Resuscitation maneuver activated, said the wristband, and immediately they saw that some rays began to sprout from said wristband. The three girls who were torturing him stepped aside and immediately. Z. An electric shock hit Issei. Issei shouted as he felt the electric shock violently until it ended quickly. I almost saw the light. Oda-sama. Kuoh cried, crying waterfalls of tears hugging him. Please don't die yet, Kuoh said tearfully and comically, until you give me little brothers with all my Okasama. Give me over to the altar and become a grandfather please. Everyone froze at the little kitsune's request. Issei's entire harem turned red so much that they matched Ria's hair, while Rumiko and Ashen laughed nervously. Wow, our Kuoh is quite a stud, said Rumiko. I didn't expect them all to be Issei's partners, said Ashen, wiping a few drops of sweat with a handkerchief, but I guess our Kuoh has already adapted to this kind of life. But a certain Nekomata who heard what her friend said, with a cat-like smile and devil horns approached. Well, polygamy is something that dragons and demons practice, Ashen Naya said Kuroka mischievously, and you are a demon, reincarnated, but you are a demon. Rumiko unconsciously, a vein began to throb along with a forced smile. What are you saying, Kuroka-san? Said Rumiko while threatening to punch the Black Nekomata. Kuroka started to walk away, if not before releasing the spark to explode the bomb. Don't be surprised that Ashen Naya has more than one partner. Said Kuroka, starting to run. No way. Shouted Rumiko, taking a board. Don't take my Ashen, you perverted cat. Naya ha 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 ha. Kuroka laughed while being chased by Rumiko. Ashen Naya's destiny is imminent. She will have a harem like my future husband's. Naya ha ha ha. Get back here. The blonde brunette screamed wildly. Hearing about the Nekomata, Issei's friend just felt a chill. But then, Issei's wristband glows, and immediately a female voice began to be heard. Player number 1, we are less than 24 hours away from your challenge, so at the host's instructions, you must select the outfit of the team captain of your choice. To select it, just touch the hologram with your right hand. In that, they shine a little brighter, and from which several holograms are extracted, which reflect all the characters from Super Mario Strikers charged. They all stared at all the characters that the brown-haired man's wristband had reflected, even the female ones such as Princess Peach and Princess Daisy, as well as the so-called final bosses of each cup, according to the difficulty with which it is played. There were such cases as Bowser Jr., Diddy Kong and Piranha Peter. Here is the first decision you must make, Issei, said Suzaku. You should know that all characters have certain special abilities, said Rumiko. The brown-haired boy was looking at all the characters that the wristband that certified him as the number 1 player had offered him until. I already have my choice, said Issei while touching the selected player. Choice completed, said the voice that came out of the brown-haired man's wristband. At that, the holograms of the main soccer players of the video game disappeared, but now another single gram appeared in their place. Now select the 3 creatures that will be your team. The important thing here is what you want, Issei said. Ashen, if what you want is a balanced team, offensive, with power, defensive or playmaking, you must have great harmony for your team to work well. Issei thought for a long time, since his senpai's words were quite right. Until he finally chose his 3 companions. The holograms disappeared, and suddenly other holograms appeared. But this time they were the silhouettes of people with a question mark. Attention player 1, said the voice of said wristband before facing the representative of the greedy army. You will have to face a character chosen by the host at random. In that, as if it were a wheel of fortune, once it begins to spin through the 12 silhouettes that represented the team captains until they see that the light stops, causing said holograms to disappear. Elections completed. Player 1, please be aware of further instructions from the host. Our recommendation is that you go and rest now. The chosen one of the Avar army is currently having the same election. Without further ado, I wish you a good night." The voice along with the glow of the gems faded away. "So not only are you going to face someone from the so-called Avar army, but you're also going to have an extra challenge," Issei said. "What does the host have in mind when doing this?" "We don't know games," said Valerie Lucifer. "I suppose that the host for the so-called army of justice is not going to make things easy for him." "I think you should listen to the advice of your wristband's voice," Issei said Riaz while holding his hand. "It's time for us to go to sleep." "I think the most sensible thing is for everyone to sleep here," said Kuoh. "Why haven't the rebel leaders appeared?" "Among them Okasama, and most likely right now wherever they are having a meeting for the protection of Otu-san. There is no doubt that you will be a great queen." Kuoh-chan said Issei caressing the little girl's house immediately. "It is an adorable gesture," and he moved his foxtails from one side to the other. "It seems there is no other option," said Issei. "While finishing a cell phone I'll call my mom so she doesn't wait for us at home." "Well, we can go to the main room where your mom usually sleeps, right Kuoh-chan? Anyway, we are harem sisters and we can sleep in the same bed with our Issei," said Riaz. "Hi," said the little kitsune Rumiko One-sama and Issei Nai-sama. "Follow me to the guest room, you can sleep there without any problems." "Thank you," Kuoh-chan said, both reincarnated demons following the little kitsune. While with the brown-haired boy they headed to the bedroom where Yusaka was resting after a busy afternoon night. Arriving at Yusaka's comfortable and cool room, everyone began to change into night clothes to sleep comfortably, in Issei's case where he only wore pajamas, but from the waist down, revealing his well-formed torso with some scars, which for his harem, made them blush a lot. While with their girls they put on various outfits to sleep comfortably, but the ones that stood out the most were Ria's pajamas, which consisted of a reddish negligee, Valerie Lucifer wearing Calvin Klein underwear and Kuroka, who was wearing a tiny white kimono, but noticing the absence of underwear. Keeping in mind that tomorrow is a new challenge, he closes his eyes and calms his mind, just waiting for the host challenge to begin tomorrow. While in the underworld. "So, from this moment on, the leaders who disappeared in those lights, we will consider them traitors to the alliance, and we will not recognize them as gods as such," Seraphol said solemnly, but inside she was pleased that the two main obstacles that asked her to hunt Riaz have left the underworld. And not only her, the traitors along with their partners, smiled in a disgusting way since if there was no one in the underworld to watch the redeeds back, they would have a clear path to go after her and make her pay for what she did to them. At that moment the demonic council had arrived at the castle. "We have learned what happened and we learned that both Sirzechs and Ajuka abandoned their posts at the moment of being absorbed by that light, so, from this moment until the vacancies of the titles of Lucifer and Beelzebub are not filled, this alliance of factions recognizes Seraphol Leviathan and Falbium Asmodeus as demonic leaders." Ophis nodded proudly. "Also, we learned from witnesses of fallen angels that the Shemhazai cadre was absorbed by that light in Gregory. For us that is a sign of renunciation of the same faction, so, we recognize the Penemu cadre as the leader of the fallen angel faction." The aforementioned arrogantly and presumptuously arranged her hair in a sign of victory. "From the angel faction, we will recognize Seraph Gabriel as the true leader. The most beautiful seraph in heaven regretfully puts aside the fact that her older brother preferred to be on the side of that man whom she once loved but now hates with all her being than on her own side. But the Nordic and Greek factions the same important leaders remain." Zeus nodded at what the demonic counselor said. "But the Hindu and Egyptian factions, with the imminent resignation of Shiva and Ra, we recognize as true leaders of this alliance of factions the god Indra and the god Seth as the true leaders of the Hindu and Egyptian factions respectively." Both leaders nodded what was said. And concluding that the Yokai and Shinto factions renounced the alliance after being consumed by that light, they are considered traitors to the alliance and now enemies of it. "Are we in agreement?" "Totally," said the now leaders. "Now the next topic is to face the challenge of that suppose being called the host," said the god Indra, "and we must be very careful with our words. You see what happened to Poseidon for not taking care of his big mouth." The intolerant Greek god of the seas looked at Indra with a look that reflected a single thought. "Speak again and I'll kill you." Hey, we're not here for stupid arguments," Penemu was saying. Now our attention is on that stupid challenge and making our side win against that useless dragon. "Padre Penemu, I know you're eager to make your ex-boyfriend suffer and I have nothing against it, but here comes the simplest question. Does anyone have any idea what that garbage that humans play called a video game is about?" said the god Seth with some confusion because he had never interacted with something so primitive in his opinion, but above all, who has played that video game to represent us? There was a momentary silence at the questioning of the god of destruction of the Egyptian riverbed until. "If you want, I'll offer myself to this challenge," said the voice of a boy with long hair and dressed like an authentic yakuza, since he was wearing a black dress shirt unbuttoned to the part of his chest and also wearing whitish pants and brand name shoes. "This is a video game based on playing soccer." Everyone saw that boy next to the now student council president Zenobia Quarta. Of course, we're talking about the star of the Kuoh Academy soccer team, the blue-haired girl with green streaks, saying with great emotion, the future father of my children, Takumi Ichinus, with him by our side, that loser Hyoudou won't have any chance against the side that represents true power. Everyone saw with good eyes that he would face the former pillar of the faction alliance, and at that time they saw how on the wrist of Zenobia's boyfriend, a different wristband appeared than the one that had appeared to the brown-haired boy in the Yasaka palace. Representative of the Avar army now said the same female voice, it is time to make your selection. And just as it happened to Issei, Takumi Ichinus elects the captain and the members of his team. The members of this alliance of factions smiled with superiority, knowing that the captain of the soccer team was on their side and knowing that they would be playing on a field where he was used to playing and of course winning, they had in mind that Issei Hyoudou would not have a chance against their selected player. They began to celebrate in advance the victory of Zenobia Quarta's boyfriend when in a war and a challenge, doing that, most of the time it ended very badly, since knowing that the same destiny was not written for either side and taking something for granted, it was not the best strategy that someone in charge of an army could give to his soldiers, and that was known too late by the now deceased Razelvam Livan Lucifer. And the day of the challenge arrived. Supernatural Kyoto, Yasaka Palace. 1900 hours. In the chambers of the Chake leader were our protagonists, but above all, the former bearer of the Red Dragon Emperor, Hyoudou Issei, was in a kind of ritual to reduce both nerves and pressure and was based on the following. At dawn, apart from receiving the good morning kiss from his girls and with Yasaka included, since he had arrived no later than 1 in the morning, at the palace because the other leaders along with her who were transported from the underworld by the power of the host had arrived at the headquarters of the United Nations, and there they had a meeting with the ambassadors and planned security strategies to protect the integrity of Player 1. Since the city of Kuoh could be considered territory of the greedy army, and they would do anything to sabotage the representative of the army of justice, finishing the challenge, the meeting will be revealed. After that they had a quiet breakfast and then the Palikasabi was subjected to relaxation therapies, such as meditation accompanied by Yasaka, Kuroka, Kunu and Valerie Teeps in the back garden of the palace, and the essence of aromatic herbs, along with the peace that was transmitted, could make our heroes focus on their true objective. Afterwards, the exporter of the White Empress Dragon Valerie subjected her beloved to a little training, but above all in matters of agility and strength. Our hero knew that he was in good condition, and it was almost impossible for someone to push him aside, but they were unaware of the strength of the characters in said video game. So, without being tempted to rest on his laurels, he agreed to Valerie's little training. Later in the afternoon, eating a substantial meal made by Ingvold and Abe Kiem to burn some calories and have some energy as the day drew to a close, he received a massage from Rias, Suzaku and Lafay. It was already 7 o'clock at night in Kyoto when our heroes were already gathered to leave in a magic circle towards the city that now hated them. Everyone ready? Yasaka said to her allies. Issei, Rias, Ashen, Rumiko, Kuroka, Abe, Ingvold, Suzaku, and the 2 Valeries nod at the Yaokai faction leader's words. Just as she was about to summon the transportation circle. Wait! Shouted a voice. A dimensional crack appears and 2 people emerge from it, whom they immediately recognized. Ani-sama. Ria said before Sirzechs appeared next to. Ophis. He shouted upon seeing the infinite in its typical oligotic appearance. I received an indication from the host, said Sirzechs, which from his clothes ends a sphere of power that immediately applied a little magic and began to be heard. Sirzechs, Lucifer, said the voice of the host, you need to take player 1 to the military plane that is parked and blocking the main road to Kuoh, it will take less than 10 minutes. And knowing that my magic circles can take up to an hour to arrive, I asked Ophis-sama for help and she agreed to help us, said Sirzechs. And upon hearing that, Rumiko takes out her cell phone and starts searching for something about an airplane blocking the road in her direction, and sure enough, the Japanese news networks were broadcasting that out of nowhere a military plane had appeared and was leaving motorists stranded. Wow, it's big, huh? Ashen said. Suddenly the Loligotica approached the brown-haired man. It's time to go, usually in a transport circle, it would take up to an hour to reach your destination, Ophis said, looking at her harem sisters and her male friends, but my little dragon you will have to come with me, since the host's orders are final. At that point the Redeed along with the pelican entered the dimensional crack and just when the Loli was also going to enter. Ophis-chan said Kunu you can face the host. Ophis looks at her little friend for a few moments and responds with a cold but dismayed voice. The host is capable of collapsing the dimensional rift and killing us without even trying, and if I were you, I would be careful what I say about him, treat him with respect, he is a very enigmatic and fickle being, but he appreciates the good virtues of human beings and punishes whoever offends him if not, asked the idiot Poseidon. At that, Ophis entered the dimensional rift, closing it immediately. Suddenly, on the news screen that was transmitting on the cell phone of the brunette blonde, she saw that many of Cube's former university and high school classmates were wearing certain types of clothing to cheer on whoever is possibly the brown-haired boy's rival, and something in the Retied's mind arose. "Hey girl," said Riaz, "I have an idea that could benefit our man." "What is it about, Riaz?" Suzaku said. "Well, this is the plan," said Riaz, gathering Issei's harem in a kind of small assembly. Meanwhile, to avoid a booing from the motorists who had been stopped for a long time on the road to Kuoh, Ophis opened the dimensional rift inside the plane, which immediately, by order of the same host, since they felt its magic and said military means of transport, took off, taking the road to Kuoh as a runway to take flight, and in the act crushed one or another car that was there. Already at an altitude of 35,000 feet above Kuoh City, the brown-haired man sat very thoughtfully, avoiding any kind of mental tension, as he would possibly have a rather hostile reception in the city he once considered his home. "Nervous, Issei-kun?" Sirzechs said, putting his hand on his shoulder. "I would be lying to you if I denied it," Oni-sama said. "Issei, it's just that after those incidents that caused this momentary misfortune, and now I have to return to one of the places I had sworn never to set foot in again." "Don't worry, little dragon," said Ophis, sitting on his lap. "If someone dares to hurt you, I will personally exterminate him." "I don't think the host would like the idea," Ophis said. Sirzechs, "For the moment he will not tolerate any type of offense or any sign of violence that is not within the same challenge of the video game." But immediately the precious stones that are in Issei's wristband begin to shine, and the female voice that usually sounds in the protection of the brown-haired man begins to say. "Player 1, we are less than an hour away from the start of the host's challenge. Now at this very moment you will be wearing the uniform of the captain of your choice." At that moment the wristband begins to shine, and from it the magic of the same host begins to surround the brown-haired man. Over his clothes it begins to shine, and immediately the clothes he was wearing are replaced by a sports outfit, and at that moment it is revealed which character from Super Mario Strikers Charged he had chosen. "Wow, you chose the same Mary," Sirzechs said, looking at the set. Noting the comfort and freshness of the tracksuit and the reddish cap typical of a good plumber, they had protective gear consisting of a reddish aluminum bib, sneakers reinforced with metal in some parts, and gloves made of the same material that looked belligerent and would work for anything but soccer. "Player 1, if you complete the host challenge you will get the following rewards." At that, Ice's wristband proceeds to reveal a screen and from which some characters followed, but the brown-haired man noticed something. The penultimate and last reward that had been revealed and had caught his attention. Equipment and strength of the selected captain. Unlock player 2. Everyone was amazed at the final reward. "So if you win this challenge, the army of justice will have one more ally," said Sirzechs. "That would be good for humanity and for our alliance for humanity," said Ophis. Issei had doubts about the other rewards when. During your player 1 waiting time, the venue where the challenge is currently taking place will begin its transformation to better adapt to the challenge. Just then, another screen began to broadcast on the brown-haired man's wristband. At that, Issei, Sirzechs, and Ophis paid attention to the screen broadcasting on the wristband and were greatly surprised. A few moments ago at Kuoh Academy. Everything was chaos at that moment because knowing that it was the site of the first challenge of that being who managed to both destroy Atlantis and leave the Korean peninsula and 2 islands was going to be a spectacle of magnitude. But everything got out of control when she learned that through the student council president Zenobia Quarta, when she learned that her current partner and star of the soccer team of said academy, Takumi Ichinashi, would face one of the persona non gratas for the entire city. And as greed reigned in the minds of Zenobia and the director of the academy, knowing that almost the entire city would attend their beloved and perfect academy, and hoping that their star would humiliate Issei Hyoudou in the face of such a challenge, they began to sell tickets with students as a priority, and they quickly sold out. So on the academy's soccer field, attendees brought banners and things of support for Zenovia's partner, or brought signs where they clearly wished the worst for Issei. Everyone was waiting when suddenly a small earthquake began to happen in the city. Suddenly the small stands of the stadium began to shine. Everyone knew that the host was doing his thing on the academy's soccer field. The attendees saw the transformations that the omniscient and omnipotent being was causing until he finally revealed the area where the first challenge would take place. At the moment that the host finished transforming the academy's soccer field into a real stadium, several magic circles immediately appeared, and then they began to fill up with people from the supernatural, where 3/4 of the stadium obviously supported Takumi, while the other quarter of the stadium was filled with people from Hyoudou, led by Yusaka and Riaz herself, who were very excited as they were waiting for the crucial moment to show the big surprise to their man. The Shen and Rumiko hung out with people around them, especially with Yaques, since they brought banners of support for the brown-haired boy, demonstrating that the Yaques' affection would always be faithful to their hero. In a VIP area that had been created was the student council headed by the blue-haired girl with green streaks. The student council members made up of Tomo Meguri, Momo Hanakai, Ryaku Saka, Yura Tsubasa and Benya Orcus, each with their respective partner, enjoyed that spectacle in premium seats, with airs worthy of a Roman emperor in the Colosseum, soon awaiting the bloodshed. While the president Zenobia Quarta could only show a macabre smile as a sign of eagerness for her man to be able to humiliate her ex-boyfriend. In the underworld. In Serafo Leviathan Castle. The other traders, along with the patriarchs of Gremory, Citri, Agares, Astaroth and Glaciolabolas, are watching the broadcast through a flat screen, all accommodated with their respective partners also eager to wait for a complete humiliation by their chosen one against the now former pillar of the alliance of factions. At that moment, they saw 6 characters from the video game begin to line up in the field, waiting for the captains to arrive, and in the center, a metallic-looking ball appeared. They noticed that some were wearing red equipment revealing the team Issei had selected. And the other one had the protections but in a yellow color. Now everyone was watching the great show that the host had created, all that was left was for the players to arrive. Back to the military plane. Seeing the color of the opposing team's protections, Issei deduced who his first opponent will be. It can be said Issei then who is with us is. But he was interrupted by the female voice on his wristband. Player 1, it's time for you to meet your first opponent in this first part of the challenge. At that moment, footsteps began to be heard and suddenly, a being who was no taller than 1.50 meters, but above all, he had a great build, wide muscular arms, but a big belly and a barrel-shaped butt, appeared and, of course, with his unmistakable W-shaped mustache, he appeared before the brunette with a "Wario is here." Both capitals looked at each other in the eyes in a sign of defiance. At that moment, the plane's compartment begins to open and without hesitation, Wario jumps into the void in the direction of the football stadium. They only heard the cheer when the evil version of the Red Plumber arrived on the field. At the Kuoh Academy football field. Everyone saw something start to fall and immediately saw how Mario's so-called arch-rival was slowly approaching the playing field. "Ouch!" was the shout everyone said the moment Issei's rival landed face down, everyone including those watching in the underworld, in the stadium, those watching the confrontation on television, even the most stoic gods like Poseidon, did not hesitate to shout their discomfort at such an impact. "So our friend's first fight is Wario," Shen said. "But don't you think he has it a little easy, Otu-san?" Kunu said, confused. "I say this because with that belly, he can't run fast, and if he tries to accelerate, gravity will knock him to the ground." "Maybe Kunu-chan is right," said Shen, "but that slow speed is compensated with great strength when defending and a powerful shot." "In short, Issei is facing a wall," said Rumiko. The people who were supporting the Caserio were a little worried by the words of his friends, because if the yellow plumber is as they wrote, this first part of the challenge was not going to be easy at all. Back on the plane. "Good luck Issei-kun," said Sirzechs disappearing from the plane in a magic circle. The brown-haired boy just sighs and decides to walk to the plane's door to jump into the void, but before that, he feels someone pull his arm, seeing that it is Ophis. "For luck, my dragon," said Ophis giving him a kiss, "make a predestined male show what you're made of, my beloved dragon," said the lowly of infinity, giving Issei a push, throwing him into the void. The chestnut tree began to spin uncontrollably, but gradually regained balance and aerodynamic stability until it landed on the Kuoh Academy soccer field, in front of its team. And as expected, the booing he received was almost deafening. All he received were insults, threats, and everything. But in a sector of the same stadium they were winning against a brown-haired team. Ole 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 ali Hyoudou Issei. Yaokais, fallen angels, demons, and low and middle-class angels who gathered to support their hero, screamed at the top of their lungs. Chapter 5 The first challenge PT.1 Issei vs Wario. New Kuoh Academy Stadium. The first rivals were already on the field, the time clock was showing 3 minutes that the game would last on the screens of the Kuoh Stadium, but something unprecedented was happening since 3/4 parts of the stadium were incredibly shouting Wario's name, while the aforementioned arrogantly pointed at him with his ear, indirectly telling him that he is not the favorite, and to enlarge his ego, he showed off his enormous arm muscles as a sign of gratitude, but he did not take his eyes off his rival as a sign that he cared little whether or not he was the favorite. While the rest of the fans shouted Issei's name, especially the children, shouting his name instead of the Oppi dragon, since thanks to the support campaign that the brown-haired boy's allies had made, they learned that the Red Emperor dragon is a traitor without honor, which enraged the children, and thanks to that, they believed in the words of Issei's true allies, portraying him as the true hero and not Ddraig, as the traitors recounted in their version of the Trihiksa ceiling. "At least the children support Issei unconditionally," said Riaz, while she saw the little ones shout the name of her beloved brown-haired boy, among them a sheep-typed Yaokai and a low-class fallen angel child. "From everything they told me, Issei won the hearts of his little followers, thanks to his effort," said Ashen, looking at the banners of support for his friend. "And not just the children," said a voice that immediately surprised the four friends. "He has earned the respect of the true leaders and gods. Now we reciprocate his efforts by supporting him in this challenge." "Ani-sama," Milika said Ria, seeing her brother wearing common clothes, putting aside his extravagant Mao attire, being accompanied by his son Milikas, who was dressed in a summery way and enjoying a lemon ice cream. "Shiva Dono," said Yusaka, seeing the god of destruction showing off his well-defined chest, his four strong arms and his light clothing. "I didn't expect to see him as a spectator in this challenge, and even less showing off his four arms for everyone to see," said Yusaka, seeing how the people of Kuoh looked at the Hindu god of destruction like idiots. "Well, after the host revealed the supernatural to the human world, he did me a great favor by allowing me to walk around the world without having to hide my true appearance," said Shiva with his usual sly smile, "and to be honest, Yusaka Dono, I was thinking of going to lie down for a while in my home in India, but I changed my mind thanks to a certain person you know who explained this game to me. I decided to watch it," said Shiva slyly, pointing at two people who were with him. And one of them recognized him. Saji. The decision impressed Lefei, Kuroka and Abe Kiyam. "Hello girls," said the blonde calmly, shaking his friend's hands. "Tell me, how has it been for you this time in the Hindu faction?" "After you know what," said Ria, shaking the blonde's hand. "Well, it was hard to digest that my first love and my first two girlfriends did not reciprocate my feelings, abandoned me, and even worse, that they got engaged to an idiot," said Saji, remembering a certain bitter Patenko, who clearly told him that she only loved him as a younger brother, or worse, as a simp, since that enlarged the ego of the heiress of Citri, like a certain pawn and bishop. "But thanks to Shiva-sama, I was able to find a meaning to my life. And now, being one of his best warriors, and of course, I was able to find my true love." At that moment, a girl with tan skin and black hair tied back and braided behind her body, wearing a small top and a pink skirt, approached the blonde man, who gently took her hand, while a silver ring shone on the brunette woman's ring finger. "Girls, I present Isekai'ed, a warrior of the goddess Parvati and my current fiancé," said Saji, while the aforementioned bows. The girls of Issei and Sirzechs' harem are surprised by the news. "It's a pleasure to meet my dear friends and allies," Iska said politely and kindly. "It's a pleasure," said Riaz, greeting her and takes the raven-haired girl's hands. "Please take good care of our friend and his family." "I will, future lady of Hyoudou," Iska said with determination, recognizing Riaz as the main woman of his fiancé's friend. "The advantages of having someone competent, wise and strong like Shiva is that it broadens your vision of your life and brings out the best in you," said Sirzechs, clearly giving a hint to Sona Citri, since if she had stayed in Citri's entourage, she would only be unhappy. "I appreciated Shiva Dono." "Don't worry," said the Hindu god calmly, "although I would like you to say those words to the face of those perfidious women who, in fact, two of the main bitches who abandoned him, have not taken their eyes off Saji," said Shiva, pointing to the VIP area where the student council was present without caring about anything that came from them. "In the VIP room." Just as Shiva said, the student council did not take their eyes off the two renegade leaders who had arrived at the support zone towards Issei Hyoudou. "They have the nerve to come to this territory, those disloyal to power, but as soon as our leaders arrive, their party will be over," said Zenobia, furiously trying to invoke a communication circle, but the moment it was created. Crash. "It breaks like glass." "What the hell?" Zenobia said, screaming. The other girls on the council tried to alert their leaders with communication circles, but they had the same fate. They broke like glass as soon as they created them. "We can't call the leaders," Zenobia Kaichu said. Ryakusaka. "It seems that the host will not allow us to do anything while the challenge is in progress," said Tamamaguri. "We'd better not provoke the host, or I don't want to think what he'll do," said Ryakusaka's boyfriend. "If he could destroy Atlantis because of Poseidon-sama's imprudence, he won't hesitate to destroy Kuoh or the underworld." "Damn," said the irritated blue-haired girl. "Hey, Ruruko and Momo do the," said Zenobia imperiously, but closed her mouth when she saw that her subordinates were staring angrily at an area of the stadium. Zenobia saw where that furious look was directed, and they saw Sona Citri's former pawn with Isekai'ed. The council girl saw the blonde had a look that was not seen while he was Sona Citri's servant. It was of pure love and authentic joy. It was something that the blonde never dedicated to them while he was in the entourage, not even by mistake. Seeing him so happy with another girl who reciprocated the blonde's feelings, something in them was making them furious, but they did not know why they felt that way. If they had better men according to them, why did it bother them to see Saji like that? "Hey dear," said Ruruko's boyfriend. "Is something wrong?" Momo's boyfriend said now. "It's nothing," said Ruruko sharply. "It's not important," said Momo with a tone that demanded not to inquire further, but her eyes began to shed tears of anger. Everyone saw the attitude of Sona Citri's pieces because apparently, she did not like to see her former colleague being happy with another woman, knowing that she went to support the traitors plotting something against him, because in her opinion, he did not deserve to be happy under any circumstances. Back to the field. The horn sounds and the captains immediately run toward the metal ball. Issei wins the ball and immediately gives the pass to Boo, who immediately heads down the wing, Issei's left towards the goal, but Wario's Shy Guy comes out to get even and tries to tackle him, but Shoo. Ahahaya. Laughs mockingly, the ghost trolling Wario's ally. Shy Guy smashes through the Boo, but that's not all. Shy Guy crashes into the force field that divided the field from the fans. Bzzzzzzzzzzz. The Shy Guy ends up electrocuting himself in the force field. The Boo, losing his transparency, heads towards a Kremling, Donkey Kong, Wario's goalkeeper, ready to score, but the last one comes out as Bullied. With a kick, he launches Boo, snatching the ball from him and immediately grabbing it with his hands. The fans supporting Wario cheered at the sudden maneuver of the yellow-haired plumber's goalkeeper. "With our friends. Hey." Milika said when he saw how rough the game was, and isn't there supposed to be a referee? "I'll just tell you that fair play here in this match." Milika's con went on sabbatical, Ria said nervously. "Watching these kinds of games on the console is one thing, but in person," said LaFay, somewhat scared. "Did you forget that we fought against Trahixa?" Shiva said with a face of "Are you FNCKNG kidding me? That experience is similar to an RPG game and you get scared because of this? Enjoy the match a little and get out all those pent-up emotions." LaFay just curled up in embarrassment because Shiva was right. They had gone through a very traumatic moment and possibly would have lost their lives if it weren't for Issei and Valerie's sacrifice, so this game must have been nothing to her. Consequently, she nodded to Shiva because he was right. Returning to the countryside. The goalkeeper throws the ball towards Wario's left wing towards a Hammer Bros, this one having the same condition as his captain Wario, little speed but great power. He runs to the midfield, but suddenly, the dry bones of Issei's team was heading towards Hammer Bros, taking the ball away from him. "This way." Issei shouted, raising his hand. The Skull Turtle throws the metal ball towards his captain, but doesn't see that the yellow Hammer Bros took out a giant hammer and suddenly. "Ouch," everyone shouted. The poor reborn turtle was buried in the field after the impact, but the pass was a success since Issei received it. "Let's go," shouted the brown-haired boy towards his Hammer Bros and his Boo, who were heading towards their rival's goal, while Dry Bones tried to get out of the hole in the field. Issei sees that Wario, accompanied by his Boo and Shy Guy, were approaching to defend. He saw that he was surrounding Shy. Wario was approaching Hammer Bros, who were running through the central area of the field, and Shy Guy against Issei's Boo on the right wing, so the brown-haired boy saw that Wario's Boo was the one who was on his heels. "Here it goes." Issei shouted, throwing a cross towards his Boo, who immediately floated to grab it, or rather devour the ball, and have it inside his intangible body. But Issei's Boo, seeing that the Shy Guy is coming with a sweep. 5. He shoots the ball, or rather throws it from his mouth, receiving full aggression from Shy Guy, stamping it on the electric protection wall. The metallic ball heads towards the goal that Kremling repels with his hands, but the ball that was in the air was going towards Hammer Bros and Wario. Both of them jumped to have possession of the ball. "Use them," Issei shouted. The Hammer Bros listened to his captain's instructions, knew what he was referring to, and immediately came out of his shell. Plum X5. Hammer Bros launched 5 hammers at Wario's Kremling, hitting it and stunning it. Hammer Bros, taking advantage of the goalkeeper's indisposition, fires a shot towards the goal, scoring the first goal for Issei's cause. Issei 1-0 Wario. "Goal!" shouted the fans supporting Issei. Issei went to hug his partner as well as Boo and Bones, congratulating him for such a feat. The Yaokai, Fallen Angels, and low and middle-class devils screamed at the goal they had scored. Milikas, LaFay, and Kunu jumped up and down excitedly, while Sirzechs, Rias, and Suzaku clapped with smiles. Those who were against him only shouted in annoyance and frustration at the goal scored by the scoundrel they hated so much. The council also shouted in anger at seeing that their enemy had scored. In the underworld. In Seraphil Castle. Everyone present screamed in frustration and in some cases, like real idiots, threw whatever they had in their hands to the floor or threw it at the wall like an idiot, like in the case of Akeno's boyfriend, who had a glass of wine and slammed it on the floor, demonstrating the great education that this guy had. Back to the field. Issei got into position, but saw that on his wristband some of his gems were shining. He checked that it had the symbol of a red shell. "It's true, for every charged shot I shoot or that my teammates shoot, I have access to one of the special weapons," Issei said mentally, since thanks to Hammer Bros he obtained it. He saw the game that barely passed a minute, he had 2 o'clock. Immediately the beep was heard and Wario took off like a rocket. I fired a charged shot at Issei's Kremlin which he repelled with his hands. "He has an artifact, I must act with caution," Issei said in his mind. The ball falls to Drybones, who immediately takes a step towards Issei and receives it, but not a second passed, and Wario was already on top of him. "Oh shit," Issei said, watching how Wario's yellow mass was about to launch a merciless attack. Bam. Wario tackles Issei and the area electrified, happening the inevitable. "Ah." Issei screamed as he felt the electric shock in his body. This feels 1,000 times worse than receiving a lightning shock from Thor's own Mjolnir. He said, screaming in his mind, and immediately fell face down, feeling the electrocution he received. But Issei fans. All the fans of the brown-haired boy were shocked by the attack their hero suffered at the hands of Wario. Issei kunai otu-sama. Shouted his harem, worried. Gunu and Milikas covered their eyes while their mother and father respectively hugged him protectively. Ashen, Saji, Iska, Rumiko and Sirzechs just limited themselves to closing their eyes and hoping their friend would recover quickly. Issei's followers screamed worriedly about their hero's situation, and even the children screamed worriedly. But Issei's detractors. Ahahahahaha. They began to laugh at the chestnut-haired boy's misfortune. The students, teachers, parents, and common people of the city enjoyed Issei's suffering. Our protagonist saw the faces of sick and sinister joy on the citizens of Kuoh, clearly demonstrating that the traitors had done a great job of brainwashing the people of said city. But the student council, they also burst into laughter, and some boyfriends like Yuri Tsubasa and Tomo Meguri dared to make mocking faces representing Issei's gesture when being electrified, which increased the laughter in the council. In Seraphol Castle. The traitors and their partners had different reactions, but all in favor of enjoying Issei Hyoudou's suffering. Some mocked him rudely, like Penemu, Akeno, and Seraphol, along with their current counterparts, who spat out what they were eating to laugh at the brown-haired boy. Others, like Gabriel and Asia, along with their partners, did so in an exquisite manner, demonstrating their high society education. Back to the stadium. They weren't lying that they really hate him, said Ashen, listening to the exaggerated laughter of some. It seems like they were told the best joke of their lives, Rumiko said, quite. I would love to shut them up with a single blow, but if I do, the host would retaliate against my faction, said Shiva. I don't want to do a Positanata. It's all in Issei-kun's hands to shut them up with his game, Yasaka said, very dismayed but also repressing the urge to become a yokai and wipe out Kuoh with a will-o'-the-wisp attack. Back to the game. Wario was now driving the ball through the center of the field, and then he saw that Issei's Boo, Hemerbros and Drybones were going against him, ready to take the metal ball away from him. The greedy yellow plumber saw that his opponents were approaching at speed. He smiled maliciously. The R. A shrill sound resembling a giant balloon deflating alongside a brown and green cloud came from Wario's rear end, causing Issei's allies who had smoked that atrocity to run away from there, holding their noses and, in the case of the Hemerbros, crying. Everyone was stunned when they saw the digested bean firecracker that Wario had thrown. Milikas, I know it's a normal bodily function, but if you do it in a place where no one sees or hears you, said Sirzechs with a poker face. The same goes for you, Kunu, Yasaka said, in the same way a polite young lady should do it in appropriate places like the bathroom. Hi, both children said with their faces looking like they had seen something bizarre. Back to the field. Wario had activated his special ability, which is paradoxically called Oxygen Mask, and thanks to that, he had a clear path to the goal. All of Kuoh was shouting at Wario to shoot. Issei, who was far away, watched helplessly, as he wasn't going to be able to take the ball away from him. But the worst happens for Issei. A meter appears in front of Wario, and number 5 appears on said meter and returns, reaching the orange zone immediately. As if he were a superhero, the fat yellow plumber takes off into the sky. All of Kuoh was waiting to see what the yellow plumber was going to do, but Rumiko and Ashen knew what Issei's opponent was going to do. Oh no, Issei is in danger. Rumiko shouted. What's going on? Sirzechs said. Wario will do his Mega Strike, balloon explosion, said Ashen without taking his eyes off Wario. Mega Strike? Said Kuroka, confused. It's a shot that only the captain can take, said Ashen nervously. In the game it is done while leaving the charge button charging, and depending on a meter as it appeared in front of Wario, you will be able to know how many balls he will shoot and the meter will return to the colored zone. The closer it gets to the red color, the faster and more difficult the balls will be to catch. So Wario will shoot 5 balls. Kunu said, terrified. That's right, said Riaz, while her sight now turned to a character. All that's left is for Issei's goalkeeper to stop everything. The chestnut-haired boy's allies saw the creator already preparing to face Wario's Mega Strike. Back to the field. Issei, seeing that his opponent performed a Mega Strike, sees his goalkeeper, who was alert, when suddenly he sees that his wristband begins to shine. What the hell is going on? Said the brown-haired man when suddenly a light blinded him completely, and when the light began to give way he began to feel something strange in his body, and when he regained a little sight, he felt that something had something in his hands, and the worst, he felt like he was wearing a helmet in the same style as American football, not to mention that his skin looked scaly. It only meant one thing, what the buck? Issei screamed in his mind when he saw that his mind had been transported to the body of his goalkeeper. The brown-haired boy saw that his body remained in a kind of trance. Immediately his gaze turned to the sky where Wario began to inflate like a balloon until he absorbed the ball and immediately. "Give me your best shot," Issei shouted with the critter's voice, and in that boom, Wario explodes by throwing 5 balls at a fast speed. Audio plays. Issei, in the mind of his goalkeeper, claps his hands as a sign of being ready, seeing the shots that his opponent launched, and immediately 5. The first one I throw to the corner, but Issei repels it. 5. The second to the center that the brown-haired man caught without difficulty. 5. The third one goes to the bottom left corner, which Issei catches with difficulty. 5. The fourth shot aimed at the lower center area, Issei repels it, but when he sees the fifth shot, plong. Feeling like a blow from Sirzechs Bale himself, the metallic ball hits the critter's Issei face, sending him to the ground, and consequently the ball enters the goal, giving Wario the tie. Issei 1-1 Wario. End audio. Goal. Shouted the whole stadium as Wario celebrated with his fans. Kuoh cheered Wario like a hero after he scored a goal against a brown-haired boy. The council members went overboard with their celebrations, throwing their snacks, drinks, and victory signs in the air with hands that looked like they were having flea bites. Especially Zenobia, who laughed at him mockingly and showed him the middle finger in the direction of Issei. In the underworld. In Seraphol Leviathan Castle. Just like Kuoh City and the student council, the traitors and their partners celebrated Wario's score like idiots by throwing everything they had in their hands. While with the patriarchs, they only limited themselves to toasting with a drink of their preference that ranged from dry cognac and champagne. "It was to be expected," said Lady Citri arrogantly. "The dragon without power is so vulnerable that a simple mouse can defeat it," said Venelana so exquisitely. "Riaz is just wasting her time with that useless pervert," Zeotica said arrogantly, "and I don't want to think about the mockery we will be in the underworld if she gives birth to weak grandchildren of that bastard." "Don't worry, Zeoticus," Lord Phoenix said. "Now after all, the former entourage of that shameful man who stained the name of your clan will have great offspring, and they will be the best warriors who will enhance the honor of your clan." Zeotica saw his daughter's former entourage and couldn't help but smile like an idiot, imagining the children of his servants. Perhaps his children disappointed him by not being with his ideals of abandoning someone who has no power, but that comment from his friend, but that would not prevent him from seeking the respect and recognition of the underworld and being one of the most powerful clans at all costs, even if he does not have the help of his children, his grandson or his ancestors. Back to the field. Issei's mind returned to his body, which remained in a trance, and despite returning to his body, the area where the metal ball hit still hurt. "It's a good thing I'm used to Serag and Valerie's blows, because if I weren't, I'd be completely knocked out," said Issei, "and with this I confirm that the goalkeeper position is the most difficult in soccer." And that he sees that there is only 1 minute left in the game. He sees his wristband that now has 2 objects to use, his red shell and another that had Mario's face on it. The brown-haired boy now heads toward the center of the field where Wario is waiting for him. The whistle blows. Issei launches a charged shot towards the critter that repels without difficulty. Wario's Hammerbros catches the ball. Seeing that Issei's drybones goes against him, he launches a pass towards Wario, but at the moment he was going to receive the metallic ball. "Swallow this," Issei shouted, activating his wristband, and suddenly in front of the brown-haired boy, a red shell appeared, going at full speed towards Wario. Ham. The yellow plumber receives the shell thrown by Issei, preventing him from receiving the ball. 050. That move obviously bothered the people of Kuoh, because the fact that Issei started to show off on their land did not make them happy at all, and cynically, the shouting that could be heard between screams began again. "Damn cheater," the students shouted. "Do you have a hard time playing fair?" shouted a teacher who really hated Issei. "Go to Hyoudou, book you," some of the kendo girls shouted. "Play with honor, Hyoudou," Murayama shouted ironically. But Caddis, in a fit of idiocy, having a refreshing drink and 5 meters from his seat towards Issei, came up with the intelligent idea of throwing it at him to provoke him, but ignoring a simple detail. Zzzzzzz. The plastic cup with the drink remained static in the electromagnetic field, and suddenly, smoke. He shot out towards Caddis, who, smack. The electrified glass ended up hitting the pink-haired girl's face with twice the force. "Ouch!" Caddis screamed, holding the impact area. "Friend," shouted Murayama, and several of Kuoh's kendokas worried about the impact. The pink-haired girl sobbed, but internally she cursed the brown-haired boy, as always blaming him even for things she did, but the worst thing is that Issei didn't even realize the attack she was going to do. Everyone was attentive to the last moment of the match. Both sides in the stadium were with their mouths open watching Issei's last shot. In the case of the brown-haired allies, they were so nervous that even Kuroka herself was biting her nails, Lefei fanning herself with a fan, Abe Kiem and Ingvald covered their faces with their blouses, not wanting to see because of their nerves. The first metallic ball was heading towards the goal in the lower right area. "Goal!" shouted the Issei fans. The critter, upon hearing this, realized that a metal ball had entered the goal. Gabriel and Kuoh City's team started yelling at the goalkeeper. He wanted to know when he put that ball in the back of his goal, and immediately on the giant screen, the repetition of the 4 balls thrown was playing, and he saw that at the moment he made that mockery of Issei yawning, he closed his eyes, and in that the 4th ball passed to the side without him noticing it. When he opened his eyes to stop the 4th ball, it was too late. Issei 2-1 Gabriel. The bugle sounded, and Issei immediately went to the area where his people were and celebrated in front of them. He, along with Drybones, Hamurbros, and Boo, were all waving in front of their people. Gabriel and his team, meanwhile, headed back to the locker room, dejected, as their last-minute overconfidence had cost them the match. The children screamed with great emotion, cheering their hero as much as they could, led by Kuoh and Milikas, who shouted happily for the victory of their hero. Shiva, Ashen, Suzaku and Sirzechs applauded with a smile at the victory of their friend and boyfriend respectively. Baroka, Lefei and Rumiko celebrated jumping like girls for the last-moment victory of their friend. Riaz, Abe, Ingvild and Valerie blew him kisses with their hands, and in the case of the Retid and the Kitsune, they made a heart with their hands as a sign that they loved him madly. But the faction defeated, Kuoh City started booing again like sore losers, not accepting Issei's victory, something that also happened in the underworld, and in the faction alliance zones, they were shouting, throwing tantrums. They wanted Issei to lose, so that it would be recognized that he is a nobody without power. Suddenly the screen started broadcasting. The host, Yusaka, shouted, pointing at the screen. Everyone remained silent before the organizer of the challenges. "The great game you have given us, representative of the Army of Justice, you continue to surprise me, Hyoudou Issei," said the host, applauding and recognizing the brown-haired man. Obviously feeling flattered, Issei bows in gratitude. Now there will be a 1-hour recess for the representative of the Army of Justice to take a break and relax while the representative of the greedy army arrives at the field. And remember, do not attempt to attack anything or anyone while this challenge is still in progress, since the audacious one who dares to challenge me will have a fate similar to that of a sea god with a stupid superiority complex. Everyone remained silent while internally cursing not being able to do anything to sabotage Issei, while he and his team went straight to the locker room to rest a little, since the next game will be the decisive one to complete the challenge, but he knows that whoever he faces will be someone much more difficult than the yellow plumber. He had to concentrate and not be confident. Since this, he could consider it a great revenge against the people of the factions for despising him for being someone without power, and thanks to the host, he will be able to do it in reality, but without knowing that the fate of the loser will affect more than one in a castrogenic and irremediably. Chapter 6 Intermission, the point of no return. In said locker rooms where our hero along with his team were having their hour of rest and recreation, but they were not alone, since they were being accompanied by his harem led by Riaz. There were also the 2 university friends of the brown-haired boy who were preparing some snacks to recover some energy, also by Saji with his girlfriend Issei, who supported Rumiko and Ashen in preparing something light so that his friend and his teammates recover some energy. And finishing the list of those who accompanied him were Sirzechs and Shiva, accompanied by Milikas and Kuoh. These 2 kids were motivating their hero's team members. "You're the most beautiful thing I have ever seen," Kuoh said sweetly as she hugged Dry Bones. The reborn turtle was embarrassed by the little kitsune's affection. "You're great," Milikas said with stars in her eyes, while Issei's ally Ghost, with his typical laugh, boasted about how he got through things to the only son of Sirzechs and the nefarious Grayfia. "I like your aggressiveness on the playing field. I even feel that you have more guts and courage, that you could easily carry them Jolner than the incompetent Thor," said Shiva, giving a compliment to the armed turtle, patting Hammer Bros on the shell while he thanked the Hindu god's words with grace. But with Sirzechs, he was looking at something that was making him nervous that the aforementioned, along with Ashen, Rumiko, Issei and Saji, were completely ignoring. The brown-haired man was lying face down on a massage table, his torso naked, while his hips were covered by a towel that reached his thighs. You might think that the girls in his harem are giving him a massage to loosen the pressure on his muscles and, in the process, feel the tasty of his man. Well, no, they are left wanting to taste their dragon's body, because at that moment, they were watching with ticks in their eyes and without hiding a bit the enormous jealousy they had. As another woman was giving said massage to an Issei who was calm and enjoying it. "Is this strength okay?" said a brunette with braids and wearing glasses, dressed provocatively, applying force with her fingers on the shoulder area. "Yes, I like it, and thank you very much for taking the time to come give me a massage," Kiryu said. Issei relaxed. Well, the former pervert of Issei's class, Kiryu, is one of the few people in the city who weren't against our hero for a simple reason. the brunette feels a great attraction to him, but out of pride and part of her own personality that was very shy under the face of someone arrogant and perverted, she could never declare her feelings towards him, and just when she had gathered the courage, her heart broke when she found out from her, now ex-friends the religious trio, that the love of her life is the current boyfriend of Kuoh's ex-one Isama, Ria's Gremory. Thinking that it was the end of her romantic life, everything took a 180-degree turn when the host introduced himself to everyone, and thanks to certain connections he had with the supernatural world, especially the defamation of Sona Citri with the occult club, by further staining Issei's name, but also Ria's by claiming that he attacked her without reason, calling her violent, by spying on one of the student council conversations. She learned that her beloved is a dragon, and also learned one of the benefits that dragons had is that they practice polygamy, since Zenobia called women who are like him as sly, stupid and traitors to the cause of the alliance. So to show him that she is a trustworthy person and loves him for who he is, and not for a title that he stopped carrying because of the traitorous red dragon, she decided to take an active role in terms of support, knowing that her beloved was going to arrive in Kuoh as player 1 and in the process, show him in front of the alpha of her harem, Ria's Gremory. That she wants to be by the side of the boy who won her heart and love, but now she was enjoying the jealousy she was causing by touching the brown-haired boy's body, while Sirzechs, was sweating profusely at the brown-haired girl's audacity in provoking her sister, who has shown that she is not afraid of even the gods when they mess with her man, since she is worse than a dragon at provoking him. "Well, I'm done with your back," said Ika, as she watched Ria's increase her aura that looked more like an oven, while in her gaze, her eyes shone a reddish color, it looked like iron in the forge. "Now continue," said Ika, as she lifted the towel, while she saw Issei's buttocks, who unconsciously licked his lips. The brunette. That was the final straw for Ria's as she grabbed his hand. "Kiryu-san, I think that was enough," Ria said with a smile that reflected everything but joy while holding his hand. "Oh, how do you think, Ria-san, I haven't even finished giving you the full service yet," Kiryu said while still maintaining his arrogant smile, since provoking people was his strong suit. "Although you and the others have had their fill of Issei's tea, don't you think you should give the opportunity to the new member of your harem?" In response to the latter, Drybones and Sirzechs covered Kuoh and Milika's ears and eyes respectively, since the demonstration of someone who butted into the discussion and was eating Ria's and Kiryu's food was a bit too much for both infants, since they were not going to cause them a small trauma before they entered puberty. "Just because he gave you permission to be with him doesn't mean you're going too far," Kiryu-san said Ria's as both girls butted their foreheads in a sign of grief, while their smiles grew even bigger, along with their aura of defiance. "Oh, are you indirectly telling me that you don't know how to please Issei in that sense?" Kiryu said, provoking Ria's even more. "Them girls," Usaka said, calling for attention but being ignored. "Believe me, I can please Issei and more, I can measure and sharpen his natural Excalibur," said Kiryu adjusting his glasses. "Girls," said Abe Kiyum seeing something out of the ordinary and equally being ignored. "Oh sure you can try," Ria said arrogantly, "but I'm not responsible if Issei leaves you at the gates of Nirvana from so much ecstasy." "Girls," Suzaku said now, being ignored. "It will be a piece of cake for me," boss said Kiryu, not being intimidated by the redeed. Both confronted each other, and neither gave in to the other, the alpha and the new member, like lionesses fighting over their prey in neutral territory. "Hey girl," said Sirzechs. "What the buck do you want?" Kiryu and Ria shouted with a distorted voice, or rather, a demonic one, seeing the Siskin and the rest of the harem wanting to kill them. The redeed soul almost jumped out when he saw his sister possessed by anger and jealousy, but he quickly recovered and said. "I wanted to tell you that while you were arguing someone finished your work and in this case, someone ate your food," said Sirzechs pointing at a person who was above Issei. The brunette and the redeed looked where Sirzechs was pointing and discovered. "Do you like it like this, Issei Naya?" Kuroka said on top of her man. "Yes," said the brown-haired boy a little embarrassed. While the brunette and the redeed were arguing like madmen, the rogue Black Nekomata had infiltrated the middle of the conversation, and taking advantage of the fact that Kiryu had let the dragon meat soften, it was her turn to season it. Taking advantage of this little oversight, she began to give her man a massage. For that, she had taken off her entire black kimono that she was wearing, showing a simple but revealing bikini to the Nekomata's body. And to make something more pleasurable and win points with the brown-haired girl, she smeared all over her body all the oil that the brown-haired girl with braids had prepared, and in an erotic way the raven-haired kitten began to rub her entire body on top of Issei. He only felt Kuroka's large breasts on his back in particular, her hard nipples that when they passed over his back, he felt great chills that made him nervous, but he liked to feel them. As well as her hips and her feminine intimacy that despite being covered by the bikini panties, he could feel it all under the intoxicating and relaxing fragrances, combined with senjutsu, a combination that Kuroka managed to discover to disarm Issei. All stunned, the brown-haired boy now lay on his back having a sight that made him nervous for two reasons. The first is seeing his girl smelling of the stunning and relaxing essences left him out of combat, while she looked at him with pleasure and lovingly, while the other reason was that he was nervous, swearing that behind the mischievous Nekomata there was a big fire, but it was the zealots of Rias and Kiryu who were possessed to see what the raven-haired Nekomata did. "And this last one will be for you," Issei Naya said Kuroka while grabbing him by the cheeks and immediately gave him a huge kiss without caring that they were watching her. She liked to show that she had a male who completely dominated that kitten, and that was Issei. Separating due to lack of air and with a thread of saliva connecting, Kuroka was going to say one thing but. Ham. The Nekomata feels a double painful pressure on his head, he turns around like a doll, and I swear I see two female Anis ready to give him divine punishment. "How dare you do that right under my nose, Kuroka?" Ria said with a distorted voice that could make your hair stand on end. "And act so shamelessly," said Kiryu with a smile that reflected dark intentions. Kuroka was terrified to see the new one and her harem boss with unpleasant intentions towards her. The other girls of Issei could only see this with fear, like Sirzechs who continued to censure the side of his son, Shiva, Boo, Drybones who still closed Kunu's eyes and Hamurbrose. "I'm leaving," said Issei, silently withdrawing from the massage table while putting on his sweater. "Issei Naya, save me." Kuroka screamed, crying comically. But the black Nekomata felt her head turning aggressively towards a wall. "Don't you dare act innocent," Ria said with a murderous look. "As if you could escape your destiny," said Kiryu in the same way. Both of them take a breath and scream at the same time. Subnormal cat. Accelerating her speed, Kuroka watched as her beautiful face approached the wall. 5. Swearing that the stadium felt a slight earthquake, the force with which Rias and Kiryu smashed Kuroka's face was somewhat abnormal, since the motionless Nekomata looked like an ostrich, but instead of having her head on the ground it was on said wall. "Ah, this is the 11th time this has happened," Abe said with a heavy sigh. "Suzaku-san, Yasaka-sama help me get her out of there." The former head of the Himejima and the Yokai leader nodded at the request of the magical beast trainer and began to try to unlock Kuroka's head. "Wow, a woman is quite dangerous when she has two explosive elements running through her veins," said Shiva. "That's something that my Milika's mother never showed," Sirzechs said somewhat dejectedly. "I even feel that our marriage, our relationship, our son, meant nothing to her." When she said those words against Rias, it revealed that the only thing that mattered to her was prestige and power. Everyone saw the dejected Mayu and could not feel pity. Issei's harem, Drybones, Hamurbrose, Boo. Ashen with Rumiko and Saji along with Iska, even Shiva, who is an arrogant first-class man, could not show any pity for the demonic leader who unconditionally supported Issei and his sister. But he felt a hand and saw his son showing that innocent smile that characterized him. "Don't worry, Dad," Milika said optimistically. "Somewhere, there will be someone willing to love you for who you are and not for material things." Sirzechs immediately snapped out of his pessimistic attitude and couldn't help but smile at his son's words. But the atmosphere was cut short when Issei's wristband spoke. Player number 1, 20 minutes left for the second phase of the challenge. "Well, and who will be Issei-sama's opponent?" Iska said, giving the brown-haired boy an energy drink. "The soccer star of Kuoh Academy and who believes himself to be the new Lionel Messi of Japan, Takumi Ichina," said Kiryu, already calmed down. "He is the current boyfriend of the nefarious president of the student council, Zenobia Quarta." "Quarta, isn't she one of the girls who abandoned Issei when the dishonorable Izzard abandoned him?" said Ashen, giving a snack to Issei and Hamurbrose. "That's right," said Rias without avoiding showing her repudiation for her ex-knight. "She only saw my Issei as a sperm factory when she had Ddraig, but when he abandoned him, she saw him worse than garbage. Although I tell you one thing, that day that I got even with everyone, I broke the fingers of her hands, leaving her unable to take Durandal. There I showed her that without her sword she is nothing." "Oh yeah, the next day Griselda came to my office demanding that I punish you for doing that," Sirzechs said in a tired voice as he remembered Gabriel's Queen of Hearts screaming like crazy at him. "We're getting off topic," Saji said. "We're talking about our friend facing off against a soccer legend. And there is nothing more pleasing to him, to enlarge his ego as a soccer diva, than being the local in a match," said Rumiko. "Surely his girlfriend and the director planned this entrance in the academy field so that Takumi Ichina can show off in front of everyone and be treated like a war hero. It's not for nothing that those vultures of the greedy army sent him," said Valerie Teeps. "They know they have a prodigy in that sport in their ranks." "Issei-sama will have it a little difficult," said Lefei sitting on his lap. "If he had difficulties with someone heavy like Wario, I don't want to imagine with someone who has a refined technique in soccer." Everyone became nervous at the witch's words. "Why is everyone acting like this?" said the Hindu god of destruction with a face as if he were being made fun of. "They planted a problem and need a solution." "The answer is easy," said Shiva. "That diva may be an expert in soccer, but they forget one thing. This is not soccer, this is the game Super Mario Strikers charged, and here fair play does not exist." At the words of God, everyone understood what he was talking about. I'll just tell you Issei Hyoudou, that if that weakling surpasses you in strength I will withdraw my total support, said Shiva with a smile. Show that you're the strongest in this challenge, go, play and shut them up with your victory. At the words of the four-armed god, Issei's competitive spirit ignited inside him, and with a defiant smile he looked at Hemerbros, Drybones, the Skiller and Boo, nodded to them as a sign that it was time, and with a kick he opened the door. Come on guys. Issei shouted as he came out of the locker room, we have to kick ass now. Everyone saw how the brown-haired man, with his dragon-like temperament on high and above all, with the words of the god Shiva, made his pride as a dragon god candidate begin to invade his mind, or, it was obvious, the difference in strength between his ex's boyfriend and him are completely abysmal, and he was not going to let an insect before his eyes humiliate him. Hey Issei, Yasaka said, calling for attention, but without success. Issei. I think he won't listen to you, said Riaz, putting her hand on the Kitsune leader's shoulder. Right now his pride as a dragon is wearing thin, he must be thinking about how to defeat that soccer diva. Well, since he'll do his job on the court, said Ingvild, smiling, we'll do ours in the stands. Issei's harem nods at what the little girl said. Hey, are you really going to do that? Rumiko said, upset. It's more than obvious, said Lavinia Rinai, there are no obstacles for a woman in love, and if you think that the criticism of our enemies will make us back down in showing our support and love, you are wrong, friend, said Lavinia, while the harem of our hero, with some suitcases under their arms, left the dressing room in a hurry towards the women's locker rooms. In Suzaku's case he had 2 suitcases since he was carrying Kuroka's, while the latter was dragged unconscious and with a bump on her head by the 2 Valeries. Kiryu-san, here I have your costume, said the blonde magician, making a suitcase appear with magic, and immediately gave it to the new member of Issei's harem and proceed to leave the locker room where the other allies were. Am I late? Said a voice to what is revealed in a dimensional crack to Ophis in her lowly mode, who also carried a suitcase under her arm. Just in time, Ophis, and said Lavinia. The magician and the dragon are the last to leave, leaving the other allies in the locker room. What's bothering you, Rumiko-san? Sirzechs said, I don't think my sister's cheerleading plan is that bad. It's not that it's bad, said the brunette very nervously, but a blush was starting to show quite a bit, but it was because of embarrassment. What's going to alarm me is the outfit they have, I already saw it when they tried it on, and it's quite indecent. That much? Sirzechs said, confused. I think you should see it on your own, Sirzechs-sama, said Rumiko, still feeling embarrassed. At what Shen's girlfriend said, Sirzechs was left with that enigma. What kind of cheerleader outfit his sister and his harem sisters had chosen to cheer on his brother-in-law, and for that they had to return to the stands to see him. Back to the stadium. The booing started again when the brown-haired boy and his team re-entered the field. All that could be heard were insults, provocative and rude gestures, and even grave threats that a sane person wouldn't wish on their worst enemy, demonstrating how hatred and resentment can twist the thinking of a normal person. In the VIP box where the student council of Kuoh Academy was located, all the girls along with their boyfriends see this with an evil smile, especially the current president Zenobia Quarta. She had blind faith in her current future father of her children, since being the undisputed star of soccer in the academy, she thinks that the challenge is already resolved. She even thinks that this victory will be dedicated only to her. In the castle of the Mao Leviathan. Likewise, everyone was attentive to the second part of the challenge, when their ex-piler, now called by them, the pariah of the dragons, appeared in the stadium with his team. Some could not help but mock him, because they knew that their chosen one is an indisputable football star, and like the blue-haired airhead, everyone thought that the challenge was already won. Back to the stadium. In the stands where the people who supported our hero were shouting things in the face of the hostile environment that the city organized, that they completely detested Issei, especially the children shouted more than ever because they were not going to leave their idol alone to continue, but it was not only him but his entire team. They received ovations and support. They sounded like Yume Issei-sama. Animobu-chan. Drybones. Drybones. No, hammer. Critter rah rah rah. Not caring about the insults from the city and staying with the displays of support from his fans, Issei waits patiently with his team for the arrival of his opponent when he sees what 3 beings were entering the field, and immediately, the Kuoh Academy stadium began to applaud as if they were heroes who arrived from a terrible war. His uniform is purple, and that L is inverted, he said when he saw the critter, Toad, Koopa and Monty Mole. That means that, said the brown-haired boy, but music started to play. Issei looks up and notices that his opponent was coming through the air, landing with a crash. He looks with an air of arrogance before his opponent. The now boyfriend of the student council president wears a purple cap with an inverted L on it. Ikumi Ichinis, a third-year student at the academy, made his appearance. Hiya. The screams of this fangirls were not long in coming. Ikumi-sama. Yukin Takumi-sama. It's lovely. Issei's rival, seeing the brown-haired boy seriously, without taking his eyes off him, decides to provoke him a little, so he puts his right hand on his mouth and immediately. And she blows a kiss in the direction of the VIP box, who immediately saw Zenobia in a very cloying scene. She makes a gesture as if she had received an arrow of love, while pretending to faint, and the girls on the council, acting as if they were princesses. Hiya. It was the cry of the women who supported Takumi upon seeing a romantic scene taken from the most smoky part of a low-budget soap opera. In the stand supporting Issei. But the absence of Rias and the brown-haired girls, seeing such a scene, only with a voice and such a depressing aura in their minds, they said. "How ridiculous," said Sirzechs, Milikas, Shiva, Ashen, Rumiko, Iska, Saji, Kuoh, and the people who support Issei. Back to the field. Takumi returns to see Issei, hoping to anger him by bragging about how he owned the heart of one of his ex-wives, but the FFF he started to mock. Takumi, I learned a long time ago not to fight with pigs because one gets dirty, and the pig said. Issei looking at Zenovia's boyfriend likes it. The entire stadium fell silent at such an insult to their idol. In the stands where Issei was supporting, everyone was stifling laughter, especially. Issei takes advantage of the silence, then goes to the student council room and looks at Zenovia, who noticed that her ex-fiancé was looking at him and decided to make a face of disgust. Sorry courtesan, was that to make me jealous or was it to show that anyone can conquer you? Zenovia felt like a bucket of ice water had fallen on her head when she saw how he responded with those words and that arrogant attitude. Something in her felt that. DFFFF, ha 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 ha. Loud laughter was heard in the stands, and it was none other than Shiva, Sirzechs, Kuoh and Milikas, then it was Ashen, Saji, Iska and Rumiko, then the children who supported their hero burst out laughing, and little by little, the people who supported Issei burst out laughing. The brown-haired man did not need much effort to tear down their ego. They knew that one of the great weaknesses of the factions is their inflated ego, being a virus in the most fragile and corruptible minds, that fortunately was not influenced by comments from negative people for his person as it was the demonic council. Some patriarchs of demonic clans, and over time he stopped giving him respect and importance. Some leaders like Odin and Zeus, and by moving away from their influence, he began to earn the appreciation of other gods who hated them, as in the case of Hera and Demeter, who were very flirtatious with the brown-haired man, or in the case of Frigg, who being promised to his adopted daughter Valerie Lucifer, began to demand that he call her mother a mother-in-law of loss. In addition to having a good relationship with his in-laws, Mickey and Goro Hyoudou, and it was so long treating them that Issei knew how to burst that emotional balloon. But with the rest of the stadium no longer tolerating Issei's provocations, they began to do their part in the game. Vulgar. Silence Hyoudou. You have no voice or vote here. Don't get harsh in front of your superior. That's why Quarta-sama I'm leaving you, you damn pedant. There were so many shouts from the city towards Issei that it was a deafening sound, something that mattered little to the brown-haired boy, looking with a defiant smile at Takumi, who was totally angry to see that his move turned against him. Keep silence. Shouted a voice to which the city of Kuoh felt a rather heavy pressure as if gravity increased. Everyone fell face down at the heavy sensation. Sirzechs recognized who was doing this. The host. Said the redeed with difficulty. And immediately the gravity returned to normal. As I mentioned before, in my challenges the winner will receive a sum of great rewards, while the loser will have catastrophic consequences, said the voice of the host, and for that, someone from the greedy army will officially give the start of my challenges. At that, a magic circle with Nordic runes inscribed on it appeared in the center of the field, and from it appeared a short man with grayish skin, wearing a metallic mask with jaws similar to a hunting trap, and in his right hand, but he was in a position that seemed to be in a trance. Everyone was stunned to see an unknown being appear but Shiva. It can't be, said the Hindu god. That's not it, said Sirzechs. In the castle of the Mao Leviathan. Everyone was stunned to see who appeared, but the one who was most shocked was Odin. What the hell is he doing there? Said Odin, very shocked. But how did I get there? Zeus said in the same way as his Nordic counterpart. I tried to get to Kuoh, but my magic transportation circles were instantly denied. It was also the case with me, and Grayfia said Serafol, stunned seeing Milikas in the stands. She desperately tried to go to Kuoh to snatch him from the hands of that traitor to power, but something prevented the transport to the academy. Everyone saw how Grayfia had a face of despair and absolute fury upon seeing that Milikas was really happy with her father and outside the underworld. But then how did he get there? Falbium said. It's not obvious, the host was Poseidon said stoically, but inside he wanted to kill the luminous being because he had completely destroyed his home, which is Atlantis. He controls everything from the most insignificant to the most complex. He is the reason why we cannot leave the underworld. He is the one who brought your son Odin to the challenge, but above all. He is the one who prevents you from no longer being able to access the wisdom of Mimir or have the prophecies that could help our soldiers with these challenges. That's how simple things are, the host controls everything. They were all frustrated and irritated that an unknown being was able to easily hinder their goals, and they knew that if they insulted him, they did not know what the luminous being was capable of. Back to Kuoh Academy. I present to you the guardian god of the abode of the Norse gods, Asgard, and of the bridge that connects Midgard with Asgard, the god Heimdall, said the voice of the host, leaving the stadium even more silent now to start the real show. I will only ask you, do you know what will happen if Heimdall plays that horn he holds in his right hand? Everyone remained silent, but in the underworld, Odin recognized the horn and was terrified. That horn is called Gjallarhorn, and only Heimdall can play it because it will trigger an event of great magnitude, said the host, so everyone knows. What is Ragnarok about? Immediately there were many murmurs, as some had a vague notion of what this was about. But in the underworld, Odin and Thor couldn't help but feel nervous, for they knew the catastrophe it would unleash, as did the Norse gods who rebelled against Odin, who saw the challenge from other parts of the world. Well, the gods and some leaders know about this subject, but I will apply a rule of Ragnarok in my challenges, and it is the following. The one who loses in my challenges will suffer a fate that many will not want to have. The loser of my challenges irremediably will die. Everyone tense up at the last word, horror and uncertainty reigned in their heads. But not only that, the soul of the loser will be destroyed in such a way that it will not reach any place of the deceased of any mythology, said the voice of the host, and for obvious reasons, he will be denied the right to be reborn in another life and time. So, he won't reach the domains of Hades Sama, nor of Hell Sama, nor of Valhalla, nor of Osiris Sama and Izanami Sama, said Kuoh, terrified. Indeed, little Kitsune, said the host's voice, and to make things more interesting, not only the loser will have that fate, but also, the people who are directly related to the loser will also suffer the consequences, but in a different way. Horror took hold for a few moments of everyone watching the challenge, then they saw that Takumi and Issei, and everyone who entered the host's challenge, were obliged to win, otherwise, they could say goodbye to this life and the next, since they would disappear completely and from existence. Now Heimdall! Shouted the host. The Norse god slowly placed the horn in his mouth to officially begin the challenge of the omniscient being. Audio plays. The eerie sound of the horn sent shivers down everyone's spines. Terror began to course through the veins of allies and enemies alike. The host's game was officially declared open. 2 souls would vie for survival in this game where ideals, skill, dexterity, but above all, willpower will be the determining factors for the winner to survive. Who will win? Chapter 7, the first challenge, final challenge. Demonstration of a final destination. New Kuoh Academy Stadium. Silence fell when Heimdall officially began the challenges that the host had organized. The Gjallarhorn had been blown in an environment where tension and suspense had flooded in, what seemed to be a family environment, before the words of the omniscient being had become a spectacle with catastrophic consequences for the loser, combining the joy of video games with the atmosphere similar to that of the Roman Colosseum. After blowing the horn, Heimdall sat up and began to look around. Hey? What? Where am I? Said Heimdall, who suddenly saw his horn in the area where he put his mouth to blow, touched it and noticed obviously that it was totally wet, leaving him terrified. No, what did I just do? Everyone was impressed and confused by what Heimdall said. Why are you surprised by what you just did? Said Rumiko. It's simple, Heimdall was under mind control, said Sirzechs seriously. Mind control? Kuoh said, impressed. Can you control a god? To do mind control, the primary rule is that you need to have a higher level of magic than your target to control, said Sirzechs. Most humans are easy to fall for hypnosis or mind control, since they have no magical capacity. Only those who have developed some kind of magical training or those who have enough willpower can resist such a maneuver. But in the sense that to dominate a god and more of the caliber of Heimdall, you must be a being almost as powerful as Great Red, Ophis, the Trihexa, then said Sirzechs. The host said a Shen, deducing what the Hindu god said. Damn, how far can the power of that being go? Said Sirzechs, facepalming in disbelief. Analyzing the words of the Hindu god, everyone knew that the 3 aforementioned dragons had the ability to dominate any being easily, but for obvious reasons they would not do it. Ophis, being obviously an ally and out of pride, would not lower herself to such maneuvers to subdue an enemy. Great Red did not do it out of laziness and also out of pride, while the beast of the apocalypse was totally sealed, with no possibility of getting out of there. At that, another magic circle appeared below Heimdall. Your services are no longer required, I would return you to Asgard, said the voice of the host, returning to a dismayed main guard of the Rainbow Bridge that connects Midgard with Asgard. And instead, the metal ball that Issei and Takumi would use to compete in the final part of the challenge made you feel new. The student council president's boyfriend had been terrified by the host's words, but upon seeing the ball, he regained some of his arrogance and confidence. You still have time to surrender, Hyoudou said to Kumi with a tone that tried to impose total intimidation against a brown-haired man. Why don't you do everyone here in the city a favor and abdicate by good means and avoid total humiliation? Even if you kiss my beloved's feet and kneel before me, perhaps the leaders of the Great Alliance will think about sparing your life. The entire crowd cheered for their young star as they saw that he was giving a golden opportunity to one of the people they hated so much that if they were in Takumi's place, they would deny any show of mercy towards him. There is no better offer that I can offer you, Takumi Ichinus, the great boyfriend of the best wielder of the sword of Durandal and one of the greatest exorcists that the sword and the factions could have had. Come on, Hyoudou, avoid the shame, surrender and let greatness illuminate this beautiful city that with your presence you only ruin, said the soccer player with great arrogance. Kuoh applauded at the great words of her star. Again the fangirls screamed as if they had heard an aria in their ears. In the VIP box the student council was not far behind Zenovia's subordinates. They were moved by such a display of mercy from Takumi, while the blue-haired girl being seconded by Momo and her white-haired boyfriend couldn't help but smile with pride for her boyfriend and ally respectively. Thinking that with those words it would be easy to convince that man who in the past wanted to have children and now defines him as nothing more than simple garbage. But the brown-haired man just stood still, but with a gesture that seemed not to care about his opponent's words, but a slight smile appeared on his face. Wow, for a pseudo-footballer you either use your mouth more than your feet, said Issei without being intimidated. Of course, using someone else's glory to try to intimidate is the most pathetic and regrettable thing someone can do. Everyone goes a bit quiet upon seeing that Takumi's intimidation had no effect. And besides, you're forgetting a small detail, Issei said, pointing at it with his finger, that we dragons never evade a challenge. On the contrary, it motivates us to give our all, so I hope you have dental and medical insurance, because those fine teeth are going to end up ruined and your gothic Barbie hair will have a serious defect. Takumi was going to answer but suddenly. The audio plays. The horn sounds in the stadium. The local footballer was only a second late to go for the ball when he saw his opponent, the former Seekvaira, win possession of the ball, but instead of driving it. 5. I throw a powerful shot in Takumi's direction. He confidently prepares to receive the metallic ball with his chest, but notices that its trajectory has altered, heading towards his face. Mock. Ouch. Everyone, including those who supported Issei, complained when they saw that the metal ball had hit Takumi's face, but they noticed that at the moment he was about to fall to the ground, 2 teeth flew out of his mouth. Takumi, faced with the pain he began to feel, began to roll around pathetically on the field, waiting for the foul to be called against his opponent, but the horn is only a sign that his opponent had scored a goal against him. Takumi 0-1 Issei. The booing throughout the Kuoh Academy Stadium was not long in coming, as no more than 5 seconds had passed, and the person they hated so much was already ahead on the scoreboard. Zenovia's boyfriend was incredulous when he saw that the foul had not been called against him and instead was watching the replay of the goal Issei had scored. Hey, what you did to me was aggressive play, and the foul had to be called. Takumi complains to Issei while his teammate celebrated with him. Shut up and play, Issei said boredly as he got back into position on his side of the field. In the stands. The people who supported Issei celebrated the victory their hero had achieved against his opponent. It seems that your motivation is going to give positive results to our friend Shiva-sama, said Ashen watching as Takumi picked up his 2 teeth from the field and put them in a bag of his uniform. Well, it was obvious, said the Hindu god calmly, although in his eyes he was more than eager for his friend and ally to start the challenge well. If there is something I have learned in this time dealing with dragons like Issei, Hyoudou, Tannen, Great Red and Ophis, is that they are quite proud and you can use that characteristic for or against them. And it worked, said Kunu quite euphoric when she saw her father take the lead on the scoreboard. Oda-sama break his tooth now. Everyone was smiling at the happiness of the adopted daughter of the former bearer of a red emperor when suddenly they saw some people approaching, but when they realized who it was and what they were dressed like, the fathers covered their children's eyes while the mothers imitated the action or gave them a poke in the eyes to prevent them from falling into temptation. Sirzechs, seeing how his sister came, felt like his soul was leaving his body because his provisional pawn Rumiko had previously told him about the cheerleader outfit that his sister wore with the others who made up Issei's harem, and she wasn't lying with the concept of daring. Sorry for the delay, Arya said cheerfully, while all her harem sisters stood at her sides in a line in such a way that they covered a row of the stands. Ready girls, Yusaka said very excitedly. Hi, putting on a flirtatious act for her man to see, Lavinia summons a loud voice, and immediately a song plays. Audio sounds. 005-010, Issei's harem began to move their legs to the rhythm of the music, while their arms with the pom-poms on their hands kept them extended to the sides, starting the bending of the right arm towards the breasts, and while the left arm remained extended, then doing the same, but in reverse, moving them to the rhythm of the music. 011-017, without stopping moving their legs to the rhythm of the music. Now the girls, to the people who support their man, extended their arms in the air and waving the pom-poms as a sign to support their hero in this challenge. Of course, in these first maneuvers, they made their whole body stand out, especially their hips, their buttocks and their breasts bouncing with energy and joy. 018-021, they turned their backs to their audience to direct their gaze towards their man. All at the same time they raised their right legs, demonstrating their flexibility and also their red panties. 022-025, now the left leg was raised before everyone's eyes. 026-031, they repeated the same routine of raising their legs under the lustful gaze of the male students and the occasional lesbian. They were amazed by the beauty and demonstration that the girls gave, internally cursing the brown-haired man for retaining women who support him and love him unconditionally. And obviously, the female audience felt quite uncomfortable, but above all, insecure, since the now Issei Hyoudou cheerleaders showed off their great attributes with such security and confidence, but above all, the great confidence with which they danced and cheered on their man. In the student council room, the girls who make it up also felt quite insecure, since by supporting Issei, they showed themselves to be more beautiful than they naturally are. The girl's boyfriend stared with a stupid smile at the women of the former Seikai'ed, especially Ria's, Kuroka, Suzaku and Yusaka, in terms of their breasts and the large butts they carried. But the one who was most enraged with anger and helplessness by seeing them happy and so energetic was obviously Zenobia, especially when she saw Ria's. She felt a hellish desire to take out Durandal, abandon her privilege box, go to those stands and break her into pieces, because she felt a sick jealousy for having the great body of the one she once called Buchu, and now, she showed it off without any ounce of shame, and all for what? But especially, because of the beating she gave her in the past. In the underworld. The traitors along with their partners were watching the great demonstration of love and cheerleading from their now former allies. They could not help but show a gesture of disgust and insecurity, especially those who were from Ria's former entourage. Some with body complexes like Asia, Kaneko and Iriuka could not help but show their disgust for Ria's and her perfect body. Iridi didn't know it, but the girls who were previously in her entourage felt great envy for having the perfect body that always caught the attention of her ex-fiancé, since although they kept it a secret, it was one of the reasons why they betrayed both Ria's and Issei. The envy they felt for the alpha of the harem, as well as for Issei being infatuated with Ria's, they felt that they were not good enough for him. But they also felt immense hatred because they still remembered that a few years ago, that Redeed had given them a rather humiliating beating. They remembered how that reddish mane raged like an uncontrolled fire with the power of destruction. What a vulgar demonstration, said Venelana with disgust, seeing her daughter show off. What did you expect, Venelana-san? Lady Aguirre said with a disdainful tone, commoners have to entertain themselves with such vulgar things to feel satisfied. I couldn't say the best, said Lord Citri. It's not for nothing that we are superior and powerful, said Lord Phoenix. What a bad example that disgusting kitsune is setting, said Lady Citri upon seeing Yasaka, while the blonde continued doing her cheerleading routine without caring who was watching her. That is not the attitude of a true leader. I hope you enjoy doing this exhibitionist dance, because when Takumi-kun defeats that powerless dragon, that shame of my clan will have no choice but to return to the underworld, and there he will accept his imminent destiny of being the vile bitch of the underworld, said Zeodicus malevolently. The patriarchs laugh mockingly, and with a glass of wine, they toast to the supposed final fate of Ria's and Issei. But that good-for-nothing pervert no longer had a goal, and it hasn't even been 5 seconds since the game started, said Gabriel. Irritated ex-fiancé celebrated with his team after scoring a goal. Don't worry, Gabriel Serafol said, now it was just a moment of luck, but Takumi-chan will easily defeat that powerless dragon, and with that he will show that not even in his video games, he is capable of standing out, and we will always be superior to him. Everyone nodded at the words of the Azabake de Coletta's movie, hoping that their chosen one could make an epic comeback. Back to the field. Takumi now kicked the metal ball towards the goal, hurting a little at the moment of impact. The one who received his shot was Drybones, who immediately threw a pass to Boo. The little ghost started to drive the ball down the right wing, but at that moment he sees Takumi approaching to take the ball from him. The footballer is very confident in taking the ball from Boo. He makes a tackle to take it away cleanly, but… Ahaya. Boo's laughter revealed that he had become transparent. Takumi passes through the ghost and sees that it was heading towards the electrical protections, causing the inevitable. Ah! Screamed the sweet princess as she received the electric shock. That obviously left the entire city watching the game scared. Nuo? Some students shouted with tears in their eyes. Takumi-sama. Dictated some teachers and older ladies who were big fans of the Kuoh Academy soccer captain. While the emo footballer continues to electrocute himself on the electric fences, Boo now sends a pass towards the left wing destined for Himmerbros, who immediately sees Toad approaching with the intention of tackling him. Crush it, Issei roared. Himmerbros with a malevolent smile obeyed his captain and immediately took out his giant hammer. Bam. The only thing they ended up seeing was Toad's poor head, while his entire body was buried in the ground like a nail. Himmerbros sees that Drybones was approaching quickly in the center of the field. The Armada turtle throws a pass, and immediately the reborn turtle receives it with its shell, approaches the area, seeing that the critter from Takumi's team was approaching with unfriendly intentions towards its skeletal being. Use your special ability, friend, said Issei. The reborn turtle heard her captain and immediately stood still waiting for the goalkeeper to come to her. The critter was already preparing a kick to disarm Drybones. Smoke. The reborn turtle disappears with the ball. The critter is quite confused looking around when suddenly the goal horn sounds, the booing of almost the entire Kuoh stadium, and the celebrations of the stands where they support the former Seekvaira. The critter looks behind him to get a terrible surprise because Drybones had scored. The Kumi 0-2 Issei. In the VIP box. Zenobia had gotten up from her velvet armchair, appearing quite upset at seeing how her boyfriend had fallen into a trap that was quite easy to predict. Damn it, Takumi. Said the blue-haired girl, biting her finger in frustration. You're making me look really bad in front of everyone. 20 seconds into the 3-minute matchup, her boyfriend had easily delivered another ball. And clearly her subordinates are just as furious as she is because not only were they watching the match, but in the stands where they were supporting the former pillar of the factions they were laughing at the pathetic ability of their representative, especially a certain little kitsune and a certain red-haired demon child who couldn't stop laughing, while pointing out how Takumi was easily electrocuted. Back to the field. The soccer star, still in spasms from the electrocution he had suffered earlier, now fires a shot at Issei with similar intentions to those at the beginning of the match. But our hero, skillfully predicting these intentions, manages to lower the metallic ball onto his chest. Ooh, but what the hell? Takumi shouted when he saw that the metallic ball hadn't caused him anything, and in return it knocked out 2 of his teeth. Powerless, Takumi approaches Issei using a slide with his studs facing upwards. He had no intention of taking the metal ball away from him. Takumi was going with the intention of hurting Issei's leg. But our hero boredly takes the ball away from him with a volley, dodging the tackle with great ease in the style of Joga Bonito, but without forgetting that brutality is accepted here. Seeing Takumi so vulnerable on the ground, he decides to leave him something and have his ex-girlfriend see it, because at this point he knew that she was already quite angry. 5. The entire city of Kuoh screamed in horror as Issei slammed his knee into Takumi's face, swearing they heard something break on his perfect face. Takumi began to writhe in pain on the grass as he felt his nose shattered and blood inevitably starting to run down his beautiful face. In the stands where they support him. The ha burst out laughing the Hindu god of destruction when he saw one of the scoundrels suffer at the hands of his friend. Ba bum bim ba bum. Kunu shouted euphorically, making the onomatopoeia of several blows while waving her clenched hands as if she had struck Takumi. Kunu-chan. Calm down. Sirzechs said nervously. Milikas, tell him something. But the little redeed was in a trance, a deranged smile spreading across his face. He just inhaled and screamed. Issei Nasama, Boo-chan, Drybones-chan, Himmerbros-chan, Critters, and unleash hell on the field. Audio plays. The academy stadium fell silent at such an order from a child. They hadn't thought an innocent infant could say something of such magnitude. Unaware that those words Milikas had shouted, hell in the form of children had broken loose. Issei-sama, make that shitty opportunist suffer. A fallen angel girl now shouted. Issei-sama, prove that you are better than that emo with anemia, shouted a Samaran-type yakai girl. You can Issei-sama, low-class demon child shouted. Now you are better than that stupid narcissist and that interested and stupid Durandal wearer. There were several shouts from the children who were asking for their hero to shine on the battlefield, and suddenly the fallen angels, middle and low-class demons, as well as the yakais began to shout for Issei and his team to continue with the same intensity. Our hero's allies watched this at first with some nervousness, but suddenly the same euphoria and the same desire for their friend to win and get revenge against one of the opportunists who snatched his glory in the past and against one of the girls who abandoned him also began to scream. Come on, buddy. Shouted Iska and Saji, you're better than that feminine. Come on, buddy, break his damn legs, Ashen shouted. Smash his idiot face, roared Rumiko. Shiva and Sirzechs, the demands of their audience could not have been more pleased because they also enjoyed seeing that the man who had been sent by their former allies and now enemies was literally biting the dust at the hands of the one they despise for being someone who had no power. The girls of Issei's harem, seeing that their entire audience was violently and euphorically surrendering to their man, smiled. Playing their role as cheerleaders, they nodded as a sign that they had to continue motivating their people and their man. Come on, Issei Hyoudou. Hit your opponent who is in the mud. Back to the field. While the emo faggot is on the floor writhing in pain, Issei was heading towards the opposing goal. Takumi's team was going with the intention of taking the ball away from him, but Issei's team was doing their thing. Hammerbros was taking care of Monty Mole, while Drybones and Boo were knocking out Coupe Toad respectively. The brown-haired boy quickly goes to the enemy area, seeing that the goalkeeper approached like a madman was approaching the brown-haired boy with the intention of hurting him, but the brown-haired boy was charging his blow. He throws it, but everyone sees that the metal ball bursts into flames upon contact with Issei's foot. The critter manages to stop it, but his hands begin to catch fire, and he runs around trying to put out the fire, leaving the goal open for Boo to grab the ball and score another goal. Takumi 0-3 Issei. The stands where Issei support screamed like crazy when they saw that their hero's team had scored again. At that point the brown-haired boy begins to approach the midfield where his opponent was recovering. "Didn't you see it coming?" Issei said arrogantly, applying a great reference, making Takumi even more angry. The entire city of Kuoh now shouted louder and began to shout much more serious things against the Pericastano, from the simplest things they shouted, from him playing fair to death threats. But our hero didn't care about that because this was an opportunity to get even with that city that had marginalized him and labeled him as the worst and now was taking it out on one of its stars. In Seraful Castle. They were also shouting very angry in such a way to such a degree that some in an arrogant way how are the patriarchs, some of the boyfriends and some traitors, as in the case of Ikeno who released her rays, Penemu using her great strength and Seraful with her ice magic, destroyed everything they had in their hands, because seeing the pariah they had expelled for not having power, winning in a ruthless way and humiliating one of their men, was doing quite a few low blows to their stupid pride. Back to the field. There were 2 minutes left, and our team was already ahead on the scoreboard while we were supposedly haggard and beaten. He knew that these 2 minutes were going to be the longest and most tortuous of his pathetic life, because he had messed with a dragon and not just any dragon, but a candidate for dragon god and Issei would make him feel it in his own flesh. "Guys, keep the other team busy," Issei said in a gloomy tone, "that sissy is mine." Obviously feeling offended by how he was referred to, Takumi arrogantly throws another ball he had in order to hurt the brown-haired boy, but just like a few moments ago, he receives the metallic ball with his chest. The brown-haired man, knowing how to use people who are easily angered, decides to take advantage of the moment. "What's wrong with you? The faction pariah has left you speechless." Issei said, "Now I see why Zenobia chose you, she's so mediocre that she has to look for someone similar or worse than mediocre than her, so that her ego can inflate like the vile toad that she is. She says that you have the luxury of walking by her side, the real luxury was walking with me, but she had such high expectations that she ended up throwing away Excalibur and ended up carrying a low-caliber sword. Dull and about to break, demonstrating her ineptitude." Takumi was starting to get more enraged and immediately went out to take it out on Issei who was calmly waiting for him. The skinny emo guy tried to land a right hook on the brown-haired guy, he just stepped aside and 5. The former pillar of the factions landed a tremendous knee to his abdomen, leaving him on his knees, but Issei wasn't satisfied. "Pam." Issei stomps on him causing him to kiss the ground. "Look at you," Issei said calmly, "you are at my feet and you can't do anything." The people of the city began to demand that he stop harming their star. But the brown-haired man, seeing the pleading and desperate faces of all the people, especially those women who had despised him so much, only made a malevolent smile appear on his face, and he immediately began to apply more force on Takumi's head as he began to shake in pain. "Leave him." Murayama shouted desperately. "Damn perverted beast, let him go at once," Caddis demanded furiously with tears in her eyes. Our hero listens to the demand of the girl Rosa, but with a dead look, and with that same smile he mocks her by showing her the middle finger of his right hand and says, "Die trash." The booing started to get louder, and some audacious tried to invade the field to help their star, but the electric fences did their thing and began to electrocute the geniuses who were desperately trying to enter the field, leaving some with spasms and unconscious in the case of the women. Issei didn't want to play anymore, and so he waited for time to start running out while the other teams continued with their thing. Takumi's team tried to reach the enemy captain, but Issei's team prevented it. As the last 10 seconds approached, he had already given up. He was desperate that his enemy to defeat had not let him go under any circumstances. He still felt the painful metal studs on his head. He couldn't move. The more Takumi said desperately because having him like that was quite humiliating. The people who were still trying to enter the field were shocked, and some paramedics who were at the academy were already taking the unconscious to a hospital. In the VIP box, Zenobia was trying to abandon what she had said to go help her boyfriend who was feeling humiliated, being held by the council who prevented him from doing anything stupid, the fight, and Azazel just kept screaming and crying in an angry and desperate manner. Let me, I have to help Takumi and kill that bastard. Issei's smile widened further, and his gaze became more penetrating as Takumi's eyes of despair became so satisfying to see, and it made him proud as a dragon. The bugle sounded and immediately the screen showed the winner, who was brown-haired. End audio. In the stands where he was supported, they shouted happily that their hero had overcome the challenge of the host. Her harem jumped happily waving pom-poms, and some even had the luxury of sending her lots of kisses from afar like Ria's, Yasaka and Kuroka. That's our Issei, the brown-haired girl said in unison mentally. The children also screamed and clapped like crazy and euphoric, especially the little kitsune and the little red-haired demon who celebrated their hero's victory. The other chestnut allies stood up and began to applaud for such a crushing victory. Shiva in particular, with all four arms, gave him a thumbs-up sign that he had done an excellent job humiliating the fool who dared to raise his fist at him. But with the other area of the stadium and in Seraphol Castle, they were silent, sad and angry to see that their mortal enemy had emerged victorious and had humiliated one of their stars in a crushing manner. It was something unworthy of seeing from their stupid elitist perspective. Excellent victory, number one player of the army of truth and justice, said the voice of the host that once again resonated in the city of Kuoh. Now it's time to claim your rewards. Immediately the list appeared where the mysterious rewards were that were immediately going to be revealed before the sight of the brown-haired man. The first one is, your team will be at your disposal. He hadn't understood that reward, but suddenly he sees that his team along with the critter stand next to him. Congratulations player 1, now your team will be at your disposal until the end of your days, said the host. In short, Issei had won 4 servants. Now the second reward was revealed, leaving our hero speechless because it was none other than Durandal. Immediately a magic circle appeared in front of the pelican, making the great sword Sakura fused with Excalibur appear, leaving not only everyone perplexed but Zenobia horrified to see her sword appear before Issei. Durandal, she said weakly. The shock was affecting her very severely. And suddenly she felt a checkmate to her pride when Issei didn't take the handle of the sword and it began to shine full with an intense blue glow as a sign that it accepted its new bearer. No, give me back my sword, give me back my sword, give it back, Zenobia screamed like crazy, but a magic circle made her disappear from the box, alerting everyone. Back in the field. The third reward was revealed to Issei. When you leave Kuoh Academy it will be destroyed. He tried to control his gestures upon seeing such a reward, so he decided to save this surprise for later. Hey, said Takumi very angrily, that sword doesn't belong to you, give it back to me, demanded the footballer. If you want her, come get her, he said, burying her in the ground. Takumi was going to answer, but suddenly a magic circle appeared on one side and it was none other than. Damn you Hyoudou, Issei, give me back my sword. Shouted the blue-haired girl running towards Durandal, grabbing the handle trying to pull it out of the ground, but she couldn't. Come on, damn sword, obey your true wielder. While the blue-haired girl with green streaks tried in vain to free her sword from the ground. Audio plays. The rickety emo began to feel an unpleasant pressure on his heart. Up. That pressure suddenly began to feel like pain, an unbearable pain that began to invade his entire body. What's happening to me, ahhhhh? Said Takumi, but again he felt the same pain more strongly now. Heart attack. Leg. He had vomited blood on the field, shocking everyone including Issei's fans. The girls remained conscious, seeing how their star was suffering an attack, they did not hesitate to scream in alarm and horror. Zenobia tried in vain to unlock her former weapon. To hear the screams of horror of the girl, she glanced at her boyfriend who was beginning to feel death. Takumi. Shouted the blue-haired girl, forgetting about her weapon and going to her boyfriend who was suffering. Takumi, please hold on. I'll take you to the hospital right now. She tried to make a magic circle, but it was immediately cancelled. The blue-haired girl tried again and again to transport, but without success. Suddenly Takumi's body began to turn into glass and began to crack and crumble little by little. No, Zenobia screamed when she saw that her hands and feet were shattered. Zenobia, said Takumi, horrified and scared, not knowing that those were his last words, because now his head was beginning to crumble, first his forehead, then his nose area, then his mouth, then his neck, while at the same time his arms and legs were also beginning to crumble, until only his thorax remained, and that dust, until there, nothing remained. Everyone in the world witnessed the terrible final destiny of Takumi Ichinus in the challenge of the host. Ooh. Zenobia screamed in pain. In the underworld. Everyone began to mourn the loss of one of their men in a cruel and humiliating way. The traitors were speechless and quite terrified, sweat dripping from their foreheads as they saw the final fate of the losers in the host's challenge. Odin, putting his hand over his eyes in a sign of helplessness, knew of the terrible fate of the losers of Ragnarok, and now, under the pleasure of the host, everyone saw it. Back in the field. The blue-haired girl, feeling her love of her life in her arms, gave a look that seemed to go all out against her ex-boyfriend, Issei Hyoudou, who was looking at her with total boredom. I won't forgive you for this," Zenobia shouted, throwing herself at the brown-haired boy. But suddenly, from the ground of the field, some chains appeared, which immediately imprisoned the blue-haired girl, those limbs leaving her suspended in the shape of an X. "What's wrong?" Zenobia said, but suddenly the chains began to shine, forcing the blue-haired girl to reveal her demon wings against her will. "Why did I reveal my wings?" Suddenly, some vines with golden thorns emerged from the ground and suddenly began to surround the blue-haired girl's body like boa constrictors. She felt like the thorns were mistreating her skin, but not only that, she also felt like they were burning her inside. The word mistreating was far below what she felt because those vines possessed sacred energy and that burned her like molten iron. "Ah!" Zenobia screamed in pain with a gesture of despair. In the underworld, everyone was horrified to see the damage the host was doing to his friend and ally. "Oh no!" Asia screamed as she saw her friend being tortured in such an inhumane way. "Do something," Penemu demanded of the leaders. "We can't do anything," Poseidon said stoically. "If we gods don't move to the area of the challenge when it was being carried out, much less will we be able to arrive at the time of the execution of the punishment." The cadre remained silent, for she was right. All that remained was to watch as their ally was tortured under the complacent gaze of that man whom she once loved and now hates with all her being. Back to the field. Suddenly some vines came out of Zenobia and went against the blue-haired girl's wings. She begins to surround them, and with a jerk, she tears them off. Crack. Hiya. Zenobia screamed in pain as she felt 3 times the pain she was feeling now in her back. But the moment after the start of her wings, the vines disappear, causing the blue-haired girl to fall to the ground face down in shock. "Now, as everyone saw, that is the final destiny of the losers," said the host's voice. "The challenger, as I mentioned, will disappear from any reality without the right to reincarnation, while the couple loses the power they possess, loses all their belongings, and becomes something worse than the weakest link in the food chain." From what the host said, they only deduced that the host had permanently disabled Zenobia. End the audio. "Okay, and so this way we conclude challenge number 1," said the host, "and now it's time to reveal player number 2, who will face the next challenge that will take place in 72 hours. Suddenly, a glow began to emerge in the stands of Issei's supporters, and then the female voice that was heard on Issei's wristband now resonated throughout the stadium. "The Shen Phantom, you were chosen as player number 2. Please await the next instructions from the host." Issei's now best friend and university classmate, now president of the Gamers Club, a Shen Phantom, was wearing on his right arm a wristband similar to the one worn by the brown-haired boy. He had been chosen by the host as the new player of the Army of Truth and Justice before the surprised gaze of Shiva and his now provisional master, Sirzechs' Gremory. "Now I will reveal the details of the next challenge," said the voice of the host, and on the screen began to appear what was mentioned by the omniscient being. Challenge 2. Location. Various locations in the human world in Nilfheim. Hora. 7 o'clock, hours. Aim. Suddenly the data disappeared under a dark screen, giving way to an intro that everyone recognized. He was now number 2 player and was totally nervous, since it is a game where fighters will battle to the death. I knew he was a natural at playing those kinds of games, but experiencing them in person was something else. "Remember, you have 72 hours to prepare, and greedy army as you were the losers, you will be able to choose 2 representatives for this challenge," said the voice of the host, while all the people who support Issei along with him were beginning to shine in a golden light. "With this, I conclude challenge number 1," finished the host, and at the same time those who were shining in that golden light ended up disappearing from there, and suddenly, brum. An earthquake began to shake the entire academy. Everyone saw how the floor began to crack and fissure, beginning to collapse. "Safeguard the lives of innocent people," were the orders of Vice President Momo Hanakai. "I can use my magic now, I'll go for Zenobia Kaichu," shouted Raruko Nomura, disappearing in a magic circle. The entire student council and some of the teachers of the academy began the mobilization of the civilians and saw how their beloved academy was being devoured by the earth itself, ending up disappearing, along with the pride of the city itself, under a gigantic sinkhole of abysmal depth in the face of such a disaster. From that day on, the city will never be the same again, all because of that boy they hate so much and who should have died in that challenge to their perspective. Chapter 8 UN Meeting, the Gamer Alliance is born. United Nations Headquarters 0 o'clock. The host's first challenge had come to an end, with Issei's crushing victory against Takumi Ichinis, who ended up being erased from existence entirely, with the added bonus that Zenobia Quarta, his former partner, also suffered in part from the host's merciless punishment. As previously mentioned by Sirzechs before said challenge, the presence of the now two players along with the rebel leaders of the factions was required at the headquarters of the United Nations organization to solve the problems they would face and of course, if possible form a temporary alliance with those leaders to safeguard both the integrity of humanity and that of the now two players selected by the host who represent the army of justice, named thus by the omnipotent being. All the ambassadors were dying of sleep at the headquarters, waiting for the leaders of the supernatural. "I still don't believe those beings existed," said the German ambassador. "So much time and anonymity and in a single afternoon the entire existence of the supernatural is revealed," the Canadian ambassador said thoughtfully. "But why didn't they reveal themselves to us?" the Honduran ambassador said. "And now that these challenges are happening, they're now seeking an alliance with humanity. They must have their reasons for not wanting to show themselves to us," said the Spanish ambassador, not to mention that now, this being called the host, literally brings both worlds into check with his challenges. And the most prudent thing that can be done thanks to the idea of the Mao Lucifer is that both sides cooperate to solve this small crisis, said the Dutch ambassador. Most of the ambassadors were nodding in agreement with what their Dutch counterpart had said when suddenly several magic circles appeared on the United Nations platform, revealing several waiting personalities. "Welcome back, leaders recognized by humanity, by the demons, Mao Lucifer Sirzechs Gremory and Mao Beelzebub, Ajuka Astaroth," said the president of the organization shaking the hand of the Redeemed and the greenhead the most powerful of the fallen angels. Azazel the mentioned with an arrogant smile, shakes the hand of the president overlord of the sky and the angels, Michael gently. The blonde politely shakes the hand of the president of the UN Hindu god of destruction Shiva. The president did not know which to shake of the four arms that the god had. Amaterasu-sama and the leader of the Yaokais of Kyoto, Yasaka. Isaka Hyoudou the kitsune finished with a smile, shaking the president's hand, taking her husband's surname as a sign of love and eternal fidelity. The ambassadors were surprised by such a statement upon hearing that he had the surname of world player number 1, but out of professionalism, they pulled themselves together and the UN president continued. "Well, and I see that there are more leaders and gods who wish to present themselves without problems before humanity," said the president when he saw other personalities who were behind the first ones presented. Everything was being broadcast worldwide as everyone wanted to know who was supporting their representatives and were more than willing to support the players in the host challenge. The first to present herself was, "First of all, my name is Hera, ex-wife of the god Zeus, and by approval of the Greek gods who accompany me, my siblings. Hestia, Hades, Demeter. My stepdaughter Artemis, my son Hephaestus and my niece Persephone. The aforementioned nod have recognized me as the true leader of the Olympic faction, and I am willing to cooperate and form an alliance with you, along with my allies and without having hidden motives. Seek a healthy coexistence with you and give my full support to players 1 and now the newly revealed player 2, said Hera while bowing showing her education. The ambassadors applauded before the Queen of Olympus, now a burly man with blonde hair and a good-natured look followed. "The pleasure, I am Balder, son of Odin and my mother Frigg," he said while his elderly mother stood by his side, "and with a vote of confidence granted by my mother, my niece Hela, my companions Tyr and Freyja, the 13 Valkyries, and the giant Mimir who is not with us, I am the leader of the Nordic faction that desires coexistence with humanity. If you want help, do not hesitate to ask for it," and as my Greek counterpart said too, saying the god of peace with a smile. Some ambassadors sighed in love before the second god who appeared before the UN, now the main god of the Egyptians. "I am Ra, sharing the rank of sun god with Amaterasu-sama, and to be honest, it is a true pleasure to be able to live with humanity," said the Egyptian god, "and before the majority of my pantheon that is at my side, and as my allies, we are willing to cooperate and give full support to the players." "Wait a minute, did the majority say?" said the Singaporean ambassador. "That's right," Hestia said. "Now unfortunately, there are other gods from our respective pantheons who decided not to support us, since their pride and arrogance weigh more than reason. They think that those who are against them should serve them like their dogs because they are superior in every way," said Freyja, causing outrage at the United Nations. "And they will not hesitate to use dirty methods to buy the loyalty of some humans for their vile purposes," said Demeter, now such is the case of the now deceased Takumi Ichinus, the invalids in Ovia Quarta and the city of Kuoh, who literally sold his soul to the devil without offending Sirzechs-sama. "There are also gods and leaders who have shown themselves to be neutral in this conflict," said Azazel, "either because they are not interested or because they are making the decision of which side to represent. But now with the appearance of the Amphirean, the permanence of both sides are compromised," said Michael. "It now depends on players 1 and 2 to emerge victorious in the following challenges, that our common interests are those that prevail over the selfish interests of our now enemies, but above all, the peace and coexistence of our races prevails. At the declaration of the goddess of the hearth and the overlord of heaven, Issei and Ishen take a step forward, while behind them were Rias, the brown-haired boy's harem, along with Rumiko who looked tired but attentive to the call. "Please, may players 1 and 2 introduce themselves and what faction do they belong to?" said the Mexican ambassador kindly. "Well, my name is Hyoudou Issei, I am from Japan, and I belong to the faction of both the demons that support Sirzechs Sama and the dragons." "The dragon?" said the American ambassador incredulously, "but dragons are supposed to be colossal creatures." "I also wanted to see a dragon," said the French ambassador. "I don't think it's advisable," said Frigg nervously, "and I say this because not only is Issei-kun the only dragon here, but there's another one, and if you see his true form, most of you will suffer a fainting spell from the shock." Ophis silently thanked Frigg for her contribution. Now player 2 would speak. "A pleasure," he said calmly. "I am a Shen Phantom, I also belong to the demon faction, and I am Sirzechs Gremory Sama's pawn." "The question," said the Ukrainian ambassador, "why do they bother protecting our race if they have better things to do in their respective factions?" "It's simple, ambassador," Issei said. "Despite being from other races, in the past we were humans, and it would be quite ungrateful of us not to defend you from any attack. And for some reason the host is testing us," Ashen said without hesitation, "whether power corrupts us or we use it for justice and the common good. And today my friend Issei made a good demonstration of using said power well." Murmurs of approval began to be heard as the UN president took the floor. "Those who are in favor of the alliance with the leaders," said the president. The entire UN forum raised their hands in support, causing joy to flood the hearts of our heroes, knowing that humanity's most important organization was in favor of supporting them in this problem. "Well, the alliance in favor of the gods and leaders and to protect the lives of the players from the challenges is established from this moment on," said the president, and now his gaze was directed at the two players. "Whatever you need, you will get it without problems from us. Just like us guys," Hera said in a kind manner, but discreetly winked at Issei along with Demeter, who blew him a kiss, something that his harem noticed and immediately hugged him possessively and showed him signs of love, although the two goddesses found the girl's reaction funny. Excuse me, lady," said the Argentine ambassador now, seeing how Issei was hugged so sweetly. "May I know that you belong to player number 1? At that Ria's Gremory takes the floor and drops the bomb. "Well, first let me introduce myself. I'm Ria's Gremory and soon Hyoudou, and your answer, ambassador. We are the fiancés of player number, Issei Hyoudou." The entire parliament fell silent, and unbeknownst to them, everyone watching them fell silent as well, until "B" was the scream upon hearing such a declaration from the redeed. "Order. Order," shouted the president. "Tell me, Miss Gremory, how is it that player 1 has a harem? And the one who takes the floor here is Ophis, who looks like a 20-year-old lady." "Simple," said the Dragon of Infinity stoically. "There are several races that practice polygamy, that includes dragons and demons. By pure chance players 1 and 2 are of those races mentioned." Everyone was impressed by the laws of the factions. "Young Phantom," said the Australian ambassador, "do you also have a harem?" Ashen said, surprised, and in that, by instinct he sees Rumiko, who immediately outlines a smile similar to that of your mother when she gives you the choice of how she is going to punish you for failing the year at university, and a dark aura leaves. "No, no, 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 I appreciate my life in these moments, I want and love my beautiful Rumiko." "Amen, brother," said the male ambassadors, understanding her situation, but ouch, cried Rumiko, Sirzechs, Ajuka, Rias, Valerie, Ingvild and Ashen as they felt a strong migraine. Don't say sanctified words in the presence of our demon allies, please," said Michael nervously. Everyone nodded, but then Ashen's wristband started to glow, and immediately the female voice was heard at the United Nations headquarters. "Player number 2, we are 72 hours away from the host's challenge. The video game for this challenge is Killer Instinct, so usually the host lets you choose the character of your choice," said the voice. "Well, the Killer Instinct rooster appeared, but since the host knows that you are an experienced player, the selection will be random," said the voice. Well, the photos of the Killer Instinct rooster were now replaced by human silhouettes and the question mark. Suddenly the symbol of P2, player 2, began to dance in the rooster until it slowly began to lose speed when it stops on a silhouette as a sign of the choice, and suddenly the rooster disappears. Player 2, the selected character will be revealed to you within the next 12 hours, only you, player 1 and your master, can know this information, it cannot be revealed to anyone else, or consequently, Kyoto, Melbourne, New Delhi, Grand Britain and the Nordic Circle of Alfheim will be destroyed for disobedience. Everyone was shocked by the host's order through the wristband. "Excuse me," Ashen said to the wristband, "can I train with the selected fighter? I say this because I have no experience in hand-to-hand combat." The wristband remained silent for a moment until "Request granted," said the voice. "You can activate training mode within a period of 24 hours, and the wristband will provide you with a space where you can train, where one day in the normal world will be 3 months within that space." Issei sighed with relief because one of the biggest obstacles could be solved for the moment, and for training, he had someone in mind for that. "If you complete the following challenge you will get the following rewards," said the voice of the wristband, and in that the prizes are revealed as in the previous challenge. Character skills. Unlock player 3. Everyone was impressed to learn that they would gain a new player to their cause if Issei won this challenge. "Without further ado, I wish you the best, player 2, said the voice of the wristband, fading away instantly. "This meeting is concluded," said the president of the UN, then he sees Issei and Issei, "The life of humanity and the rebels who joined our cause depend on you to not fail us." The aforementioned nod at what is said and immediately withdraw in a magic circle towards their home. Hyoudou 2 a.m. Issei and Rumiko decided to retire to their home, saying goodbye to their friends, but they were accompanied by Sirzechs because they were talking about something extremely crucial. "Are you asking me to train you in combat, Issei-kun?" Sirzechs said somewhat uncomfortably. "Please, Urshas-sama," said the white-haired man, "I have less than 3 days to gain some combat experience." "Okay," said the rebel Mayu, more uncomfortable, "I will try to control my power and my strength." Thank you very much," said Issei, grateful to his master. "But I'm surprised by what your wristband said, Issei-kun," said Rumiko, pointing at said artifact, "and it can recreate a space where time can be manipulated and you can perform training mode without problems." "Now what matters is who my opponents are going to be," Issei said, "because as the host said, I will most likely face 2 hyenas who will be willing to avenge that narcissist Ichinus and Kuoh." "Now don't think about that," Sirzechs said, calming him down as he arrived at the humble abode of the aforementioned. "For the moment, calm down and rest, tomorrow we will begin training." Sliding the rice paper door, these 3 protagonists entered the Phantom family's house. "We're back," Issei said as his girlfriend and Sirzechs took off their normal shoes, putting on some slippers so they could duel with Japanese oak and enter the residence. "Issei," said the voice of a woman who revealed herself to be a 40-year-old white-haired lady, already wearing her pajamas but with a face that reflected concern, but when she saw her son she went out to hug him. "My son, I'm glad you're okay." "Ani-chan." Now the voice of a little girl appeared, who also went out to hug her older brother. "Nah. Is it true that you are now player number 2? "Why lie to you, my little Amado," said Issei, somewhat uncomfortable while revealing the doll that represented him as the number 2 player of the Army of Truth and Justice. "That's right, Elise, Okasama, in less than 72 hours, I will face the second challenge of the host, and for that I ask the one who reincarnated me as a demon to help me in this situation." "Demon?" said Issei, and Elise's mother, totally scared. And suddenly her gaze was fixed on the redeed. "A pleasure, Lady Phantom," said Sirzechs politely. "I am Sirzechs Gremory, I bear the title of Lucifer, and I am here to help your son in this critical situation." The women of the Phantom family were perplexed by the presence of the rogue Mayu. "A pleasure," they both said, surprised. Am I in trouble?" Issei said since he had made a decision without consulting with them too. "Not exactly the problems you're in, young man," said Mrs. Phantom. "In the room there are some people who are waiting for you and who also want to talk to you, Rumiko." The couple was surprised by what Mrs. Phantom said. They both decided to go to the living room, but when they arrived they saw 5 girls that they easily recognized, leaving Issei surprised while with Rumiko, a look of seriousness took over her face. "Issei." The 5 girls shouted with a look of concern and relief when they saw player number 2. They thought about going to hug him, but the blonde brunette got in their way. "I thought that after Issei made his choice, they would leave us alone, but it seems that due to the circumstances that have arisen, they are willing to fight for him again, isn't that so?" Shinobu Kacho. Tomo Ozawa. Claire Harv. Nia Hanju. And of course A. The aforementioned only outline a smile of determination because they knew that their love interest could now have a harem, they could fight again to be by his side, and for that they must be under the approval of the main woman of the now number 2 player. This will be a long night for Rumiko, as she will have a difficult conversation with her beloved's new suitors. Meanwhile in the underworld. Gremory Castle. Things got a little intense and quite nasty after the number 1 challenge went to the Unwanted mayor by this alliance of factions. After Kuoh Academy was destroyed after the challenge and having rescued Zenobia, who was still in shock both physically and mentally, she was urgently admitted to the Citri hospital where they received the worst news, especially for Griselda, her legal guardian. Well, they discovered that all her magic circuits had been incinerated, and the reason is that holy energy was flowing through her veins. Usually for a demon it would be having poison in the body, but for some reason it wasn't killing her, but was leaving her incapacitated. They tried to expel the holy energy, but the first medical procedures were in vain. Even with interventions from doctors from Heaven and Gregory, they couldn't expel the holy energy from Zenovia's body. It was as if it were sealed inside her permanently. Damn it, Zeodicus shouted with a grimace that looked like he had been hit low. What a pitiful sight he put on, that incompetent Takumi. And not only that, said Gabriel, due to his incompetence we lost two very important weapons from heaven, and now, Durandal and Excalibur have accepted that powerless pariah. And what are the prognoses for Zenovia's rehabilitation? Venelana said with interest, because she saw her daughter's former entourage more as her own daughters. Nothing encouraging, said Sona. He will be able to continue with his life, but he will never fight again, because his strength and his magic have become useless, while he has that sacred energy sealed in his body. Is there no way to get all that sacred energy out of your body? Asia said. There is nothing effective yet, said Seraphol with her head down. When we want to expel all that energy that she receives in her body, there are several magics that prevent us, and many of them are of unknown origin. It seems that whoever made that weakening technique knew what he was doing. Damn it. Irina screamed, all because of that damn useless powerless guy. My friend suffered a terrible fate. There is no time to regret meaningless things, Irina said. Penemu, who was also furious because the man she now hates with all her being, emerged victorious from the host's challenge, and in a crushing way. Now our duty is to focus on the second challenge, and from what I understand, who is going to fight now is the new best friend of that useless dragon. Who? The traitor's pawn. Venelana said with hatred. Since her son supported the Gamer Alliance, she thought he had completely dishonored the two families he belonged to. His name is a Shen Phantom, said Seraphol, taking what seemed to be a file with information about the aforementioned. According to before his reincarnation as a pawn, he is an ordinary university student at Kyoto University. He is in the gastronomy career and is president of the Gamers Club. Does he mention anything about combat experience or something like that? Said the goddess Aphrodite, interested. Nothing, Seraphol sentenced. He's just had an ordinary life. That makes things a little easier for us, said Irina's boyfriend. As you know, the challenge is from the video game Killer Instinct, and it's a contact challenge, so in that sense, it has a point against it. What are you trying to get at with that? Said Seekvaira. It's not obvious, said Irina's current partner. I'm saying that I'm offering to challenge player number 2 in this challenge. At that moment, a wristband begins to shine on the left limb of the aforementioned. Representative of the Avar army, said the female voice. It's time for you to choose your main character. Just keep in mind that the character in the roster that is colored gray cannot be selected. The alliance of factions welcomed the decision and determination of the now first representative of the avaricious army. Irina, proud of her partner, only hoped for the success that her friend and her late boyfriend failed to achieve in the first challenge. I know you can win this challenge, Irina said in a prayer pose. May the Lord guide you to victory, my beloved. Ryoga Hibiki. The leaders and patriarchs applaud the first representative who would face the number 2 player. Now we only need one more representative, Falbium said with disinterest. But at that a hand was raised and everyone asked for the second representative. Are you sure, dear? Said Tsubaki Shinra when she saw that her boyfriend had raised his hand. Of course, said the aforementioned. We all have a common goal, and that is to win the challenges of that being. For that, we must eliminate whoever stands in our way. That includes the friends of that perverted and useless powerless. Shinra smiled with pride at what his partner said when everyone saw that the second volunteer had another wristband appear on his right extremity, where the same female voice instructed him to choose the character from the Killer Instinct rooster. Please don't let us down. Hiba Hyoudou-kun. Representatives from both sides have now been chosen, very bloodthirsty, within the next 72 hours. Who will win? What will the next rewards be? Biography of a miserable man. Well, these small sections of the story will tell about the experiences of some of the traitor's partners. Some, like the now deceased Takumi Ichinus, will not be taken into account since they joined the faction simply out of arrogance, a pretty girl, and a hunger for power. But there will be some of the traitor's current partners who will have a rather murky and very dark past. The first one we are going to deal with is Ryoga Hibiki. Actual pairing with Irina Shidu. Previously, the world traveler with a terrible sense of direction, Ryoga Hibiki, was fighting for the love of the first woman he fell in love with, Akane Tendu. But he had a big problem to reach her heart called Ranma Sadam. Well, the simple fact of being engaged to the woman of his life had him quite frustrated. Even though he received the help of the women who were also crazy about the boy with the braid, his efforts were useless because little by little Akane and Ranma were falling in love. Until the day Ranma proposed to Akane, that day something in Ryoga broke. The other suitors of both Ranma and Akane gave up and gave their blessing to the future husbands, but Ryoga, not accepting it, decided to make his last move. One day before the wedding he infiltrated the Tendu dojo in his cursed Pichan pig form in a desperate attempt to take the youngest Tendu's virginity. He was discovered by Ranma. And that night, the boy with the braid revealed everything to Akane by revealing who her beloved pig Pichan was. When she poured hot water on him, she discovered Ryoga Hibiki's identity. Feeling humiliated and ashamed, in a fit of rage, he starts hitting an unsuspecting Ranma who not only ends up being defeated, but also ends up with a concussion, since the boy with the braid hit his head on a rock and ends up in an indefinite coma from which he has not woken up to this day. Ryoga, declaring himself the winner of the match, decides to take Akane's hand, but he didn't expect her reaction. Feeling disgusted and completely furious, Akane complains about everything to Ryoga, calling him a monster and, worst of all, a scoundrel rapist. It was the worst night for Ryoga, as he was chased throughout almost all of Tokyo by the Tendu family. Issei, despite his perversity and how evil he could be, had a great appreciation for Ranma and also launched himself into the hunt for Ryoga. The incident also reached the ears of Cologne, Xianpu, Ukyo, Muse, Kuno and Kodachi, who also joined the hunt against Ryoga and will pay for his crime against Akane and Ranma. It was a week of constant persecution until Ryoga arrived at Kuoh, where he stayed living like a real vagabond in the abandoned church. Praying fervently to the God of the Bible, asking for his forgiveness, but in his heart there was still resentment for the boy who took away the love of his life back then. He receives a visit from Irina dressed as a nun, who at that time was still Issei's girlfriend. Ryoga, in a less than honest way, begins to confess his problem that he had in Tokyo, where he was playing the victim with a coward and without accepting his guilt, something that began to move the heart of the incarnated angel, and believing in his version, she decides to forgive his sins to the homeless boy. Over time Ryoga and Irina began to become good friends and see each other more often, and they trusted each other so much that she revealed a reincarnated angel to him and he revealed his pig form. Everything was going well until the event of Ria's Gremory beating her. Irina also told him about the problem she had with DxD and the obvious breakup of her relationship with Issei. This provoked fury and resentment from Ryoga against both of them, swearing that he would protect her. He decides to declare his love for the incarnate angel, and when she sees that someone was willing to stand up for her, that she is the first in someone's heart and not the second or third as in the brown-haired man's harem, she accepts the feelings of the Tokyo native. Now Ryoga feels that his life has meaning at the moment of meeting Irina, forgetting that he once had a life in Tokyo, believing that the crime against Akane and Ranma would go completely unpunished, and if something happened to him, it would be to raise his fist against the faction of heaven, according to him, because he was protected not only by Irina, but by the Archangel Gabriel, because in her side, and obviously not reading the heart of the Tokyo native, they made a beautiful couple. Michael didn't like this, as he felt Ryoga's heart was quite spiteful and evil. He tried many times to stop his ace from living with someone of that ilk, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. The time has come for Ryoga, representing the Avar army, to face the challenge of the host, and seeing that his opponent, a Shen Phantom, who had no preparation in martial arts, he would think that his challenge would be a piece of cake because he had confidence through the roof, because if he could defeat Ranma, he was capable of defeating anyone, as long as he sees his angel smile, he will be capable of staining his fists with blood for her. Chapter 9 Competition. Chat with two goddesses. Hyoudou University. Room 2002B, 12 p.m. Astronomy classes at Hyoudou University were proceeding as normal, with second-year students arriving in class. The class was about to begin, but they noticed an empty chair. "Good afternoon, students," said a tired-looking teacher. As he entered the classroom, "I see that everyone is present," he said while adjusting his glasses, while fixing his gaze on the empty chair. "Oh, it seems that the young phantom is not in at the moment. Does anyone know what happened?" At that, 6 hands went up, surprising everyone because usually, one of the hands raised was the one that reported some Shen incident. "I can answer you," Sensei said Rumiko calmly, "but that would be broken by the following voices." "No, I can tell him," said Tomo looking at Rumiko in a competitive way. "I can tell you with pleasure," said Shinobu with her usual smile. "Please ignore these cave women without manners." "I can tell you, although it's not that I care," Shen-kun said Claire like it's Sundeer. "And why are you blushing, Claire-chan?" Nia Hanju said mischievously, clearly mocking the blonde with pigtails. "You say you don't care about our Shen-kun, but when you mention him, your cheeks turn like cherries." "Ours?" said the other classes. "That silly Nia, this was supposed to remain a secret after the challenge, and it didn't last even a day," Rumiko said, mentally giving herself a facepalm. "I don't know why I had the great idea of opening a Shen's harem." "Of course not," said Claire, scandalized, trying to deny everything. "Oh," a Sensei said, waving at the window without flinching. "Did you forget something?" Shen-kun," Claire and Tomo said very nervously, seeing where Sei was looking when they noticed that there was nothing and no one from the white-haired boy, leaving the blonde and the redhead very red with embarrassment in front of the class. "They fell," Sei, Nia and Shinobu said calmly while covering their lips with a hand in a mocking gesture. Claire and Tomo already felt like their heads were about to explode, not to mention their faces that looked like freshly boiled lobsters. I'm glad your differences have been smoothed out somewhat after Issei-kun had chosen his girlfriend, said the teacher somewhat relieved because he still remembered that there was a rather sharp tension because when Issei had chosen Rumiko as his partner, the others saw the winner with murderous intentions and it made the others in class very uncomfortable. But you haven't responded where Issei Phantom is and what you said, can you tell us that, is he ours? Well, I'll answer that, said Rumiko, taking the floor as the main one of the white-haired boy's harem, because if she had seen something from her friend Ria's when dealing with the girls of Issei's harem, it is that she showed authority along with Yusaka and Ophis who supported her. This has to do with the host's challenges, since as you know, he is player number 2, and his challenge will arise in less than 3 days, and he must prepare, she said firmly before the class, showing that she is the one in charge of her man's harem. Flashback. Phantom family house. 8 a.m. The Phantom family was preparing for a new day of work, where Issei's mother, Layla Phantom, was putting on her coat to drop her daughter Elise off at the local high school, but there were also some guests who would be traveling with the women of the family. Son, I want you to behave well at your new school, okay? Sirzechs said while he was adjusting Milika's school uniform, and behave while I'm gone for the next 2 days. Hi, Otu-san, said the younger Riteed happily. Won't it be exciting to go to school, Milika's? And even more since now it's a school where humans and supernatural beings can live together without any prejudice, said Kuoh, while also wearing the typical sailor uniform and her backpack on her shoulder. She was accompanied by Yusaka, who had left her normal outfit for a more casual one, although her ears and foxtails, she did not hide them because it no longer made any sense to do so since the supernatural was revealed to humanity. Hyoudou was one of the first cities in the world where the coexistence between humanity and the supernatural was a success, since many yaokais and humans spoke as if nothing had happened. Even at the university, there were several yaokai in the students and teachers who hid their appearance thanks to several amulets they carried. I entrust a lot to my son, said Sirzechs. Don't worry, I'll take care of him while you train my son for the host challenge, Layla said kindly. That maternal and honest gesture left the rebellious Mayu a little blushed because it was clear that in Layla, motherhood was her thing, and compared to his ex-wife, she wasn't interested at all and acted like a good mother in important meetings to give a good image, but she threw it all away when they returned home, returning to an attitude of annoyance towards her now ex-husband and Milika's. In that, Issei appears in sportswear. I'm ready, Sirzechs-sama, said the white-haired man excitedly. The red-haired man nods. Well, it's time for you to activate it, said the Riteed calmly. Player 2 touches his wristband and shouts. Training mode. 3 purple lights began to shine on the white-haired man's wristband, and immediately 3 rays of the aforementioned color began to emerge from the wristband, impacting the wall of the house, but instead of destroying it, it began to open a small dimensional fissure. Even in matters of space and time, the host has dominion, said Issei impressed. It's similar to the fissures that Ophis-chan opens when she's in the dimensional rift, Yusaka said. It's time, said Sirzechs, patting his pawn. We will train this first month and a half within this modified space, the question of your physical resistance, and if my calculations are correct, at the end of that period of time, your selected character will be revealed, and in the remaining time we will train your character's skills so that you are ready for the challenge. Hi, said the white-haired man. Wow, Issei-san, you look very lively, Yusaka said. Don't let your training get too far, Sirzechs. I'll do what I can, said the Riteed, very uncomfortable, but Yusaka was right in her words, because the Riteed is top 10 in terms of powerful existences and can easily turn his enemies to dust. Before they retreated, Layla proceeds to hug her son. Issei, since your father's death, you and your sister are the only ones I have left in this world, said Layla, as her eyes began to shed tears, but seeing that you both try hard, that Elise is an exemplary girl and has worked hard to get good grades like your son, that you are a university student and also an exemplary student, but most importantly, you are one of the representatives who will help humanity in the host's challenge. Both of you make me feel so proud, said Layla, as the tears she shed were not of fear and worry, they were of pride for her offspring. Issei, seeing the face of one of the most important women in his life cry, hugged his mother even tighter. I swear that I will emerge victorious from this challenge, Mom, said the white-haired man determinedly. I will do it, not only for humanity and the beings that live in it, but also so that they have a peaceful world where they can live in peace, so I promise you that in the challenges, I will emerge victorious, okay Mom? I believe in your word, son, said Layla, moving away from her son now. Give your best, son. Issei and Sirzechs proceed to enter the dimension, and it closes at that moment. 2 days without Oni-chan, said Elise while sighing with nostalgia. Well, remember that it is a challenge that should not be taken lightly, said Kuoh. If not, ask Issei Otu-san. We must go, Yusaka said while Elise, Kuoh and Milika's proceeded to head towards the exit of the Phantom residence. With your permission, and by the way, I think you should see your exit, Yusaka said with a smile as she left with the infants. Mrs. Phantom, surprised by what her friend said, goes to the living room where she finds a surprise. As if it were a post-party of uncontrolled girls, Rumiko, Shinobu, Tomo, Claire, Nia and Issei were dozing, but one would believe that they had a harmonious talk when they saw that on the floor. There were several photos where the 6 girls were at one time with Issei, some adobe cups where the girls drank tea, but they were on the floor, and one of them was broken as a sign that they had conflicts. Some of them had their hair showing signs of being pulled. In Claire's case, her white blouse was stained with matcha tea, as a sign that someone had thrown the hot infusion on her. Shinobu on the other hand, had several lines of eyeliner on her face, as if it were abstract art on a canvas, all normal in a discussion between women, but seeing something next to Nia made Mrs. Phantom start to emanate her aura of an exemplary mother, but like an oven. The bottle of sake, Layla said with that dangerous smile of a furious mother. I know you are already of legal age, but drink in my house and with the sake with which I had married my late husband. Mrs. Phantom's scream made all of her son's suitors wake up in a flash. Nia lamented, touching her head. What time is it? Shinobu said very stunned. It's 8 a.m. Layla's voice said, obviously reflecting how upset she is. Rumiko and the others were sweating nervously because they were in front of the mother of the man they loved so much, and really. I gave them the room to smooth out their differences, hoping that everything would be resolved peacefully, said Layla as her shoulders began to twitch, as if the devil himself were beginning to possess her. I knew they would have arguments. I knew there would be shouting and fighting. I even asked Sirzechs Sama to put them in a noise-reducing space where they could vent and not disturb the neighbors. The suitors were sweating with nerves and were cornered, having Rumiko showing her face, because in front of them, it seemed that the anger was making the sweet Layla Phantom become an Oni, ready to unleash the club against her enemies. Hey, we're even now, right girls? Rumiko said nervously. Hi, said Tomo nodding quickly. Now we all decided to share a Shen-kun, said Shinobu, who was the least nervous of all but still showed it as sweat fell from her forehead because she was afraid to see her new mother-in-law in a non-existent facet. So, your son should feel honored that we are his girlfriend, dear mother-in-law, said Claire like a true tsundere. Ah, very nice, it's good to know that soon I will have beautiful grandchildren and that will fill me with pride, said Layla with a sweet voice, but it would be believed if it weren't distorted by each syllable that came out of her mouth. Hey, why are you angry, mother-in-law? Nia said, protecting herself with the body of the crime. And you still ask that? Layla said, then she inhaled and shouted, yes, there are several things that really angry me. One of them is that liquor is being drunken in my house and you are showing that you don't respect my property. That scream made sure that the birds that were around the phantom house flew away in fright. And the worst of all, that empty sake bottle. That sake is the one I married my late husband with. I wanted to keep it and you drank it like a melon soda. The girls were now pale and terrified, especially Nia, who had taken the said sake in the absence of tea to continue arguing with the others. So mother-in-law, said Issei, very timid in front of Layla, is there something we can do to make up for it? Layla, upon hearing the words of the raven-haired girl, drew a malevolent smile. They turned more purple at the gesture of Ishen's mother. Oh yes, there are several things you are going to have to do for the rest of your lives if you want to be by my son's side, said Layla, moving her head like a possessed puppet. Ishen's new harem gulped because at Issei's words, they literally sold their souls to the devil just to be by Ishen's side, because even though they are already harem sisters, the competition to be the first had begun. End of flashback. Rumiko had declared everything with the exception of her mother-in-law's scolding. Oh, I see, said the teacher calmly. Well, in that case could you please share the notes with Ishen-san so that he doesn't fall behind with his studies? Hi, said the 6 girls. Everyone was quite surprised because a competition for player number 2 had started. What a girl in love can do for her man, the students and the teacher said mentally as they watched the 6 crazy women taking notes as if their lives depended on it. Meanwhile, Osaka Palace. The leader of the yokai, who was accompanied by Valerie Lucifer, who had taken a break from her training that day and was now working as the kitsune's bodyguard. And Kuroka, who was reading a novel on soft cushions and eating snacks. The kitsune, the nekomata and the white-haired girl were calm when a magic circle appeared. Azazel dono? Osaka said, surprised because the group seemed upset and nervous. What's happening? The host has revealed the venues where Ishen-san will fight, said Azazel, very upset. What? Osaka said, very shocked. Issei sent me a message in which his wristband was activated in his university classes, said Azazel. The device revealed a world map and marked with numbers, 5 zones on said map. Osaka, Kuroka and Valerie became serious upon hearing what the cadre said. Then Azazel activates a device where it reveals the world map that Issei's wristband revealed, said representation of the globe. I suppose the fights will be chronological, said Osaka, seeing where the number 1 stood out. And where will our friends start fighting, Ishen Naya? Said Kuroka. In the heart of the Yucatan jungle, in Mexico, said Azazel. Wait a minute, is that Mesoamerican faction territory? Said Valerie Lucifer. That's right, a territory that has remained neutral against our influence, said Azazel. As you know, the Mesoamerican faction is divided in two. The north that includes the territories from Monterrey, Tijuana, Matamoros, to the Valley of Mexico, that includes the capital of the country, Cuernavaca and Puebla. While the south covers the rest of the Mexican territory and also Guatemala, Belize, Honduras and El Salvador. And do you know who leads the Mesoamerican faction? Said Kuroka. In fact, there are two who lead this faction, said Azazel seriously. The feathered serpents. Quetzalcoatl rules in the north and Kukulkan in the south. We must request an audience to speak with both leaders so that they give us permission to enter their territory and that Ashen-san can complete the host's challenge, Yusaka said, taking into account that both goddesses are very overprotective of their territories. It will not be necessary. Said two female voices. At that moment, a magic circle with the hieroglyph of the feathered serpent began to appear and suddenly, 4 female silhouettes appeared. The first, a tall woman with curly blonde hair and beautiful emerald eyes, wearing Aztec clothing and a headdress, accompanied by a busty blonde woman wearing a sleeveless kimono and blue pants that beautifully highlighted her hips. The two blondes introduced themselves. Hello, I'm the goddess Quetzalcoatl. A pleasure. Said the aforementioned with joy. I am Tsunade Senju, Quetzalcoatl-sama's right hand, said the other blonde. The second, with jade-colored hair, wearing leather clothes that showed off her beautiful figure, denim shorts and brown-heeled boots. She was accompanied by a strong green-haired woman with a fringe that covered one eye, with an expression of absolute seriousness. She was dressed in a white suit. They appeared before Yusaka and Azazel. I am Kukulkan, a pleasure to meet two leaders who support the players of the Army of Truth and Justice, said the Jade movie. Bros, the best healer in southern Mesoamerica and right-hand woman of Kukulkan-sama, a pleasure, said the aforementioned in a dry manner. From what I heard from you, Kukulkan Dono, they are aware of the host's challenges, Yusaka said. That's right, said the feathered serpent of the Mayan culture. Despite being outside of his influence, we could not turn a blind eye to what the host was doing, said Quetzalcoatl as he sat on a chair. We also received the announcement of the challenges in our pyramids, both me and Teotihuacan and Kukulkan-chan in Chichen Itza. We both agreed not to get involved in the challenges, Kukulkan said, that is, to remain neutral, but a few hours ago something happened that is forcing us to change our position in this challenge. In that, the Jade movie activates a magic circle in which she transmitted a video, or rather a memory of Kukulkan, revealing the tranquility of the Mayan jungle in Yucatan when the something began to emerge from the ground and from which it began to knock down trees, stones. The animals began to flee in terror until they saw that some metal walls had emerged. In said memory, the jade-haired girl's hand touched the metal walls when they saw that an electric shock repelled their act. She surrounded the metal walls, seeing that said metallic structures had surrounded a part of the Mayan jungle in the shape of a hexagon, but the last metal wall had a symbol. Ultratech. Yusaka said. It's the antagonist company of the challenge video game, said Azazel, and from what I see the first fight will be against an Ultratech experiment. The blonde feathered serpent continued to see the memory of his Mayan counterpart when. There's another clue, said Quetzalcoatl, pointing below the Ultratech symbol. Kukulkan enlarges the image and suddenly sees that there is an inscription, and he reads it. The Breeder 09. I think I know who our friend's first adversary will be, said Azazel, but as a precaution I can't reveal it. We don't know if the host likes the element of surprise and doesn't want a third party to ruin it. The feathered serpents were left thinking about what Azazel said because they had seen what the host was capable of. If with just one insult from Poseidon, Atlantis disappeared knowing or ruining the challenges, it will be much worse for the civilization that host said challenges. Well, first of all, on my part, they can access my territory, said Kukulkan happily. The truth is, I prefer that a boy who strives to be better every day fight on my lands than that an arrogant and presumptuous lizard from the greedy army stain my beautiful places. We appreciate your permission, Kukulkan-sama, said Yusaka with a bow just like Azazel. And after this, would you like to be part of the alliance? Azazel said humbly. Both feathered serpents look at each other as if waiting for an answer from the other. I mean, there's no need to give an answer soon, said Azazel. After all, we're in a crisis and it would be better to have allies and friends in any situation, but if you refuse, you're within your rights. Quetzalcoatl is surprised by Azazel's words. Usually, he took into account that the fallen angels are very greedy and avaricious. He had had problems in the past with Gabriel and Sentinel because they sought her to satisfy their lust. And also with Penemu because one of her partners had fallen in battle for Quetzalcoatl. But in Azazel he could see a different facet, something in her told him to trust him. We'll decide that after the challenge, said Quetzalcoatl smiling. I have one request above all, if there are no inconveniences. What is your request? Said Valerie with a tone that she didn't like at all. Player number 1 caught my attention along with my right hand, my best warrior, so to not beat around the bush, I wish to meet Issei Hyoudou, if you don't mind, said Quetzalcoatl with a sharp smile. I wish to meet the true hero of the factions. Now it depends on my assessment, I will decide if the Northern Mesoamerica faction joins. Isaka, Valerie and Kuroka became alert at what the goddess said because other girls were interested in meeting her man. In short, she was asking for a date with the brown-haired man, for herself and her right-hand man. Okay, said Azazel nervously. Kukulkan, for his part, could only sigh at his friend's audacity. It's good that someone called her attention, Kukulkan said mentally. I wish someone would call my attention, and Rose is seeing that his best warrior just looked away in annoyance. And the other places where our friend will fight, where are they? Kuroka said interested. At number 2 it's Death Valley, in California, United States, said Azazel, one of the most suffocating places in North America. Wait a minute, said Rose looking at the world map, I can't find number 3, there's 1, 2, 4 and 5. I can answer that for you, Rose and Yusaka said when the host revealed challenge 2, he put in the destination, several places in the country and Niflheim. Niflheim? Said Tsunade, Quetzalcoatl, Kukulkan and Rose totally confused. I'll explain, said Valerie. In Nordic culture, Niflheim is the coldest kingdom in all of Yggdrasil. Here the snow rains perpetually, there is no fire that can withstand the terrible frozen environment of said world, and it is the anticomer of Helheim. So the third confrontation is in Niflheim, said Kuroka. Number 4 is in Great Britain, in Goodwin Sand, said Azazel, surprised. What's so special about that area? Said Kuroka. Simple, it's a pirate ship graveyard, said Azazel, revealing and deducing in his mind a possible combatant that Ashen would face. Number 5 is in the city of Detroit, Michigan, said Azazel, one of the most industrialized areas in the world. Everyone saw the face of the cadre when he said zones 4 and 5 because he had an idea of who the final combatants will be. Anything you want to share, Azazel? Yusaka said. The cadre just sighs heavily and says. I'll just say one thing, said Azazel, I hope Sirzechs manages to train our ally or else he'll have a very difficult time, especially with the last 2 fighters. That left the girls present with more enigmas than answers, but Azazel knew that Ashen was not going to have it easy. He would have 5 fights, and for a novice in terms of fights, it would be something very difficult to mess up. He would give anything for his student's friend to come out ahead, even praying to his deceased father, the biblical god, that Ashen would come out with a victory, or rather. Chapter 10. The second challenge versus the Ultratech experiment. Isaka Palace, 6:30 am. All our friends had gotten up early and were gathered in the main hall, since they were less than an hour away from the challenge, where the number 2 player Ashen Phantom would face one of the most violent fighting games in the history of video games. It is worth mentioning that everyone is there, and when I say everyone was waiting in their own way for the challenge to begin, for example. Issei with his harem, but they were having 2 fights at this moment. Well, 2 goddesses were seducing the brown-haired boy, but Riaz and Yusaka were pushing them away as they should. Both had accepted them as part of the Isekai'ed harem, but when they said yes they threw themselves at Issei like leopards against an antelope. Issei's servants like Boo, Hemerbros and Drybones were also present, but they brought snacks to enjoy the challenge. Come on, Ria-san, it doesn't hurt to share this little cherry candy with us, said Hera, the Olympic leader, as she rubbed her face in the dragon god candidate's breasts. And leave him alone with you? You're going to kill him, said Riaz, trying in vain to free herself from the Greek goddess's grip. Come on, my dear honey dragon, said Demeter, now imitating her sister by making an op-eye sandwich for Issei, who was becoming like a certain lazy dragon that wanders in the dimensional gap. You and me, one night, and you'll see why I am the goddess of agriculture, because you'll see how my love for you will sprout. Ow, what do you think? The dragon's heat is suppressed for the next 6 months, Yusaka said sarcastically, so the tilled land won't bear fruit this time. Now get out of the way. Everyone found the scene funny. But Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, viewed this with some loneliness. Despite her vows of chastity and Zeus's oath that no one would touch her, she wondered what it felt like to have a partner. Mrs. Phantom and Elise were nervous and were eating away at her. Okasama Lee said, very terrified, I'm afraid that Ani-chan will lose the challenge. Elise said the mother in the same way because they had seen the end of the losers and she was not going to bear that her son was erased from the face of existence. Don't worry, Elise-chan, said Milikas optimistically, if my dad promised to train a Shen-nichan, he will do it well. Ara, you're right, Milikas-chan, said Shinobu equally calmly, we're talking about a Shen-kun, he has the quality that whatever he's doing, he'll do well. That will be included in this challenge, said Tomo very excitedly, I am sure that my man will succeed. Your man? Rumiko said with a vein in her forehead, since when do you keep him for yourself? Hey, let's go, said Nia, calming Rumiko and Tomo, we can't give a bad image to our mother-in-law. You're right, the ironing board, Claire said with her smug air, what kind of girlfriends would we be if we acted like that? Ironing board. Nia shouted, trying to throw herself at Claire, but Issei held her. The nerves and pressure were now replaced by laughter and optimism thanks to the scenes of jealousy, comic anger and flirting of both harems. "Wow, Ashen-san and Issei-san are so lucky to have such a close-knit family," said Michael, who was also present, along with Azazel, Shiva and Ajuka. That word, upon hearing it from the Overlord, echoed in the heads of Quetzalcoatl, Tsunade, Kukulkan, Rose and Hestia, and the power began to cover their hearts. "Family, how will it feel to have a family?" said the aforementioned, while imagining themselves in different situations from walks, playing, feeding a baby. Endless thoughts came to their minds when shoo. The magic circle with the emblem of Lucifer appeared, and from it, a Sirzechs appeared, completely beaten and with his clothes in tatters, but with a satisfied smile on his face. "Ani-sama. Lucifer-sama." Rias shouted because the older Retied was staggering, but when Rias, Yusaka and Rumiko were going to grab him, they felt the Retied skin. "It's freezing." The three of them said mentally. "Thanks girl," said Sirzechs, very tired as he sat down. Layla Phantom now took control. "Claire-chan, a tea please. Nia-chan, a blanket. Sei-chan starts heating up the cinnamon buns I have in the oven. Elise, a tray of hot water." "Hi," said the named ones. "Ani-sama," said Rias, seeing that her senpai was not there. "Where is Ashen-senpai?" "Well, the host transferred him directly from the training area to the first stage," said the rebel Mau, while taking off his tattered sports shirt, showing his laundry chest and abdomen. This caused Layla Phantom to get nervous and blush. "Layla-san, are you okay?" "Eh?" said Layla, returning to the earthly plane. Seeing him, "Ah yes, I'm fine," said Layla as she threw a huge eye contact but tried to turn around but felt something blocking her legs. "Yue." Bong. Layla had tripped. It would have been accidental if Azazel hadn't put his foot on her. Everyone saw how Layla and Sirzechs were looking face to face, and her cheeks were completely red. "He's so handsome," said Layla, seeing the aquamarine eyes of the rebel Mau. "How beautiful," Sirzechs said naturally. But they both noticed that everyone saw something peculiar in that scene, even the goddesses and single women, who felt a little jealous. "Oh, it kind of stinks of love," said Azazel, pinching his nose as a sign that something smelled horrible, while a mocking smile appeared. "Well, at least it's something honest," said Michael, raising his thumbs to his equal from the demonic faction. "If you're going to do that, first a coffee, right?" Rias said, very mischievous with her brother, who was getting over the redness of his hair. "Mother-in-law, you don't waste time, do you?" Shinobu said now to a phantom lady who looked like iron in the forge. "Well, I think I can tell you one Isama, right, Elise-chan?" Milika said while putting his arm on Ashen's sister's shoulder. "No problem, my little Hyoudou," said Elise proudly, making the same gesture with her arm. "Ahahahahaha." Both children laughed. The laughter became contagious for everyone, something that lessened the embarrassing scene of Sirzechs and Layla, who, like a good knight, extends his hand to help his pawn's mother sit up. "Didn't he hurt himself?" Sirzechs said very shyly. "No, you are very kind," Layla said in the same way, but a smile and the redness of her cheeks could be seen in both adults when BSSSSTTTTTT. Several screens appeared in the palace, indicating that the challenge broadcast was about to appear. Well, with the traitors. Now they gathered at the palace of Lord Glaciolabolas, were enjoying a good tea in the Victorian-looking gardens. With the arrogant and overbearing temper, they began to see that the challenge screens were going to start. "I hope your boyfriend Irina isn't as mediocre as that idiot Takumi," Seraphil Citri said arrogantly. "Don't worry, Seraphil-sama," Irina said while making a prayer pose. "With my Ryoga's great combat experience and the blessing of our beloved father, he will pull through." "But this will be the second meeting, right?" said Penemu. "That's right," said Zeus. "The first will arise in Mesoamerica and the lands of Kukulkan-chan Ojijoho. I must tell you that she is an exceptionally beautiful goddess along with her equal, Quetzalcoatl-chan," said Zeus, while with a perverted face, he showed them an image of the feathered serpents in their human form. "They're all beautiful," said everyone's boyfriends, while the traitors just contained their jealousy at what they saw. All the men, if they could say that, watched with a desire to make them theirs. But suddenly a voice sounded. "Good morning, inhabitants of the earth and of the supernatural faction. Today we will open challenge number 2, in which the representative of the army of valor and justice will confront all those who supported Ashen now, which was a large part of humanity. The Yaokais, the Shintoists, some inhabitants of the Yggdrasil circles also supported the pawn Sirzechs Gremory. As you know, the game is Killer Instinct," continued the host player number 2. "His character was chosen at random and will have 6 confrontations." Everyone kept shouting excitedly, but those in Yusaka Palace were confused. 6. Rose said. "We clearly saw 5 destinations on the world map," said Tsunade. "Is this a joke?" Hestia said, very confused. "But oh, of course not, Goddess of the Hearth," said the host. "Yes, I had mentioned that there would be 5 confrontations plus 1, that like a good fighting video game the final boss will be waiting." The final boss, Rumiko said, absorbed in her thoughts, as she had two final bosses in mind and always saw how her boyfriend had difficulties finishing them. In those 5 challenges on Earth, the representative of the Army of Truth will face the 2 representatives of the Greedy team, who will be waiting in the 2nd and 5th confrontation. If the representative of the Army of Justice loses to the first representative of the Greedy army, he must continue the confrontations until he faces the 2nd representative of the army. Only one will be able to complete my challenge. In the underworld, Irina and Tsubaki froze because their men were destined to face each other. If the former defeated Issei, both of them stared at each other with a hint of hatred. Return. Now that's it, I'll start the first part of my challenge, said the host. And then the broadcast began recording in the Yucatan jungle, but it was clear that the beautiful greenery was gone, and now all he could find was destruction and ruins of what was once a beautiful natural setting. This made Kukulkan feel quite bad because it was his land and it wasn't fair to destroy it like that. Suddenly he begins to hear the acceleration of footsteps, but everyone sees in the transmission that a being that should have been extinct was making an appearance as a real hunter in search of food. It can't be, Riaz said. Raptor. Rumiko finished. The velociraptor roared in a sign of hunger and fighting. So that's Issei-kun's first opponent, said Sirzechs, calmly taking a sip of the tea that had been prepared for him. He seems very calm, Sirzechs-sama, said Kuoh. Yes, I have confidence in my pawn, said Sirzechs. I can only tell you that he left me in this state and his powers could cause problems for the Lucifuge and even Serafal. The temperature is dropping, I mean, Issei is going to be clear, said, deducing, but. Oh, here it comes, said Sirzechs, pointing at the transmission. Everyone sees how a being that looked like it was made of ice and water was descending from the sky and suddenly falls to the ground and takes the form of a kind of puddle on the ground, but in the end, it reveals a being of great stature and of fearsome appearance. Both fighters look like they wanted to kill each other. Fight on. Glacius from the Army of Truth versus Raptor. Ready, fight. The audio. The velociraptor attacked using its claws on its legs, which Issei managed to stop, but it grabbed Issei's arm. Raptor, subduing it, began to try to shape it with its plasma fangs. 5. Issei manages to send him to the other side with a tackle. The velociraptor came out again to attack, but. Flam. A stalagmite popped out of the ground, stopping his attack in its tracks. It knocked him to the ground, but now Issei was the one attacking, now delivering another tackle, hitting him 3 times in the snout, kicking him 3 times in the legs, and finishing him off with 2 blows to the snout. Awesome combo. Raptor now came out, but now trying to hurt Issei more with a back blow by falling on him. Issei resents the blows, but prescribes a press blow with his 2 hands made of ice blocks. Again he attacks Raptor, hitting him 3 times. He kicks him 3 times, 2 in his abdomen, and 1 in the form of a stomp on the dinosaur's tail. Again making him water on the ground, he proceeds to give him 5 uppercuts, making Raptor scream, falling fulminantly on the ground, as a sign that round 1 was for Issei. At Yusaka Palace, everyone was shouting happily because their friend had won the first round. Ani-sama is great. Elise shouted very excitedly with little stars in her eyes. Let's go, Issei, said Rumiko very excitedly. Let's go, shouted 3 women, surprising everyone. Hestia, Hera and Demeter said incredulously to know that their sister's virgin was excited by a fight. Kukulkan-chan, said Quetzalcoatl, impressed that her companion was showing interest in Issei. Rose, said Tsunade, also impressed. What? Rose said, trying to hide her blush. It's normal for me to get excited in a fight. So he was the one who left you shivering from the cold, huh, Sirzechs? Azazel said. The power of that character clearly surpasses known ice magic, said Ddraig. We experimented to how many degrees he can harden his body into ice. I really regretted having asked for it because the dimension was about to collapse, because everything had become frozen and desolate. I am also surprised that he can control the density of his body at will, said Ddraig, watching how Issei turned into liquid water and from one moment to the next was solid ice. I would like to share my knowledge with your pawn, Sirzechs-sama, said Lavinia, for a better mastery of his powers. I will be very grateful to you, Sirzechs said politely. Eyes, round 2, said Valerie when she saw Raptor get up. Ready, fight. Raptor came out again to attack, to try to stick his plasma claws into the body of Glacius, Issei, who immediately hardened his body but still felt pain. Once again the velociraptor attacked Issei, giving him 3 bites and breathing fire from his mouth. Issei resented Raptor's heat attack a lot, but when he was about to continue with a headbutt. Combo breaker. Issei repels the dinosaur with a blow from his ice-bladed hand. Before it can get back up, Issei uses the density of his body to turn into liquid and move towards Raptor and X3. 3 uppercuts were thrown out of the solidified water in the form of glacius, sending Riptor flying, and just when the raptor is going to land violently, a Shen proceeds to ram him, hitting him 3 times, throwing him into a tree, but without preventing him from falling. The representative of the army of justice goes against everything. The velociraptor began to feel a cruel punishment from a Shen. He could only feel his claws, his legs reinforced with metal, his head being crushed, and the electrical circuits being shattered with the blows of ice. He felt that every member of his artificial body was being destroyed. Danger. That was what Riptor was hearing. Everyone watched the merciless number of blows the modified velociraptor was taking. They were shocked to see the level of violence a Shen was exerting until a series of faster blows began to fall on a hopeless Riptor, while the dead jungle began to be destroyed with the intensity of a Shen's blows. When the Ice Warrior throws Riptor into the skies with a mega stalagmite that sprouted from the ground, piercing the abdomen of the Jurassic, being it fell with a crash, while Riptor totally destroyed lay on the ground and was hurt all over the world. Ultra. That was it, the first fight had been quickly won by a Shen. The human world screamed at the top of its lungs, as its representative in the majority had won with relative ease against the modified velociraptor. At Usaka Palace. Everyone shouted excitedly at their friend's victory, especially his mother who cried excitedly, and Elise who hugged Milikas and Kunu in a sign of relief. "That's our man." Tomo shouted. Ara said, Shinobu pleased. The girls of Ashen's harem were totally impressed by the fight against that killing machine, not to mention that the 3 young ladies who were excited in the first encounter were beginning to become interested in Ashen, since his way of fighting impressed them greatly. "You're interesting," said Kukulkan, Hestia and Rose, although the feathered serpent was very blushing, because fighting in such a merciless and brutal way was synonymous with a well-applied work on the part of Sirzechs in his training, and if there's one thing Kukulkan likes, it's people who fight for their goals and earn everything with the fruits of their effort. The first battle was won, but now he would face one of the traitor's boyfriends, and it would be in one of the places where a Shen would clearly have a great disadvantage due to the weather, and it is. Chapter 11 The Second Challenge. Justice comes in its time. Tokyo Hospital. Internal Medicine Unit, Room 301. The Tendu family was visiting the hospital, as Ranma Saddam was hospitalized there, having fallen into an indefinite coma, since a head injury was what caused said state, caused by the cowardly attack by Ryoga Hibiki, in a vile attempt to make a Kane Tendu his own. After the failed hunt against Ryoga, Ranma's true torment was just beginning. He began to experience difficulty breathing and respiratory distress, and was intubated as an emergency and kept under sedation. Shortly after his condition improved, he was given a tracheostomy so he could leave the endotracheal tube and continue receiving ventilatory support, but there were no signs of improvement or awakening from the boy with the braid. The cane would accompany him every day after school and even stayed overnight at the hospital, hoping that her beloved would wake up one day. But she was also accompanied by her and Ranma's former suitors. For example, Xianpu and Ukyo would bring a cane or the Tendu family something to eat, Kodachi would bring fresh flowers so her room would be well decorated, Muse having knowledge of physiotherapy and Chinese medicine, with the vigilance and guidance of the old woman Cologne, applied her sessions so that Ranma's muscles would not atrophy. Kuno for his part, stood guard at the door of the room, because he still felt that Ryoga would return at some point to finish him off and Hapasai. Put incense to slightly aromatize the hospital room. Demonstrating that even though they were enemies, in critical and delicate situations, they displayed a degree of camaraderie and mutual cooperation. But like everyone else, the Tendu family was mostly watching the host's challenges in the hospital. And on this occasion, being a Sunday, a day when there are no classes in Japan, Akane decided to go to the hospital early with her family, friends and former rivals, knowing that everyone stops their activities while the challenge is in action. Already in the hospital, they saw how the representative of the Army of Justice, a Shen Phantom, in the appearance of Glacius, had mercilessly destroyed Riptor in Mexico. "How brutal," said Kuno as he saw how Riptor's corpse lay on the ground. "I couldn't even use all my strength against Phantom-san." And to think that with the master's pranks and the secrets of the old woman Cologne, there were already enough paranormal experiences, but the fact that angels, demons, yaokais exist, said Genma Saddam, who violently receives a blow from the aforementioned woman. "Who are you calling an old woman, you panda clown?" said Cologne. "I'm surprised we're all together," Nabiki Tendo said, "although I wish it hadn't been for a misfortune. The important thing is that we smooth things over in time by Ukyo. Now just wait for Ranma to wake up and everything will be as before," said Hapasai happily. But everyone saw the unconscious Ranma who showed no signs of waking up. "If he wakes up," said Kasumi Tendu, "now everything depends on him." "The doctor said that a part of his brain was affected by the blow," said Su Tendo, "and the time he was without oxygen, part of his brain died. He said that it is possible that when he wakes up he will have difficulties or will not be able to move half of his body. Hemiplegia." Kodachi said horrified. But a stomp on the ground silenced everyone. The youngest of the Tendu went to where her fiancé was and without taking her eyes off him began to tell him. It doesn't matter if half of his body is useless, it doesn't matter if he's paralyzed or not, said Akane with tears in her eyes, but in her eyes, there was determination and resolve. I will marry Ranma, and when you wake up, I will support you and make you the happiest man. Everyone heard Akane's oath to her unconscious fiancé. You won't do this alone, Akane said. Kasumi, Kodachi, Xianpu and Ukyo stood by her side. We can help you. Or rather we are going to help you whether you like it or not, Nabiki said smiling. Someone will need us to watch their back, said Kuno seeing Yu's nodding. And support in terms of alternative treatments, Cologne said while Hapasai nodded next to her. You're going to need all the support you can get. Akane only saw and heard the displays of support that her circle of friends gave her. Tears began to flow from her eyes. Friends, family, thank you very much, said Akane bowing. But the tender moment had to be interrupted by the host. Well, ladies and gentlemen, said the voice of the host, a representative of the Army of Justice, has given an excellent demonstration of brutality and power. Now with my magic he has reached his second meeting, and it is nothing more and nothing less than the Valley of Death in the United States. The screen reflected the beautiful desert landscape that the national park offered. One of the most beautiful wonders that the land of the stars and stripes could offer the world if it weren't for the fact that the metal walls of Ultratech were also standing out across the desert. The host revealed behind the metal walls, a machine was drilling the earth of the national park, from which it reached such a depth that the magma had come out in heaps, and over time, or rather, the power of the host, it had solidified, leaving part of that same magma stagnant, and they clearly saw how the incandescent earth served as a source of energy for the machinery, leaving it terrain for the battle, giving a mix of how technology and the force of the earth could work together. It's time for the fighters to enter, said the host's voice. On one side appeared a Shen, without the appearance of Glacius. He was beginning to be greatly affected by the heat on the battlefield, but he did not show it, since his face reflected seriousness, determination, but above all coldness. And Hyoudou. The girls who made up his harem were starting to get steamy. I didn't know a Shen looked so manly, said Shinobu, fanning herself with a fan. He usually seems very calm, said Issei, also fanning himself with his hand, but this new facet makes him more attractive. I'll make a lot of vignettes about him. No, said Nia, bringing out her mangaka side in a crazy way while spilling saliva from lust. I'll make a whole manga. He is the source of my inspiration. The other girls reacted more passively, like Tomo's, who was very red, so red you could easily boil an egg on her face, and her eyes spiraled. She wanted to say something, but shock prevented her from doing so. In Claire's case, just like her blush, her pigtails began to spin from the ecstasy she felt, while Rumiko, with heart-shaped eyes, hugged a pillow. Escha, Kukulkan and Rose, who despite not being a Shen girls and have shown great interest in him, just blushed normally. Everyone saw this with a face of what fly bit them. And because of what they felt, they began to expel a lot of heat, and it was so much that Milikas, Kunu and Elise came up with an idea. They went for a bag of marshmallows and some wooden chopsticks, taking advantage of the ecstasy bonfire of the girls of player number 2, they started roasting said marshmallows, which Kuroka, Abe, Drybones and Issei accompanied them. Return. From the other appeared the raven-haired boy with a yellow bandana and black trim on his head, wearing a yellow sweatshirt, dark green pants and sneakers. He looked at the white-haired boy as if he were nothing. He was recognizable from all three important parts of him. In Tokyo Hospital. Everyone saw the wretch who caused the ordeal for Ranma and the Tendu family. That damn guy. Said Kuno and Muse. I didn't expect anything from this bastard, and yet he manages to disappoint me even more, said Cologne. He's in collusion with the supernatural, said Hapasai, rarely serious. He thought that if he joined a faction, he would have the protection of this. She thought it through for a miserable pig, said Nabiki. The Kane saw the cause of her misfortune and could not help but show a gesture of disgust and fury. At Glasiolabola's castle. Everyone started cheering for Ryuga, only Tsubaki and the Citri didn't for obvious reasons. Let's go Ryuga-kun. Irina shouted, happy to see her boyfriend in action. The ho-ho Ryuga Hibiki will be able to defeat that reincarnated person without any problem, Zu said with arrogance. The boy has potential, Indra said sarcastically, although I admit that Sirzech's pawn gave a great demonstration against that Jurassic aberration, Ryuga is far superior. And not only that, if Ryuga wins this challenge I'll make him a brave saint, and to be exact, he'll be my joker, said Gabriel, showing said card. Irina-chan deserves to be with someone at her level. The brown-haired girl with pigtails smiled at her leader, and everyone approved of what the supreme leader of heaven had said. By the Osaka Palace. The leaders recognized Shen's opponent. Wow, I didn't expect that sour rat to appear so soon, Yasaka said. It seems they know him, and in a very bad way, said Quetzalcoatl. Michael just sighs heavily and answers. He's Irina's boyfriend, Michael said seriously. His name is Ryoga Hibiki. By that sigh, it only means that he has caused you problems, said Kukulkan. More than you can imagine, said Michael. I could feel in his being that guilt and evil were eating away at him, but there was no repentance. Indigestible words. Did you suspect that I had done something? Said Azazel. Exactly, I asked Gabriel to read his heart, but the very incompetent and childish girl said it wasn't necessary, since as he was Irina's friend at that time, he was someone good in her opinion, said Michael. When the engagement with Issei broke up and Irina started a relationship with Ryuga, I decided to investigate that boy thoroughly, and thanks to our brothers Adkiel, who was able to read his mind in a moment of carelessness and confirmed my suspicions. That boy committed a horrible crime. Michael commented on the failed attempt to have non-consensual sex with a cane and the attack on Ranma and how he cowardly fled Tokyo. This left those present quite angry. And why didn't you reveal this to your faction? Sirzechs said seriously. Ryoga's fame had spread like a virus in heaven, said Michael. Being the boyfriend of the heroine who helped seal the Trihexa, he was well regarded by almost all of heaven, and all thanks to the influence of Gabriel and her boyfriend too. Presenting that evidence was turning me against my faction. Let's just hope Issei can fight this attempted man, Ria said very furiously. Let's wait. Rose said, exploding. Issei Phantom will defeat that coward who is unable to face his guilts and evades them by pretending to be a good man. Those kind of people will never progress in this life and are a plague in this world. Issei Phantom. For your own good, end that damn plague. The unleashed fury of Kukulkan's right hand made everyone start to react in that way. You can, Issei. Nia shouted now. You can't leave that wrong guy alive. Valerie Teeps shouted. Show my faction that they made a big mistake in trusting a coward, Michael demanded. Show no mercy, son. Layla shouted. The screams in the Yasaka Palace were very audible to the people of Kyoto, but instead of criticizing the situation, the Yokai began to shout in support of Player 2. Back in the Valley of Death. Both fighters looked into each other's eyes. If you were lucky to finish off that Jurassic monster, said Ryoga arrogantly. I would have finished it in less time than you. Issei remained silent. Something that Ryoga was beginning to worry him about, lest he fall for her provocations. What's wrong with you? Aren't you going to answer me? The raven-haired man said mockingly. Is that your attempt to intimidate me, kid? Issei said coldly. Because guys like you, cowards and traitors, are the first to fall easily like flies. Hey, Ryuga said, interrupting him. Do you know that if you lay a hand on me, the Heaven faction will put a price on your head? And I care about that, coward. Are you trying to take refuge in the wings of that de facto leader? Issei said in a stronger tone. I know that your inept leadership protects you and covers up your idiocies like those simp dogs hungry for female attention, who like to play with women who don't know what they want, but guess what? In this challenge you are alone, and whatever I do, the faction that protects you cannot intervene. In the underworld. Gabriel and Irina, upon hearing what Issei said, began to rear up so much that their wings slowly began to change color. Note. As you know, Michael managed to alter the heaven system, and these two abused this benefit. Gabriel, calm down. Said Elmenheld in alarm. Irina-chan, calm down. Said Asia. I can't. Irina said very angry. I can't. How dare he insult the love of my life? He's not a coward, he's a misunderstood soul in this world. That's right, said Gabriel. For his own good, it would be better if he didn't lay a hand on my next joker, or the sky would fall on that demon. Watch your language, Gabriel said. Odin the host may be hearing us, and for now we cannot retaliate or our factions will pay for it. The de facto leader immediately closed her mouth because the father of Asgard was right. She did not want heaven to be destroyed like Atlantis because of an inappropriate comment. Back in combat. Ryoga began to get so angry that his body immediately began to burn until only the incandescent human silhouette remained. So Cinder, huh? Issei said as his body began to cool down and his surroundings also began to freeze, including the little magma that was nearby. You'll only make this easier, Issei said as his body turned into ice, and a roar was heard. On the part of the Army of Truth and Justice, Issei Phantom, now known as Glacius, against the representative of the Avro Army, Michael's ace fiancé, Ryuga Hibiki, now known as Cinder. Ready, fight. Audio sounds. Ryoga started launching himself like a flame towards Issei, who blocked it and immediately started kicking his legs so that Issei would lose his balance, which he achieved, and immediately connected 3 kicks that the white-haired man couldn't block, connecting in the chest and finishing with a spinning kick, throwing the white-haired man to the ground. Solid combo. Issei barely recovers when he sees Ryoga launch himself in the form of a torrent of fire, again receiving 3 hits again, but combo breaker. The ice being repels Ryuga's attack with his blade-like hand. Issei, turning into liquid, goes quickly against Ryuga, and as he stands up, he only feels his head being grabbed and sees how an ice fist goes against him, a knee in his abdomen, a hammer blow to his back, and immediately, Issei turns into liquid. VUMX3. He connects 3 solidified uppercuts launching Ryuga into the air. Our hero hunts the incandescent being, and just when he is going to fall to the ground, a Shen creates 2 ice stalagmites impacting Ryuga's leg and abdomen, who screams in pain, indicating that the first round had been won by the ice being. Master combo. Everyone on Earth celebrated the fall of Ryuga. At Yusaka Palace. Very good. Everyone shouted. Some celebrated calmly like Sirzechs, Rias, Quetzalcoatl, Layla Phantom, by clapping with a smile. Others in an exaggerated way like Kuoh, Milikas and Elise, who jumped like Kuroka and Valerie Teeps. In the underworld. Ryuga-kun. Irina shouted as she watched the Tokyo outcast get seriously hurt by a Shen's attack. It's official, a Shen Phantom is an enemy of the Heaven faction, said Gabriel, very furious, while her boyfriend took her hand, looking at his queen and his ace of hearts, who nodded at what she said. He will pay for having hurt my next joker and an important personality of our alliance and… Hey, are you forgetting a couple of things? Auden interrupted, or rather scolded Gabriel. First of all, the host won't allow the armies to invade each other, or did you forget about Poseidon? The father of all points to the Greek god of the ocean, who looks at him with eyes of total disgust because he was tired of being used as an example in case another leader screws up again. And another thing, he is Sirzechs' pawn. Falbium said anything that happens to his entourage except for his queen, such as his sister, brother-in-law, son or someone important to him, he will not hesitate to join a faction as an enemy, and more, he will not hesitate to erase you from the face of the earth. He can be stronger than me, said Gabriel sarcastically and childishly. Are you aware of what you're saying? Says Serafol, he's in the top 10 of the most powerful entities, not counting the host, and if that's not enough, he has the support of Great Red, Ophis, Hades, Hera, Demeter, the Shinto pantheon, Hestia, Artemis, Ajuka, Shiva, Azazel, your traitor brother Michael, and we just learned that he has the support of Kukulkan-sama and Quetzalcoatl-sama, as well as the support of them, their pawn. The Shen Phantom. By default they have the protection of these deities and traitor leaders, and only those leaders will be enough to exterminate your faction, and you won't even be able to lay a hand in their defense. In short, we only have to wait for that ordinary reincarnated person to fall into the challenges, said Indra coldly. Gabriel was just throwing a tantrum, but they were right. He liked being a leader and wanted to show that he was a better leader, but now he was quite limited in his actions because the host is omniscient and does not want to give him a reason for heaven to fall into ruins by his command. The Tokyo. The Tendu family and company shouted in jubilation at Shen's victory. That's how it's done. Genma and Su shouted. Very good. Shouted Kuno and Mose. Ukyo, Xianpu and Kadachi applauded Glaikos' victory over Cinder. Deep down what they wanted to see in general was to see Ryuga humiliated and defeated because they wanted him to pay for everything he made his ex-lover and his ex-rival suffer. You don't even deserve to steal the oxygen from this planet, you wretched pig. Cologne said coldly. Go all out, Shen Phantom. The Tendu family also began to shout, encouraging Shen to continue fighting at that pace. Come on, Shen said Akane while holding the hand of the still unconscious Rama. Back to the battlefield. Ryuga reincorporates himself. This hurt and you'll pay me 3 times over, he said with his distorted voice, getting into a fighting stance. At ready, fight. Now Shen went on the attack, trying to give a right hook that Ryuga ends up evading, but without noticing, Irina's fiancé creates a small ball of fire and throws it towards Shen, who ends up sticking to his arm, repelling the ice being, with a kick sending him to the ground, and then quickly creates 3 more balls of fire, throwing them that end up sticking to Shen's body. When he sees these balls and can't get rid of them, he decides to continue fighting. Serious mistake. The OOMX4. Those balls that stuck to Shen's body are mines that ended up exploding and throwing him to the ground. Ryuga not satisfied with that. Chii. Bro-ai-ai was Shen's shout as the raven-haired man launched a flame from his hands at an exposed Shen, who was writhing in pain on the ground and ended up shouting as a sign that the second round had been won by Ryuga. The reactions were not long in coming. In the underworld. Yahoo! Irina shouted, very happy to see the miserable Ryuga win. It was a matter of time, said Griselda smiling sadistically. It was very stupid of you to challenge an experienced warrior. It was a dud, said Zeus. A rookie like him must know how to choose his fights, and this will be his last. Prepare the wine and a great banquet, said Zeodicus triumphantly. A great victory is approaching from a great warrior, who will now decimate the forces that my dishonorable children support today. The great alliance of factions will emerge triumphant. Everyone in the Glacial Abola's clan garden applauded at what the Retid said. And Kyoto. Son, no. Layla screamed as she covered her mouth in horror. Sirzechs instinctively hugged Layla as a look of pain and resignation took over his face. Nai-chan. Elise screamed as she closed her eyes, unable to bear watching Shen being bathed in fire. Kuoh, Milikas and Rias also hugged Shen's younger sister protectively. Nu Shen. Claire, Tomo and Sei shouted, with tears in their eyes. Everyone in the palace was under overwhelming tension as they watched their friend, love interest, ally and family get gunned down like that. Damn it. Rose shouted, get up and don't let that crazy shit humiliate you. The green-haired girl shouted furiously, but a treacherous tear fell from her sharp eyes. Get up and keep fighting, Issei phantom. Kukulkan shouted, equally furious while her eyes became like those of a reptile because of the anger she felt, and some tears also fell. Are you going to let a cowardly Scameless humiliate you in front of your family and friends? Hestia shouted angrily, don't give that pleasure to that garbage and to that shitty alliance that wants to see you on the ground fight and win. The Mayan Greek goddess and right-hand woman of the jade-haired feathered serpent, who previously showed no interest in anyone and did not care if a champion or warrior died for her cause, were now truly affected by a normal human now reincarnated demon, who has shown a courage similar to that of the true hero of the factions, Issei Hyoudou. Now I saw why Hestia was attracted to Issei, it was something similar to what she saw of Hera, Demeter and Artemis for Issei. The same case was with Kukulkan and Rose, when they learned the Quetzalcoatl Tsunade admired and were attracted to Issei Hyoudou for his bravery and dedication in the war against the Trahixa, despite having everything to lose and not hesitating to sacrifice his power unconditionally. Knowing that someone who had no experience in the supernatural matter but accepted the terrible responsibility of being the number 2 player was something to admire, and despite everything, under the inspiration of his friend, the explorer of the factions, now he had to row against the current. For some reason he accepted to be the pawn of the rebel Mao, for some reason he decided to enter this dangerous role, just so that his world, his family would be safe. For some reason he asked his master to be trained, for some reason his allies worry that he is strong, for some reason he continues working and continues to improve, and that attracted not only the 2 goddesses but also the green-haired girl, the girls who love him before becoming a demon, and especially the blonde-haired brunette who also shared his status as a reincarnated demon as a sign of fidelity and solidarity. Amos Issei. Written by Shinobu, Yusaka, Kuroka, Sei, Suzaku and Nia. You can do it. Shouted Tomo, Valerie, Lucifer, Kunu, Abe and Claire. Get up, friend. Shouted Riaz, Issei, Michael, Quetzalcoatl Tsunade. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. They shouted in the palace. But the desire to support player 2 began to be heard in the civilians shouting the same thing in the streets, in the residences all over Kyoto they were shouting support, hoping that their shouts would reach the Valley of Death before player 2 who was on the ground. This hurts, Issei said, very stunned in his mind. He didn't expect that in his second fight he would already be so defeated. In the first fight against Raptor, he didn't feel that much pain, but now that he faces someone like Ryuga, it was completely different. Even though he was trained for the equivalent of 6 months by Sirzechs, it wasn't enough, giving up everything when he starts to hear something in his head. What the? Let's go, let's go, let's go. Those voices, Issei said mentally. Let's go, son. Get up, friend. Issei, do not rindas. Ani-chan, levitate. Everyone, Issei said. Issei mom, Elise, Rumiko, Sei, Nia, Tomo, Claire, Shinobu, Yusaka, Sama, Sirzechs, Sama, Kunu-chan, friends. Something in him told him not to give up. These wounds are nothing compared to what his Kuoh suffered in the war against Klepfit. What the hell was he doing there on the floor? Issei, still maintaining the form of Glacius, began to stand up. No, I can't fall against someone who hides behind a faction, he said mentally while he saw Ryuga waiting for his opponent with his arms crossed. I can't, she's a coward, and they can't succeed in this life or the next. This can't end like this. He said while he began to freeze the floor where he was. So you decided to continue with your humiliation? Ryuga said, getting into combat. Fine, whatever the client asks for. Get ready, fight. Both fighters came out to fight. Ryuga starts with a Superman punch, but Issei steps aside, grabbing Ryuga's incandescent face with his hand, who despite feeling the fire and a slight burning, did not prevent him from doing the following. 5. He sent Ryuga crashing to the ground, but it wasn't enough. Issei created an icy wave, and from it came several ice blades that expelled Ryuga from the ground to one of the walls. He sits up furiously. Damn you. Ryuga shouted, launching himself to attack him like a torrent of fire, but Issei already foreseeing that, manipulating his density he becomes water, but does not fall to the ground, but rather he becomes a kind of elemental creature of water. Ryuga passes through the body of water, with the consequences for such an act. PSSSSSSS. What the ah? Ryuga screamed, writhing on the ground, while the fire on 90% of his body had been extinguished by having passed through the body of water. Damn it, damn it. Damn it. Crack. AGGHH. The raven-haired man shouted again as he felt a stomp on his head from Glacius, but not satisfied, he lifted him off the ground and headbutted him to crack his head even more, giving him another knee to his chest. He grabbed him by his right leg, which was completely suffocated, and with monster strength, he lifted him into the air so that… Bam! Ryuga gets slammed face first into the ground again, but that's not all. Crush. Another stalagmite hits Ryuga, throwing him into the sky and about to fall. Ashen proceeds to ram him, leaving him at the mercy of a wall, beginning Ryuga's martyrdom. He only felt the blows to his head, his arms, feet, abdomen, his bones, teeth, muscles, nerves, every fiber of his body was crushed by a merciless cold. He was beginning to not be able to defend himself anymore. His arms were now just strips of skin with crushed bones. He was standing by a miracle. In the underworld. Everyone stopped the grand festival when they saw that Issei Hyoudo's friend began a savage attack against Ryuga. Everyone watched with horror and disbelief that a rookie was massacring one of their own. Ryuga. Irina screamed desperately, crying with rage and anger at seeing her boyfriend being cruelly punished by a Shen defendant Ryuga. She screamed desperately while being held by Asia and Gabriel, who were also crying at seeing another of their own being mistreated in a bloodthirsty way. Some traitors covered their faces in horror at seeing such barbarity. Some of their boyfriends were shocked to see how the brutality of a being could reach unimaginable levels. Back to the battlefield. Danger. Ryuga heard that. He was just moments away from the punishment stopping at that. His mind started to play one last trick on him. He started to remember all the times when Ranma had surpassed him. Those times when the boy with the braid had humiliated him. Non-stop the day Ranma and Akane got engaged, the day he was revealed as Peach-chan the pig. All the bad things that had happened in Tokyo. He was remembering them all. Why, Ryuga said mentally while Glacius continued hitting him. Why did it have to end like this? I just wanted to be happy, to be someone important, to have what I truly deserve, and someone has to come and hinder my happiness. I curse you, Ashen Phantom. I curse you, Ranma Saddam. This ends here. Ashen mentally shouted to end this. Ashen recreates 2 spheres of solid ice in his hands, hitting him twice in the face. It bursts said blocks of ice, sending Ryuga to the ground. Ashen now sent an ice attack through the ground, launching Ryuga into the sky. In that, the representative of the Army of Truth and Justice created a bed of sharp stalagmites. Getting up from the ground, he only saw how the inert Ryuga fell into the deadly trap. Everyone at home saw the imminent end of Ryuga Hibiki. Some little ones covered their eyes because they shouldn't see that under any circumstances until Ryuga Hibiki's body was pierced by 4 stalagmites, one of them piercing his head, 2 in his chest piercing a lung and his heart, and 1 in his right leg. Death and karma had come to the end of his life. Cinder's appearance faded away, giving him his original appearance, a cowardly rat that ended up as such, in a trap. And now his body began to disintegrate, a sign that he would no longer have the right to be reborn, the unavoidable fate of the losers in the host's challenge. Ashen just stood still until there was no more trace of Ryuga until he heard. Ultimate. In the underworld. Ooh. Irina screamed, collapsing on the floor and crying inconsolably. Michael's ace refused to believe that his beloved had been killed in the host's challenge. His heart ached as he watched him die being pierced by ice. He's going to pay, that devil is going to pay, said Irina very angrily, taking off her white wings. I don't care if Michael Ama or the host protects him, I will go to Kyoto and I will kill him. Shouted Irina, taking out Hotokler, but her weapon immediately vanishes. Everyone tried to stop Irina, but something did it before them. Audio sounds. Black pods appeared from the ground and immediately wrapped around Irina's body. Everyone was terrified because they were the same vines that hurt Zenobia in the first challenge, but these were black instead of gold. Help me. Irina screamed desperately because she recognized this guy. Auden brought out Gugner and tried to cut the thorny vines with 1 slash. Fling. Gugner shot out of Auden's hands. Impossible. Auden shouted. Enemu, Gabriel and Seraphil cast their spells against the vines, but all they did was make them squeeze harder against Irina. Hiya. Irina screamed in pain. Suddenly, 2 more vines came out of Irina's back and immediately. Clag. They pierced the wings of the brown-haired girl. She could no longer scream due to the pain and shock of feeling that her precious wings had been pierced, and not satisfied, they began to be torn apart under a gore scenario. The white feathers covered with blood were being scattered in the clan of Glaciolabolas, all under the horror of the alliance of factions. It was until there was no trace left that Irina had ever had angel wings that the vines released the now useless Irina Hyoudou, who lay on the grass of bloody feathers. Because of Ryuga and his betrayal, she had lost her meaning in life, her power, her wings, and her prestige. Now she had nothing. Chapter 12, the second challenge. Steel and Snow. Underworld. After Ryuga's death at the hands of Ashen in the host's challenge, everything turned into chaos in the Glaciolabolas clan castle, since Irina Hyoudou, decorated as a heroine and very valuable people for the alliance of factions, had shared the fate of the losers of these challenges, since the same thorny vines that had hurt Zenobia, but with the difference that these were violet, injured her entire body, and with the added bonus that her beautiful angel wings were mercilessly torn apart. Leaving a scene worthy of the gore genre. She was taken to the Citri family hospital for immediate care as she was in complete shock and everyone was speculating a prognosis similar to Zenobia's. Back to the castle. So the host collects the defeats in the middle of the challenge, said Auden while rubbing his beard. Another incompetent who fails at this nonsense, Indra said, grumbling, and spits out a bit of wine. This is sour. In that, they saw that a magic circle appeared from which Lady Citri was reflected, accompanied by Gabriel, who was shown with a look of indignation. Have you managed to contact that traitor Angel? Seraphol said very coldly. And does he know what happened to his ace? Contact him, said Gabriel angrily. When I tried to establish communication with my brother, I told him about the situation with Irina-chan, but I received your decisions and consequences. The host saved me the trouble of taking away the ace card, and if you want that slut so much and you're part of the faction, go ahead, the carrion is all yours, said Gabriel, very angry. But what's wrong with Michael-sama? Griselda shouted furiously. He must attend to the requests of important people, for heaven. Since the day the host revealed himself, he made it clear that he would support Issei Hyoudou, said Zeus indignantly, and not only him, but also his close ones like Dulio, Vasco Strata, and also, said the Greek god, throwing a card to Gabriel, who when he took it with his hands was horrified, and his tears began to spill. Your ex-ace Marana Shiratova. Gabriel remained on her knees and continued to cry like a little girl when she saw that the one she considered her confidant and her best warrior had abandoned her. All those present could not feel sorry for the de facto leader of heaven, but the scene of sadness was interrupted. It is time for the third fight that the representative of the army of truth and justice will face, said the voice of the host, and the combat zone is not in the human world for humans. It will be the first time they see this world, which is in the Nordic pantheon, to be exact. Auden's heart skips a beat, knowing that the host was going to reveal one of the worlds of Yggdrasil. And before you, the kingdom of eternal snow, the antichimera of the world of the Nordic dead, the place where the dragon Nidhogg dwells, Nilfheim. Screens around the world revealed a world of eternal cold and snow, large mountains covered by a blanket of the aforementioned element that had a hardness like steel, and blue desert landscapes covered in snow, with the occasional skull or bone of Asgardians or giants who tried to explore this realm but failed. The sky in this world, cloudy and dark, threatened to unleash a snowstorm at any moment. And now, before the third fight starts and also the fourth fight, I'm going to give a little motivation to player number 2 to win these fights, said the host. Take it as an ultimatum from me. Everyone was confused by what the omniscient being said, but what he said ended up leaving everyone who saw the challenge frozen and horrified. If the player loses this third battle, the enemy video game character will begin destroying the 9 realms, starting with the Elven realm, Alfheim. All those who saw this challenge gulped upon hearing such a statement from the host. In the supernatural, the gods and de facto leaders felt offended to see that their destiny was in the hands of an inferior being, in their opinion especially Auden, that someone unworthy was going to step on the territories of his pantheon. But the host's declaration was not over. If the player loses in the fourth fight, the enemy character will start a massacre in the human world, starting with Great Britain. If both sides proceed to stop him, they will lose their time and blood, that those characters, outside of the challenges, will have part of my power, and will be strong enough to eradicate life in the world. That includes destroying the top 10 most powerful entities in this existence. And Hyoudou. What the hell? Everyone shouted upon hearing the host's words. They couldn't believe that Amphiron was capable of doing this to motivate Ashen to give his all to jeopardize existence itself. Everyone was showing fear and anguish at what they were hearing from the omniscient being. Throughout the world and the supernatural, pessimism was beginning to show, as they assumed player 2 would fail. We can't take for granted that Ashen will be defeated. Sirzechs said out loud. The voice of the red-haired Mayu was heard around the palace like an explosion. Inside the Osaka Palace, unlike the rest of the world who viewed this with pessimism, the air that was breathed was one of optimism, but above all confidence, since everyone there had great confidence in Sirzechs' pawn. That's right, Ashen can handle this, Issei said. If he could defeat a dog from that filthy alliance, he can handle what's next, Riaz said. I share Riaz-san's opinion, said Suzaku with his usual smile. My Ashen likes challenges, and that will motivate him more to give his best, said Rumiko determinedly. Everyone was optimistic, only one woman there was not happy, rather worried. Mrs. Phantom, is something wrong? Riaz said when she saw her friend's mother. I would be lying to you if I denied it, said Layla. It's something that has kept me in my thoughts ever since she killed that criminal. What's up, mother-in-law? Issei said. Well, I don't know if it's out of place, but it's the fact that my son killed someone, Layla said in panic. Everyone realized that Mrs. Phantom touched a nerve, as they were not used to performing an inhuman act. I raised him as a good person, someone exemplary, but despite the fact that that boy who lived off his faction Michael-sama well deserved his fate, I still can't digest that my son starts killing from this moment on, Layla said, but was interrupted by Ophis. Layla Phantom, you must understand that once you entered this supernatural world your relative tranquility went to waste, said the lowly of infinity, but don't worry, we won't leave you adrift since you are friends of my little dragon. That's right, said Sirzechs, now putting his hand on Layla's shoulder. Your son is intelligent and prudent enough to know how to use lethal force, and in case he gets out of control, as his king it is my duty to correct him and guide him. And not only him, said Riaz, also like his senpais, it is our duty to both Ashen and Rumiko. The last thing we want is for them to become insolent and have little reasoning, like certain ungrateful people who bite the hand that helped them for a bit of power and prestige and are capable of ruining lives on a whim, said Kuroka, remembering a certain white Nekomata who stopped recognizing her as her sister because of the last mentioned. And in case he goes too far as his girls, we are here to correct him, Tomo said, now flexing his right arm, revealing his muscles hitting his biceps in a sign of strength. It's not like that, girls. Ashen's harem, like Issei's harem, understood the short-haired Retide's message and nodded. Layla began to feel more confident, the confidence in her companion's words making her relax. It's time for the third fight, shouted the host while making Ashen look like he was in Nilfheim. Player 2, it's time to meet your opponent. Audio plays. At that, the sound of a machine and several electrical circuits breaking down began to be heard, while from which the threatening opponent began to be reflected. Third fight. Glacius vs Kilgore, shouted the host. At ready, fight. Kilgore wasted no time and fired several shots from his arms that ended up overheating his machine guns. But Ashen, for his part, made himself water, transporting himself to Kilgore's back, grabbing him by the head, lifting him up and quickly. 5. He lashes him out violently, but Kilgore easily recovers, and taking advantage of the fact that his weapons are still overheated, he goes out to hit him with his hands machine guns, with the skill of a boxer, first a right jab that Ashen, and then a left cross that he manages to block, although he feels a little pain from the incandescent metal. Kilgore now tries to knee Ashen in the abdomen, but Ashen, predicting it, grabs the attacking leg and kicks the supporting leg, sending him to the ground again, but that was not all, since with enormous strength, the ice being lifts him from the same leg with which he was going to receive the knee, and with excessive brutality, slams him face first into the ground, without giving him a chance to recover. Ashen proceeds to hit the icy ground and immediately. X3. 3 stalagmites violently emerged from the ground, piercing the robot's abdomen, throwing it into the sky, and chasing it in the sky. Ashen proceeds to ram it, hitting it 3 times, returning the previous blows, proceeds to give it a jab, a cross, a hook in the liver and an uppercut, but now Ashen turns into water and proceeds to give it another 5 uppercuts in a row, sending Kilgore to the sky and falling to the ground in a resounding manner, and in that way, Ashen won the first round. Insane combo. Isaka Palace. Everyone celebrated Ashen's victory until they saw a magic circle appear, and from it, he came out. Elder Sama, said everyone who recognized the son of Odin, acknowledged as leader of the Nordic faction before the Gamer Alliance, but behind him, 2 young ladies with pointy ears and a calm attitude accompanied him. Come on, leave the honorific aside, said Baldur calmly. What do you offer to the great leader of the Nordic faction in my territories? Yusaka said kindly. Well, I want to discuss a topic that the people of Alfheim, said Baldur, somewhat uncomfortable, pointing politely to his companions. Due to the ultimatum given by the host, most of the elves have given up the challenge and think that a reincarnated demon will not be able to defeat the emissaries of the host. Everyone supporting Ashen just made a "here we go again" face. Damn it. Why can't they trust our friend? Kunu complained. But an elf interrupts the little Kyuubi's tantrum. With all due respect, Kunu Ojisama, Baldur-sama has mentioned almost all of our people, but I still have faith in player 2, and we believe that if he could defeat a soldier loyal to that wretch Odin, he will be able to excel in this challenge, said a green-haired elf. Excuse my rudeness, but don't let me introduce myself, I am Rivera Joe's elf. As Rivera Dono mentioned, I still believe in player 2, too, said a fair-haired, well-proportioned elf. But it doesn't hurt to have a contingency plan, and that's why we've come here to Kyoto to ask for asylum from the elves, just in case things get out of hand. No problem on my part, Yusaka said calmly. Is there enough space in my territories for the entire Alfheim circle, miss? Please call me Alpha, the identified blonde-haired elf said. Wow, I'm still surprised that despite how proud the elves are, they came to ask for our help, said Valerie Lucifer. Since the Norse pantheon was divided into 2 sides and seeing that Odin's son, Baldur, has shown to have more leadership qualities than the old green tail, it was obvious that our circle was going to support him, Alpha said, and also the gods of Vonheim are thinking about a possible alliance with you, depending on the outcome of these challenges. But even though Baldur-sama has made an effort to make us trust both you, Hyoudou Issei, and your friend player 2 Ashen Phantom, some things are not going to change overnight, Rivera said stoically, like the fact that most of the elves do not trust them to be victorious in these challenges between them. The king, that is, my father. But fortunately, a group of elves, including yourself and Rivera Dono, believe in you, and you have our unconditional support, said Alpha. That left those present in the palace with good expectations, because with actions and not words, they were gaining great allies in this conflict and possibly in future disputes with the alliance of factions, especially with the father of all, who would suffer a painful blow to his ego upon learning that those races with which he desired to have his alliance would give it to the opposite side. But then they see that Lefay receives a call through a brief magic circle and immediately her face changes to one of tiredness. "Isaka-sama," said Lefay, "I humbly ask your permission for my family to go directly to your chambers." "Don't tell me," said the Kitsune, "trust issues with our friend, right?" "That's right," said Lefay, "my mother and my brother Arthur are in the same situation as Alpha Dono and Rivera Dono, the problem is my father and my cousin Mordred." "There's no problem, come and I'll be happy for you to see in the front row how our friend is going to overcome these next two fights," said the leader of the Kyoto Yakai with complete confidence. Balder and the two elves saw how the Kitsune leader, along with her company and especially the two goddesses of Mesoamerica, Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan, the Greek goddesses Hera, Hestia and Demeter. One undoubtedly trusted the abilities of player 2. Something in them told them that if they would not doubt Issei, they should not. "If there is something I like to admire about humans, it is that they have the gift of not giving up," said Kukulkan, blushing when she saw Glacius. "Many gods think that the destiny of humanity is written in stone, but there are many humans who manage to destroy that stone of destiny, and they carve it with hard work and perseverance, and that, Issei-kun is demonstrating." "But, player 2, stop being a human, he is a reincarnated demon," said Rivera seriously. "Yes, maybe he is a reincarnated demon," Rivera Donoria said calmly, "but he has not lost his humanity in his heart, and that, like my makes them exceptional. And not for nothing, Hyoudou Issei, despite being previously valued as the weakest Seikvaira, achieved what the so-called supreme beings could not, seal a great threat like the Trihexa," said Yusaka, very proud of her man. "And Issei-kun, he's forging his own path," said Shinobu, smiling. "I suppose he's taking Issei-chan as inspiration, he's following his path in the supernatural, and for obvious reasons in this challenge." The two elves were surprised by the words of the goddess and the girls, a feeling of knowing both players was born in their hearts, the one with green hair with the current player fighting, while the one with blonde hair with the brown-haired boy, who was hugged by Rias, Hera and Kuroka, while Ophis sat on his lap. Back to Nilfheim. At ready fight. Kilgore again went towards Issei, with his thrusters trying to ram him, but Issei blocks him, the killer machine kicks him in both legs, making player 2 fall, and Kilgore was going to take advantage of that. Bang, X10. He fires his superheated ammunition at an unprotected Issei, who hardens his body as much as possible to lessen the damage. "Damn it." Issei screamed mentally. Issei, meanwhile, turns back into water again, moving away as Kilgore stopped his attack due to overheating. The white-haired man solidifies again and then throws a sharp ball of ice towards Kilgore, which the machine easily blocks, but leaving his guard down as Issei once again turned back into water, heading at top speed towards the killing machine, solidifying half of his body, turning one arm into a powerful blade. Slash. He throws a horizontal slash, causing Kilgore to kneel and his right leg to begin to fail, as many sparks began to sprout from said electrical limb. Kilgore sees Issei solidified and tries to launch another barrage of ammunition, but slash. But the horizontal slash he destroyed Kilgore's arms internally, their circuits began to make micro-explosions, preventing them from working again. Issei would take advantage of this and immediately. Pling. Crash. Player 2's ice-cold knife pierced Kilgore's chest area and immediately. Pum. Issei starts running carrying Kilgore and Pam. The machine is violently slammed into a wall of ice, seeing that it was having system failures it knew it was time to finish it off. Blows, kicks, stabs, stomps were what Kilgore received and could no longer defend himself. His mechanical arms were finally separated, his legs could no longer keep the machine standing. Meanwhile in Nilfheim, a terrible snowstorm began to fall, as if this world was claiming the body of the murderous machine. Until Issei made a stalagmite as sharp as possible. Slash. I decapitate Kilgore, ending the third encounter in a brutal manner. Ultimate. Everyone watched as player 2 mercilessly destroyed the host's first emissary, saving Alfheim from a needless massacre. Even Alpha and Rivera were completely shocked as the fight turned violent in the blink of an eye. At Yusaka Palace they remained silent for a few seconds until everyone jumped for joy celebrating their friend's victory. "That's my brother," Elise shouted with stars in her eyes. "I expected nothing less from our ally," said Balder, smiling. "I think there was no problem with your son destroying that machine," Sirzechs said nervously. Well, I won't complain about this, Layla said, but in that she surprisingly hugs the Redeed. He feels the enormous breasts of Ashen's mother, trying to control his instincts in a titanic way. He remains static, but Ash's mother, very timidly and without realizing that she was unconsciously provoking the rebel Mau, whispers to him, "Thank you for training my son, I assure you that I will reward him, as it should be." Sirzechs blushed like a cherry, and steam came out like a nuclear explosion from his head. Everyone watched Sirzechs' reaction in a sneaky way, including the two elves and Baldur, who couldn't help but smile mockingly. Half the challenge was over now. The most brutal part of it continued, including the second soldier of the greedy army and the final boss. Chapter 13, the second challenge. Madness and Bones. Isaka Palace. But the victory of our number 2 player against the first emissary of the host, the elves, who had been accompanying the Norse god of peace, Baldur, breathed a sigh of relief because there would be no bloodshed in their world. "I'm glad that machine was destroyed," Alpha said, a little calmer now. "And I think that with this exhibition, we will try to get Alfheim to make an alliance with the leaders of the Gamer Alliance," said Rivera, "or at least we elves and half-elves, who undoubtedly support them." "Whatever you mean," said Valerie. "Lucifer, no offense, elves can be very intelligent, and I am, but sometimes arrogance and that superiority complex make them refuse to accept any evidence that they are wrong, admit their erroneous thinking. They say there is no worse blind man than the one who sees the truth and refuses to accept it," said Quetzalcoatl. "The older the being, the more foolish and obsolete is its thinking," said Lavinia Renai, "no offense to Sirzechs Sama, Michael Sama, Azazel Sama and Ophis Chan." "No problem," said the Overlord calmly, "you have to be open to changes and new technologies. And in terms of obsolete thinking, Sirzechs and Ajuka have to deal with the old fogies of the Demonic Council," said Azazel. "We had Sirzechs corrected, relieved. Well, the Supreme Demonic Council sided with Seraphol and Falbium. Now that failed geek and that lazy alopecia are going to have to put up with them for a long time." "The FFF, imagine me," said Rivera with disdain. "My father's arrogance is so great that sometimes I feel like kicking his gonads that he had hanging there, but my mother saves me the effort, and in front of the whole kingdom, she does it." "So the queen also supports us," Rivera don't know. Issei said. "On Hyoudou-san," said the green-haired elf, while nodding to what the former Seekvaira said. "Leave the honorifics aside, especially if there are people who are interested in you," said the green-haired elf, looking at Alpha, who looked away a little, blushing. "It seems that my sisters and I will have a beautiful friendship," Rivera Dono said Hera, because she, along with Demeter, Hestia and also Hades, also gave their quiet estate to the god of thunder in a slightly more violent way. "For my part, I'm not doing anything with my father," said Baldur calmly. "You know, I don't have time to wish evil on someone, you already have enough with the happiness you pretend to have." "The last time I had a council in part of my kingdom was after the conquest," said Quetzalcoatl. "The fact that they wanted to accept the conquerors, it cost them a trip to the Stone of Sacrifices and to give a great banquet to my brother Tanadia, the sun god," said the Aztec feathered serpent, remembering how his brother enjoyed like a champion all the hearts that had been taken out that day of sacrifices. "With me the punishment was a little less excessive," said Kukulkan, sighing heavily. "I personally took charge of throwing the idiots from my last advice into the Senate of Chichen Itza, and I made sure that they drowned and were cruelly punished in the Zybal Ba. What can you expect from such an obsolete and antiquated thought in these times?" Rhea said mischievously. "The Avar army, in defiance of the host. Everyone laughs at the experiences they've had with wise and prudent people." "Well, we accept the alliance with your people," said Rivera, extending his hand to Azazel and Yasaka. Everyone looked favorably on this, having one of the Yggdrasil circles as allies, shaking the blonde Kitsune's hand solemnly, and just as she was about to shake Azazel's hand. 5. The door slammed at the entrance to the main hall, and from it, a short rebellious-looking blonde girl, wearing a very short white belly button and a red leather jacket and denim shorts around the waist, appeared with 2 equally blonde adults in behind them. "Mordred, what did I tell you about not kicking doors as if it were your house?" Arthur Pendergan shouted. "Eh? What's wrong? You weren't going to hear our arrival anyway," said the aforementioned, and then she sees part of the Gamer Alliance that looked at her with bad eyes. "And you, why do you look like you've smelled a horse's flatulence?" said Mordred without caring. "Mordred Chan." LaFay shouted, all embarrassed. "Excuse my cousin Mordred. Sometimes she doesn't measure her rudeness and it doesn't matter to say any vulgarity, not even to who she helps her," said the nervous little witch, bowing a lot as a sign of apology. "Hey, oh come on," LaFay, Mordred said arrogantly while hugging her cousin with one arm, while Issei's fiancé began to have a vein pop out on her forehead. "You know I'm honest in any situation." Bong. Mordred received a blow to the head from LaFay, but also smack. Lady Pendergan finished off her daughter's attack by hitting her niece on the head with an empty table, burying her head in the Japanese oak floor. "If that is your great virtue, I prefer that you cultivate 2 of utmost importance, which are respect and prudence, Petanko," shouted LaFay and Mordred at the same time, with Nami's face when scolding Luffy. Everyone saw the typical Pendragon family scene as a drop of sweat fell down their heads. "Nice to see you again," said Arthur, greeting his acquaintances and seeing faces he had never seen before like Ashen's harem, Alpha and Rivera, "and to those who don't know me, I am Arthur Pendragon, ally of Hyoudou Issei and member of Valerie Lucifer's team." "Lady Pendragon," Arthur's mother said politely and elegantly, "and the one who is trying to free my niece is my husband, Lord Pendragon." "So she's your cousin LaFay-chan," said Issei, while Lord Pendragon continued trying to free Mordred's head from the Japanese oak floor. "Yes, Issei-sama," said LaFay, sitting on her boyfriend's lap while hugging him and smelling a little of his essence, as if it were relaxant. "He is quite a nuisance." "Now I understand your face when you ask me for that favor," Yusaka said uncomfortably, while Lord Pendragon managed to unchain Mordred from the floor. "Wow, finally, now my hair will be full of wood splinters," said Mordred. "Well, we continued with the alliance," said Rivera, shaking Azazel's hand, ignoring Mordred's lack of respect. "Hey, old salad-haired woman," said Mordred while a vain and a sinister smile appeared on the elven princess. "If I were you, I wouldn't look for alliances, but rather to save my own skin." "What are you trying to say, miss?" Balder said calmly. "It's not obvious. I don't trust the fact that player 2 will win this challenge," Mordred said bluntly. "I don't even trust that the last representative of the avaricious army, Hyoudou, who has a good track record as a warrior, will be able to defeat him." Everyone looked at Mordred in a bad light, who looked at everyone with arrogance, but a young lady with a short fuse went to confront the blonde. "Wow, so you think Ashen Phantom will lose," said Rose, walking towards Mordred. Well, with that cowardly and pessimistic thought, you think you will dishonor the memories of your ancestors. Those who sat at the round table and fought against all kinds of adversities, typical thinking of a piece of trash. "What are you trying to tell me, old woman?" Mordred said nervously. "What I'm trying to tell you, Brad, is that if I were in your place, I would support the representative of this alliance, and in case he falls with honor, it will be our turn to fight for our survival." Rose shouted angrily. "Hey, I'm just being realistic about our situation," Mordred said, unintimidated. "She's being a coward," Rose shouted. "Damn old woman." Mordred shouted. "Why so much interest in that boy? Do you like him?" Mordred said mockingly. "And if I told you yes, is there a problem?" Rose said, blushing. "What? Are you sick, old woman, to trust and love a weakling like player 2?" Mordred shouted. "She's not the only one who loves this boy you call weakling," said Rumiko, now standing next to Rose. Suddenly, Shinobu, Hestia, Kukulkan, Claire, Nia, Sei and Tomo followed. "And if you say we're sick because of Ashen, we are, and we don't want any cure for this disease called love." No, don't tell me you're a harem," Mordred said, disgusted. Are you jealous?" said Shinobu, "or rather does your attitude support Rose-san's words?" she said with a grim smile. "Damn it," Mordred shouted furiously. "What do you think of a bet, brat?" Rose said while her only discovered eye shone dangerously. "If Ashen wins this challenge, you will be at my mercy for the rest of your life. You will move to Japan and you will owe an apology not only to Ashen Phantom, but also to one of the most important things in that boy's life, his mother Layla Phantom." "And if I win?" Mordred said, uncomfortable, seeing Layla's face, which looked at her seriously. At that moment, Ashen's friend, Issei Hyoudou, intervened. "I'll give you this," Issei said as he made two circles appear, and from them appeared. "Durandal," Mordred shouted as he saw the first sword and the other one coming out. "It can't be Excalibur." "So, what happened to Zenobia Quarta was real. The host took both swords from her, was able to unfuse them, and now they recognize you as their owner." At that, a malevolent smile appeared on Mordred and he looked at Rose with pride. "I accept the deal," said Mordred, extending his hand. "Okay," said Rose, shaking her hand. Both ladies felt each other's strength as if they wanted to grind the bones of their opponent's hand. "I can't wait to have those two swords in my possession anymore," said Mordred excitedly. "Huh. Dreaming costs nothing," said Rose without stopping smiling. "What do you mean?" said Mordred. "It will be very difficult for my friend to lose the challenge," said Issei, "since he has a real reason to return." "Oh? And what's it about?" Mordred said as if he was being made fun of. "It's something you wouldn't understand," Rumiko said as she gathered with her harem sisters, her mother-in-law and her sister-in-law to watch the next fight. Mordred didn't understand what Isekai'ed and Kukulkan's right-hand man were saying. What was that thing so important for player 2 to return safely? "The wait is over," shouted the host. "It's time for the fourth combat, and for that, player 2 was taken to one of the most sinister places, Goodwin Sands in Great Britain, where it is known as a pirate ship graveyard, and here, the biggest clue of his opponent. Audio plays. King and Prince, Rey y Principe. Warrior, Guerrero. Emperor, Imperator. Ruler, Soberano. Body of bones, Cuerpo de Huesos. No heart, Sin Corazon. Baptized in blood, Bautizado en Sangre. Soulless, lifeless, Sin Alma, Sin Vida. As night fell in Great Britain, the sky was a mixture of gloom and suspense, and on the desolate beach, the remains of pirate ships and boats began to emerge from the sea. Evil demon, demonio malvado. People's hero, Hero del Pueblo. Homeless god, Dios sin hogar. Rests here, descansa aquí. In the Osaka palace they were surprised by such a thing described by the omniscient being, but two people there deciphered it. I know who the host's last emissary is, Issei said seriously. En serio Issei-kun? Tsunade. Yes, I'll just say that he is one of the most representative characters of this video game, said Issei looking at Quetzalcoatl's right hand, who upon seeing the boys immediately blushed furiously. And we can say that he is one of the most difficult characters in this franchise, Azazel said seriously, but I have faith that our friend will pull through. Everyone nodded at what the cadre said, only Mordred and Lord Pendragon did not share the same thought. Body of bones, cuerpo de huesos. No heart, sin corazon. Baptized in blood, bautizado en sangre. Soulless lifeless, sin alma, sin vida. King and prince, rey y príncipe. Warrior, guerrero. Emperor, imperator. Ruler, soberano. Back to the battle's own. Body of bones, cuerpo de huesos. No heart, sin corazon. Baptized in blood, bautizado en sangre. Soulless lifeless, sin alma, sin vida. Evil demon, demonio malvado. Hero of the people, Hero del Pueblo. Homeless god, Dios sin hogar. Rests here, descansa aquí. Body of bones, cuerpo de huesos. No heart, sin corazon. Baptized in blood, bautizado en sangre. Suddenly, in a magic circle, a Shen appeared while looking around, but suddenly. Fum. A trail of green light appeared on the ground, and immediately a bony hand wielding a saber appeared on the ground, and a scream was heard. Spinile. Suddenly several bones began to emerge from the area where the bony hand had made its appearance, and from which they began to form a skeleton, which was armed with ropes, a rudder on its back, its skull and most prominently a shield, with a skeleton and tentacles below it, making reference to Cthulhu. Roire. Body of bones, cuerpo de huesos. No heart, sin corazon. Baptized in blood, bautizado en sangre. It was a war roar from the skeleton, now known as Spinal. Get ready fight. Florida, 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 Skin X6. Spinal begins the battle by going at a fast pace against a Shen. He gives a downward slash against the ice being, who quickly hardens his body and receives the attack of the living skeleton, who quickly repels the attack by pushing aside said saber, giving it a charge sending the skeleton to the rocks. Darkness falls upon our land, la oscuridad que sobre nuestra tierra. The winds are howling, the ground is shaking, los vientos son vinos, el suelo tiembla. The enemy gathers around our kingdom ready to subdue us, el enemigo se reúnen en nuestro alrededor de nuestro reino, listo para subjugarnos ahora. Warriors gather at the sacred tomb, los guerreros se reúnen en la tumba sagrada. Calling on Spinal the warrior god, llamando a Spinal, el dios guerrero. Help we need in this battle, ayuda que necesitamos en esta batalla. Save us, mighty God, salvanos, salvanos Dios poderoso. Spinal immediately disappears into a portal in the ground and immediately. PUMX3. The same portal appears behind a Shen, and with his shield he proceeds to hurt him, sending him into the air. Spinal without waiting runs towards his enemy ready to give another series of slashes, but a Shen quickly turns into water to fall faster to the ground and get away from the crazed skeleton, who immediately stopped his run and saw where his enemy went as he began to solidify. He again went to attack with his shield, which he immediately blocked but. Combo breaker. The Shen repels the skeleton with his ice blade, but the skeleton easily recovers. Florida, 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 Skin X6. Spinal raises his hand wielding his saber and immediately from the ground, a ghostly skeletal hand grabs a Shen by the skull. He tries to free himself uselessly and slams him to the ground. Immediately a ghostly skull begins to levitate near Spinal. The kingdom that cries out for our help, el reino que grita por nuestra ayuda. Spinal he wakes up and leaves his grave, Spinal se despierta y sale de su tumba. With a loud howl he gathers troops, con el agudo, recoge las tropas. Ready to fight for us, listo para luchar por nosotros ahora. We eat mushrooms for strength and intoxication, comimos hongos para fuerza y prisa. Picking out axes, chains and helmets, recogimos hachas, cadenas y cascos. With the power and courage of the god Spinal, con el poder y coraje del dios Spinal. Victory, victory, victory is ours, Victoria, Victoria, Victoria es nuestra. The Shen becomes watery again and gets dangerously close to the skeleton and tries to give an uppercut, but the maniac warrior blocks it, thinking that would be a Shen's full attack. He was going to give another series of slashes against him, but. A lot. The Shen turns back into water and finishes with another 2 uppercuts towards the skeleton, throwing it into the air, and at the moment of landing, Grayfia stomps 3 times from which 3 stalagmites emerge, hitting the skeleton squarely. The Shen runs to where Spinal is flying and hunting him. He proceeds to jump and grab him by the skull, slamming him to the ground, and immediately, his fists turn into 2 blocks of ice, and he gives him 3 blows to the skeletal face, and immediately 2 headbutts. He grabs the skeleton by the clavicles and throws him against the rocks, giving a violent impact, while the skeleton screamed in pain as a sign that a Shen had won. In the Osaka Palace. There was much cheering in the main hall where they were gathered upon seeing a Shen win the round. Mordred and Lord Pendragon were shocked by Player 2's violent manner of fighting. Despite being theoretically at a disadvantage due to being unarmed, he managed to handle the fight well. Spinal. Rise. Get up. Betrayal, kill them all. What the hell is that guy? Lord Pendragon shouted. My pawn, and most importantly, who will shut you and that brat up? Sirzechs said calmly while inside, he was very proud. Spinal. 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 Eh? Mordred said very arrogantly, you talk a lot for being a Mayu, it's barely the first round for. Sirzechs immediately increases his demonic aura as a sign for him to remain silent. If there is something you should know, it is that before a leader, you must keep respect, Mordred said Quetzalcoatl, and more so if it is a top 10 of powerful personalities. Hey, who gave you the confidence to give me that suffix, living broom? Mordred said contemptuously. At that Quetzalcoatl changed his friendly gesture to one that Mordred began to fear. Because I'm one of the leaders of an important faction, Patenko, and I can screw you over, said the feathered serpent with a sinister voice, so if you want to have a pleasant stay, I recommend that you respect everyone. Mordred gulped instinctively, leaving those present with a slight taste of satisfaction that someone had silenced her, even for a few minutes. Back to Britain. Florida, 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 Skin X6. At ready fight. The forest speaks, the cattle on the run. The enemy burns our lands. Rattles with swords and strikes shields. Ready to kill us now. Immediately a greenish trail of light illuminated the living skeleton, whose bones immediately seemed to have been bathed in neon light, and 3 other skulls. This doesn't look good, Shen said mentally, I'll attack from a distance. I step on the ground sending a stalagmite toward Spinal, but… Combo breaker. The Shen leaps onto the rocks, repelling the icy creature's attack with a circular sweep of his saber. The living skeleton takes advantage of his opponent's unprotected state and immediately charges at him with his shield, which our protagonist is unable to cover in time and is immediately attacked by the living skeleton. We pray to you, Spinal, leave your body, rezamos a Spinal deja tu cuerpo. Become our chief, take up arms, convertid en nuestro chief toma las armas. Grant us your strength in this battle, comfort tu fuerza en esta batalla. Wake up, mighty God, despierta, Dios poderoso. Trying to harden his body without success, he begins to feel the effects of Spinal slashes, who immediately launches the first of his skulls through his shield like a magenta-colored projectile. The Shen, trying to regain some of his lost territory, delivers a kick to Spinal's kneecaps, knocking him to his knees, and just as he intends to jab. 5. Combo breaker. Spinal repels a Shen's attack with another circular shortcut. Taking advantage of the fact that he was completely unprotected, one of the skulls that was floating around the living skeleton goes to the shield and immediately. 5. That skull shoots out like an incandescent projectile towards Ashin, who can do nothing to cover himself, screaming in pain, indicating that Spinal had won the second round. At Osaka Palace. Spinal. Rise. Get up. Betrayal, kill them all. Son. Layla screamed because she couldn't bear the fact that her son was brutally injured. Don't worry, mother-in-law, this man will make it, said Nia with absolute confidence. If I can defeat a dog from the faction alliance and one of the emissaries of the host to be able to deal with the second emissary, said Claire, calming her mother-in-law. Mordred, seeing that Ashen's harem had not lost hope of being rebuilt, was about to open his mouth, but… Phew. A different hour began to sprout violently, and the culprit was… Spinal. 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 You look prettier when you keep quiet, Pendragon Ophis said stoically, but with eyes shining dangerously. This is not the time for your acidic mockery or your brutally honest comments. Keep in mind that he is a son, a brother and a human being who fights for us, said Riaz in the same way as Ophis, so as I told you, keep a little composure and respect and more in front of his mother. The blonde just growled in frustration. Despite the beating she received yesterday against Spinal, she wanted to make fun of it, but it would be like putting herself on the guillotine of her own free will, since not only Sirzechs, Rose and Quetzalcoatl gave her an ultimatum, but now the lowly of the infinite Ophis and Riaz themselves would not hesitate to use their power to silence her. Back in combat. 405-436, Issei, getting up with difficulty because Spinal's last blow had affected him, takes a battle position just like his skeletal rival. Damn it, this hurt more than Ryoga's pity attacks, Issei said mentally. Get ready fight. Spinal proceeds to teleport away to appear behind Issei. This won't work twice on me. Player 2 mentally shouted, stepping aside to avoid being hit with his shield. Seeing the skeleton in the air, he formed two blades with his hands, running before it landed on the ground and immediately. Clang. The forest that talks, the cattle on the run, el bosque habla el ganado de la carrera. The enemy burns our lands, el enemigo queman nuestras tierras. Battles with swords and hits shields, destroza con espadas y golpe los escudos. Ready to kill us, listos para matarlos ahora. It pierces Spinal's ribsage, despite having no muscles or nerves. Spinal felt pain from being pierced by the sharp ice, trying to free himself from Issei's cold element. Spinal tries to mutilate Issei's ice arm by slashing with his saber, but he couldn't, since all it did was repel the saber, without leaving a trace of wound, since Issei had solidified it so much that it looked like a wall of steel. We pray to you Spinal leave your body, rezamos a Spinal deja tu cuerpo. The come our chief take up arms, convertid en nuestro chief toma las armas. Grant us your strength in this battle, compart tu fuerza en esta batalla. Wake up, mighty God, despierta, Dios poderoso. The skeleton desperately continues in its futile attempt to free itself, while Issei freed one of its arms, turning it from a blade into a solid sphere of ice, which only means one thing. Grit your teeth. He mentally shouted, throwing a devastating blow. 5. Spinal. Rise. Lick. King. The skeleton flew towards the rocks due to the violent and huge impact it received from Issei. Spinal got back up, all stunned. The player of 2 was not going to waste the opportunity. Spinal. 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 He lunges at his opponent and proceeds to create a kind of hammer on his left arm again, hitting his left kneecap, causing him to kneel. Ham. Spinal now receives a knee to the face, causing the few teeth he has to fly out. He tries to recover quickly, and with the arm that wields his saber, he tries to give another slash, but Issei preventing that. Clamp. He grabs the attacker's arm and pulls it in. Crack. Ah! Was Spinal's pitiful cry as she felt her bony arm being violently ripped from her body. Unarmed and with no chance of survival, he proceeds to finish this duel. Spinal ended up on the ground with no chance of continuing the fight. His thirst for blood and destruction had been quenched. That was all. The last emissary of the host had succumbed to player 2. Ultra. At Usaka Palace. Yes. Everyone shouted when they saw Issei have decisively defeated Spinal. Everyone was celebrating their friend and ally's victory in different ways. For example, the quieter ones, like Sirzechs, Baldur, Demeter, Suzaku and Michael, toasted their protege's victory with their glasses. Layla couldn't hold back her tears of pride at seeing her son triumph again. Some in a spirited manner like Issei's harem, Kuroka, Issei, Kunu, Milikas, Elise, threw the snacks and soda into the air with excitement. In some cases, they hugged each other to calm their nerves, like in the case of Claire and Rumiko, who couldn't help but cry with emotion. But there was someone who couldn't believe it. That Mordred stammered, completely frozen upon seeing that Issei phantom, that boy who wouldn't give a single penny for her cause, had managed to defeat the host's emissary. The blonde girl was going to continue babbling but 5. Something was squeezing her brain, and when she saw that a hand was lifting her up, she slowly turned until she found Rose, who looked at her with predatory eyes and a smile that meant that the blonde suffering was going to begin in such a crude way. Tomorrow at 8 AM I want you in the main hall, and I suggest you rest and eat well. That tomorrow you will ask for it loudly, said Rose, squeezing her brain, and here you will learn to have respect and you will refer to me as Rose-sama. Mordred was truly terrified of the green-haired girl. It was something that everyone enjoyed, well, almost everyone. My lady, said Lord Pendragon addressing Rose, who continued punishing Mordred. I don't think it is necessary to. Fling. Lord Pendragon didn't finish his idea as something had hit him. Will you shut up for a moment and stop supporting our niece, Lady Pendragon shouted, having hit her husband hard on the head with "You made me use Excalibur in a sheath in Avalon to silence your nonsense." Dude, Mordred said when he saw his only salvation lying on the ground. Juju, you don't know how much fun I'll have with you, you spoiled brat, said Rose without stopping smiling. Mordred could only scream in fright because she didn't know what Rose's attitude adjustments were like, because if she experienced them, she could only curse that she ran into and met the toughest woman in Issei Phantom's harem. Meanwhile, somewhere else. Detroit, Michigan. In one of the most industrialized areas of the city, walls had also been erected with the motto of that company, an enemy of the game, Ultratech. Inside those facilities that seemed more like a foundry, Ria's Gremory's former horse piece was waiting patiently. It seems that it is my turn to deal with this at Kiba. Well, his body began to shine, and immediately an armor began to protect his body. Now I, who is going to help great soldier of the alliance of factions, will show you that I am the one who must win this challenge. I'm sorry Ashen Phantom, but you are going to die today. Kiba finished saying as the armor finished revealing the new facet of Tsubaki Shinra's fiancé, ready for the penultimate fight. Chapter 14. The second challenge. Honor and friendship. In the underworld. The supreme beings watched as Ashen mercilessly tore apart the two emissaries of the host. They were shocked that despite lacking a fighting style, he could still be brutally violent, taking blows from his enemies and still continuing, and to them, that was beyond the realm of possibility for a low-class reincarnated demon. It's incredible, said Aphrodite incredulously and nervously, seeing how he had decapitated Kilgore without hesitation. Is this the power of Sirzech's new pawn? Said Penemu, clearly shocked by how he ended her fights. I don't think so, said Serafo, clearly irritated that reincarnated demon only has the powers of the character from that video game, because clearly in his file his physical and magic abilities are null. But that way of fighting, despite being inexperienced, he has some technique. It's obvious that someone taught him how to defend himself, said Zu, stroking his beard. The only one who could have taught him was that useless pervert, said Sona, referring to Issei with stoicism. But what can you teach him to be a sick follower of the Oppai and a pervert? Akeno interrupted, hugging herself while showing off her bust, while her face contorted with fury because she remembered the time when Issei was a total pervert, how his eyes were fixed on her breasts. I doubt that worthless dragon could have taught him anything, said Sona stoically while cleaning her glasses, and don't even mention Ria's, she could have revealed our world to him, but not self-defense techniques, and don't even mention the Exakoryu Uko, I don't think she has the patience or enough time to train him. The only one left over then is Sirzechs, said Gabriel. Well, that traitor to my blood and to our great cause, he did quite decently to train a lower-class man, said Venelana with displeasure while she saw Shen roar victorious before Spinal, who was completely lying on the floor without an arm. But let us remember that the next rival of that commoner is none other than our efficient knight and Tsubaki-chan's fiancé. Everyone, hearing what Madame Gremory said, couldn't help but smile maliciously. So here ends Player 2's participation, Roswa said arrogantly. He'll be facing a veteran fighter, that low-class guy won't stand a chance, Roygun said. That commoner won't stand a chance against Kiba-san, said Asia very excitedly. So much effort for nothing, Sirzechs, said Zeodicus mockingly while imagining a hypothetical scene where his son laments the loss of his pawn. At least, someone of renown from our clan will praise our beloved alliance of factions. Kiba-kun, I'll muzzle that pathetic gamer alliance, said Lady Citri. Everyone in Glaciolabola's castle kept making fun of Player 2 and supporting Kiba, but the one who was silent was precisely Tsubaki, who was calm while watching how Player 2 was transported to the next area. Hyoudou-kun, I hope you win because I have something to tell you, said Tsubaki, while lightly placing her hands on her belly. A great warrior deserves a big surprise, and there is nothing better than knowing that you will have offspring soon. Everyone in the underworld had high expectations for the blonde, but their thoughts and dialogue stopped when. It's time for the penultimate match. Shouted the host. Ladies and gentlemen, Player 2, who has shown great courage and perseverance in his matches, will face the last representative of the Avar army that has been waiting patiently in the Detroit, Michigan industrial complex. Everyone who saw that industrialized city, where factories, steel and the dense fumaroles that came out of the industrial chimneys were the natural landscape of every day, but there was a factory that stood out in all aspects, of colossal size and surreal appearance, but around it, the Ultratech logo was printed on the steel walls that surrounded said factory. The transmission now revealed the area where the battle would take place, which was practically in that unmistakable foundry where the sub-boss, that perfect creation of Ultratech, only below the artificial intelligence that leads the malevolent industry, awaited the arrival of Player 2, but this time it was embodied by the representative of the Avro army. It's time for the fighters to enter, ordered the host. At the ends of the metal bridge, the aforementioned appeared. On the far right appeared the white-haired man, whose facial features showed that he was totally tired, his panting breaths reflecting how exhausted he was but willing to continue. And Kyoto. Everyone noticed the white-haired man's tired expression with a degree of concern. He's already very tired, Ophis said dryly. I have a feeling that little by little, this will take its toll on her performance in the challenge, Kiryu said very nervously while biting her finger. It's normal for him to be like this, said Quetzalcoatl seriously. The challenge has consumed a large part of his day, he hasn't had a single moment to eat, rest or drink anything. And just as the Aztec goddess said, Ashen had started the challenge to the host very early at 7:30 am Kyoto time, and by the fifth combat, it was already 6:30 pm, so the challenge reached a rather inhuman level, which an average person would not have endured. This challenge, resistance had become a thing of vital importance for Sirzech's pawn. Sana Shen Layla and his harem said very worriedly. But the worried thoughts took a drastic turn when they saw the opponent, but in two people in particular, because he was someone they appreciated a lot in his time, but his betrayal was something that could not wait because he had sworn in vain, his loyalty to the youngest of the children of the Gremory clan, because his blonde hair and his bearing of an educated prince was unmistakable for those who belonged to the Gremory group. "It can be," said Riaz furiously but with tears in her eyes. "This has to be a joke," Issei said in the same way as his girlfriend. "This has to be a damn joke. He still has the audacity to slap us in the face about his decision to be loyal to those malparents," Sirzechs said. The others who knew the opponent could not help but show gestures of total indignation and hatred towards him. Guys, do you know the effeminate one?" Tomo said, confused. "Unfortunately," said Riaz, wiping away her tears, "I can only tell you that I regret having rescued him that day when he was dying. I got over his stupid idea of revenge against some object," said Issei, "and worst of all, I swallowed his lie that I was his best friend." "Don't tell me he's one of the men from your former entourage that you told us," Riaz said. Rumiko. Well, Riaz and Issei nodded at what the brunette said. Back to the combat zone. Both contenders looked at each other in the eyes, both showed coldness, but with the difference that Issei showed severe fatigue. "I should congratulate you for making it this far," Phantom Kun said Kiba politely. "I'm surprised you were able to defeat someone of Ryuga Kun's caliber. Save the compliments, pretty boy, since you're on the opposite side to the one I belong to. Clearly no one would believe you, except for the simps you have in Kuoh." Issei coldly cut Kiba off, who seemed offended by what the white-haired man was saying, whom I have the misfortune to know. The blonde puffed his nose to relax and answered. "Kiba Hyoudou, proud knight in service of the Gremory clan." Issei, upon hearing the name, remembered something he had heard from his two cowhaces. Flashback. Insert audio. Hyoudou University. The next day after the red-haired Mao reincarnated his sisters and brother-in-law's friends, and the warning before the host, under a sky that threatened to rain, the gamer club was gathered in their usual room, but not to do their normal activities, but Riaz and Issei were dealing in more depth with the issue of the fateful day, when the Redeed discovered that those girls were from the brown-haired man's former harem. But this time it was no longer through words or stories. To make it more realistic and truthful, Riaz made her memories appear through a spell in which she reflected all her bitter experiences from that point of no return, from that act of betrayal so low by her former allies, her days in prison, the trial and her exile. It is worth mentioning that the Redeed shed tears while watching her memories. She still remembers how they mocked her beloved, how they despised him, how the upper-class society of all factions, with the exception of some people obviously, belittled all his achievements, and in an Olympian manner, they took credit for said achievements. "I never thought that because of a simple defect they would do such low action," said Rumiko. "Couldn't they talk it over and come to an agreement, like civilized people do? It's typical of people from high society, they are civilized when it suits them, here they only prove to be self-interested," Issei said, dismayed. "They didn't even give you a miserable thank you for having saved their skin. They only care about their prestige and other more important things," said Issei sadly. "And a clear example, Ria's parents, they don't care about their daughter's well-being, as long as they look good in society, even though she acted correctly. There isn't a single day that I wish all of this would stop tormenting me," Riaz said. Well, the memory that was being transmitted was how she notified Issei, so many people and Valerie about her exile. Seeing how the brunette cried inconsolably for the news of the Redeed really began to hurt his senpais, Rumiko could not help shedding some tears out of sadness and anger, while Issei only limited himself to putting his hand on the sound's shoulder. Seeing someone like that cry with deep pain was something you wouldn't wish on your worst enemy. The memory is still being transmitted until here they see how the door where the Parikastano was interned was opened, and from which the now ex-knight of Ria's ex-retinue came out, showing an arrogant temperament. "I have come with the order from the leaders of the faction alliance to evict you from this hospital room," Kiba said coldly. "If it is not worth it, in a minute I am allowed to use force against you. So this is how you pay me back for everything, biting the hand of the one who saved your life while you were dying in the snow after being discarded like garbage from the Excalibur project," Riaz said, totally furious. "The words of a disgusting, unranked demon have no validity before me, a middle-class demon," said Kiba, not caring at all. "Damn Judas skin," said Valerie furiously. "Where is your damn honor, supposed imitation knight? He has enough balls to talk to me like that," Lucifer said. "Kiba, and if you talk about my honor, it is intact when serving the patriarchs of the clan that I love so much." "You have no honor," the brown-haired man said very quietly, while a dark look reigned on his face. "You are no gentleman, you are a mercenary, a damn hyena looking for carrion to eat." Kiba was beginning to lose the claims of his three now former allies. "Disgusting inept dragon, one more word and what? What would you do to us? Damn Judas," Riaz shouted exasperatedly as her power of destruction began to increase. "Was your frustration so great that my Issei did not even surpass you in terms of skill and power? The one who incited to improve, he saw you as an equal, he loved you like a brother, the brother that never you, but no, the moment Issei and Valerie lost those damn traitorous lizards, instead of supporting them in the most critical moments, what did you do? You stepped aside and took that damn opportunity to discredit everything he did for you. If it weren't for him, Fred Salazan would have already stabbed you with one of his sacred swords or shot you with those special bullets with holy water. You would never have awakened your balance breaker, you would have died under the influence of a stupid revenge, and you would have spoiled the sacrifice of your friends, said Riaz, while more tears fell before a blonde who refused to accept everything she was telling her, but it was the cruel truth. Have you lost the sanity and the honor that you boast so much by turning your back on me and supporting some damn unfortunate witches who are also capable of giving their supposed loyalty to other beings if they offer them 30 silver coins? You are not even the shadow of that first beautiful servant that I had rescued that snowy night. Now I only see a traitor and even miserable envious, who will never surpass the great achievements of my dear Is. Not even with the help of those bastards that I call parents will you ever achieve it, and I will only tell you that if you continue with that stupid mentality without a goal to achieve, it does not matter if you are the most skilled swordsman. Someone is a strong reason why to win, will defeat you, and I hope to see you in the front row, miserable scoundrel. The blonde man couldn't digest the speech the Redeed had given him. He had a whirlwind of negative emotions from hatred, denial, disgust, and deep anger. He wanted to attack, but he knew that Ria's power practically surpassed him. Even using his magnificent speed he couldn't reach her, since he would be disintegrated at the slightest touch with her destructive aura. At that Riaz, Issei and Valerie proceed to take their things and leave the Citri hospital, passing by Kiba who was still following Lino's voice in that whirlwind of emotions, being the last time they saw him. The Redeed in the Gamer Club classroom immediately closed that memory. She still couldn't get over the fact that one of her first 2 servants was capable of betraying her and the man she supposedly wanted as a friend. It was something quite difficult to digest for Ashen and Rumiko. Since usually their 2 cowhays tend to have a cheerful and lively character, but seeing a rather painful secret and reliving it, seeing that they still hadn't overcome it is something unpleasant in their hearts, that they could only hug them in a sign of solidarity. It was a terrible afternoon for the Gamer Club. Audio stops. End of flashback. Player 2, seeing who he really had in front of him, couldn't help but grit his teeth, feeling so angry at seeing one of the first servants of the redeeded Gremory, who didn't hesitate to betray her, and especially with such shamelessness and despicable cynicism, who presumed to be the best friend of the bearer of the celestial red dragon and now, not having the soul of the traitorous lizard the ass, had no intention of continuing with a false friendship, showing his true face. Well so you are Kiba Hyoudou, Ashen said completely cold. Any problem with that, you dirty low class? Said the blonde emotionlessly, trying to intimidate him with his gaze without success. Oh of course not, I have no problem, he said with an explicitly sarcastic tone. Of course I'm not going to have any problem when I have before my eyes one of the causes of pain and misfortune of my friends Issei and Riaz. Ah, those miserable exiles, said Kiba without giving it importance, as if I cared about their pathetic tears, for having chosen the best decision of my entire life, which will not only lead me to greatness, but also to the Gremory clan. Something tells me that you were quite brainwashed by those social remnants called Venelana Gremory and Zeoticus Gremory. Ashen said, tell me, what did they give you to make you turn your back on them, on their own daughter, and the one who saved your life from cruel agony? More respect for my lower class masters, Kiba said in a serious and angry way, and what they gave me was simply what I deserved for a long time. Decorations, privileges, luxuries, and 2 really special things for my life. The first is that I am proudly Madame Gremory's Knight Piece, and of course the second is for all the services I provided, and in a mutual agreement in which both Gremory and Citri clans engaged me to my current girlfriend. The queen of the best demon strategist of this generation, Sona Citri. In the underworld. Upon hearing the blonde's words through the transmission, both Venelana and the heiress of the Citri clan couldn't help but make a gesture of arrogant pride. Their self-esteem and ego were through the roof, as if being flattered like goddesses was as if they deserved it by natural right, and not to mention Tsubaki, who every time she spoke to her fiancé drove her crazy and was in a state of mind that anything he said, even if it was rude to her, made her fall in love with him more. But the following words from his representative's rival would break the whole atmosphere of majesty and solemnity towards them. Wow, so they practically bribed you, and to ensure your loyalty, they got you a partner. Well, what do I expect from a prince who doesn't lift a finger or make an effort to have a partner? Ashen said. I didn't believe that Ria's mother was a damn vile rat, capable of snatching one of her first servants so that she would have a damn dog by her side to bark when her mistress feels offended and obviously give her her reward, her kibble or her bone to gnaw, for being a good boy. And of course, how can I forget Sona Citri's Patanko, Ashen said, and in which the blonde, upon hearing this last thing, was going to intervene, but it is for the white one, and did not allow him to interrupt. Oh, how do I know? Well, very easy. Ria shared her memories with me and how she gave the beatings of their lives not only to her, but to all those heiresses who believed themselves untouchable and have a foolishly empowered gesture and who seem that life does not, I don't please them at all. And I can say that they fight so badly that an elementary school girl would have defended herself better from my friend's attacks. They hide their lack of physical ability through their pedantic attitude. Gosh, both them and that looted mummy Venelana Gremory, I have no other adjective to give them, they are pathetic. Player 2's harsh words echoed throughout the underworld, leaving virtually the entire faction of demons and fallen angels in complete silence. They couldn't believe that a low-class demon had dared to insult people who were considered high prestige and respectable. But upon hearing the gravity of all the acts that both Madame Gremory and the now ex-knight of Ria's Gremory had committed, the low-class and middle-class devils could not avoid their anger and dismay, and with this, they ratified their support for the former heiress of Gremory, as the rebel Mayu that the first was now exiled by whim of the upper-class society of the underworld, while her older brother could not return to the underworld for its protection and had to operate from Hyoudou with the other rebel leaders. In the castle where the greedy army was, the reactions were not long in coming. The heiresses and some demonic princesses such as Seekvaira, Laisha, Iryuka, Ravel and Roygun still kept fresh that embarrassing situation in which the Retid had practically swept the floor with them, and especially the last one, since she was the second place in the rating games contest, could not do anything against the Retid, and that made her die of shame that someone supposedly inferior to her could defeat her. Without any effort. But with Venelana Gremory. She began to emanate her destructive aura in an aggressive manner, and it was so much that she expelled some demons that they began to move away, but some servants and demonic maids did not get out in time from that expansion of her power of the brown-haired demon that they ended up being disintegrated by the destructive power of the Gremory matriarch matter. "Dear, calm down," said Zeoticus out loud. "I can't. And I won't do it until I have that lower-class man's head at my feet," Venelana said furiously. "But remember that he is the pawn of," said Serafol. "I'm not interested," she shouted like a Venezuelan madwoman. "If he survives this damn challenge, I want the head of this unfortunate lower class in less than 24 hours, and I don't care what they do if they have to defeat and destroy all of Hyoudou." Everyone saw what the demon was ordering, but they knew they couldn't break the host's rules, because if they did, their lands or their domains would suffer a fate much worse than Atlantis suffered when a certain Greek god of the sea had a loud mouth. "If that calms you down, fine," said Zeoticus, as his wife began to calm down. At that, the older Retid nodded to the leaders of the greedy army, signaling that they would inevitably have an unfriendly visit in Hyoudou. At Yusaka Palace. Upon hearing the same words that Ashen had said to him, there were quite varied reactions. In the case of Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan, they whistled as a sign that player 2 was too base and honest, revealing that he was not afraid of disrespecting those who considered themselves supreme beings. Others were extremely proud, as in the case of Issei's harem, Kuoh, and some leaders who knew the traitorous blonde, who could not avoid a mocking laugh and in some cases a scandalous laugh, as in the case of Kuroka, Valerie, Lucifer and Kuoh, because their ally had completely shut the mouths of Kiba and also certain demonic heiresses by telling them all their truths. Especially the last one, because they had seen the Retid's memories and confirmed what their ally had said. Their physical fighting ability as the demonic heiresses was practically nil. Another reaction in the palace was that of Ashen's harem, Layla and Elise, as they had never heard their boyfriend, brother and son, respectively, say such things in such a direct and cold manner. Those who did not know the context of what player 2 had said, such as the case of Balder, Alpha, Rivera, Rose, and Tsunade, only showed a little surprise, although deep down they would ask what really happened that fateful day when Rias hit all the heroines of the old DxD group, because it was news in due time and consequently everyone in the supernatural found out. But with Rias, Issei and Sirzechs, who would have thought that the most inexperienced and those who do not have great luxuries or immense power are going to receive something so wonderful that neither power, nor money nor eccentricities can buy? Sirzechs said happily. "That's right, brother-in-law," said Issei, while wiping away a tear. "That's true friendship and unconditional loyalty. You've won a great pawn piece." "Friend," she said crying, but now it was with happiness because a great friend was willing to stand up for her Issei, for her brother, and she hadn't found that or felt it when she still had her entourage at her service. "I thank you very much. You and Rumiko-chan are worth more than just a simple entourage. You are invaluable, and we are lucky to have you by our side." "That's right, friend," said Rumiko, hugging both the Retid and the brown-haired man, "and it's not just the two of us. Everyone here will support you without a doubt, because maybe you don't have a rank or titles anymore, but you have something that they lack in every sense, and that is called being a family." Rias and Issei looked around and sure enough, The two harems saw the aforementioned and gave them a smile or gestures as a sign that they can count on them and that their friendship is available, that includes the goddesses of Mesoamerica at their right hands. The god Balder and the two elves who were beginning to feel comfortable in that meeting, with the exception of Mordred and Lord Pendragon, who were in a corner completely white still not digesting that the fight against Spinal had been won by the one who least expected it. At this beautiful gesture, Riaz and Issei had no choice but to kneel and bow in gratitude. "We are not worthy of having your valuable friendship," Riaz and Issei said at the same time. "Thank you very much for not abandoning us." Everyone in the palace went to both boys and gave them a big hug or some sign of support, making them both feel happier. Back in the fight. Both fighters were still glaring at each other. "The insults towards my true mistress, you will pay now," said Kiba. "You are prematurely proclaiming your victory," Dog Shen said. "Enough," Kiba shouted. "I won't let you continue insulting me or my beloved leaders." "Oh, does that hurt?" Ashen said mockingly. "Doesn't something else that tormented you in the past hurt you? Don't you remember your friends from the Excalibur project?" "Shut up," Kiba said very quietly, but anger is consuming him little by little. "Doesn't it hurt you more to have lost your friends in a cruel experiment?" Ashen said. "Shut up," Kiba said louder, starting to lose his composure. "And despite everything, who were your only emotional supports in the face of such a misfortune that you suffered?" "Bingo," Riaz and Issei said. "Ashen, and now with your betrayal, you dishonored their memories, that valuable sacrifice was dishonored, and you dishonored yourself when you barked at this honorable knight of this arrogant mummy, when you are nothing more than." "Shut up," Kiba shouted. "A mercenary without shame and without honor," Ashen said loudly. "Enough," Kiba shouted as he attacked Ashen, who was ready to receive the attack when. Phew. The luminous magic began to surround Kiba, stopping the attack completely. What's wrong with me?" the blonde said with difficulty. "I haven't given the order to begin the challenge yet, representative of the Avar army," said the host's voice, "and now that tempers have flared, I think there's going to be a change in the combat zone." And through two circles, both players disappear to cut off the broadcast for just 5 minutes on a global and supernatural level. Returning to broadcast in the new combat zone prepared by the host. "Welcome back to the Valley of Death, but now it's another stage where both representatives of the armies will fight," said the host. "It's time for the representatives to change their clothes and transform into their characters." The first to do so was that little by little Fulgur's armor began to cover him. "The day you will die, Shen Phantom," said Kiba, "you will pay for the insults to my master. There will be no forgiveness or pardon for you." "Did I ask for it, dog?" Ashen said as his body began to freeze. "Because the one who will die here, I assure you, will not be me." The penultimate battle is ready from the army of justice. Ashen Phantom now is now Glacius versus the Avro army. Kiba Hyoudou, better known as Fulgur, declared the host. Audio sounds. "Get ready, fight." The fight had just begun, and the first attack began when the cybernetic character disappeared under his camouflage. "That won't fuse you," the white hair said mentally, turning around and dodging a treacherous attack from his cybernetic opponent, seeing the dangerous plasma blade installed on his left arm. Leaving it exposed, the glacier being takes advantage. 5. He connected Anita Kiba's metal mask, making him retreat. He recovered and immediately, the metallic being's eyes began to shine. Phew. X3. He launched 3 laser attacks, but the white-haired man turned into water again, successfully dodging them and heading fleetingly towards Fulgur. X3. Connect 3 solidified 1, sending the team into the air, and the power was so great that when it landed, it left it on the edge of the cliff. "I'll pay you back 3 times over, you disgusting low class," Kiba said in his cybernetic voice. He unleashed his thrusters from his body, launching himself like a rocket toward his enemy, ready to slam his plasma blades down on them. But the white-haired man already had his counterattack ready, hitting the ground. Scratch. He manages to create a wave of ice with several sharp stalagmites impacting Kiba, making him retreat once again. He tried to recover, but saw that once again his ice opponent turned to water once again, and in the blink of an eye he had him in front of him. He tried to hit him, but Ashen grabbed him without difficulty, beginning to freeze the blonde-haired boy's right limb. He began to, and some circuits began to be destroyed, because several sparks began to be seen. "Damn it," Kiba shouted upon seeing that his arm had roboticized from a metallic gray color to a bluish hue. Until Ashen stopped imprisoning the blonde's upper limb, which was already completely frozen. "I know what your weakness is, and I'm just exploiting your weaknesses," he said mentally as his body began to strengthen with ice, gaining more hardness from it, and immediately. Clang. He proceeds to give him a whip kick, again hitting the blonde in the face. He tries to hit his opponent with his only useful arm, but he easily dodges it and proceeds to hit his lower back, knocking the wind out of him in the process. Grabbing the blonde by the back and hips, he proceeds to send him flying in a very wrestling style, and when he falls. X5. 5 icebergs shaped like icing hit Kiba, who was sent flying again. He writhed in pain, indicating that round 1 was over. Get ready fight. Again the blonde began the attack with his thrusters that still served him to once again plunge the plasma blades of his still usable arm into his opponent. That attack again. Issei said annoyed, hitting the ground again and raising the wave of stalagmites again. But he saw that his opponent stopped immediately, not you, that something was beginning to open in his chest, and he saw that in the thoracic area, something that threatened to shoot. Son of a bitch. Issei mentally screamed, turning into the liquid to dodge the blonde's imminent attack. Phew. A powerful laser had been fired from Kiba's chest area destroying the wave, but he saw that his opponent was not there. Kiba was looking everywhere but. Crash. X2. Ah. Was the scream that the curler let out when he felt that something had pierced his feet and saw that 2 small but sharp stalagmites had pierced his feet. Immediately Issei solidifies in front of him, having his opponent immobilized and without a functioning arm, the white-haired man began the true torment of the blonde. As if it were a punching bag, Issei solidifies his fists and turns them into a really solid ball of ice and begins to hit him. Parts of metal, blood, sparks and circuits were being thrown on the ground every time the white-haired man's fists impacted the cybernetic being and little by little reflected the battered body of the former Knight of Estuaries. Kiba tried in vain to defend himself, but every time he put his hand or arm out to stop an attack, he could only hear the creaking of his bones and an indescribable pain. Vulgar's cybernetic mask was slowly shattered until it reflected Kiba's bruised and bloody face. "No, I'm losing against any low class. I shouldn't," shouted Kiba, who once again opened the compartment of that mega laser that he had fired to launch a desperate attack, but it immediately stopped. Crash. Issei had single-handedly destroyed Kiba's laser energy source, leaving him horrified. His last defensive maneuver had been easily destroyed. Danger. That was what was hurt in Kiba's head, but at that point he no longer felt the hard but the dense blow after blow crunch and crunch. The pain threshold in the blonde had already exceeded the limits. He had not felt so much punishment since he was subjected to the cruel experiment of the project. Sacred sword, those blows at that speed and with the force he was receiving were on another level. Not even in training with his supposed best friend had he felt them. In the underworld. The brutal beating that Noise was suffering was being witnessed live by the traitors and even more directly by his fiancée Tsubaki Shinra, who was powerless to do anything. Kiba Kunasia cried. "Defend yourself." Ross was shouted, completely desperate, and she was also starting to cry. "Damn Kiba." Venelana shouted, who was also starting to cry mixed with the fury she felt in her heart. "You're making me look bad in front of the demonic society. I'll make you laugh at the humans, you useless bastard." The traitors, along with their partners and the leaders who turned their backs on the brown-haired man, were shouting in vain for him to let go and turn around, something that was practically already resolved. "Back in combat. Am I going to die?" said Kiba. "My death at the hands of a lower class." But then Issei stops the rain of blows. "Are you going to have mercy on me?" Kiba said with a mocking tone, but immediately what his opponent was going to do made him regret the tone with which he said it, because Issei had summoned something in his arm, and it was a kind of ice needle that immediately. Crack. Kiba saw that the ice needle had embedded itself in his heart and little by little, it was beginning to freeze his entire body with a gesture that reflected the intense pain, the great humiliation he felt, and the raw cold of death in his mind. He was only going through the moments he had thought about his future. A big family in a big castle in the underworld, point to his fiancée, but this was not going to happen because clearly all of those are promising images. Little by little the ice of reality was freezing them, and for obvious reasons they were crumbling. "Tsubaki, my great future that I deserve," he said as the ice began to freeze his neck, mouth, nose, eyes and what was left of his head until. Kiba had already turned into an ice statue, but Issei wasn't done with him. Carrying the statue of his enemy, he approaches the precipice and seeing what lies below, a huge pit of lava, proceeds to make it inevitable. Smoke. The white-haired man throws the frozen statue of Kiba, which one of the Hypertigenous was approaching its final destination. Splash. The statue slowly began to sink into the magma pool, with no sign of it wanting to leave. The final fate of the frozen blonde was already written. Ultimate combo. Supreme victory. Perfect. End audio. In the underworld. Seeing the merciless way in which Player 2 had mercilessly killed one of their most important personalities, the one they considered a hero and the proud knight of the Gremory clan, fell in battle in such a humiliating way that he did not raise his hands to defend himself or to attack. All the women were crying for the death of Kiba Hyoudou, and surprisingly also in the city of Kuoh, the sims of the blonde-haired man whose body was now being incinerated in the lava pool. They cried with cupcakes in disgrace, where some fainted from shock and others made an unbearable drama, seeing how a celebrity according to their eyes died unfairly. Back in the underworld. Sola realized that something was missing and immediately went to her queen of retinue. 5. Sona Sitri had pushed her queen to the ground. "Sona. What's wrong with you?" Seraphil said, scandalized, but silenced her complaint at the expression of terror that the heiress of the Sitri clan had. "Run, Tsubaki. Run," shouted Sona. The queen of her entourage I understand what her king was saying and immediately tried to escape through a circle, but… crash. These would break when summoned and immediately the earth in Glaciolabola's castle would begin to shake violently when… From the ground came out two species of snakes shining like the sacred light of the angels that immediately… Die. Tsubaki screamed in pain as she felt the fangs of the snake lodged in her left leg and right hand. But suddenly two more snakes with the sakura had come out of it, now they were torturing her right leg and left step. The queen of the Sona Sitri clan felt that the fangs of said snake were injecting her with sacred light as if it were its poison. It hurts. Tsubaki screamed desperately. Gabriel, in a foolish attempt to free his friend, launched himself at the snakes, but a snake now made of energy came out of the earth, attacking the seraph with a headbutt, knocking her to the ground. That same snake now began to bite Tsubaki's jugular, forcing her to reveal her wings of the world, which… planch. With one bite he tore them off, causing severe trauma to his back, a cry of unbearable pain that caused an infernal burning sensation in both his back and his veins. But suddenly they noticed something strange about the snake created with demonic energy as it surrounded Tsubaki, who was in semi-shock from the pain when she saw that the head of the demonic snake was pointing at her belly. She was horrified because she was guessing what the intentions of the animal were. No. Tsubaki screamed desperately when the ammonia energy snake opened its jaws and… planch. "Nuo." Tsubaki screamed in total terror and pain as she felt the fangs in her uterus area, feeling like two hot metals were burning her inside. They were all horrified to learn what the host had done against Hyoudou's partner. "You lost the right to be a mother because of your partner's incompetence," said the voice of the host, while the demonic energy snake began to remove something from the queen, and just like that a small light came out. The life of this creature will be born in another woman. Immediately the energy snake disappears along with the doll's energy, making Tsubaki Shinra fall down in complete shock. She had lost her beloved fiancé, and now she had lost the last thing that could remember him. In the upper class society of the underworld, mentally holding the same thought, and that was, that a Shen phantom, pawn of Sirzechs' Gremory, twice he had made a fool of his beloved alliance, and twice he had killed important people from both the Sitri and Gremory clans. As important people from heaven itself, and in his own words, he had to pay for his audacity for having made a fool of his superiors. Even if that meant facing off against the top 10 powerful figures and challenging the host's rules, he had to pay whatever it took. Chapter 15. The second challenge. Final part. Osaka Palace. Everyone fell silent as they watched their friend finish off one of Ria's first servants and Issei's former best friend, Hyoudou. Everyone thought about celebrating their friend's victory, especially children like Hyoudou and Milikas, but they were immediately calmed by their parents because everyone saw Ria's, who remained stoic, but her eyes were tearing up. "Ria-san," Issei said worriedly, handing her a handkerchief that the Retreat accepted. "Excuse me," said the Retreat, drying her tears, "it's just that besides everything that happened, even this is a bittersweet feeling." She began to stammer, but felt the hand on her shoulder. "We understand," Sirzechs said, calming her. "That shows that despite everything, something in you still loved him. It also shows that you were never a vile person," said Rumiko. "You have a beautiful heart, and that is reflected in the fact that you always tried to provide the best for your former servants, despite everything. But he chose his path of self-destruction by betraying us," said Issei, equally hurt but smiling at his harem alpha. "So we can't stagnate in the past, and we must focus on our present, and that is to support our friend." Rias wipes her eyes and nods. "These will be the last tears I shed for Kiba and for anyone who turned their backs on us," said the Redeed, smiling again with energy. "If they fall in this challenge, it will no longer be our problem, since our objective is to support the players to win this host game and in the process fight to have a beautiful future, not only as the Gamer Alliance, but also as a family, far from the nefarious people who only want to see us unhappy in their eyes." "That's how you talk, Ria's Naya," said Kuroka very excitedly. "As expected of the main alpha," said Suzaku. "For a young demon, you are quite mature and have a great sense of leadership," said Quetzalcoatl. "That's something that young people today lack today," said Demeter, giving more compliments to Ria's attitude. "I wish our stupid people we call brothers had a little of Ria-san's humility," said Hera with a gesture of resignation, "but the only thing Poseidon and Zeus inherited was the idiocy and arrogance of our father Cronus." "Our family, it doesn't sound bad," said Shinobu while smiling naturally, while Tomo nodded at what she said. "I think we should put aside this silly rivalry to be number one and focus more on our future with our men respectively," said Tomo, realizing that their fights would lead to nothing and could cause something similar to what happened with most of Issei's ex-harem. "The truce, you say?" Issei said calmly. "It's no problem for me, anyway, Ashen loves us equally." The family with a Shen. Not that I'm interested in carrying the great last name of that hexy frozen dessert, Claire said with a blush when she saw Glacius roar triumphantly. And wouldn't you like to try it, Claire-chan? Nia said while also blushing at the idea. Imagine a lollipop with a six-pack included where you can explore and taste with your love-thirsty tongue. Oh, of course he would be my ice cream that would refresh me in the heat of romantic nights, said Claire without any shame, imagining such highly censurable scenes with a Shen. She realizes that the first 5 girls were looking at her with mockery. She turns red. You fell into the closet, pervert, said Rumiko, Nia, Shinobu, Tomo and Sei mockingly. Yes, ready Seer Tia. Gritavo emotionado Lise. The heat of the night. Layla Phantom said with a grim smile upon learning the true intentions of her British daughter-in-law. The poor blonde with drill-like hair could only curse herself, having discovered the downside of honesty and, above all, being the victim of her harem sister's nasty jokes. Elsewhere. Well, I'm just waiting for your documents to enroll Mordred-chan in Kite High School, Oryasaka said calmly. You'll have them first thing tomorrow morning, Lady Pendragon said with satisfaction. No, Aunt. Mordred begged tearfully while holding onto her skirt. I don't want to be here. This will be good for you, Mordred, Lady Pendragon said seriously. Perhaps being out of England and not with someone who is a pimp like my husband will help you mature and leave that bad girl mentality behind. My sister-in-law Artoria, may she rest in peace, did not have that attitude when I met her. She was quite disciplined, and if she saw you now, she would beat your face in to make you correct your attitude. And don't forget, tomorrow your your training begins, said Kukulkan smiling innocently. I think with this, your re-education will begin the old-fashioned way. That's what you get for distrusting our ally, said Tsunade with a rather evil smile, and don't worry, if you suffer from dislocated bones I can fix them. Mordred was more than terrified because she didn't know where she was going to end up, but wherever she got to, she was going to have a pretty bad time. On the other hand. Then we will have an alliance with Alfheim, said Azazel. There is no doubt about that, said Rivera, but on my part, the Queen and my comrades, the support is unconditional. I received a call from Briholder and she mentions that they will send 2 of her sisters as ambassadors of Vingolf, said Balder calmly. She also mentions that the representative of Vanaheim, the goddess Thornuz, will come personally to make the alliance. Everyone was stunned by what the son of Odin had said, so Rivera and Azazel shook hands as a sign that the gamer alliance with the elves was a complete success. But a scream was heard. Here, this is not over, I repeat. This is not over. Rose shouted, pointing at the broadcast. Suddenly they saw that in the combat zone a black portal appeared in front of him and from which it began to absorb Glacius. He began to resist, but the force of said portal was superior. Everyone saw how little by little, a Shen was absorbed by said portal. Sanani-chan. Layla and Elise shouted, very scared when they saw that portal. Can you locate your piece, Sirzechs? Said Azazel. Iridid concentrated magic in his hand. He's alive but I can't find him, said Sirzechs worriedly. You can't locate him because player 2 is being transferred to an area where he will fight his final battle, said the voice of the host, an area that only some gods can reach. Welcome to the astral plane. The host showed said scenario that resembled the dimensional rift where Great Red, Ophis and her clone Lilith could be, but in this one could be seen several cosmic energies, several black holes just forming, chaos reigning in that part. And speaking of the aforementioned, she had gotten up. This is beyond the dimensional rift, Ophis said seriously. These are places that Batrayed and I have not been able to reach. They are places so inhospitable that only the so-called extinct primordials and the few semi-primordials that still live can get there without problems. The primordials? Rumiko said, confused. And semi-primordials? Do you remember that the host mentioned his creator? Ophis said he was a primordial while the host is considered a semi-primordial, and below them, we are Batrayed, Trihexa along with Lilith and I. Now I see why when the host Sama appeared, you reacted in such a cautious way, said Azazel. Raven, I may be powerful, but even I know my place, Ophis said. If I face a semi-primordial I would end up with broken bones. If I were lucky and against a primordial, I would practically be erased from existence. So there is more than one semi-primordial, like the host Sama? Said Rivera. Yes, but unlike the host, they are asleep in any area of this vast universe, said Ophis. There are so many things it offers us that I would need more than one life to know them, and now what a Shen-san experiences when being in those areas can be considered lucky or unlucky because he is the first mortal to experience chaos in the astral zone. Everyone in Yusaka Palace was troubled by the words of the infinite lowly. Even Mordred herself was surprised, as a Shen's hell would begin in Japan, and because of this, she began to dislike him. She couldn't help but show her concern over the eternally legal Loli's words. Returning to the astral plane. A portal appeared from which a Shen was expelled, falling on the only surface that was there. Player 2, this is the final part of the challenge, said the host. If you win, you will have the rewards that are established in the list you saw at the beginning of the challenge. That list falls into the background, since the only reward that will be worth it is to arrive safely to my home and hug my mother, my sister and my girl a lot, Ashen said mentally. Also thank Sirzechs Sama for the training he gave me. Author's note. The poor guy doesn't know he has a harem yet, since it was formed while he was asleep and confirmed while he was in training. Without realizing it, the host read his thoughts and could not seem internally very satisfied with the thought of the reincarnated demon. He was not interested in material things, but he cared about the most fundamental thing in life, and that was his loved ones. It's time for your opponent to reveal himself to you, shouted the host. Audio sounds. Immediately 2 small minions fell who immediately showed themselves hostile towards Ashen. Duum. Another black portal appeared. Player 2 began to feel a little pressure because what was behind that portal was something that should not be taken lightly, but the astral zone was not the only place where he felt that pressure. At Yusaka Palace. Brew. They were all fighting against a pressure that was literally breaking them down. What the hell? Quetzalcoatl screamed on his knees, and because of that he couldn't get up. It hurts, said Nia, who was literally on the floor and fighting against that pressure. This feels like 100 walls are falling on you, said Tom, equally chest down. My bones and muscles are being crushed, said Lefay, resisting the pressure. This is 100, no, 1,000 times more suffocating than when we faced the Trihiksa, said Issei. This is a small demonstration of the host's power, said Ophis, who could barely stand, and now our friend will face him in this last fight. And I know who the last fighter is, said Rumiko with difficulty. Everyone was looking at the brunette with blonde hair. It's Gargos, he said with more difficulty. But not only in the Yusaka Palace did I feel the overwhelming pressure, in all countries, in the underworld, in heaven, in the other circles of Yggdrasil, even in the area of the dead and mythologies, everyone felt the enormous pressure as if gravity itself increased, and all living beings, supernatural beings and even the gods themselves, felt such cruel punishment. Back to the astral area. In that portal, Ashen's final opponent began to emerge, measuring around 2 meters, a monstrous being with a demonic appearance, and gigantic wings looked closely at Glacius. Gargos towards his appearance. The little minions entered the portal and then Gargos with his finger orders Player 2. Kneel before your god. Player 2, your final challenge will be to defeat Gargos. Because if you don't, everyone on Earth and in the supernatural territories will be crushed by gravity. That includes the army of justice and the Avro army. Shouted the host now that the final challenge begins. Get ready, fight. Ashen hits the ground to launch a clone, sending an uppercut towards Gargos, but he expected that attack, only jumping back, propelling himself with his wings. So he immediately counterattacked in the air, launching himself like a rocket and wrapped in demonic energy. Duum. He attacks with everything towards the ice being that also blocks said attack, and also. Combo breaker. Ashen repels him with his blade-like arm, but it was not enough to stop the demonic being's attack, because immediately, Gargos proceeds to hit Ashen in the left arm area, who successfully protects himself, but neglects his right guard a little. A kick hits Glacius's chest which closes him in great pain. Leaving player number 2 on his knees, and Gargos was going to take advantage of that. He throws another kick to the abdomen, lifting him from the ground, and in full flight now I release him with a knee, leaving him suspended for a few seconds in the air. Gargos who teleports into one of those black portals in the ground, and in a merciful and cruel way. Bam. Crack. Arg. Ashen screamed mentally, but the character only roared in pain, because the demonic gargoyle had landed with its knees on Ashen's back, and a scandalous crunch of ice was heard at the moment of impact. Everyone watching the fight was horrified that the final boss had gone all out, ready to finish off his opponent. In Kyoto, even though gravity was punishing everyone equally, they could see their friend's confrontation, and at the moment of the final boss's action and mercy, they covered their eyes by squeezing them or putting them on the ground with the help of gravity when they heard the ice crunch. The Asha Shen. They all shouted with difficulty. Back in combat. Gargos grabs his opponent by the neck, who immediately throws him to the farthest part of the combat scene. Ashen begins to recover little by little, while his body was resenting the pain and fatigue, but he sees that his opponent summons 5 mini portals in front of him, knowing that he will not like what follows at all. Damn, Ashen said mentally. And immediately several mini portals surrounded Ashen, making a dome covering his body. Ashen begins to look at the portals in desperation to know where Gargos was going to attack, but he throws the first blow at a portal. 5. Gargos targeted his back, increasing the pain in it. Ham. The claw now affected player 2's frozen face. Ham. The kick was now impacted on Ashen's hip. Blow after blow, kick after kick, Gargos began to unleash a barrage of attacks that the white-haired man could not protect himself from. Each impact was similar to the blows he had received in the training he had with his king entourage, and he felt that they were becoming more painful. Pathetic. said Gargos as he launched a kick towards the ice being's face, causing him to fall to the ground roaring in pain, indicating that Glacius had lost the first round. And Hyoudou. Some personalities were slowly recovering from the increasing severity, and the first thing they saw was that their friend had lost. "Oh no," said Azazel when he saw how Gargos ended up against his ally. "This doesn't look good," Ophis said with difficulty. "You still have one round, we can't give up," Sirzechs said with hope for his peace. "Ani-sama, you're right," said Ryuzashen, "he can't give up." "Come on, Ami," said Issei, "but…" They all fell to the floor, as if something heavy had fallen on them. "Damn it," shouted Kukulkan. The gravity increased. Rose screamed. "I can't move anymore," Balder screamed on the floor. "Hiya." Elise, Kunu, Layla, Sei and Nia screamed in pain at the increase in gravity. Everyone was on the floor with no possibility of moving. Now everyone, due to the defeat of player 2, and without any exception, are experiencing gravity increased to the limits in which they can still survive, which is exactly 4.5 G-force, enough so that the bones and muscles are not crushed and the blood pumps still normally. Now if player 2 loses the second round, not only will he die and not be reborn in this dimension under any circumstances, but also you will share the same destiny. Sentence the host, "It will only be enough for me to increase the gravity of the earth and the supernatural domains by 1 Georgia force, and their bodies will end up as papilla, accompanied by a slow and painful death that will reach them, and in the same way, they will all have the fate of the losers in the challenge." Everyone was horrified by the host's declaration. Only one of two scenarios was necessary: either Ashen would win this round, or they would all die without fail. Once again, pessimism took hold in all worlds, both human and supernatural, but not in one place. "Come on son," Layla said with difficulty, but in her heart she hoped that Ashen could recover. "You can do it, friend," Ria said, trying to scream. "Everyone's destiny is in your hands, friend," Issei shouted. "We won't forgive you if you lose, Phantom," said Rose. "Ashen," shouted Rumiko, Nia, Sei, Tomo, Shinobu and Claire with difficulty. "Ashen, Nai-san Anasama," shouted Elise, Kunu and Milikas. Everyone inhaled air to give their support, even Mordred putting aside his pride. They gave a shout that they wanted to be heard even in the astral planes. "Han. Back to the astral plane." Ashen stood with great difficulty, because fatigue and pain. It was a combination that would make many novice warriors throw in the towel, because after almost 24 continuous hours of combat, his body began to feel the discomfort and the blows were starting to take their toll. He only rejoined when his arm, where he had the special wristband, despite being frozen by Glacius, began to glow. "Player 2, the host has a message for you," said the female voice of the wristband. Ashen remained silent for a moment until a transmission appeared in front of him. "Ashen Phantom," the host said calmly, "due to your recent defeat, the fate of the world and the supernatural is now terribly compromised." "What?" Ashen said mentally. But in the host, he begins to broadcast on the screen several scenarios where everyone was beginning to suffer the effects of increased gravity. Things that Ashen was horrified to see. Women, children, sick people, animals, disabled people lying on the floor unable to move and with an expression of suffering as they felt that gravity was torturing them. Also in the supernatural areas, such as the castle where the Avro army was watching the broadcast, I could see Penemu, Gabriel, Akeno, Ross with Saint Seraphil lying on the ground where the first one fell into a small mud pool in the garden. The Seraph and the Half fallen on the ground, and some poison ivy bushes. The ex-Valkyrie and the Mayu had fallen next to a bottle of wine and food respectively, staining their high society people outfits. But not only the underworld, Asgard, Alfheim, Helheim, the Greek underworld, the Egyptian pantheon, the Aztec, the Mayan, the Inca, the Mesopotamian, the supernatural beings and gods were being subjected by the increased gravitation. But the last scenes were the hardest and most difficult for Ashen to swallow. He could see Hyoudou under gravitational torture, the Yaokais and humans being subjected by gravity, but in the Yasaka Palace seeing his friends and allies being tortured by gravity. "Issei Sirzechs saw Rumiko," he said in his mind as he saw the aforementioned on the tatami floor. He also saw the other girls who once competed with his current girlfriend for his love in the palace of the Yaokai leader. The latter along with her daughter also suffered on the tatami floor. But seeing two very important people being cruelly punished by gravity. "Mom." Elise. "I watched Layla Phantom endure gravity as she was told while her little sister cried in pain. Seeing them like that, something in him told him to continue, to not give up despite the wounds and the tiredness. The effort wouldn't be worth it if his mother and sister along with their allies and friends were suffering now. What the hell am I doing?" Ashen mentally screamed as he stood up while the ground of the astral plane began to freeze. "I can't afford to lose to anyone in this challenge. And much less against you Gargos." Ashen, even though he was talking, at the last thing he said roared like Glacius while pointing at him with his finger. If you lose the next round, all life on Earth will die without fail and will suffer the fate of the losers of the challenge, so the fate of all is in your hands," said the host, ending the transmission. Issei gets into a fighting stance and Gargos just crosses his arms with an arrogant smile, waiting for his opponent to attack. "My family is waiting for me, my friends too," Issei said mentally, "and I'll come back even if that bastard breaks my joints. Get ready, fight." Now it was Gargos who started the attack against Issei by summoning his mini portals to give another series of blows against the ice being, but now player 2 was already prepared. "That won't do you any good," said Issei, changing his density to liquid, passing through the wall of portals on the ground, solidifying quickly, giving a sweeping kick. Gargos does not defend himself and begins to fall, but before falling to the ground. "Eat this," Issei mentally shouted and stomped very hard on the ground from which they emerged. PUMX5. 5 stalagmites in the shape of Issei launching an uppercut hit Gargos, throwing him into the air, but Issei's attack continued. He hits the ground to launch his wave of cold, and from which several stalagmites came out to pierce Gargos, who received the impact, full falling resoundingly to the ground. The gargoyle rose with its wings and immediately attacked with a charge covered in dark energy. "I told you that wouldn't work twice on me," Issei shouted mentally, turning into liquid and easily dodging Gargos. He stopped his attack dead in his tracks, but as soon as he was about to turn around. 5. The blow was received in his face from Gargos, but that was not all. Taking both horns, Issei jumps off. Crack. He had connected a solid knee to the face that knocked out several of the evil being's teeth, but not satisfied, he finished with a kick hitting Gargos' temple, knocking him to the ground, but without giving him a chance to recover. Issei grabs Gargos by the neck, lifting him off the ground, beginning to suffocate him, and slams him into the ground, not once, not twice, not 3 times. There were so many that the frenzy of pure violence he felt allowed. There were so many impacts that Gargos had to roar as a sign that he had lost the round, but not satisfied, Issei throws him to the other side of the battle zone. Gargos slowly gets up, although he doesn't show it, he was shocked by the display of violence. "You," said Gargos, pointing at him, "of all the opponents I have faced, you are the first to defeat me in such a brutal way. I have not felt this since I exiled Idol from these domains and had the joy of slicing his skull in two. Who do I have the honor of fighting, and what motivates you?" Glacius calms down a little while, in true Venom fashion, his face begins to crumble until only half remains, revealing the human behind the ice character. "My name is Issei Phantom, Sirzechs Gremory's pawn piece," said player 2, staring at Gargos, showing that he is not afraid of him, "and my motive is simple." "Don't tell me," interrupted Gargos, "what demons and those average supernatural beings want: fame, money and power." Issei, upon hearing this, was practically being compared to the people who had exiled his friends. To him, that was an insult. "No," said the white-haired man, "I'm not interested in material things, for me what you mention falls into second place." "So what motivates you to fight?" said Gargos. "For a simple but very valuable thing in my life," said Issei without stopping looking at Gargos, "and that is my family and my friends," he said, while in his mind, he remembered his mother, his sister, Rumiko, Rias, Issei, Sirzechs, Kuoh, Yasaka, Milikas and everyone who was waiting for his return in Kyoto. "And let me tell you that for me, having a united family and having true friends is much more valuable than simple gold coins. Having the power of a god or having an ephemeral fame that soon they will forget about you, that is why I fight, and I will not stop until I return to them, that is if I have to break your horns or the wings that you carry." Gargos just stared at his opponent for a moment, but his reaction surprised his opponent. "Ahahaha," said Issei's final opponent, "you fight for something insignificant, but seeing in your eyes that it is quite important to you, I can only deduce that this last round will be exciting," he said, while spreading his wings in a threatening manner. "Let's go, reincarnated devil. Fight for your family, fight for your friends. Show me that strength that is born within you when you think of them." "So it will be," said Issei as his face was covered again under Glacius's facet. "Get ready, fight." Both fighters rushed toward each other, eager to tear each other apart, expecting a clash of cataclysmic magnitude. 5. Both contenders hold hands in a duel of strength, neither giving in to the other. "You won't get out of this alive," said Gargos, but then he sees that his hands were starting to freeze. But what? But his surprise moved to a greater magnitude. Crash. Royire. He roared in pain, seeing that his claws were destroyed, retreating when he saw his arms without the aforementioned members, but without giving him time to recover, Issei began his attack. He again launched another wave of ice at Gargos, who uselessly defended himself, receiving a strong impact from it. The clawless demon tried to counterattack, but saw that Glacius was in front of him. 5. He received a headbutt from Issei, making him retreat further. Gargos tried to kick, but the player already had his counterattack ready. Shadow counter. Wrapping himself in dark energy, he receives Gargo's kick, but it seemed to do nothing to him, and in return, his blade-turned arm pierces the attacking leg of the demonic being, leaving said limb almost useless. But the same end turned into a blade, he gives an ascending slash impacting Gargo's thorax, leaving Gargo's on his knees. Player 2 approaches his opponent, grabs Gargo's by the antlers, and starts butting his head. Pum. 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 With his head solidified, he continued attacking an incapacitated Gargo's who could not defend himself, but the worst thing for him, the headbutts continued, but in the demon's head, he began to hear a small cracking sound in his skull, but with each headbutt, the cracking sound was louder, and the pain was more acute until. Proc. Gargo's felt a terrible pain in his head, and when he saw what Shen had in his hands, he was stunned. Shen, using headbutts and arm strength, had ripped off the demonic being's horns. But not satisfied, Shen turns his arms like knives, runs towards his opponent, but in a desperate attempt, Gargo's tries to hit him with his wings, causing his last mistake. He only had to put the edge of his arm in the area where his wing was going to hit. Slash. The member that was on Gargo's back was thrown off and fell to the ground. That was all, the demonic being was at the mercy of player 2. And because of that, his actions in the world were having repercussions. And Hyoudou. Gravity was slowly giving way, people were starting to slowly rejoin, and the first thing they saw was the host's transmission and seeing their surprise, that player 2 had come back and had left Gargo's in a lamentable situation. At Yusaka Palace. Likewise, everyone began to reintegrate. "Son, are you okay?" Sirzechs said in pain. "Yes, 02 cents," said Milikas. "Look." Lee said excitedly, pointing at the broadcast where her brother was clearly dominating the battle now. The milestone of hope they had in their friend in this part of the final challenge now became a great flame. Everyone was amazed at the scene that had been achieved. "He's going to win. He's going to win." Kuoh shouted excitedly. Rumiko and Shen's harem saw how their man had subdued the final boss. The hope that he would overcome the challenge was becoming a reality. They did not stop shedding tears of happiness. Riaz and Issei, along with his harem, began to shout encouraged that he finished the matter. The other guests could only smile that their ally would soon finish the Titanic challenge, although Mordred and Lord Pendragon were still incredulous that someone without experience could achieve something that was supposedly going to be impossible for a novice. And the final point arrived. Shen began to brutally hit Gargo's, who was no longer feeling the hardness, but the thick Shen's victory was more than assured. It is just a matter of putting the final point. Let's go," shouted Rose and Kukulkan. "End this." Rivera and Alpha now pleaded. "You can do it," shouted Issei, Riaz and Kuroka. Shen's attacks grew stronger and more powerful, and even the astral realm began to collapse under Shen's force and brutality. Gargo's could do nothing until Isheb, with an uppercut, launched his enemy into the nothingness of the astral plane. The final boss had been defeated. The host and the Yusaka Palace shouted euphorically. "Ultra Combo. End audio. Start audio." The screen had stopped broadcasting the fight and a legend had appeared on it. Challenge 2 completed. Player 2 has won. CEE. Shouted everyone in the palace of Yusaka. Everyone started celebrating. Jumping, shouting and clapping because their friend had managed to win the host's challenge, but not only their Hyoudou was a branch of the asylum, because the Yaokais and humans who resided there also celebrated player 2's triumph. Back to the palace. Everyone continued celebrating until a magic circle appeared in the main hall revealing Glacius. Shen. Everyone there shouted. But player 2, still wearing his character's outfit, remained static until he saw that he was going to fall forward, but at the same time the ice on his person began to fragment, revealing a battered white-haired man who was going to fall forward soon. He was going to hit the ground, but… "Careful." Everyone shouted when they saw their friend fall unconscious. Warm hands held them and immediately arms embraced him lovingly and wrapped him protectively. "You did well," said Layla, smiling proudly at her son, giving him a kiss on the forehead while he slept peacefully in his mother's arms. Ani-chan, said Elise tearfully, who also hugged her brother. Shen, Rumiko and her harem sisters said tearfully, they also hugged him. All the worry they had felt all day, they were venting it in these moments. So many times they saw him receive the blows, so many times he fell and got up, their hearts crushed. They did not want to see him being beaten and destroyed, but now that he was back, they would do their best to be the best women he deserved, just like their friends in Issei's harem. While with Hestia, Kukulkan, Rivera and Rose, seeing Shen sleeping, they felt inside that they should know even more about the boy who overcame the second challenge. Mordred, upon seeing the cause of her misfortune, was going to shout at him and start a fight, but her intentions were immediately silenced because she saw that Shen was completely hurt and as he was quite tired, he was not going to respond, but seeing the white-haired man in the background gave the rebellious blonde a strange feeling of tranquility that made it impossible for her to start a scandal. "Ooh, for today you're saved from my scolding," Mordred said very quietly, looking away, while a slight blush appeared on her cheeks. Something that Lady Pendragon saw, and a triumphant smile appeared on Arthur and LaFay's mother's face. Everyone watched this touching scene with a smile, but the glow was present in the area where Issei was dozing. Everyone was covered in that light until the feminine voice from Issei and Ishei's wristbands was heard. "Congratulations, you have been chosen as player number 3. Rumiko Mangabe." At last, the resistance duel for the rookie warrior and pawn of Sirzechs' Gremory had ended. He had returned home safely, without knowing that the alpha of his harem he had been chosen as the number 3 player, but thanks to his actions in the challenge, he would deal with a small problem, a problem that he never cared to attend to throughout his life, a problem that his friend Issei has him deal with day by day, for being the hero of the factions. A problem that would begin when he met the Greek goddess of the home, LaFay's cousin, the feathered serpent of the Mayan culture with his right hand, and an elf princess, and little by little, it would spread throughout the human and supernatural world. And that's it, is initiated popularity with girls. Chapter 16. Issei's Prizes, the third challenge is revealed. Hyoudou. Of narrator. It had been 12 hours since challenge 2 had concluded, and our hero Issei's friend had won said challenge, but due to the intensity of the challenge, he was now lying in bed resting. When he arrived at the Kitsune leader's palace around midnight, the white-haired man was completely injured, his chest covered in bruises and some bones cracked. He also showed signs of dehydration and extreme fatigue. On Yusaka's orders, he was taken to the hospital for a medical checkup, where fortunately his life was not in any danger. Senjutsu sessions were applied for his recovery, and he was able to return home. But in the review they noticed that in the white-haired man's magic circuits, the elements of water and ice were beginning to cover them little by little. The yokai doctors and healers indicated to Sirzechs, who is their king, as well as Rias, Issei, Rumiko and the leaders who were present, that in the future he will be able to exploit said elements naturally, and of course, his genetics as a reincarnated demon were considerably affected, that he could inherit said elements to his descendants. Sirzechs and Rias thought that their pawn and friend respectively, that said elements were given as a prize by the host, and would really like him to exploit said elements, and with the proper guidance, could become someone very strong that could even surpass the best users of the underworld, such as the Citri clan, or better yet, surpass the last of the Lucifer clan. But for that, they should consult with Issei himself, since as soon as he wakes up, propose the training and having hope if he accepts, and also with Layla, since she is his mother and despite everything, she must give the go-ahead in the things that her children do. But after Rumiko Mangabe, the vice-captain of the Kyoto University Gamer Club, was chosen as player number 3, everyone was left waiting for the next announcement from the host. The host usually revealed the next game after announcing the new player. This time, there was no response from the semi-primordial being. Everyone was confused by the host's attitude, leaving everyone in Kyoto, especially the Gamer Alliance, in doubt about the details of Challenge 3, thinking that the host must be planning everything for such an announcement. Our heroes decided to spend the night at the Phantom residence, hoping their friend would wake up soon, but our white-haired hero would wake up, and in a very special way. 12 p.m. The white-haired man began to open his eyes and immediately recognized the ceiling where he was. What happened? After said Issei yawning, she wanted to put her hand on her mouth, but she couldn't. She felt something was stopping her. What's happening? Why do I feel heavy? She said. Well, she felt a lot of weight all over her body until she saw someone on her right side who she didn't expect to have by her side. Shy Shinobu. She screamed mentally. The girl with short black hair and purple extensions at the tips was wearing a grey haori with a butterfly wing pattern, but unbuttoned, showing her abdomen and part of her breasts. Unintentionally, he saw her violet panties. She was possessively hugging her left arm and seemed to be dozing comfortably. Okay, I have to remove my arm before a misunderstanding happens, said player 2 nervously, trying to move his limb, but much. Shinobu hugged Issei's arm tightly, burying it between her breasts, as a beautiful smile appeared on the girl. Issei the brunette said in a dream with a seductive tone. I don't want to imagine that I'm dreaming, said the white-haired man, but suddenly. Munch. Now he felt 2 oppressions, one on his left arm and the other on the boy's chest area. He slowly saw who was next to him, and it was none other than Issei. Issei shouted internally when he saw the other mischievous-looking brunette who was also sleeping next to him, and unlike Shinobu, she was sleeping with a white belly button and black pants that showed the curves of her hips. The oppression in his chest felt heavier now, and he saw who was pressing him. Nia. Issei continued to be mentally shocked when he saw the blonde-haired girl wearing only a simple set of black lingerie. She was sleeping with her body intertwined with the white-haired boy's. What barnacles going on here? But 2 last voices would end up giving him a checkmate to his sanity. Issei, I love you, a voice was heard on her left leg as they hugged her. Issei, harder, said another lustful dream voice now on her right leg as she felt 2 soft things rubbing against her leg. With difficulty, he saw those responsible for having his legs trapped. "Tomo!" shouted the white-haired man when he saw the red-haired tomboy wearing women's underwear of the same color as Nia's, only this one was more sporty and less lustful. It imprisoned her left leg, and when he saw the right one, Claire. He said mentally when he saw the blonde wearing very provocative black lace lingerie hugging and making obscene movements with her leg. His current girlfriend's 5 rivals were in his bed. What the hell was going on here? "If Rumiko sees me I'm dead," he said lamenting, but suddenly he heard the door of his bedroom open, and when he saw his girlfriend in her underwear coming in, she started to have a surprised face. The white-haired man imagined the worst. "Oh no. She's going to think I was unfaithful," he said in his mind, lamenting his fate, imagining Rumiko crying and leaving the house. Its wait, this has a. But Rumiko starts to approach immediately. Issei receives a surprise hug from Rumiko. "I'm glad you're okay, I'm glad you're okay," Rumiko said very quietly. "Huh?" Issei said confused. What's going on? At that Rumiko takes a breath and shouts happily. "Prince." "Issei is awake," shouted the brunette blonde. At the scream, the girls who were asleep woke up suddenly. Rumiko with some magic learned from Lavinia Rinai created clothes for them so they wouldn't be seen in their underwear, and in less than a second, Rias, Issei, Layla, Elise, Kuoh, Yasaka and Sirzechs. "Friend?" Issei and Rias said, happy to see their senpai who was still confused. Ani-chan, Elise shouted happily. "Son, it's good that you woke up," said Layla, going to hug her boy and giving him a kiss on his forehead. "Hey, it's good that you were worried about me," said Issei, "but there's something that doesn't add up here, and I need to ask something." Girls looking at the women who were hugging her, "Why are you in my bed?" Everyone realized that the white-haired man had not yet realized that he already had a harem, since everything was done while he was training with Sirzechs, so it was obvious that he had this reaction. "I can answer that for you," said Rumiko. "Well, as Issei and Rias-chan had explained to us, demons and dragons practice polygamy, and since you are a reincarnated demon, the girls ask me to be your harem." "Eh?" Issei said, even more confused. "And you agree? I mean, I know you don't like the idea of sharing me." "I've thought about it many times, dear," said Rumiko, "but the girls showed that they truly love you with all their hearts, because even though you rejected them when you chose me, they sought you out again, and it would be unfair of me not to share you with them. Of course, they would have to respect me as number one in your heart. Do you agree?" Issei said, looking at Shinobu, Nia, Sei, Claire and Tomo. "We're here for a reason," silly said Nia, giving him a kiss on his lips. "You'll have to take responsibility for our feelings," Baka said, Claire like a true tsundere, "and for making us happy every day," she said now with a shy look while in a fit she gives Issei a clumsy kiss. "Yahe. Now all that's left is for you to go defeat my old man to formalize our relationship," Tomo said excitedly, while giving Issei a kiss. "And that's not all," said Shinobu very happily while kissing Issei. "We made the decision to move in with you." My sister Kani agreed so much that in less than 20 minutes, my luggage was packed. Mom, do we have enough space in the house?" Issei said nervously. "Don't worry, they can sleep with you as long as they don't go out on Sunday 7 before they finish college and get a job," Layla said. "But that doesn't mean we can't play some games with you," said Sei, while revealing some of her cleavage, provoking her man. I think Kuroka taught Sei send her seduction tactics well," said Michael nervously. "And sleeping in her bed was Ria's idea," said Azazel, while the aforementioned girl got a little embarrassed, although Issei girls don't go to the limit of sleeping naked. "Ham? Too much information, haha," Yasaka said nervously while she had silenced Azazel's mouth with a blow so as not to reveal more than necessary. Everyone present began to laugh at such an action of the blonde kitsune, but suddenly Issei's wristband begins to shine, and from which, a transmission begins. "It's good to know you're okay, player number 2, said the voice of the host, "and now that you're conscious, it's time to give you your prizes for overcoming my challenge." In front of the white-haired man, another screen extended, from which appeared the unknown list of prizes he was going to receive. The first prize, as mentioned, is that you will receive all the clothing and powers of the fighter with whom you won the challenge, said the host, thus corroborating the theory of the Gremory brothers and why he has the water and ice elements in his magic circuit, and in my opinion, I suggest you train your newly acquired magical power, since thanks to that great determination you have shown in my challenge, you can be the ultimate user of water and ice. Training, huh? The idea doesn't sound so bad, Issei said in his mind. Suddenly the second prize that was being revealed before you read, what is it? Audicler. Suddenly a great holy sword began to emerge from a magic circle that sprouted from the ground. "It's Arena Shidou's sword," said Michael, "that means she no longer recognizes it as its owner. The sword that is stuck in the wall." Indeed, Overlord, said the host, but thanks to my power and my magic, player 2 will be able to choose if he wants to keep its sacred sword or give it to any of his loved ones, and the moment he silks it, the sword will recognize him as its new owner. The same case goes with the swords that player number 1 won in the challenge he won, said the host, reminding that Issei has Excalibur and Durandal in his possession. The moment he takes the sword that once belonged to his friend's former guardian angel, he stands there thinking for a while until Shen said, and the aforementioned one is startled because he called her. I think it would be better if you had this sword. Are you sure, Shen? Said the black-haired girl with her hair tied back, but the white-haired boy gives the holy sword to the highest of his current harem. I haven't been more sure of this decision, Shen said, because now, most likely, I've already been singled out by the other alliance for having killed several important personalities in their ranks, and knowing how sleazy they are, they're going to go after the people I really love, so I wish I had a holy sword so you can defend yourself. The black-haired girl blushed a lot knowing that this is someone very appreciated by her man. So with a feeling she understands the white-haired girl's message and takes the sacred sword that immediately covers its new owner, Alo, with a light that is not at all hostile and very warm. Weapon granted, said the host to the new owner. I only recommend that if you want to exploit and have better control of a weapon of that caliber, the overlord who is here present can help you in your training. Michael nodded at the host's words as a sign that he will cooperate in Issei's training. Again the prize list for player 2 lit up again, and this time it was revealing the third prize, which said Sword Birth. Everyone was surprised to know that Hyoudou's sacred gear was now in Shen's hands, and immediately in another magic circle, a steel-colored sphere appeared that began to float in front of the white-haired man. He took it and immediately went to Ria's, offering it to her. Here, friend, said Shen, I know that by having Hyoudou as your servant before, you are indirectly the owner of this sacred gear, so said the white-haired man, but the Redeed interrupted him with her hand and shook her head and smiling. No, my friend, you earned it, Ria said calmly. I know that the decision you're going to make will be the right one with that sacred gear. Sirzechs was surprised to see the maturity of his little sister. A demon would seize that very valuable sacred weapon in the blink of an eye, but she showed humility and couldn't feel more proud of her, and if she had, her grandmother and her ancestor would also cry with pride. The white-haired man, upon hearing his friend's words, nods, indicating that he understands her decision, and immediately names the person who would be his new owner. Shinobu Shen said, well, the aforementioned one was startled. You are the chosen one to import the sacred gear. The black-haired girl with violet locks feels no pressure knowing that her beloved was providing a very important sacred gear, so she composes herself a little patiently as a sign that she accepts the new responsibility that her man gives her, and immediately sees that the steel-colored sphere begins to float and immediately begins to fuse into the body of the girl with the kimono, with butterfly wing patterns. She begins to feel a great power within her. I feel a little strong, said Shinobu. Shinobu-chan, test your new weapon, said Issei. Try to create a sword or a katana according to your imagination. The raven-haired girl nods at her friend's order and immediately uses her imagination to recreate a rather particular katana. But they see that Shinobu begins to pant a little, since it was the first time she did that, since it is the first time she does this, since she does not have training in the matter of magic and recreating things with her new weapon. Sacred gear granted, said the host. Now the list shined again, revealing the fourth prize for Ash, where the following is read. Muralis. Tsubaki Shinra's sacred gear was mentioned in that player 2 prize list, and everyone deduced that the host took said sacred gear from her, following Hyoudou's defeat in challenge 2. Said yesterday another magic circle appeared, and it was a pearly-colored sphere that the white-haired man immediately took, and without waiting for the host's order, he went to who would be its new owner. Nia-chan, said the white-haired man to his gray-haired girlfriend with glasses, excitedly hugging her man in a loving manner, as a sign that she accepts the responsibility of having the sacred weapon snatched from the queen of Sona Citri. I accept, my eye, slowly said the gray-haired girl, kissing Shen, while the pearly sphere began to enter her body. Sacred gear granted, said the host Crow over there. You're going to do something productive. For the few times in your lazy life that you've done things right, you'll train the two ladies who have obtained their sacred gear. Azazel nodded at the host's words, although a little offended, but he couldn't reply, or else the primordial being himself would make him a Bruster chicken skewer. And now again the list of prizes was lit up again. But this time the fifth prize was beginning to be revealed. When they saw the letters they were shocked as they could read the following. Spinal and Riptor. Immediately, two other circles appeared in front of the newspaper, which began to reveal the aforementioned characters, with a different appearance than the one they saw in the challenge, but despite everything, they went back as a sign of caution and fear. Everyone behind us, shouted Sirzechs, while Riaz, Issei summoning Durandal, Michael, Azazel, Yusaka and Ashen stood at the side of the leader of the rebel demons to protect those who could not face characters of that magnitude, but suddenly they saw something strange in them because the velociraptor was watching them in confusion while the living skeleton remained static as if waiting for someone's orders. Don't worry, said the host, these versions of Spinal and Raptor, I created them with a docile attitude where the only one they can obey without question is player number 2, but like the other weapons he has the right to give in to these characters. The white-haired man, upon hearing the host's words, didn't waste any time and named the first character. Raptor? Said Ashen while the velociraptor walked towards him, and immediately both of them headed towards a certain little person who is in total shock from this moment on. You are going to take care of my sister Elise, and you will also obey her orders. The velociraptor saw the white-haired man and immediately went to the blonde with pigtails who was very afraid of Raptor. Don't worry, he won't do anything to you, her brother said confidently. The younger sister of the Phantom family, upon hearing this, took a breath to gather courage and immediately with her hand, she caressed Raptor's head, who began to make sounds with his throat as a sign that he liked the pampering of his new owner, something that made the little blonde girl gain a little more confidence and gave him a hug. Welcome to your new home, Raptor-chan, said Elise, while Raptor closed his eyes and still made those noises as a sign that he liked the treatment of his new mistress. Ashen immediately calls the second staff. Spinal! Shouted player 2, and at that moment the living skeleton moves its skull and begins to walk before its master. Immediately player and skeleton headed towards another certain person very special to the first mention. From this moment on, your duty will be to watch over the life of my mother, Layla Phantom. If her life is in danger, do not hesitate to stand up for her, and you will also obey her orders. The skeleton saw the white-haired girl and immediately walked firmly towards the white-haired girl, who stepped back a little in fear when she saw him. She saw that Spinal knelt down as a sign that her sword and shield were now at her service, that immediately the skeleton began to disappear, not before the matriarch Phantom began to see a kind of pendant appear on her neck, of which a skull made of quartz rested on that pendant. Now everyone saw that Ashen's mother and little sister were now going to be somewhat protected from any threat, and they would only mourn for the life of that idiot who tries to get his hands on them, because either they would end up in Raptor's stomach or end up being torn to pieces by Spinal. And suddenly, Ashen noticed that the list had stopped shining and there was one last prize to claim. Osama, who is player number 3? The white-haired man asked interestedly, but suddenly someone pulled at his clothes and it was none other than Rumiko, with a shy temperament, who approached and said. Ashen, she said timidly while revealing a green wristband to him as a sign that she is the number 3 player. There you have your answer, player number 2, and now that I have been able to formally distribute your prizes, we are going to make the announcement of the next challenge, said the host, while outside the palace, several transmissions began to be seen all over the world. Breeding supernatural and human beings who have witnessed these 2 challenges in which the army of justice has taken 2 incredible victories against the representatives of the Avar army, said the host. Now player number 3 has been selected and her name is Rumiko Mangabe. She will face the next challenge that will take place in 2 weeks, so here are the details of said challenge. The screens turned blue and began to reveal the data of the host's event. Challenge 3. Location. Various locations around the world. Time. 10 AM local time. Aim. The blue screen with said data began to fade and from which an animation began to transmit. What else was everyone perplexed about, since the host was going to launch a classic from the PlayStation console? Well, here is the game that player number 3 will play, said the host, but I'm not going to base it on the PlayStation 1 installment, but rather I'm going to play the 3 installments that have come out on the console, both the one mentioned above and the PlayStation 2, said the host. Now all that's left is for the Avar army to send its representative, so for now that would be all. Have a good day. Good afternoon or good night wherever you tune into this broadcast, said the host, cutting off all types of connection or communication around the world, including the Kyoto Palace. So you're going to have to catch monkeys in the next challenge, Kuoh said to Rumiko. I can only say that despite being pretty, they are more dangerous than you think, Kuoh-chan, said Rumiko very seriously, and even more so the final boss, who is the first monkey we saw who put on that helmet with a siren. Riaz, Issei and Ashen knew what Rumiko was talking about because on Fridays at the club, she always played that video game. But now she wouldn't be capturing monkeys from the comfort of her couch with a controller. Instead, she would be interacting with those tools to do so. Well, putting aside the hosting, I have planned something to celebrate these 2 victories and wish luck to our friend, player number 3, Yusaka said while she stood in the middle of everyone so they would pay attention to her tomorrow in the central plaza. I plan to have a big festival to celebrate these victories and give the best vibes to Rumiko-chan, so come with your best yukatas because tomorrow we will have more than enough fun. What do you think of the idea? Everyone looked at each other and attended as a sign that the Kitsune leader's idea was not bad. We accept, they said in unison. They all began to talk excitedly about the festival. Without realizing it, two familiars in the form of bats were spying on the meeting at the Hyoudou palace. When they heard about the festival, they disappeared and their familiars only belonged to a certain brunette who had disowned her children for supporting Issei and not supporting the true cause and power. Continuing to talk there in the main hall, Michael and Azazel were chatting relaxed like old times before the latter fell, but they noticed that their demonic counterpart Sirzechs was approaching Layla Phantom and starting to snoop. The Redeed caught the attention of the Phantom matriarch to start a conversation. Sirzechs-sama, I have nothing to thank you with for everything you've done for my son, Layla said happily while the Redeed remained calm, but inside he was nervous. You have nothing to be thankful for, Layla-san said Sirzechs calmly, but inside he was happy, although I will implore you to leave the honorific Sama, I have never liked those close to me to call me with that honorific. Okay said the white-haired woman calmly then just call me by my name without honorific. That left the Redeed a little bit hacked, asking him to call her, giving him the confidence to talk to her casually. Okay, Layla Sirzechs said, and regarding paying me I think there's one thing you could do for me. Lila was a little intrigued by what the guy was going to say, but suddenly he bowed chivalrously and said to her. Layla Phantom, could you accompany me to the festival in Kyoto? Leaving the girl Blanca a little disoriented, she imagined that he was going to tell her something perverse or perverted, but an invitation to a date that left Sirzechs with a pleasant idea that immediately the white-haired girl approached him, took his hand, and at the moment that the Redeed was getting up. Jew. The white-haired girl gave him a kiss on his cheek. I'll be anxiously waiting for that day, handsome the white-haired girl said mischievously with a noticeable blush on her cheeks, leaving her son's room behind a static Redeed and some open-mouthed rebel leaders of the angels and fallen angels, who witnessed how their demonic counterpart was slowly building a true love relationship. While Sirzechs received said gesture of affection in his mind, he continued receiving the signal that it had happened, but suddenly a song began to play in his euphoric and happy mind. From which he began to take out some sunglasses and began to walk very much in the style and rhythm of said song. No matter that he was making a fool of himself in front of everyone, he walked happily and only brought out drops of sweat in everyone present, revealing that it doesn't matter if you are the most powerful name in the world, if you find the right woman in your life, she can dominate you without difficulty, and you can give in without fear to anything just to see her happy. Although the mischievous and knowing smiles of Milikas and Elise were not long in coming, because in their minds they were already imagining having a new dad and a new mom respectively. Tap 16.1 extra lives. This happens at the same time in chapter 16. Life 1. The torture of a rebellious teenager begins. Kyoto. 11:59 a.m. In the hills of Japan's most traditional city, where bamboo was more abundant than trees and at the foot of those hills, the rice fields were already ready for the harvest of Japan's most important grain. Ham. The sound of a slap being delivered on someone's skin was so loud that they claimed someone had used a whip. Come on, proud lady, stop idling and keep harvesting the rice, a woman's order was heard in such a frightening tone that she wasn't going to take no for an answer. I can't anymore said the voice of a girl who seemed to be suffering the worst torture in terms of physical conditioning. Indeed, Rose was executing her special attitude correction plan on the rebel-martyred Pendragon. Since the agreed time, Rose has brought bread and water to the poor blonde under a scorching sun, with her hands completely abused by physical work, her clothes completely stained with mud and sweat completely bathing her face and body. She had begun her punishment for distrusting player 2. She has been harvesting rice for almost 4 hours straight, without drinking a drop of water or eating a snack to replenish her energy. The blonde had easily harvested an entire hectare of rice plantation near the Phantom residence, pulling it up with her hands and placing it in wicker baskets, while the farmers only dedicated themselves to taking the harvested plants to be processed. Rose viewed LeFay's cousin severely and even enjoyed her suffering. You'd better hurry up if you want to eat something, Rose said sternly. You could have saved yourself that if you weren't so loose-mouthed and gave me the edge of your tongue. Mordred internally cursed the green-haired girl and especially the white-haired man who, because of him, was in these agricultural fields doing work that wasn't his. When suddenly he hears Rumiko's scream. Friends, Ashen awakened. Rose, upon hearing this shout, couldn't contain a smile of satisfaction, thinking that she would have a chance to talk to the white-haired man and get to know him better, but… It's good that that wretch has woken up, Mordred said angrily, abandoning her work at the rice plots. Now he'll listen to me, saying that it's his fault I'm in. He was about to leave his job when he felt something grab his head and it had the force of a metal press about to crush something. Where do you think you're going? Rose said with a grim smile, leaving the blonde shivering in fear, unable to say anything. The green-haired girl, assuming a football-kicking stance, does the inevitable. 5. Hiya. Mordred shouted while the rice farmers of Kyoto saw how the green-haired girl kicked the blonde with enormous force, sending her flying. If you have so much energy to complain, you have the energy to keep working. Let's harvest another hectare of rice. Rose declared. This is the beginning of a tense but fun friendship between the green-haired girl and the blonde, who over time will develop the same interest in the white-haired man, although the rebellious British woman would be more reluctant. Life 2. The Friendships of a Black Kitten. Hyoudou 11:00 am. Of. Kuroka. Hello everyone, as you know I am Kuroka Hellcat, a tender Nekomata Nakaushu and proud fiancé of the true hero of the factions, Issei Hyoudou Naya. Let's put introductions aside and, as my dermatologist would say, let's get down to business. I was looking forward to accompanying Issei Naya while she waited for the recovery of her friend, Shenkai. I must admit that as her friend, I was very worried about the state our friend was in after the second challenge. We all thought about staying at the Phantom residence until our friend woke up, but for some reasons many of us ended up leaving the residence, for example Kukulkan and Quetzalcoatl. They had to return to Mesoamerica to attend to matters of their faction, but they will return tomorrow, since they are aware that Isekai'ed will hold a festival in honor of the victories of Issei Naya and Shenkai. And for obvious reasons it will be a good opportunity for both goddesses to become intimate with their predestined male. Just like the Greek goddesses Hera, Demeter and Hestia, they had to return to Olympus. But only to pack up their things and move to Kyoto tomorrow at the latest. In Hera's own words, she would rather drink the hemlock than endure another minute of pedantic Zeus. Note. Drinking hemlock was a form of capital punishment for the Greeks, but it was a peaceful, uneventful death. One of the most famous Greek philosophers who chose to drink hemlock was Socrates. Like many of my harem sisters, they had to leave the Phantom resistance to continue with their duties, which in this case was Isekai'ed's paperwork. While she still stayed behind to deal with the matter of our friend's recovery. I was the only one who had been left on hold, but I received a call from some friends I have here in Kyoto, and yes, I do have friends. They're not just my harem sisters and Valerie's team. I like making friends within my race, and I find it very easy to make friends. Partly because of my charisma, but also thanks to the influence of my beloved fiancé. He was asking to meet me at the coffee shop where we always meet and wanted to discuss some things with me. I'm going to sound a little paranoid, but I already had suspicions about something, and I feel like at this meeting my friends are going to confirm my suspicions, so I agreed and had to leave early, due to our friend's recovery. Vinpov Kuroka. Kuroka could be seen at a cafe drinking green tea along with some snacks, such as natto sweets or fermented soybeans. But the black Nekomata was sitting at a very large table, indicating that she was expecting some visitors. Naya, what it's worth to be a great friend of Isekai'ed, Kuroka said smilingly, while other girls left her more snacks for her to enjoy. My friends are already late, what are they doing? But suddenly the door of that cafe opens and a group of 8 female yakeis entered. Are you sure Anasama is in this cafeteria, Naya? Said a Nekomata type yakai with grey fur. Stinky kitty, she said she'd be here, said a wolf type yakai happily. I remind you that you have stinky kitty friends, said a golden panther type yakai seriously, because she didn't like the term used to describe her species. Come on, Sirzechs doesn't say that adjective to offend, said a fox type yakai wearing a beautiful yukata. It's true, Sarah One-sama doesn't speak to someone she dislikes, said a dog type yakai. It's true, the last time he crossed paths with someone they liked, he tore off their arm with horrific brutality, said another rabbit type yakai. When I remember that incident, I thank the creator that I am Sarah's friend, said another dog type yakai, and unlike the others, she had a prosthesis made of metal on her right arm. Naya, I found Kuroka-chan, said a last orange-haired Nekomata type yakai pointing at the aforementioned, who realized that her friends arrived and just raised her hand as a signal for them to come closer and sit down. It's good that you arrived safely to our meeting, said Kuroka simply. Linnea-chan. Persina-chan. Sarah Chan Delta. Lilam Chan Zeta. Paraham-chan. Sheila-chan. Naza-chan. Hane-chan. Ansama. Shouted the grey-haired Nekomata, throwing herself at Kuroka. Linnea-chan. Said Kuroka, hugging her. To my cute little sister, said the black-haired girl, while she continued hugging her new little sister. At least he managed to fill the void that Kaneko-san left him when she abandoned the former bearer of the Red Emperor Dragon, said the fox-type yakai, happy with the interaction of both kittens. The guests sat at the same table where Kuroka was, and there they began to chat very pleasantly about girlish matters. From diets, food and some beauty secrets, in some, they mentioned articles and natural ingredients for hair and skin care, and the development of certain characteristic abilities of the species to which they belonged. Then they started to touch on the subject of the host's challenges. They were very amazed when they recounted how player number 1, that hero from all over the world who was betrayed and now without the Red Emperor, was showing above all his great value in this new confrontation, and also with player number 2, who despite being a novice in combat, was able to withstand a titanic challenge of resistance and overcome it successfully. But as I listened to the excited stories of Kuroka's friends, I slowly began to deduce the purpose of this meeting. Believe it or not, I like the way he concluded his challenge. Your boyfriend Kuroka-chan, said Lilim, who showed a great interest in the brunette and at the same time drank an iced frappuccino, leaving him without doing anything. In the middle of the soccer field, Issei-san showed his great superiority. It was something like a mouse trying to fight a lion, said Kanade while eating a raspberry pie. Oh, and the whining of that idiot's fan, said Persina while drinking a strawberry milkshake, seemed like the world was ending for them. How pathetic. Issei-sama showed more intelligence and determination in the face of that inflated star's arrogance. The one who surprised me the most was player number 2, a Shen Phantom, Nyalinia said, while enjoying a blueberry ice cream without any battle experience, he was able to survive such a challenge. It was amazing, said Sarah while eating a steak and stars shone in her eyes. He took hits, boom. Crash. But he recovered and responded with more force to his blows, boom. Boom. Although from what you told us, Kuroka-san, a Shen-kun ended up very hurt, right? Said Haraham, worried about the white-haired boy. That's right, but nothing to worry about, said Kuroka. Yasaka-sama's best healers could stabilize him in time with Senjutsu, and it was a matter of him opening his eyes to be as little worried as possible. Thank goodness. Naza said calmly, it was almost 24 hours of non-stop combat, and it's normal that I was tired from everything. Then a certain Celeste Bunny dropped the bomb at this meeting. Kuroka-san, I don't know if it's in your possibilities that we can meet both players. Shay said timidly. Shay, did someone interest you? Kuroka said mischievously. The bunny just grabbed her ears in embarrassment and covered her eyes with them, blushing noticeably. I knew it. And you girls? When asked by the Black Nakoma, the reaction was almost no different than that of the rabbit yokai, from the most discreet ones like the question of Lilim and Naza, to the most expressive ones like the question of Shay, Linnea and Persina, who with a bulsana their faces were completely red and their little ears were turning. It was more than obvious that someone was interested in them. Me too, Stinky Kitty, Sarah said happily, while Kuroka's forehead showed a vein at the way she called her. My interest is in a Shen Phantom. In my case, it's because of Issei Hyoudou, said Lilim very calmly. Okay, I think we're reaching the climax of this meeting, girl, said Kuroka, after hearing the two most veteran members of the Black Nekomata's group of friends admit their interest in both players. We'll do this quickly. Raise your hand for who's interested in Issei Naya. Those who raised their hands were obviously Zeta, Kanade, Persina and Naza. So for obvious reasons those who did not raise their hands are interested in a Shenkai, said Kuroka looking at Shay, Linnea, Sarah and Haraham. Well, the thing here is very simple, but you must pay close attention. As you know, I am part of Issei Naya's harem, and who manages it are three important personalities. Obviously I mean Ria's Gremory, our leader Yasaka-sama, and the Dragon of Infinity, Ophis-chan. Those who are interested in my man will have to speak directly with those three to ask them to be part of Issei Naya's harem, said Kuroka seriously, and those who are interested in a Shenkai, with whom you should talk to and get her blessing, is precisely with the now known player number 3, Rumiko Mangabi-chan. She manages the newly formed Shenkai harem, which at the moment officially has 6 girls and awaiting her approval, to the goddess Hestia, the goddess Kukulkan, already another girl. Shay, Linnea, Sarah and Haraham listened attentively to the words of their friend, who could give them a chance to know something about player number 2. And I have the perfect opportunity for you to get closer to them, said Kuroka, drawing more attention of her friends. Yasaka-sama will make a big festival to celebrate the victory of players 1 and 2 and wish the best of luck to player number 3. That would be the great opportunity for you to talk with both Issei and Ishen, as well as with their respective harem alphas. So I recommend that you come with your best summer clothes so you have more points and more chances to be with them and gain more of their approval, okay? Yes. They were excited by the Black Nekomata's words. And so this meeting of friends extended for several more minutes until they all left that cafeteria and proceeded to go to their respective homes. It was already 4 in the afternoon local time in Kyoto. Kuroka was thinking about telling her husband and the Redeed the topic of conversation of the meeting, but better yet, she left it as a surprise and let him be surprised by himself. At point 16.2, Extra Lives. Life 3. The favor to the lowly of infinity, the pain of 2 dragons. Office's POV. After challenge number 2, I had to spend the night at the Phantom residence, but I had to leave the residence early in the morning, although it was not because I wanted to, but because Batrayed called me for an urgent matter. The truth is, I didn't want to leave there at first because I wanted to spend more time with my little dragon, but I also wanted to show my appreciation to my boyfriend's friend, who despite having no experience was able to overcome this challenge. But now Batrayed informs me that some Dragonesses wish to see me in audience in the territories of Tannin, with the excuse of valuing my dragonet if he is worthy of my greatness and to meet a Shen phantom. What a crude pretext. I know that some are interested in my man, and I must prove to them that they are worthy of him, but with the friend of my male, I must also know if they do not plan anything against him or against his harem alpha. Because above all I am a Dragoness who watches over the integrity of my male, but also for his friends, and the saying goes. What's mine is yours, what's yours is mine in short. His friends are also my friends, and I will destroy whatever it is for their sake. Dinpav Ophis. It was 10:30 AM in the underworld, waiting in the territories of the former Dragon King and Queen Peace of the demon Mephistophels. Tannin was waiting with Ophis for those dragons who were really interested in both players, and it is worth mentioning that the Dragon of Infinity was getting angry, because if there was something that pissed her off it was being made to wait. If you wanted to meet my little dragon as much as a Shen-san at least you should be punctual, Ophis said, really irritated because she had been waiting for almost an hour sitting on a rock. We can't do anything about it, said a voice that revealed Tannin landing. Some dragons have not set foot in these places, and for obvious reasons, transporting to my domains may take a long time. And you can't do something about it? Ophis said, upset. The only one who can help in that sense is Red Sama, said Tannin, but since the dragons come from different parts of the world and from unknown territories, for Red, it is something quite tedious to do. Or rather, he's lazy, Ophis said resignedly. It's easier for them to arrive on their own than for Red to provide us with his help. That dragon is so lazy that he hates to move a leg, and he won't even do it for his own good. Suddenly, 4 magic circles began to form in the sky of the underworld, from which the colossal forms of the dragons who had requested an audience with Ophis were revealed. They slowly landed in Tannin's domain. Ophis, with her usual coldness, for her part comes out to greet her. Please transform into your human version and introduce yourselves, please, demanded Ophis, while the dragons looked at the lowly of infinity with their intimidating looking eyes. The first was one of the reddish dragons that immediately transformed with incredible speed and little by little lost colossal dimensions until revealing a beautiful young red-haired girl wearing a white blouse, highlighting her thin shoulders and a skirt that reached her ankles, reddish like her hair, but of course, her horns and her dragon tail in full view of everyone. My name is Tania, a dragon who resides in the forests of Wales, said the aforementioned with a bow. Another dragon with the appearance of a sea serpent began to transform, revealing a delicate-looking girl, wearing a light brown scarf, a dark leotard, over this a purple kimono that revealed her legs a lot, carrying a trident and also revealing her draconic features, which in this case are her horn on her forehead and her dragon tail. The second dragon bows before a stoic Ophis. I am Elma, a sea dragon who lives in the Pacific Ocean, said the aforementioned dragon solemnly. Ophis immediately seized the other dragons who immediately began to transform. The first of a colossal reptile with green scales and black wings began to reveal a blonde-haired girl held in 2 pigtails wearing a maid outfit revealing her horns and her emerald dragon tail. The last dragon began to reveal a short woman with salmon pink hair wearing a one-piece dress that reached the middle of her thighs, black stockings and what stood out apart from her horns are her gigantic breasts that seemed like her dress was going to explode at any moment. Both dragons who had not introduced themselves were sharing the same depressing gesture, something that Ophis noticed. I am Thoru, Ophis-sama, the blonde said very quietly. I am Ululu, said the aforementioned dryly. The last 2 dragons had a nervous and at the same time depressing tone. You guys, why are you like this? Ophis said dryly. This is partly because of the audience, we need to see it, Ophis-sama said Tanya. Well, starting with the basics, the 4 of us have shown interest in players 1 and 2. Tanya and I, we want to meet both players, but the problem is that we need to help our friends, in a rather delicate subject, said Elma, but I think I'm the least indicated to say it. Toru and Ululu, please, if you want to move forward in this, you must start to open both your thoughts and your hearts. Audio plays. Both dragons, dejected, only give a completely heavy sigh as if they were gathering the courage and are interested enough to reveal the reasons why they requested the audience. The first to speak is Ululu. I must be honest with you, Ophis-sama, said Ululu while grabbing her skirt out of nervousness. I feel attracted to a Shen phantom. Ophis had in mind that when someone declared their love they should feel at least happy or nervous or a mixture of both, and she saw that in part of her harem sisters when they show their love to their male, but something in the voluptuous dragonette didn't feel it but the opposite. She could perceive confusion and sadness. But my feelings for my late love interest do not allow me to reciprocate or understand them well, said Ululu sadly, while Tanya hugged the voluptuous little dragon. Ophis was slowly putting together the reasons for their meeting. It hasn't been long since I lost my old love, said Alulu sadly, all because of me. Both he and his family died in an attack that I couldn't prevent. I can't help but remember their corpses with stab and gunshot marks, but above all the damn smell. Holy water and church incense. Said the voluptuous little dragon with great pain and hatred. From what I deduced, exorcists from the Angels faction came to Take's house to look for me and most likely to kill me, but since I wasn't there at that moment, they decided to finish them off. Ophis, upon hearing Alulu's story, I couldn't help but show a gesture of compassion and anger. I had to talk to Michael about that attack against Alulu's friends. Did you have any problems with the Heaven faction? Ophis said. Not in general, said Alulu, but I had problems with several men who tried to seduce me, and they didn't come with supernatural and magical traces or auras. Ophis began to formulate a possible profile of the murderer of Alulu's former love. Now you, Toru-san, said Ophis. I had something similar with Alulu, said Toru. In my case, I was also in love with a human named Kobayashi, although she didn't die like Take. The dragon began to shed tears because it still hurt to remember the past. Ophis remained silent. I always tried to conquer Kobayashi, but she did not let herself be loved. It was until one day, she revealed to me the true reason why she denied me my affection, because she was fond of alcohol and a little tobacco. She developed stomach cancer. Her days were numbered, said Toru, very distressed. Despite everything, I continued to remain faithful to Kobayashi, since serving her and helping her in her palliative treatments. But one day she could not take it anymore, and we decided to admit her to one of the hospitals in Tokyo, but to our misfortune, we asked for help in the most nefarious hospital we could find, a hospital that belongs to the Recto Progress Incorporated. Group, said Toru, while the tears were now replaced by a fury that began to crisp on her face. We tried to admit her to the emergency area, but we were denied access. My friends and I begged that Kobayashi-san be treated, but the receptionists, looking at us mockingly and looking down on us, demanded a stupidly high amount so they could serve her. The more we fought, the less time Kobayashi-san had to live. Until the owner of that company served us, but he only said one thing to us, and I still remember that damned arrogant and mocking tone of voice. Why should we care for a future corpse? When I realized those words, Kobayashi had passed away. Because of the negligence of that hospital, he suffered a lot. Toru couldn't take it anymore and burst into tears. She still remembered that day, the cold skin of her beloved, when she hugged her and cried into her chest, which didn't even show a heartbeat. Her friends also cried for the death of someone so special. The dragons, who had heard the two dragons' stories, couldn't help but show some pity and sorrow for them, victims of a terrible injustice. Tannen clenched her fist so tightly that it couldn't stop it from bleeding. They waited a moment for them to calm down until they could compose themselves. Ophis walked to the two dragons and took them both by the shoulder. The lowly dragon was beginning to feel a feeling for them, and it was something that almost no being could bet that one of the most powerful entities in the world would feel, and thanks to Issei's influence, Ophis was beginning to feel compassion. End audio. I'm really sorry for what you suffered, said Ophis. The dragons wiped their tears at the words of the dragon goddess. But your tears will not bring them back to life, he said coldly. Both dragons were shocked by what the lowly of infinity said. It may sound quite cold on my part, and you might even hate me for what I'm going to say, but you should stop thinking about your loved ones, Ophis said. But Ophis, said Elma. I know where this meeting is going, Ophis was saying, and let me tell you that if you are willing to have something with both my male and player number 2, you must cut the chain that ties you to your painful past. There can be no next step if the shackles of that pain prevent you from moving forward, and if you make the matter a little more melodramatic, the pain, the desperation and the importance that you feel in your lives are so great that if the souls of those humans saw you right now, they would not rest in peace under any circumstances. Ask yourselves, would they like to see you that way? Tell me how you would like to see them in these happy moments, and overflowing with joy, or making this scene of pain and showing that they have not overcome their deaths, and the only thing that will cause is what was mentioned before. Their weapons will never be able to find eternal rest if they continue with that pain in their hearts. Why do you try to do this with pain that still lacerates in their souls? The only thing that you will cause, my man and his friend, will be confusion, and what it will cause is that they abandon them and give them false hopes, hurting them in the process, and they know that if someone hurts or injures my man and his friend, I will not stop until I find the person responsible and exterminate them. The four dragons are surprised by the goddess's words, revealing that she may not be the alpha of the harem of the former wielder of the red celestial dragon, but she is one of the most important in Issei's harem, and giving some crude but truthful words. You must start changing that mentality, ladies, and for that tomorrow is a good opportunity to meet those who are interested in my man as well as those who are interested in Phantom-san, as in your case. Ilulu said Ophis. Tomorrow in the yokai faction, there will be a celebration for the victories of both players and to say good luck to player number 3, who is the one who takes the reins in the Ashen Phantom harem, so, if I see you at the yokai faction festival tomorrow, That means that you are willing to abandon the pain of the past and continue with firm steps to the future, said Ophis, but that does not mean that those crimes will go unpunished. I swear by my position as dragon goddess that the bold ones who killed their former partners have their days numbered. The four dragons were perplexed and amazed at the determination and wisdom of the goddess of infinity, especially the two afflicted dragons who had a gram of hope at Ophis's words. Perhaps their former loves are no longer with them, but there will be justice after all. The four proceed to bow and decide to retreat in magic circles. Ophis-sama said, Tannen, your words surprised me, since generally, you are not interested in anything other than the silence of the dimensional gap. I can only tell you that true love and friendship make you change radically, Ophis said with a small smile. My little dragon taught me that, and I reinforce it again with the attitudes of his friend. If there is something I understood is that even the most ephemeral sign of life is valuable, and even the smallest being can teach the greatest lessons, even to the gods themselves. Tannen marvels at the evolution of the goddess of infinity, thanking her disciple who was able to change the dragon goddess's thinking. I must go, I hope to see you at that festival, Ophis said. Well, there was a dimensional gap and she entered it by the way, it's a good opportunity for the two of you to go out. Well, it's not bad to visit the human world from time to time, said Tannen very excitedly. I wonder if she will like Hyoudou, said the former dragon king, heading towards the forest of the familiars to see a certain dragon who still holds a sick hatred for the red celestial dragon. Life 2. The king listening to a spoiled girl. Pair of the Bale clan. In that vast territory of the underworld where one of the most dangerous and powerful clans in the entire underworld lives, holding the highest rank of the clans, that is the Great King, where they possessed one of the most atrocious forces in all existence, that is the power of destruction, and its highest representative, a demon who had survived the ancient confrontation of the faction war, the civil war of the demons, and of course, the conflict of the factions. The Chaos Brigade, the ancestor of the entire clan Zekrom Bale, was attending to Venelana Gremory, but in his face, it really showed that he was irritated by the presence of the brown-haired girl. Zekrom Bale. Ancestor, please help us in this invasion, said or rather demanded Venelana while with a spell she transmitted everything that had happened since the host had made himself present in both the supernatural world and the human world. It showed scenes where Rias and Sirzechs were happy together with the Gamer Alliance, where players 1 and 2 had also overwhelmingly humiliated the representatives of the Grand Supreme Alliance to which she belonged. It also showed how their favorite girls Zenobia and Arena had been punished for the defeat of their ex-partners in the host challenges. Those damn inferior beings must pay for their audacity for having damaged our honor and our authority over them, said Venelana, showing that Tamble's side characteristic of her clan of origin. They must be eliminated at all costs, and especially those damn outcasts whom I once called children and grandchildren, said Venelana, while she watched Rias cook happily with her harem sisters, while Issei waited for their great dishes in the dining room. In another scene, Sirzechs walked with Layla in a Kyoto park. The two wore traditional Japanese clothing and looked comfortable in each other's company, while Milikas was seen participating in her classes at school and looked quite happy in that environment. Zekrom only had to raise his hand, and with a little of his power, he destroyed the transmissions that his descendant had invoked. I'm attracted to your way of thinking, said Zekrom, making the brown-haired girl smile, thinking that she had managed to convince him. But if the host weren't there I would do it as usual, but I'm not so stupid as to answer your call. Ancestor, shouted Venelana angrily, you must heed the call of your descendants, you must demonstrate true power before that insignificant being. You can. Shut up, stupid girl. Zekrom interrupted in a fierce and wild way. Yes, I may be quite powerful, but I'm not so stupid and arrogant as to risk my entire clan and my life for the whim of a spoiled and stupid girl. You know the rules that the host imposed on everyone without exception, and that was that he would not allow any magical armed conflict in the world. Well, his challenges remain standing, and I'll tell you one thing. I'm really glad that your children and your grandson have found true happiness away from you, and all thanks to Issei Hyoudou, who somehow, thanks to his influence, changed a little the view and vision of this clan. The brown-haired demon, seeing that her ancestor was not going to participate in the invasion that was going to happen tomorrow in the territory, decided to turn her back on him and withdraw, but not before telling him. I thought that the proud king was going to help us with this, but I see that this clan is only barking nonsense, said Venelana furiously. You will see that I can take not only the underworld, but our entire alliance to safe greatness when the Gamer Alliance falls under our dominion in tomorrow's invasion. The brunette was about to leave the offices of the Bale ancestor until she heard a scream, and it was so powerful that it made the entire territory tremble. Host. Zekrom shouted, from this moment on, the clan that rules above all, the Great King Bale, declares his position in this challenge. We give total support to the Gamer Alliance. By making this statement, Zekrom left the brunette horrified and with a deep feeling of betrayal in her heart, seeing that her family was clearly turning their backs on her and would not support her under any circumstances. And my beloved clan disassociates itself from any misdemeanor committed by Venelana Gremory, formerly Bale, and by the people she is affiliated with. This is my last word and I have said. At that Zekrom retreats in a magic circle in total shock to Venelana Gremory, falling to her knees, knowing that her family had now betrayed her, perhaps not for power or prestige, but because despite being a proud clan, but thanks to the influence of the former wielder of Ddraig and Seekvaira in large part, they can now feel appreciation for all the demons that made up said clan. Whether or not they had the power of destruction, they would embrace them as their own. The brown-haired girl now felt the terrible pain of the knife of betrayal in her heart that once hurt her descendants by turning her back on them when they needed her support the most, but far from recognizing that her actions had left her family, she decided to go to her current home to begin the Kyoto invasion plan, hoping that this bitter experience will be paid for by the faction and the alliance that resides in the most traditionalist city in the Japanese country with blood. Chapter 17 Matters before the festival. The day arrived when the faction that fully supported the Gamer Alliance was going to hold a long-awaited festival organized by the leader of the Awakens to celebrate the victory of Player 1, Issei Hyoudou. The one that the Awakens and part of the supernatural population recognized as the true hero of the factions, and the one who overwhelmingly shut the mouths of those nefarious leaders who wished evil on him, as well as the nefarious city of Kuoh, but above all having made fools of the arrogant president of the student council of the now destroyed and disappeared academy of the same city, Zenobia Quarta. Who now, due to the incompetence of her now dead fiancé, and in a show that she had organized together with the director of the academy and ruler of that city. She was still resting in a hospital bed, and now with her power together with her strength sealed within her own body, she had no way to defend herself. They also celebrated the victory of Player 2, also considered a friend of the hero of the factions and their leader, a Shen Phantom, who was slowly gaining popularity in the Yokai faction, as well as in the people of the other factions, who unconditionally supported both the former bearer of the Red Celestial Dragon and the rebel leaders in particular, especially the biblical leaders who operated and resided in Kyoto. Since due to the bad influence of certain women who had labeled them as the worst, their stays both in heaven and in Gregory and in the underworld became tense and quite irritating. They showed their great appreciation for the pawn of the Mao Lucifer and promised him their unconditional support since they saw that Sirzechs was beginning to be truly happy away from the underworld next to Layla Phantom, and not to mention Milikas. Having a life far from the standards of the demonic high society and being treated like a normal child, the little one was finally having a normal childhood that together with Elise and Ashen who were beginning to treat him like their little brother, he had the happiest moments of his life. Finally, they would give the best of vibes and the best of luck to player number 3, Rumiko Mangabe. Who would make her debut in the hosts challenge in 2 weeks, was also beginning to be a personality that was slowly increasing in popularity, especially with the Yokai girls, due to her way of getting ready, wanting some beauty tips from the aforementioned, and the brunette blonde gladly gave them to her. She earned appreciation in said faction, and in part she earned it thanks to the fact that she is friends with Issei, Yusaka, Rias and of course as Ashen's partner. It was already 7 p.m. in Kyoto, and the sunset was illuminating the last warm colors in the Japanese sky, foretelling a magnificent event that they would remember for a long time, since the main square was already crowded with food stalls, games of skill, attractions, and the sale of typical Oni masks, Sentai superheroes and mythological beasts, while on the main avenue, everything was cordoned off because some floats with dancers were about to parade, promising a spectacle of colors, explosions, joy and laughter from both the government of human Kyoto and also the support of supernatural Kyoto by Yusaka, demonstrating the coexistence that the host so longed for in that small city, regardless of races, humans and supernatural beings lived together normally and happily. Leaving aside the narrative, we will focus on our heroes along with some rebel leaders who had gathered at the Hyoudou residence. All had dressed for the special occasion, having something in common in their clothing, that is that they all wore manly and feminine yukatas. To the men they gave a fresh and manly expression, while to the girls, if they are already considered beautiful, the yukata made them refine that natural beauty. "I can't wait for the festival to start," said Rumiko, happily showing a beautiful yellow yukata. "This kind of festival isn't very common these days," Kiryu said calmly. "They usually only happen in the summer when the holidays are almost over." "Well, the situation warranted it," Kiryu-chan said. "Rias with origami star patterns. We are talking about the victory of our Issei and Ashen-san," said the Redeed, hugging an unsuspecting Issei from behind while playfully biting his ear. "And of course we must not forget that this is to wish good luck to the head of our Ashen's harem," said Shinobu, happily showing her yukata with butterfly patterns. "And especially, to strengthen our ties with our men, tonight must be special," said Nia Honjo, imitating the Redeed's action, although she was wearing normal clothes instead of a yukata. "Hey! Don't get too close to Ashen," Claire shouted, totally jealous, while also revealing her yukata. Yes Nia, this is still hurt, said Tomo, while also showing her most feminine side despite being a tomboy par excellence. All this is seen by Issei's harem, who saw it in a way that was both comical and tender. Yoo-hoo, it's fun to see them doing that, Suzaku said calmly while fixing her hair. Our poor friend, but I hope he gets used to it with time, said Valerie Teeps nervously as she watched Claire and Tomo want to strangle Nia, who had given Issei a kiss on the lips. At least these scenes of jealousy are funny and not over-exaggerated like those starring those traitorous and empowered women, said Ingvild adjusting the sash of her yukata, while Tomo tried to grab Nia with a judo lock while she started to run. We won't see any more eye cancer, said Abe Kiyam as she applied perfume, but then they saw that the scene of jealousy had escalated into a scene from the introduction of Roadrunner and Coyote. Tom chasing Nia through the Hyoudou residence. The bets were not long in coming. 3 caramel apples, I say Tomo-chan will catch up with Nia-san and beat her up. Kunu shouted. 3 cotton candy that Nia escapes. Elise shouted. A plate of soba, I bet this chase doesn't end, Milika said timidly. It was 10 minutes of chase until. Come on, said Lavinia Rinai, leaving her usual witch outfit to also join the cause of the yukatas and a small spell on the ground, freezing it. Oh Nia and Tomo shouted, slipping and. Ham. Their faces were planted on the frozen ground, and then, Lavinia, accompanied by Valerie Lucifer, who was also wearing a yukata although she felt uncomfortable, picked up Nia and Tomo from the ground. If you have so much energy, don't waste it on this, Valerie said, otherwise, you won't last the festival. It's okay, they both said like scolded girls. Yippee, I won. Milika shouted very happily while Kunu and Elise were just curled up in a ball with a depressing aura because now they will buy soba at the festival. All the good vibes were felt in Ria's and Issei's residence, the joy and optimism could be felt like a contagious mist, something that Sirzechs and Layla could see in the living room. Wow, they sure do have energy, Sirzechs said calmly. Not to mention Elise couldn't stop running because she was so excited, it was so much so that I forced her to watch a baseball game and she ended up falling asleep after just one full inning, Layla said, dressing beautifully, leaving Sirzechs amazed by the way Azazel-sama and Michael-sama. They mentioned to wait for us at Yusaka Dono and Balder-sen's palace, Sirzechs said. So who are we waiting for? Layla said. Irideed was going to answer but. Ding dong. I think it's them, said Sirzechs standing up from his seat and immediately like a gentleman he offered his hand. Will my lady accompany me? Hi, said Layla blushing at the display of chivalry. Ignoring the disaster of Issei, Riaz, Ashen and Rumiko with their friends, both adults go to the entrance of the residence to open the door and see many people at the entrance, including some goddesses who had witnessed challenge 2. Sorry for the delay, said Quetzalcoatl, who was also wearing a yukata for the festival because of the wait. Oh wow, it's good to see you, Quetzalcoatl-sama, Kukulkan-sama, said Layla looking at both feathered serpents. The feathered serpent of the Mayan culture came forward, but his nerves were starting to get to him having the mother of his love interest there. It's a pleasure, mommy, mother-in-law, said Kukulkan, but. Ham. He receives a sape from the same Quetzalcoatl, but it was so strong that it caused a wave of wind that combed again Sirzechs and Layla. Don't get ahead of things like that, shouted the Aztec goddess, you'll only scarescape her and consequently scare a Shen Phantom Kun. Sorry, said Kukulkan with teary eyes while rubbing the impact area. Come on, it's not that bad, hahaha, Layla said smiling, but inside she was nervous because that scumbag, if an average mortal had received him, would have expelled her skull without surgery. Besides, I'm glad that a goddess is interested in my son, and there's no better way to get to know each other than on a date. Hi. Said Kukulkan blushing. And am I painted or what? Said a voice as the goddess of the home Hestia made an appearance. Oh Hestia Dono, you look very beautiful, said Layla giving her a thumbs up. I think my son will be amazed by your attire, worthy of your title. Thank you, said Hestia while she celebrated inside that her prospective mother-in-law praised her. I can't wait to see my little candy dragon, Hera said while licking her lips at the thought of a brown-haired boy. Surely my little strawberry candy must be waiting for us, said Demeter equally loving for Issei. Go ahead girls, the prey Issei-kun, wait for you, said Sirzechs giving them the way. The 3 Greek goddesses and the 2 goddesses went inside but noticed something. Hey, Tsunade-san and Rose-chan aren't coming, Layla said. The feathered serpents were going to respond, but a magic circle where they appeared next to. Hey, let me go. Mordred shouted, who was also wearing a yukata and was held by both women who were also wearing the same attire. Sorry for the delay, but this Patanko didn't want to come to the festival, Rose said irritably. Who are you calling Patanko, emo? Mordred shouted. Silence. Tsunade shouted, hitting her hard in the throat, silencing her and leaving her unconscious. Leg. Mordred complained as he felt the karate chop momentarily cut off his oxygen flow. I hope you brought some habanero pepper concentrate to wake her up, said Tsunade while shaking the poor blonde like a rattle. Don't worry, he'll wake up by hook or by crook, said Rose. How was your stay here in the new house, what did Yasaka-sama get you? Sirzechs said, sweating profusely after a slight demonstration of disciplinary violence. Wonderful, Mayu-sama, said Rose, and I really appreciate that they gave us a property with such a large and spacious land that we bothered to set traps and anti-escape measures in case this idiot comes up with the brilliant idea of escaping from there and seeking revenge against Phantom Kun, she said, while pointing at the unconscious Mordred. By the way, your rooms are ready to be inhabited, Kukulkan-sama and Quetzalcoatl-sama. Those present were stunned by the green-haired girl's declaration because they took the matter of disciplining LaFay's cousin very seriously. The goddesses and humans proceeded to enter the residence when suddenly Tsunade noticed something suspicious. Immediately, she took a big leap and preparing an axe kick shouted. Stop hiding. At the same time he kicked the ground causing a small earthquake and the force with which he unleashed it caused a shock wave so strong that some bushes and the thing flew away, but some screams were heard. Beware. Several figures had been forcibly expelled by Quetzalcoatl's right hand. The blonde walked towards the invaders with intimidating composure and saw that those invaders were Kuroka's friends who were on the ground complaining of pain like Sarah and Lilim, others intimidated like Kanade and Linnea. And others fainted from the shock like the case of Haraham and Persina, whose eyes were spiraling. What are several yokai doing here? Answer me. Tsunade demanded of the aforementioned. Nazaricius was going to respond calmly when a magic circle appeared in the sky from which Kuroka appeared, intervening between Tsunade and Naza. Stop. Kuroka shouted, looking scared. Do you know any of your friends, Kuroka-san? Sirzechs said. Hi. Said the Black Nekomata, bowing. It was my fault for not reporting your arrival. Anything you want to say? Rose said, raising her eyebrow. Well, it's that, said Kuroka, but Stinky Kitty-chan invited us to meet players 1 and 2, said Sarah, intervening. Kuroka's veins pricked at the way Sarah referred to her, but with the others present, they had to hold back their laughter. But Kuroka, you know that for them to meet Issei, they must have Ria's approval, and that is not your responsibility, Sirzechs said, dismayed. It's not One-Isama's fault, said Linnea, intervening on behalf of her older sister. This is our fault. It's true, Kuroka-san is the least guilty here, said Lilim. We insist on meeting them, Shay said. But we insisted and pressured so much that it seems we got our friend into trouble, said Haraham with a sad face. Everyone was listening to Kuroka's friends, and it seemed like they were telling the truth. It seems we messed up, girls. I think it's better if we go and not cause more problems, said Naza, while the Black Nekomata's friends began to summon a transportation circle when. Wait a minute, said the voices of 2 girls who revealed to Riaz and Rumiko that they had seen this scene, stopping the Yaokais in their tracks and accompanying them were Issei and Ashen, to which Kuroka's friends, seeing them with manly yukatas, could not help but blush. Ria-san. Said Quetzalcoatl. If you ask why I'm here, well, Tsunade-san's mega kick made everything shake and we thought we were being invaded, said the Redeed. Sorry, said the blonde, a little embarrassed. The alphas of players 1 and 2's harems stared at Kuroka's friends for a while, making the yokai nervous and making it clear that despite their great beauty, they are the ones in charge of their respective harems. It was a few awkward moments of silence until. Come on, don't go, said Rumiko, sighing while giving them a confident smile. It's obvious that you are trustworthy people, and it would be a huge waste if you dressed up so that you don't enjoy the concert. Although we will talk about your intentions with our men after this celebration, Ria said seriously, but extends her hand to them, causing another point of no return. But you are welcome to spend time with our family. Kuroka-san's friends are our friends. At the gesture, Yaokais changed their faces from sadness and resignation to one of joy. They looked at each other, that they were going to have a slight hope of being with both players. They all approached Riaz and Rumiko, bowed and shouted. Thank you very much. Sarah, Lilim, Persina, Linnea, Keed, Haraham, Naza and Shay said at the same time. Immediately they fixed their gaze on Ashen and Issei. It will be a pleasure to meet you, Issei. Ashen-sama. Sa-sama. Said the white-haired man, confused. Please don't use those honorifics, Issei said, smiling confidently. They anyway, said Ashen, call us by our names, girls. Hi, the Yaokais shouted. Suddenly each yokai interested in Issei and Ashen approached them along with their respective alpha, starting a pleasant conversation where the Yaokais introduced themselves, some in a shy way like the matter of Haraham and Persina, who were blushing quite quickly and their heads were expelling steam because they were in front of their idols, while with others, not caring about personal space and forgetting good manners, like the matter of Sarah and Keed. They greeted them in a very special way. They tackled them, smelled their whole body and hugged them in such a loving way, as if they had known them all their lives, while their wolf and cat tails moved non-stop from how happy they were, causing some tantrums from Riaz and Rumiko to leave them alone. All under the eyes of Sirzechs and Layla, who saw this as very funny. But with Rose, Tsunade, Hera, Demeter, Hestia, Quetzalcoatl and Kukulkan, they could only contain their enormous jealousy because there were more girls to compete with and share the players 1 and 2 of their respective interest. While everyone was talking, someone wanted to escape from there. "I better get out of here," Kuroka said nervously until she felt something grabbing her 2 cat ears. "Where do you think you're going?" 2 voices shouted, at which the Nekomata turned around and looked at Riaz and Rumiko with a devilish face that made her shudder in terror. "Riaz-chan, Rumi-chan, I can explain," said Kuroka, "but Bonchex too." It hurts," Kuroka screamed while both demons stretched her cheeks like plasticine as a reprimand. "It was easier for you to be honest with us," Rumiko said seriously. "But for this little slip you'll have a punishment for this," Riaz said, and then she sees out of the corner of her eye Mordred, who was still unconscious, while Tsunade was putting a big habanero pepper in his mouth and making him chew it. "So I think Mordred-chan needs a training partner, don't you think, Rose-san?" Kuroka felt like her life was leaving her the moment she heard her punishment, and then, a third hand began to crush her head, and then, the Nekomata saw Rose with a rather macabre smile. "I couldn't agree more," said Rose facing Kuroka, who was beginning to implore any deity to save her from this torment, "and I have the diet for a lazy cat like you," she said, while pulling her by her 2 tails on the floor. Kuroka wanted to escape, but Kukulkan's right hand began to drag her on the ground. The black kitten wanted to cling to the ground with her claws, but it was all in vain. "No, anything but that," Kuroka screamed while crying comically, while the green-haired girl dragged her back to the residence with the others. "I prefer something else, but I don't want physical conditioning. Issei Naya, save me. Mercy." With this, the Nekomata will learn the hard way that it is better to be honest, and her Yokai friends will learn with their experience that it is better not to provoke the alphas or they would get into serious trouble. Isaka Palace, Main Hall. In that room of the palace, despite the fact that it was an area quite isolated from the noise outside, you could hear the loud voices of the food vendors, the laughter of the families enjoying the event, but above all the great coexistence that was taking place in the streets of the traditionalist city of Japan. The Kitsune leader, along with the rebel leaders, were waiting for the arrival of the now 3 players. Sirzechs and his companions, and despite all the noise that was heard outside, it did not bother them. On the contrary, they felt enormous satisfaction, seeing that the people of Hyoudou were very happy and so much joy that they wanted to quickly complete the presentation protocol and join their people. The leaders who drew the most attention were Ophis, who was accompanied by 4 dragons who seemed a bit uncomfortable and nervous. She was also accompanied by Tannen and the Dragon Queen Tiamat, surprising everyone, especially because the Dragon Queen was holding the arm of the demon Mephistopheles as Queen Peace. There was also the leader of the Nordic faction recognized by the Gamer Alliance, Balder, who also put aside his usual clothing and also wore his manly yukata. Although due to the muscles he possesses, at the first muscle contraction, at any moment he was going to destroy him. She was accompanied by the elven Princess Rivera, the right hand of this alpha, along with 8 elves who also seemed very nervous. But why were the dragons and the elves like that? Simple. A somewhat cloying scene was taking place with the last guest of the god Balder, with the rebel overlord of the sky, the aforementioned with pink hair, also wearing a one-piece yukata that highlighted her great figure, but above all her enormous G-cup breasts. But what stood out most was that she had purple antlers. That dangerous woman with big antlers was being accompanied by 2 girls who looked both amazed and confused. That woman was being tender with the current rebel overlord of the Angel faction, who seemed a bit nervous at the woman's affection. Michael-sama, I didn't think he would rebel against your own faction to protect these beautiful beings," said that woman with a maternal tone that could easily be confused since her fingers flirtatiously ran over the overlord's chest, causing him to shiver once in a while. Haha, I only do the right ones. Any Arth or Nuz Dono, said the rebel seraph, completely red-faced, sweating a waterfall of sweat and his heart beating so fast that it seemed like he was going to have a heart attack at any moment. Just call me any Arth or Nuz, said the lady, putting a finger on her mouth. After all, we will be allies and maybe something more in the future, said the pink-haired girl, winking at her. A checkmate for the rebel seraph. He felt something explode inside him. Everyone saw how the most powerful angel of the biblical god fell to his knees before the charm of a woman, and her skin that is usually creamy like milk now had the color of a boiled crab. Everyone saw how that woman managed to make the overlord nervous, with the exception of the rebel cadre, who seemed a bit sad since his demonic and angelic counterparts had met someone who loves them, because he had not yet met someone who would accept him as he is. Who would have imagined that the most powerful angel of the biblical god would end up being tamed by the most powerful goddess of the Vonheim circle, Yusaka said in a funny way. And so girls must conquer Issei-kun and Ishen-kun, okay, with feminine charm and honesty, you can tame the most violent of beasts, okay, said Tiamat calmly, grabbing Tannen's arm, addressing both the dragons and the elves and any Arth or Nuz's companions. Ah, hi, the aforementioned said, like boiled lobsters. At that, a super magic circle appeared in the main hall, revealing the people who had been waiting for so long, led by Sirzechs, while Layla held tightly to his arm to start the grand festival. "The souls of the party have arrived," said the Egyptian god Ra. "And it seems that the Hyoudou phantom family has grown," said the Egyptian god as he looked at the new guests. "It's not that bad," Ra-sama said, Issei being hugged by Riaz on his left arm, Ingvald on his right side, and carrying Keed on his piggyback. "What do you mean it's not that big of a deal, Anata?" Yusaka said with an adorable pout when she saw the new girls accompanying her boyfriend, but inside she was happy that her boyfriend, despite everything, still had a humble attitude. "This party is for you, as much as it is for Ashen-san and Rumiko-chan." "The detail is much appreciated," Yusaka-sama said. Ashen, the situation that his brown-haired friend only had Shinobu in his right arm, Rumiko in his left, and he was carrying Sarah on his piggyback, who was affectionately nibbling his ear. "Before we move on to the festivities, there are people who would like to meet the boys," Baldur said. Then he fixed his gaze on the supreme loli of infinity. She nodded at what the Norse god was saying, and suddenly now she looked at Rivera, and finally at Eniarth or Nuz, who understood what the god was saying. "And I would like the girls to present themselves before their idols, and before the alphas of said harems." Issei and Ashen's harems were stunned to learn that there were more women interested in their men. More? They all screamed mentally, finally understanding that popularity can have negative repercussions in a relationship. Immediately, dragons, elves, and goddesses of Vanaheim appeared before Issei and Ashen. On the part of the brown-haired man. "I'm Luna Gamma, a pleasure," said an elf with sabake hair, but only after taking a step. Uwaya. 5. She planted her beautiful face on the Japanese oak floor, causing a small nosebleed to begin. Issei helps her up, but he unconsciously causes her to blush even more and the bleeding to become more abundant. "Issei-sama, I think it is not necessary to help her so much if it is not going to kill her from excitement," said another elf with light blue hair. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Shire and Epsilon," said the pseudo proudly, while pointing out in the most discreet way her well-developed body. "There's no need for you to be an exhibitionist in front of a hero. Anyway, those things you carry are more false than my desire to walk right now," said another elf with wine-colored hair, and the curious thing about this one is that she was coming on a cart and had an unfriendly and sleepy face. "A pleasure to meet the hero of the factions, I'm Adaloid Wright." And the last elf, who was driving Ada's cart, shows up. "I am Filvis Chalia, a pleasure," said the aforementioned with a bow. The one who followed and introduced herself was the goddess of Vanaheim. "I'm Hydra, a pleasure to meet you," said the goddess who combed her hair with a pair of pigtails. Then there were the two dragons. "I'm Toru, let's hope we get along," Issei-sama said the dragon. "I'm Elma, just like Toru, let's hope we get along and reach something more," said the aforementioned. Before the last thing she said it silently. "Hana Shen." Just like the other young ladies who showed up with Issei, those who were interested in the white-haired man immediately introduced themselves, and the first was a whitish-haired elf, wearing glasses, who seemed pleased and really happy to meet player number 2. "Nice to meet you, I'm Natsume Kafka, Beta," said the elf, while taking the white-haired man's hands, surprising the white-haired man a little, and making the others a little jealous. "I would like to know more about your story, Ashen-san, as a simple human with an ordinary life, evolved to become an indispensable pillar in the host's challenges." "Hey, don't steal my idea and don't get too close to it," said Nia, totally jealous because she wanted that idea to make a manga with her beloved as the protagonist. At that, a short-haired blonde elf stood between Natsume and Ashen. "The lady is right, Natsume," said the elf with a cold look, "but that is no reason not to know a great warrior who shut the mouth of Odin and his friends when defeating those mangy dogs. I introduce myself, I am Ryu Lion, I hope to have a sparring with you," said the aforementioned with a bow. "Warrior?" Ashen said mentally, somewhat confused. "It's a pleasure, Ryu-san." "Natsume-san." Now an elf with short brown hair like Natsume wore glasses and immediately approached Ashen. "I'm Inatal, I'm a half-elf, and I'd like to help you in any way I can, Ashen-kun." Now the smallest of the elves who like Natsume had white hair, but it was tied with two pigtails, wearing a white skirt and stockings that covered her legs, now appeared before player number 2. "I am Freerin, I would like to know what is the source of your power and your strength stoically." Said the white-haired man, more confused by what she was telling him. "Don't answer me right now," said Freerin smiling faintly. "It's one of the many questions that takes a long time to be answered, but keep one thing in mind, there's something about you that has caught my attention." Now the goddess of Vanaheim presented herself. "I'm Ddraig Pleasure, beautiful creature of Midgard," she said blushing. "Does the Vanaheim circle see us as some kind of zoo, so they can call us creatures?" Ashen and Claire said mentally. "Cedar-san, just call me Ashen, and that goes for everyone please," he said a little uncomfortably. "Hi, Ashen-san," said Cedar nervously. "Well, at least it's progress," said Ashen, caressing the head of the goddess who somehow liked the affectionate gesture of player number 2. Everyone, seeing the white-haired man making this gesture to the goddess, puffed out their cheeks in a sign of jealousy. Now the dragons were next. "I'm Lulu, a pleasure," said the dragon who made her bust stand out, obviously leaving the pride of the girls who lacked it in checkmate, like Nia, who couldn't buy her little lemons with the watermelons that the dragon carried to Loli, but before having a meeting, "I want to have a fight against you to know if you are worthy." "I'm Tanya and just like Ryu and Lulu, I would like to have a fight against you," said Tanya. "I think it was very counterproductive for me to have done the killer instinct challenge," said Issei, already dead with nerves. "I'll be the first to kick this fool's ass," a voice was heard which reflected Mordred, who looked totally furious, but everyone shouldn't worry, because her lips were completely swollen, because the habanero pepper that Rose had put on her had taken effect, and she had had the enchilada of her life. "Because of him I can't return to England, and now he must pay for what he did to me." The white-haired man saw the blonde completely enraged, and she was taking a destructive step, and all he could think of was to say, "Who are you?" Issei said, tilting his head. 5. Mordred falls to the ground at the white-haired man's simple-minded gesture. "My name is Mordred Pendragon." She screamed angrily, "Because I won your challenge, I am now condemned to live in this country for I don't know how long." "Oh," said the white-haired man, surprised. Mordred saw a gesture that seemed a little like regret, beginning to have the pleasure of having made him feel bad, "but let's hope we get along, Mo-chan." 5. He fell again because apparently his intimidating shouts had no effect. "Don't touch me and don't call me Mo-chan." The blonde's mind was red and about to cry. "Calm down," Mo-chan making the same gesture he had made with Cedar. The blonde immediately calmed down a bit upon feeling said gesture and immediately felt something in her mouth. She saw that Issei gave her a snack. "Eat this cookie, it's delicious." At that, the white-haired man, along with the other girls who showed up, began to walk away with their companions, leaving a stunned and confused Mordred. She just stared at the white-haired man, who started to go down to have a conversation not only with the new girls who had arrived today, but also with the leaders and with their friends. "What's wrong with that boy's head and what's wrong with him to treat me with such confidence?" said Mordred while taking the cookie and began to eat it slowly. "He's an idiot, he's an idiot," she said, taking a good bite of the cookie, but her cheeks turned pink. There was only 1 hour left for the festival to begin properly when suddenly 5 Tengus appeared in front of the yokai leader. "Isaka-sama. We've detected intruders outside Hyoudou." "How many are there?" Yusaka said. "It's a number we can't decipher, but there are quite a few of them and they're approaching the city." Suddenly a magic circle appeared, and from it appeared the Hindu god Shiva, accompanied by the Greek gods of the underworld Hades and Persephone. "Of course, it's just obvious, those idiots from the Supreme Alliance have come to ruin the festival," said Shiva. "Thank you for coming, Shiva-sama," Yusaka said, "and Hades-sama, I didn't expect you to come to my domains. My wife convinced me to spend some time away from the Greek underworld and also spend quality time with her," Hades said very coldly. "Well," Persephone smiled warmly, "but seeing that my brothers and their cronies want to ruin this event, I have no choice but to support them, since we are allies after all." "Thank you very much," said Yusaka. "Well, who will be in charge of commanding our troops?" said Azazel. "Raven, I suggest you don't do anything stupid of a military nature," Hades said sharply. "But Hades-sama, if we don't defend ourselves," said Nerth or Nuz. "That's why he came too," said Persephone. "There's something you're ignoring, and my husband has been aware of it since our alliance with those idiots was broken." Everyone stared at the kings of the Greek underworld until. "It's true," said Riaz, "there is someone who will not tolerate this kind of idiocy, especially while the challenges are still standing. And until the Gjallarhorn is blown again to put an end to this, he made it clear that he would not tolerate any military intervention," said Hyoudou. "But even so, we are going to face those wretches and show them that we are not afraid of them," said Sirzechs. "And make it clear to them that they are not welcome in Hyoudou and the allied territories," Ophis said. Everyone looked at each other as a sign of trust. Humans, Yaokais, gods, elves and demons who were in the main hall, under a bond of cooperation and friendship, they decided to be the first to show their faces for the city. Yusaka orders the guards who informed him that the city was under siege and to be ready for anything, but the festival is not cancelled. Just hoping that the primordial god who is linked to the earth and everything connected to it would soon realize and intervene. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.